3 days after returning from Hogwarts, Peter received an unexpected message. Dumbledore's Patronus had arrived, informing him that Snape had successfully developed an antidote and that Peter should visit immediately. Without hesitation, Peter apparat to Grimmauld Place and knocked on the door of number 12. Upon entering, he found the house bustling with familiar faces: Lupin, Tonks, the Weasleys, and of course, the trio of Harry, Ron, and Hermione. The moment the Weasley twins spotted him, they practically tackled him in a bear hug from the upper floor. "Where's Dumbledore?" Peter asked, extricating himself from the twins' embrace. "Upstairs with Sirius in Regulus's room," Lupin responded warmly. "He sent for you, so you should head up." Peter nodded, exchanging a few words with the Weasley brothers before heading upstairs, following Creature, who seemed to be in unusually high spirits. The house elf had donned a cleaner pillowcase and looked livelier than Peter had ever seen him. Creature even greeted him enthusiastically, offering drinks. The door to Regulus's room was ajar. Inside, Dumbledore and Sirius sat at the edge of the bed, while Snape crouched in a shadowed corner by the window, tending to a bubbling cauldron.
"Ah, Peter."
Just in time, Dumbledore greeted him with a twinkle in his eye. "Severus has successfully prepared the antidote. Now the rest is up to you." Peter turned to Snape, a smile playing on his lips. "I knew there wasn't a potion in the world that Professor Snape couldn't brew. And once again, you've proven me right." Snape didn't acknowledge the compliment outright, but Peter caught the faintest smirk before the potion's master returned to his work. After a moment, Snape extinguished the flames beneath the cauldron and poured the lilac-hued potion into a cup. He approached Peter, his expression unreadable. "This antidote is specifically designed to counteract the Dark Lord's poison. Administer it while it's warm, and act swiftly to save Regulus." "Thank you, Professor," Peter said sincerely, taking the potion and moving toward Regulus's bedside. Carefully, he poured the elixir into Regulus's mouth, then raised his wand, murmuring an incantation. The intricate rune, which Peter had previously carved into Regulus's skin using unicorn blood, reappeared, glowing faintly as the magic took effect. For 10 intense minutes, Peter focused entirely on his task. As the potion coursed through Regulus's veins, his wand directed its energy to his heart. Suddenly, a weak tremor ran through the once motionless organ. Then steadily, the heartbeat grew stronger, reverberating through the silent room. The gathered onlookers held their breath. Sirius, eyes shimmering with unshed tears, clutched the edge of the bed. Though Peter had previously halted the spread of the corpse poison, Regulus had remained in a death-like state, sustained only by phoenix tears. But now, with each powerful beat of his heart, his body truly returned to life. Snape, observing from the corner, regarded Peter with a rare flicker of admiration. The boy continued to exceed expectations. As Regulus's breathing steadied, Peter administered 3 more drops of phoenix tears. Turning to the room, he announced, "He's stable now. Once he wakes naturally and undergoes some rest, he'll make a full recovery." Sirius, overwhelmed with emotion, embraced Peter tightly. "I can't thank you enough. If it weren't for you, my brother would never have had another chance." Peter, slightly uncomfortable with the enthusiastic display, quickly redirected the conversation. "You should also thank Professor Snape. Without his antidote, I wouldn't have been able to complete the cure. Half the credit belongs to him." An awkward silence settled between Sirius and Snape. Sirius turned, clearly reluctant, but managed a nod of acknowledgement. "Thank you, Snape. You saved my brother. If there's anything I can do." Snape scoffed, his disdain evident. "I don't require gratitude from you. Dumbledore asked me to do this, and Regulus is my apprentice. This has nothing to do with you." Sirius bristled, but with great effort, refrained from retorting. Peter, watching with amusement, concluded that the feud between these two would likely never end. Dumbledore, breaking the tension, smiled at Peter. "You never cease to amaze, Peter. Though I always expect great things from you, I am still in awe of your abilities." Peter waved off the praise modestly. "I just happen to have learned a few things." Though he truly believed that luck played a role, the knowledge he had gleaned from the Book of Merlin proved invaluable. The ancient text provided him with magic that had been lost for centuries. Druidic spells, long-winded but immensely powerful, far beyond what modern wizards could replicate. With Regulus's condition stabilized, Peter prepared to leave, but Dumbledore stopped him. "The Order of the Phoenix is meeting soon. I'd like you to stay and participate."
Peter hesitated.
"I appreciate the offer, but isn't this a private order matter? I wouldn't want to intrude." "You're not an outsider, Peter. After everything we've been through together, we trust you," Dumbledore assured him warmly. Internally, Peter groaned. He had no desire to be roped into the Order's affairs. While he respected Dumbledore, He wasn't keen on becoming another pawn in the war against Voldemort. Unlike Snape, he had no intention of being used as a tool. Dumbledore, sensing his reluctance, leaned in with an enticing proposition. You've always been curious about the 8th Horcrux, haven't you? I've done some research and have a theory. Stay for the meeting, and afterward, we'll discuss it. Peter's interest was piqued. You've discovered something? Dumbledore smiled cryptically. Stay and you'll find out. That evening, after dinner, the fireplace flared green, signaling someone's arrival. Peter turned, watching curiously as two familiar figures stepped into the room. His eyes widened.
Cedric? Alan?
What are you two doing here?
Hey, Peter. Cedric grinned.
Long time no see.
Miss us?
We've joined the Order of the Phoenix, Alan added, smirking. So we're here for the meeting. Peter turned slowly to Dumbledore, who watched him with an amused twinkle in his eye. Peter sighed internally. The old fox had done it again, roping in more of his friends to keep him involved. Dumbledore had played his hand masterfully, and Peter couldn't help but acknowledge his skill. Still, that didn't mean he had to like it. Dumbledore, the number of Death Eaters has increased drastically in recent weeks. When we engaged them, we noticed many had foreign accents. Do you have any idea what's going on? Moody's gruff voice filled the room, his one good eye locked onto Dumbledore, demanding answers.
Dumbledore turned to Snape.
Severus, what have you learned? Snape's voice was as composed as ever. The Dark Lord has brought in many foreign wizards, primarily from the United States. However, they are not officially Death Eaters but mercenaries who work with him, assuming the guise of Death Eaters during their operations. They call themselves the Purgers. Their leader is highly skilled and has earned the Dark Lord's trust, but he always wears a mask. Only Voldemort knows his true identity.
Purgers.
Several members of the Order of the Phoenix exchanged confused glances, unfamiliar with the term. But Dumbledore, Moody, and Peter frowned, their expressions darkening. The name carried infamy in the American wizarding world. Peter, who had remained silent until now, straightened. Dumbledore, weren't the Purgers originally a group of muggles who persecuted wizards? I thought they were wiped out long ago. How are wizards now claiming that name?
Exactly.
What's the connection between these American fanatics and Voldemort?
Moody growled.
He then turned to Dumbledore with a grim expression. Do you think the American or French authorities are involved? Maybe some of them want to destabilize Britain by secretly backing Voldemort.
Dumbledore shook his head. No, Alastair.
These Purgers are not connected to the Magical Congress of the United States. While they use the same name, they are an entirely different entity. Dark wizards and mercenaries who will fight for anyone willing to pay their price. They are ruthless, feared across the world, and operate in secrecy. Various ministries have tried to shut them down, but their base of operations remains unknown. Moody let out a derisive laugh.
Oh, come on. Isn't it obvious?
These mercenaries operate out of the US because they have the American Magical Congress behind them. That's why they're so brazen. Alastair, we must be careful with accusations.
Dumbledore sighed.
The French authorities have been pursuing them for years, though their efforts have yielded little more than capturing low-level operatives. The truth is, these mercenaries are useful to those in power, and many do not want them eradicated. Peter, meanwhile, was troubled. In all the events he had foreseen, this scenario, Purgers working with Death Eaters, had never been a factor. Could Voldemort's desperation for forces be due to the number of Death Eaters Peter had already eliminated? As the Order of the Phoenix debated the implications of the Purgers, Peter moved to Cedric and Alan, lowering his voice. Cedric, Alan, why did you join the Order? I can understand Fred and George, but you two had stable positions in the Ministry.
Cedric grinned. Dumbledore approached me himself.
He made a strong case, and I couldn't just stand by while Voldemort spread chaos. Peter then turned to Alan, a Slytherin.
And you?
You were never one for heroics.
Alan shrugged.
Let's just say Dumbledore is very persuasive. Besides, pureblood families are being pressured to take sides. Some of us don't want to join Voldemort, but neutrality isn't an option anymore.
He smirked.
Given my friendship with you lot, my family figured aligning with Dumbledore was the safest bet. Peter nodded, but his expression turned serious.
Then be careful.
The Order operates on the front lines, far more dangerous than Auror work. Death Eaters don't hesitate to kill. Alan chuckled, patting Peter's shoulder. Relax. We're not being sent to battle. Cedric works in magical law enforcement and liaises with Amelia Bones for Dumbledore. I'm monitoring the Flu network for suspicious activity. We're just intelligence operatives. No direct combat, unless Voldemort decides to storm the Ministry himself. Peter let out a breath of relief. He had worried they would be thrown into the thick of battle. Thankfully, Dumbledore had more strategic plans for them. As the meeting concluded, members of the Order left one by one. Cedric and Alan bid Peter farewell, leaving him alone with Dumbledore. Peter took a seat. You said you know what Voldemort's 8th Horcrux is.
Tell me.
Dumbledore smiled instead. Did you enjoy catching up with your friends? Peter rolled his eyes. You really know how to rope people into your cause.
Dumbledore chuckled.
Convincing others is one of my strengths. A skill I take pride in. Peter exhaled sharply.
Fine.
Now, can we talk about the Horcrux?
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Dumbledore's expression began to become serious, and he said solemnly, "You described that Horcrux as a Horcrux with sarcoma, and I went to check it out. I don't know if you remember the content of the first story in the Poetry Offbid story collection, Wizards and Jumping Pots." Peter replied with some doubt, but then understood. You mean Voldemort's 8th Horcrux is the lucky pot in the story. But isn't this a fairy tale? Is there really such a magical crucible? Fairy tales don't have to be fake. Don't you know that in the story of the three brothers, the legendary Deathly Hallows is real? Dumbledore said, and as far as I know Voldemort, he would use it to make a soul carrier except for such a historically significant magic device. So where is this jumping pot now? Is it hidden like other Horcruxes? Peter frowned and asked, if it hadn't been found and eventually destroyed, Voldemort would never have died. Dumbledore sighed and said, Severus met Voldemort by chance before it was made into a Horcrux. Voldemort then abruptly shut down and had Severus make a soul stabilizer. Never to be seen again, Voldemort apparently didn't trust anyone, and he hid the Horcrux alone in a place where no one knew about it. Peter frowned, and now the direction of events was becoming more and more unpredictable, first the cooperation between the American Purgists and Voldemort, and then the 8th Horcrux. In that case, the matter of the Horcruxes is up to you, Dumbledore, and if you have any news, let me know. Peter got up and said, school is about to start, so I'll go back and prepare the course content and save the jokes. Dumbledore didn't hold back, got up and walked out of the conference room with him, patted his head and said, almost forgot to tell you, Severus also teaches defense against the dark arts with you, considering that there are 2 defense against the dark arts professors this semester, so I plan to divide the grade into 2 parts, one for you to teach and the other to Severus. It's up to you and Severus to decide. Peter stopped and asked in surprise, Professor Snape wants to teach black defense. Who is in charge of the potions class? It's Slughorn, you should know him, he took over Severus' teaching of brute medicine this semester. Dumbledore said. Peter was a little surprised. He had already divined the number of Horcruxes, but he did not expect that Dumbledore would still have to find Slughorn. Was this the meaning of confirming again? But he also had to ask again. With Snape sharing his work, Peter was even happier. Defense against the dark arts has 2 classes a week, and a grade is divided into 2 classes, which means that a grade has to teach 4 lessons a week, and 5 grades is 20 classes. The 6th and 7th grades are taught together, plus 24 classes a week on average, 5 days a week, and every day. Basically, the classes taught are all lined up. After leaving Mowgli Square, Peter returned to the manor, and the next day he received news from Dumbledore's patron saint that Regulus had awakened. Fast forward to the 1st of September, and Peter grinded through the manor until noon, and after lunch, he left with his suitcase directly in the phantom shape. Reappearing, Peter was already standing at the school gate, where Professor McGonagall was standing. Good afternoon, Professor McGonagall, female. Peter smiled and said, are you waiting for me? Good afternoon, Professor York. McGonagall smiled, I'm waiting for you, but there's another professor on the way over, so go ahead. Your office has been renovated according to your requirements, go to see if there is anything inappropriate. You can see me and say, I let the house elf modify it again. Another professor? Peter knew it should be Slughorn. After saying goodbye to McGonagall, he followed the corridor and entered the castle. His office was on the 3rd floor, and after only 1 floor of moving stairs, Peter came to his office door and pushed the door open. Peter looked at the decoration inside, but he was very satisfied. The office theme is blue, and next to the large desk is a large curved window, decorated with silver borders, which looks elegant. Because no one was still occupied, the room seemed empty, with empty bookshelves and desks. And at the back of the office, there was a small door, and when I opened it, it was a small house with a bed, which was a place to rest. Seeing this, Peter knocked on the box with his wand, and the box opened automatically, and pieces of clothing flew out of the box and automatically came to the closet, neatly arranged on the hanger. Some of the books I brought with me to read also jumped to the shelves in the office. When everything was packed and the office was already human, Peter went outside the bedroom, looked around, and then under the bookshelf, conjured up a wooden bracket, and then took a golden bird's nest from his pocket and placed it on the shelf. On closer inspection, the entire nest is woven with gold wire, which looks very gorgeous. As soon as the nest was put away, Phoenix Field appeared directly in the office, flew to the nest, lay down happily, and made excited calls to Peter. As long as you like, Field. Peter smiled and said, this is my office from now on, and you will rest here when I am not there. Twinkle. Peter shouted toward no 1.1. Young Master Peter, what do you command? Glitter, dressed in a small tuxedo, appeared and bowed slightly to Peter and asked, after that, my life in school will be entrusted to you, and the rest of the time you will get along well with the house elves at school, you know. Peter said gently. Got it, young master. Twinkle said respectfully. As night fell, Peter left his office and headed to the hall for the opening banquet and sorting ceremony. As soon as he arrived in the auditorium, he saw Dumbledore chatting with a chubby old man. Hagrid was drinking wine with Professor Flitwick. His face was red, and he was laughing at Flitwick's little joke. Ah, Peter, you have finally arrived. It's just one of you. Dumbledore saw Peter and greeted him happily. The fat old man who was talking to him also turned around, and when he saw Peter, his eyes lit up, his expression became enthusiastic, and before Dumbledore, he stepped forward and took Peter's hand and said, Peter York, I haven't seen you for a long time. I remember that since the last time I was in the courtroom of Wessengamo, you were still a student. But now they've all become professors, which is really good. There is no one sitting in the seat next to me, or go to my place. We just talk. You are a big celebrity during this time. I am very curious about your affairs. Long time no see, Professor Slughorn. Peter smiled and shook hands, then stripped Slughorn's hand without a trace and said gently, I didn't expect Headmaster Dumbledore to invite you back to school. I think the students of the school will be very happy. After all, there is a very good master of brute medicine. Giggling, Peter, you're really good at talking. Snape's potions are no worse than mine, and he'll be upset if he hears your praise. Slughorn said modestly, but seemed very pleased with Peter's praise. At Slughorn's warm invitation, Peter could not refuse to sit next to him, and then listen to him first praise Peter, and then with a showy tone, he said that he knew some celebrities and high-ranking officials, and said that he wanted to pull him to know those people. Peter could only smile vigorously at the vanity of the old man, and quickly prayed that the students would come soon. As if hearing Peter's prayer, the oak door of the auditorium was pushed open, and hordes of students poured into the hall and sat lively in their respective colleges. When they saw Peter sitting on the professor's seat, the students were very surprised and discussed with excitement. There were even bold students who ran up to Peter and asked if he was the professor of Black Defense this semester. After receiving an affirmative answer, he excitedly ran back to the college director's desk and announced the good news to the other students. It seems that Peter, you are very popular, and the students seem very happy. Slughorn said in surprise. They just feel new. After all, I was their senior last semester, and in the blink of an eye I became a professor. Peter waved his hand modestly, then looked at the gate and changed the subject. The sorting ceremony is about to begin, and the new students should be coming in. As the door was opened again, Professor McGonagall bore the brunt of it, followed by a new student with a nervous face, moving forward like a flock of little penguins with his hands and feet. Peter was smiling, and there were some of them he knew, all of whom he visited one by one during the summer vacation. Welcome to Hogwarts, Peter said quietly in his heart. After consulting with Snape, Snape took the initiative to teach the lower graders, and put the slightly lighter grades of May 6 and 7 in charge of Peter. This surprised Peter, who had expected Snape to choose the upper grades. Peter's first defense against the dark arts class soon arrived, a 6th grade class. When Peter came to the classroom, the students were already seated, and they clapped happily when they saw that it was Peter who came in, and several other students whistled. Thank you, I'm glad you all welcomed my class so well. Peter smiled and bowed slightly. Well, classmate Simone, I know you love me, but please stop whistling. Your whistle makes me want to go to the toilet. The students laughed suddenly, and Ron couldn't help but say to the two partners next to him, I didn't expect Peter to be so funny. I always thought he was that polite look. Harry smiled and nodded. Ron, you should call Professor York. Peter is now our professor. It's not polite to call him by his first name. Hermione corrected, then looked at Peter on the stage with her face and sighed. Professor York is so perfect, powerful, and so handsome. I really don't know what kind of girl he will look at. Didn't you also call out his name? Ron retorted, looking at her foolish look, and said unhappily, even if Peter has a girl he likes, it is not your share, and Peter will not look at you. Harry felt the cold air coming from beside him, and his heart was not good, so he quickly intercepted Ron and signaled him to shut up. Harry, what are you doing intercepting me for? Am I wrong? Just a man like Peter, who wants to find some beautiful girl can't find, just like Hermione. Ron turned to Hermione's angry look and quickly and wisely closed his mouth. Pick up the textbook to block Hermione's view and pretend to study seriously. Peter saw the movement on the stage, smiled and said, you are now in the 6th grade, although there are no major exams this year, it looks relaxed. But since I have come to teach you a lesson, I have to take on the responsibility of a teacher. Therefore, your learning task this year is probably very heavy. You must not only make up for the course knowledge that you have not learned well before, but also strive to learn the next course. So in our first lesson, I'll give you a quiz so that I can understand the basic knowledge you have. With that, Peter took a test paper from his briefcase, tapped it on the paper with his wand, and the paper was instantly copied into many copies, and then turned into a paper airplane and flew in front of each student. Now give you half an hour, and your goalkeeper will get this long roll ready. Then I will follow the grades of the paper to take the course of the ANFIU. Seeing that it was a classroom test, the students sighed and sighed. Don't sigh, now that the timer has begun. Students who have not done a good job in half an hour, then take the roll back and copy it once. Peter smiled and said, I'm doing this for your own good, and you don't want to fail in the Dark Devil defense technique. Hearing Peter's punishment, the students could not care less about lamenting, and quickly picked up the roll and made it. Just looking at the above content, one by one are confused. They wondered if Peter had taken the wrong scroll, and they didn't know what it was. Peter seemed to understand their expressions, smiled and said, Don't say that you don't understand the above questions. These are all the topics I selected in the textbooks of grades 1 to 5, all of which belong to the basic knowledge to be mastered, and there is no super syllabus content. The students sighed again, pouring their heads desperately for the right answer. Ron kneaded his red hair into a bird's nest, and he couldn't put down his pen, so he lay down on the table and whispered to Harry, Oh my god, I think Peter is the devil. It's better that old bat to teach us the defense of the dark arts. What is this problem? I understand every word, but I don't know it at all. It's terrible. Harry was also frowning bitterly, tangling with the answers on the paper, half guessing and half understanding, and whispered to Ron, You still hurry to write. Didn't you listen to Peter, and copy it 10 times if you didn't finish it? The problem is that I don't know anyone. How do I write it? Ron said weakly. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, are you done? Turn in your papers when you're done, and don't talk in class. Peter's voice came from the stage, and he looked at the two of them with a gentle expression. But both felt a chill whizzing behind them, and quickly shook their heads, staring down at the roll. Not long after, Peter raised his hand to look at his watch and said, Well, the time has come, stop writing. Then he waved his hand, and the rolls flew up, accompanied by the sound of the students retaining spray. There are still people who don't know how to deal with Hinkpunk, which is a second-grade knowledge point, and it is really a return to the teacher. Peter shook his head as he flipped through it, and a quill dipped in red ink automatically corrected it. After 10 minutes, Peter stopped reading the papers and looked at the students below with a disappointed face. It's really miserable. I really don't know how you passed the Owl Black Law Defense Certificate. Except for one classmate, there are no passers. This is all the content of the textbook, and so many people have not passed. Of course, I would also like to praise Hermione Granger, who is the only student who passed and achieved excellent grades, so I will give her a 1 point. Peter smiled and looked at Hermione, who was sitting in the front row, and applauded her. Praised by Peter, Hermione, as a bully, straightened up, her face flushed, and she was proud. Look at her proud look, and think Professor Peter has given her some rare reward. Ron pointed and spat at Harry. Hermione heard him and glanced at him, but still couldn't hide her happiness. In view of the unsatisfactory results in this test, all students who fail to pass must copy the paper once, which is not as memorable as a bad pen, so that at least it can deepen your impression. Peter smiled and announced again, Oh no. Such punishment instantly made the students fry the pan, and one by one prayed that Peter would let them go. Okay, now we're going to do the hands-on lesson. Peter ignored their demands and announced the content of the next lesson. Hearing that there was practical content, the students were also distracted by most of their attention, and they were no longer entangled in the matter of copying the scrolls, and they all looked at Peter curiously. Peter didn't let them wait much longer, and after letting them stand up, he directly waved his wand, moved the desks and chairs and benches to both sides, and then used the incognito Shenzhan spell to expand the classroom several times, and the classroom was empty in an instant. In the middle of the classroom, a stone platform like a thunder platform rose. The students watched Peter's flowing spellcasting movements, their eyes filled with adoration and awe. You also know the recent situation in the wizarding world, and although the Ministry of Magic has issued a safety instruction manual to the public, the advice is basically nonsense. Peter teleported into the ring and said to the crowd, I'll teach you the right way to deal with the enemy today, and that's fighting. So we have a duel today, and it's a duel without rules. There's no such thing as a gentleman's duel etiquette. It's all about defeating the enemy. So are you ready? Hearing Peter's words, everyone was excited, eager to look at the competition table, and they were not allowed to stand up. Professor York, will you teach us your dueling method? Is that the kind of magic you have when you fight a mysterious person? A Ravenclaw student couldn't wait to ask. The other students heard him and looked at Peter with eager eyes. The news that Peter had fought Voldemort several times and had the upper hand spread in the legal world, so these students wanted to learn 1 or 2 magic tricks from Peter. Peter looked into the eyes of these students and said, You want to learn my fa? This is not impossible. But such magic belongs to the high-level spells. With your current ability is probably not enough. Wait until when your strength reaches my requirements. Peter thought to himself that these magic skills were all skills he had acquired after fusing magical creatures. How could he teach this method? I can only promise these curious students first, so that they have at least one goal. But Peter also wondered if he would find time to study these talent methods he had inherited. Try to make this magic universal? After all, according to Peter, many of the magic created by wizards was inspired by magical animals. There was no reason why he could not rely on the talent method on his body, and the students who created the corresponding spell did not hear Peter's intention to shirk. They all thought that he agreed, and when they were more excited, they came to the ring one by one and waited for Peter to announce the rules of the game. Peter watched their performance, showed a playful smile, and then his body shook, and one by one, 10 doppelgangers came out of the body, and in an instant 10 doppelgangers stood in the ring. Wow! The students in the audience let out exclamations and watched the scene in disbelief. They had heard in the newspapers of Peter's doppelganger, but it was the first time they had seen it in the field. Especially looking at the real Peter on the stage, it was like a dream. While assigning wands to the doppelgangers, Peter announced to the students in the audience, "Next, your opponents are my doppelgangers. You can defeat them by any means. If you can win, you can get the results directly at the end of the semester, and you don't have to take the exam. How's it going? Excited?" Peter asked with a smile, with a seductive meaning. "If you can beat my doppelganger in this class, you can get a reward of 100 gold gallons. You don't have to come back to class, and you can get excellent results in the final exam. If you want it, come on stage." Hearing Peter's words, all the students could not sit still, and raised their hands one after another, indicating that they would be the first to go up. Even a silent Draco Malfoy, who was now full of longing, raised his hand and asked loudly, "Professor, if you can defeat your doppelganger, will you be able to learn your magic?" Peter looked at him with some surprise, and at this time Draco seemed to have changed as a person overnight, no longer as arrogant as before, sitting in the corner silently for a lesson, and did not bother Harry again. But the thought of Lucius, who was now imprisoned in Azkaban, made Peter wonder. He smiled and replied, "If you can really beat my doppelganger before this class ends, I might as well consider it." Peter was confident in his own strength, and although these twins had evenly spread his magic, there was no difference between the strength of the doppelgangers and the body except for the skills of the system fusion that could not be cast. So he wasn't worried that his doppelganger would be defeated by these 6th graders. Receiving Peter's answer, everyone was even more excited, and this magic that could conjure up a double body made everyone hungry. There were people from pure blood families who said in the Daily Prophet that Peter should sacrifice this magic gongnan to add bricks to the Dharma world. But before Peter could fight back, many rational people in the legal world directly refuted these remarks. Rediscurt even ridiculed the pure blood family members, first sacrificing his own family heirloom Fajagongnan. After all, the most precious thing in the magic world has always been magic, which is something that cannot be bought with how much money. The reason why the Fa family is so proud is because they have accumulated countless precious magical knowledge in the family history of hundreds or even thousands of years, which is an advantage that ordinary wizards cannot reach. Therefore, the legal circles have spared no effort to protect the knowledge of the royal law. The magic that Peter cast was magical and powerful, which made many wizards very hungry. But because of Peter's strength and the tacit rules of the legal community, no one dared to force Peter to publish these laws. Even a man like Dumbledore, who had a good relationship with Peter, had seen Peter's magic so many times, still did not try to probe Peter's magic. That's why Peter used these skills without stress. In the classroom, Peter stood on the stage, waved his wand, made the ring bigger, and then said to the impatient students in the audience, "First of all, there are exactly 20 of you. You can be divided into 2 groups, and the first 10 people come to the stage to play." As soon as the words stopped, the students crowded forward, and soon 10 people rushed to the stage, occupying the full seats, making the students who were one step late sigh in disappointment. "Enough of a good man," Peter said. Then with a wave of the staff, the huge ring split into 10 rings in an instant, separating the 10 students and facing one of Peter's doppelgangers. A smile appeared on his face. "Now it's time to start. In order to take care of you, it's you who do it first, and then my doppelganger will do it. You can cast any magic you know, even black magic. Just bring down my doppelganger and you will be the winner. Of course, my doppelganger will not leave a hand. But rest assured, I have contacted Lady Petrify, and 2 potions masters, Professor Snape and Professor Slughorn, are also preparing. No matter how much you are hurt, they can make you alive in 2.5 moments. Even if they can't be saved, I have prepared the tears of the phoenix here. Even if your life is dying, just 1 drop can ensure that you are complete. So don't worry about losing your life, come on." Hearing Peter's words, both the students on the stage and the students on the stage looked at Peter in disbelief, and they felt that they had fallen into the magic cave for a while. What does it mean not to worry about losing your life? Is this a defense against the dark arts class, or is it PUBG? The Aurors didn't have such a brutal selection either, right? "Professor, is the hug the horse I heard wrong? You just said you could use the Blackwing method?" Hermione asked in disbelief. "You heard that right, Hermione. You can defeat my doppelganger by any means, even if you lose your wand, punch and kick, or even use the death curse, provided you can do it," Peter said with a smile. "It's illegal to use black magic, Professor. You can't do this." Hermione objected loudly. She couldn't believe how Peter, who had always been polite, could do such an outrageous thing. Some of the students also looked at Peter in agreement. However, some students, especially those of the pure blood family, had a twinkle in their eyes, and if they were to use only conventional magic, they didn't have much confidence, but if they were allowed to use other methods, they had confidence. After all, which of the pure blood students had not mastered 1 or 2 black magic? "As I said, I'm taking this class so that you can deal with the dangers out there. Peter said calmly, I think there must be quite a few of you who have been invaded by Death Eaters during the summer vacation, and some of you have even lost their relatives. Peter looked down at the students, among whom Susan Burns of Hufflepuff had a determined face, and the original Death Eater Night Raid showed her the danger, but also made her mature quickly. There are also some students with sad faces, and the Death Eaters are running around during the summer vacation, even more crazy than ever. So many wizards have suffered disasters. Death Eaters and Dark Wizards don't pay off the gentleman's salute before casting a spell on you, nor will they use the spell of the Tarantella or the Incisor Stick against you, but the deadly spell. Peter said with a serious look, the reason why I trained you this way is to improve your ability to survive in front of the enemy, not to become a wisp of their undead. Of course, if you can beat my doppelganger, congratulations. Peter smiled and said, after all, you beat Peter York, which is a rare achievement. Later you can tell your children and grandchildren that you defeated Peter York. The students in the audience were amused by Peter's words, and the atmosphere in the classroom became relaxed. Well, without further ado, now the 10 students on stage can start your performance. Peter looked at the 10 little Thunderbolt students and smiled. Use your talents to the fullest, defeat Peter York in front of you, think about the rewards, and if you win, it's yours. Come on, Dean. Come on, Zabanai, you can do it. The students in the audience cheered on their classmates. Ron was standing in the number 6 ring at this time, looking at Peter's doppelganger in front of him, nervously swallowing his saliva. He had some regrets at this time. He heard that he had defeated the doppelganger and could skip the final exam, and even had 100 gold gallon rewards, and as a result, his brain was hot and he squeezed on the stage. Now he just wants to step down. Don't be nervous, Ron. Peter smiled and said, I won't attack first, you can think about how to defeat me, don't worry. Professor Moody, disguised as Barty Jr., didn't teach you the unforgivable curse horse before. You can try to use it on me, maybe it will work. Ron looked at this in front of him in horror, and told himself to use an unforgivable spell on Peter, clutching his wand tightly and reading out loud, all petrified. The spell shoots out of Ron's wand, but is dodged by Peter's doppelganger. Peter Six smiled and shook his head and sighed, alas, I have already given you a chance, and as a result you only used the petrification spell. Then he slowly approached, with a playful expression on his face, and said, now I can fight back. Ron, are you ready for the horse? Looking at Peter's playful look, Ron felt bad and quickly said, about. Professor York, wait a minute. But Peter's doppelganger didn't give him time to speak, and a spell rushed straight down, scaring Ron into a donkey rolling away. Good response. Peter smiled and said, I'm going to do it. You don't have a chance if you don't fight back, and I don't have a way to concede defeat here, so either I'll send you to the infirmary or you'll beat me to become the winner. Go ahead, Ron. Are you a ghost? Ron looked at the doppelganger in front of him in horror and swallowed the words he was about to shout. At this time, the students who were watching in the audience also became quiet from the previous excitement, and looked at the one-sided game on the stage with a frightened face. The 10 students on the stage were beaten proudly by Peter's doppelganger, and several students opened their mouths to admit defeat, and Peter's doppelganger continued to attack them with magic as if he had not heard. The screams made the expressions of the students in the audience twitch, and even the students who were originally full of confidence were eager to retract their heads and hide far away. Peter's body, standing leisurely on the edge of the ring, admired the various expressions of the students, and seemed to prevent the students from escaping from here, directly turning the classroom door into a thick wall with a magic wand, and the students were very speechless. After the 10 students were abused for 10 minutes, Peter ended the game and said with a very disappointed tone, you are really disappointing me. You are already 6th grade students. You can't even support for a few minutes. One by one, they only know how to ask for forgiveness and admit defeat, and they will not fight back. Well, let's go down first and reflect on it. The students on the stage were miserable at this time. One by one, their noses were blue and their faces were swollen. Some people were blown up and their hair was erect. Some eyebrows were gone. Some people were constantly vomiting. Some people had front teeth growing to the ground. It looked like 2 lasagna noodles hanging from their mouths. As soon as they heard that they could step down, the students on the stage cried with joy one by one, and rushed to the stage, afraid of being left at the end. About. Professor York, ooh, I can't move my feet. A weak voice came over. It was Ron. His face was swollen like a balloon, and he wanted to cry without tears and moved a stiff retreat. Peter raised an eyebrow, suppressed the smile at the corner of his mouth, and a wand went down, unlocked the magic on his leg, and then said gently, Ron, you did well today. The casting level is average, but the reaction is sensitive, and I am a little surprised to be able to stay in the ring for 8 minutes without being knocked down. Come on, try to last longer next time. I don't want to have a next time at all. Ron groaned in his heart. But looking at the smiling Peter in front of him, who didn't know how dark his heart was, he barely squeezed out a smile on his face. Thank you, Professor York. I will try. Okay, time is running out, so let's get on stage. Peter stood on the stage and urged with a smile. But looking at the swollen nose and face, limping to the last group of classmates, the remaining students were full of panic and did not want to go on stage at all. Peter looked at the 10 students who were reluctant to take the stage, smiled and shouted, Harry, Hermione, and Draco, your defense against the dark arts last semester were all excellent. As a top student, you must set an example. Come to the stage quickly. Don't be shy, just play on stage. The 3 people named by Peter wanted to cry without tears, and stood in the ring with the expression of going to the execution ground, and other students also took the stage one after another. When the bell rang, the door of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom opened, and all the students rushed out without turning their heads, as if the classroom behind them was a man-eating magic cave. I'm going to tell Professor McGonagall, ooh. Professor York is so disgusting? Hermione rushed out of the classroom, covered her head with a wizard's face, and complained with tears in her eyes, it's a shame that he actually burned my hair. You're all right, Professor Peter didn't punch you in the face because you were a girl. Look at me and Harry, what a swollen face. Sizzle. Ron said disapprovingly, and then touched his swollen face, and his face wrinkled in pain between sleep. Harry also said with a look on his face, it's nothing, don't you see what Professor York did to me? He actually threw black spells at me. Say I'm a savior, so I need more rigorous training? My god, several times I thought I was dying. You mean I deserve to be burned out of my hair? The betrayal of the 2 did not win Hermione's sympathy, but instead made her look at them with a dangerous look. The 2 cleverly shook their heads quickly, afraid of provoking the furious lioness. Ron also sighed, Hermione, we can go to the infirmary to find Mrs. Pomfret, she must have hair growth agent there, and in the blink of an eye, your hair can grow back. Hermione let go of the 2 men who recognized the core, and then said with a cold voice, I must tell Professor McGonagall to ask Professor York to stop this dangerous way of teaching. This is too inhumane. Professor York is training us as special forces. Weren't you obsessed with Professor York before, and why are you still accusing him now? Ron spat out, not noticing that Hermione had a look of unkindness, and asked curiously, also, are special forces a thing? Is it the name of the Muggle world? Harry quickly pulled his nervous friend and shifted the subject to explain, special forces should be a position like the Auror, and Hermione means that Professor York has trained us as an Auror. My dad talked about Auror training, but it wasn't as dangerous as Professor York, and we were completely passively beaten in this lesson. Ron said, but to be honest, I finally know Professor York's strength now, we can't even beat one of his doppelgangers, it's really worthy of being able to find trouble for Voldemort. If I could have such strength, it would be so cool. Ron said with a childlike face. Don't dream, let's go to the infirmary for treatment now. This Professor York is simply irresponsible, beating us like this, and letting us go to the infirmary to heal our wounds. What a devil? Hermione said without anger, and kept complaining about Peter's actions. Many people were paying attention to Peter's first class, and when they saw a group of students running to the infirmary with blue noses and swollen faces, the whole school soon knew Peter's teaching method. Peter became the school's leading figure again, only this time he was given the title of Ghost Professor by his students. The lower students were glad that they had escaped Peter's reply, and although Professor Snape's poisonous tongue was also unbearable, they preferred to be bloodied by the scolded dog than by Peter's body. The 5th and 7th graders, who had not yet attended Peter's class, were full of sadness, thinking about how to escape Peter's destruction. To that end, Fred and George also sent Peter a thank you note thanking him for making the store's quick-acting truancy candy even better. Soon it was the turn of the 7th grade students to take the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, and in the dark attention of many students, along with the ringing of the bell at the end of the class, they saw one by one the 7th grade students rushing out of the classroom miserably, as if there were dragons chasing and killing behind them. Dear students, remember to go to Madame Pomfret for treatment. I have already said hello to her, and I will not delay the time. Peter smiled and squinted at the 7th graders. Don't think about not going to therapy, and then use this as an excuse not to go to the afternoon class. If I had known, the task for the next lesson would have been aggravated. Hearing this, all the students almost fell to the ground and looked at Peter with a smile in their eyes. Having abused themselves and others for a long lesson, but not being responsible, and now being threatened, they finally decided that this Professor York was the devil who had come to torment them. Students, are you here to ask me any questions? Peter turned his head to look at the students in the hallway and asked with a smile. But this amiable expression made the students watching the play retract their heads in horror and run far, afraid of being caught by Peter and training. Peter's professor life is very relaxed. With Professor Snape's shared work, he is only responsible for the teaching of the 5, 6, and 7 grades, except for the 5th grade to have 4 lessons a week. The 6th and 7th grades are all big classes, only 2 classes a week, so there are only 8 classes in total, and there is a lot of spare time. In the curriculum, in addition to the weekly must-have practical lessons, in terms of theoretical knowledge, the 5th grade has OWL, and the 7th grade has the NEWT exam, so Peter directly learned the question C tactics of the previous life, integrating all the calendar exam question types in 50 years, followed by 2 exams a week, so that these students are rolled up. As for some students who are reluctant to roll, Peter said that Professor York's practice ring game welcomes you, as long as you stand on the stage. When you can step down is not up to the student himself. Students who perform well on the exam can end the game simply and neatly. But for students who perform poorly, decide how much time you spend in the ring according to how many points away from the full score difference. Professor York says he can use 108 ways to make you want to die on stage. As for the 6th graders, although there is no pressure from the big exam, Peter said that he can't relax. After all, these students have the protagonists of the Potter trio, and they will have to face Voldemort in the future. In order to save their lives, Peter simply lengthened the practical course and taught them some more defense against the dark arts in the form of a ring match. The senior students sighed for a moment, and every time they faced the dark cube defense course, it was like entering the execution ground. Dressed in full clothes, blue noses and swollen faces came out, and a few unlucky ones were carried into the school infirmary to fill the medicine. Peter had thought that Dumbledore or Professor McGonagall would talk to him in such an out-of-the-ordinary way of teaching, but to his surprise, more than a month had passed and no one had stopped his teaching plan. The only people who came to complain to Peter were Mrs. Pomfrey and Professor Snape. Because after each dark magic defense class, there will be a lot of wounds, so that Mrs. Pomfrey is often too busy, and Professor Snape is even more annoyed that he is not his exclusive pharmacist, and let him find a way to solve the problem of insufficient potions. Although the students often complained about Peter's demonic behavior, when Peter announced that the students who could not persist could not be used in class, none of the students chose to give up. Although Peter's teaching methods have caused them a lot of suffering, the growth of strength is also visible to the naked eye. Peter's doppelganger gives each student plenty of time to be fed by Peter, so the strength increases quickly. So even though these students complained that Peter was not human, when it was time for class, they still gritted their teeth, entered the classroom and were brutally abused by Peter, and then dragged their battered bodies and scolded and grinned to the infirmary for treatment. For this phenomenon, the professors in the school are happy to watch, and did not intervene, and even Mimi learned Peter's teaching method, making the students more aquatic. Peter also surpassed Professor Snape for the first time to take the seat of the most unpopular professor in the school, making students love and hate him. In addition to teaching classes from Monday to Friday, Peter certainly did not forget that he had another job at St. Mungo's hospital. He basically went to St. Mungo every weekend, but recently the Death Eaters and Voldemort had gotten into trouble in the legal world, and many wizards had suffered from innocence. St. Mungoli receives everyday Peter, a patient who has been injured by the black arts, as the most trusted healer of the Dean of Mungo, and has mastered druid magic that can effectively alleviate the damage of the black arts. Although he only agreed to work part-time at St. Mungo, he was not good at standing by when confronted with conditions that other therapists could not treat. On Saturday, when Peter was treating a patient tortured by the Diamond Heart Curse in the St. Mungo's Curse Injury Department, there was a sudden scream and explosion downstairs, and then an owl patron saint flew in from outside the door and came to Peter, and a frightened voice came out of his mouth, "Mr. York, there is a group of Death Eaters downstairs, they are attacking people downstairs, we can't resist, please take the patients upstairs as soon as possible." Hearing this, Peter's eyebrows wrinkled, and his eyes flashed cold. Was Voldemort crazy? Actually came to attack St. Mungo's hospital. You must know that this place has always been a neutral party. Even when Voldemort's power was at its strongest, it has never attacked here. What is wrong today? Instead of listening to the healer who had sent him the message, he went outside the ward, waved his wand to protect the entire floor with magic, and disappeared into place. At this time, in the hall at the end of St. Mungo's hospital, the healers held up their wands and fought against the Death Eaters, led by the Dean Orden Mungo, who was full of silver hair and was full of anger and the leader of the Death Eaters, but the elderly man was best at healing magic, so he was in a downwind at this time. Death Eaters, we at St. Mungo have always been neutral and only responsible for saving people and healing. Are you attacking the hospital today in an attempt to break with St. Mungo once and for all? You must know that we have also received many Death Eater patients here. Dean Mungo glared at the Death Eater and questioned loudly. The Death Eaters were all dressed in black robes, their faces hidden behind their masks, and they turned a deaf ear to his questioning, but instead pressed forward. The cold eyes of the leading Death Eater looked through the mask and stared straight at him. Evil smiled and said, "You are the owner of this hospital, Orden Mungo. My master heard that you have a golden apple here. He needs it, you hand it over. And you also need to go to the master, he needs you to work for him." Dean Mungo's pupils narrowed, and his expression was a little flustered, but then he sternly retorted, "Golden apple? There's no golden apple here as you speak. And I need to be the president of the hospital, and it is impossible for me to leave my post to meet the Dark Lord. Oh, it's up to you." The leading Death Eater said in a strange tone, "The master never does anything that is not sure. You can't push away the golden apple thing, and you can't refuse the master's invitation. If you don't want your Mungo family property to be destroyed like this, then cooperate. Also, you don't want the healers behind you to die innocently because of you. We haven't used the death curse once before, but not necessarily next." Saying that, the Death Eaters raised their wands in their hands, and a faint green light flashed at the tip of the wand. What did Voldemort want the golden apple for? So much trouble to get you guys to come here just to grab an apple? A voice echoed throughout the hall, speaking in a playful tone. Who's pretending to be a ghost? The leading Death Eater raised his wand and asked in a loud voice. American accent? It seems that the rumors are true, and you mercenaries who call yourself the Purges are now mixed up with Voldemort. Peter flashed directly in front of the healers, looking at the Death Eaters with curiosity in his eyes. What good did Voldemort give you that made you mercenaries willing to call him master? Seeing the hospital teleportation that was able to be cast anti-phantom shifting on the left, the Death Eater, led by a narrowing of his eyes, exclaimed, "Peter York. Oh, you recognize me?" Peter looked at him in surprise, and then a playful look appeared on his face. "Since you recognize me, it will be easy to do." Raising his wand, He looked down and said, "Now tell me, what Voldemort is going to do with the golden apple." Hands on. The Death Eaters who led the team didn't give a crap and directly shouted orders while firing a deadly spell at Peter. These Death Eaters were well trained, and in the face of Peter, they still did not panic, but cooperated with each other to attack Peter intensively, not giving him a chance to fight back. In the face of the spell of the sky, Peter can only passively defend, but also to take care of a group of healers behind him. These healers are unique in healing magic, but the actual combat method is very weak. The Death Eater on the other side saw this and slyly chose to attack the healers, hoping that Peter would be tired of rescuing his colleagues behind him. Seeing this, Peter sneered, his body split, and he stepped out of the two doppelgangers to share the pressure of Peter's attack. If he wasn't limited by the force in his body, he really wanted to directly divide dozens or even hundreds of doppelgangers to surround these Death Eaters. The three Peters were in agreement, and with tacit understanding, they threw out all kinds of enemies, and shouted behind their heads, "Dean Mungo, quickly lead the healers to the second floor, where there is a protective magic I have imposed, and you are not needed here." Alding Mungo looked at Peter, who was fighting the Death Eaters, and quickly nodded. He knew that his party was a drag here, so under the protection of Peter, the healer quickly left the hall with the injured patient. The Death Eaters naturally did not want to see Dean Mungo leave, but with Peter stopping them, they had no choice but to watch the healers retreat to the second floor. "Now that we're the only one left here, we can start fighting without any scruples, can't we?" Peter said with a smile, and then his expression turned and looked at these people coldly. "You mercenaries, I don't care if you do things elsewhere, you dare to run to England to mix with Voldemort, it seems that you are not dying fast enough." Speaking of eyes, the pupils became vertical lines, and the yellow pupils stared gloomily at these people, trying to turn them directly into dead people. Well, Peter's expression changed, because after he activated the Basilisk eye skill, the Death Eater mercenaries in front of him did not die or turn into stone statues, but did not fire spells at him without being affected in the slightest. Looking more closely, I found that the eyes of these Death Eaters were covered with a faint layer of illusory blindfolds, and they did not look directly into Peter's eyes. The Death Eaters also noticed this sign, and after a sigh of relief, they said triumphantly, "Haha, Peter York, your strange method has no use for my door. This is the magic that Lord Dark Lord has created specifically for you? What else can you show up soon?" Peter's expression was a little ugly. This method was obviously created for his Basilisk eye, and he was afraid that he would not be able to solve the enemy as easily as before in the future. And he also had a bad premonition. There was no reason why Voldemort had only created a new law for this skill. He quickly closed the hall and then let out a loud shrill cry, but the sound that was supposed to be heard by the Death Eaters was now of little use. I saw that these Death Eaters' ears were also covered with an illusory layer of earmuffs, blocking out Peter's death sound. Peter's heart sank, although he had expected it, but when he saw this result, he was still very depressed. The two offensive skills that he had so hard to fuse were easily solved, and anyone would be very uncomfortable. At the same time, Peter also found that he really relied too much on these skills, especially the two skills like the Eye of the Basilisk and the Sound of Mandela's Grass, although it was very useful, but its shortcomings were also obvious. As long as he did not look at Peter's eyes, or did not hear the sound, naturally he could not do anything about himself. Looking at the triumphant Death Eaters, Peter gathered his emotions, looked at these people calmly, and sneered, "Do you really think that if you break my two magics, you can be unscrupulous?" Speaking of rapid and continuous teleportation, every time a place flashed, a doppelganger appeared in place, holding a wand in his hand and pointing directly at the Death Eater. In the eyes of the Death Eaters, in the blink of an eye, nearly 100 Peters scattered around the hall, surrounding the Death Eaters. "Now you are surrounded by me," Peter said with a look of certainty on their faces, but only he knew that at this moment, the magic in his body had been almost divided by hundreds of doppelgangers, only enough to support his 10 life curses. So he decided to make a quick decision and eliminate these Death Eaters before the mana was depleted. In the face of so many doppelgangers, the Death Eaters were also shocked. Although they had heard that Peter had a Fen-Shen method, they thought that at most they could divide several Fen-Fen, but these had exceeded the number of Death Eaters, which made them panic. Peter saw this opportunity, and cast the spell at the same time as the doppelganger. One after another cutting spell smashed spells to greet the Death Eaters. Compared to the magic consumption of the curses that cost a lot of magic, the magic consumption of these standard magic was only 1/10 of the number, so Peter attacked the Death Eaters without pity. Accompanied by a scream, some of the Death Eaters were hit by the spell, either directly falling to the ground and not waking up, or being bloodied by the cutting spell and the like, lying on the ground screaming continuously, and even more unfortunately, they were hit into smashing. The Death Eaters suffered heavy casualties, but Peter's side was not foolproof. These Death Eaters are essentially mercenaries licking blood from the edge of the knife, so they are powerful. Only to see some of Peter's doppelgangers, also hit by Death Eaters. It didn't take long to lose 5 doppelgangers, but Peter didn't care too much about the loss of these doppelgangers, although every time the doppelgangers died, he also had to empathize with the experience of death, but these doppelgangers he could recycle at any time, and being killed did not weaken his strength. Therefore, after he saw that the number of casualties on the other side was 6 or 7 times that of his own, he was also slightly satisfied. But feeling that the magic in his body had been consumed by more than half, Peter couldn't help but get a little anxious, and now it seemed that it was impossible to fight steadily. If you don't quickly get rid of these Death Eaters and then restore your strength as soon as possible, the ghost knows if there will be any accidents. So he looked around at the doppelgangers, and they understood the intention of the body when they were in a common way. All the doppelgangers are divided into two batches. The first one does not save mana, and at the same time casts the most powerful protective spell. A group of doppelgangers behind them simultaneously launched a fierce attack on the Death Eaters, forcing them to gather together and surround them. The Death Eaters were frustrated by the way they fought, and they were no longer attacking with the magic spell, but even if they killed one clone, another would immediately be replenished. Although the Death Eaters and mercenaries often licked blood at the tip of the knife, they were not afraid of death, and eventually they were surrounded by the doppelgangers. Just when the doppelgangers completed the encirclement, the doppelgangers gave up continuing to attack, but instead used the most magic in the astonished eyes of the Death Eaters, clutching their wands and sticking backwards into the ground. All spells are over. All spells are over. All the doppelgangers chanted the incantation in unison, and suddenly nearly 100 doppelgangers raised a screen of light from all sides of the Death Eaters, enveloping them firmly inside. The final spell can be said to be the anti-spell of all spells, especially the effect of hundreds of people casting at the same time, which directly makes the shrouded Death Eaters look at themselves in horror as if they have become squibs, and the wand has become a wooden stick, and they can't cast a magic? Hurry up and break through. They can't cast a spell on us now. The leading Death Eaters shouted loudly, and then pulled out a dagger hidden around his waist, ready to break through. But before the Death Eaters could break through, Peter's clones stopped their magic at the same time, and all the spells stopped at the end of the summer. Sensing that they could cast the spell again, the Death Eaters were not yet happy, so they looked at Peter, who suddenly flashed among them in amazement, and thought that this was a phantom transfiguration error. The leading Death Eaters were also stunned when they saw the sudden appearance of Peter, but then they were horrified and said, "Be careful." Only the moment he opened his mouth, Peter, who was among the Death Eaters, also made a death-threatening cry, and all the unsuspecting Death Eaters instantly felt that their brain plasma was stirred up, and fell to the ground with a painful and vicious expression. As one by one the Death Eaters fell to the ground and died, Peter, like the god of death, stood in the center, looking indifferent and making a death-killing sound, and the recipients were the souls of the Death Eaters. A few Death Eaters who reacted in time turned into billowing black smoke and tried to escape from here, but they directly crashed into the light shield that was erected by the doppelgangers at an unknown time, and fell back to the ground. Then I looked up and saw Peter with a teasing face, retreating in horror. Peter York? The reaction is good. The final spell of all spells lifted the protection law on your body at the first time, but you still reacted so quickly. No wonder it is the leader of these Death Eaters. Peter looked at him with a smile. Now can you tell me what Voldemort wants the Golden Apple to do? And what good did he give you to make you mercenaries licking blood at the knife's edge run to fight for him? We don't know, but as long as you let us go, we're willing to leave England and won't help the Dark Lord anymore. How about that? The leading Death Eater said in a deliberative tone. We purgers are only cooperating with the Dark Lord, and now that so many brothers have died, the loss is too great. I am one of the top members of the purges, and as soon as I can go back, I would like to propose to the organization that I not come to England in the future. Peter stared at him for a moment, then sneered, and said, "Your brain occlusion technique is well practiced, but I don't believe every word you say." Avadaso. Several of the Death Eaters obviously didn't want to just grab them, and after seeing that Peter showed no sign of letting them go, they directly used the strongest attack. Peter raised his hand and blocked the death curse with the corpse of the Death Eater, and then flashed around several people, accompanied by several close-range cutting spells, 2 of which had their necks cut open and fell to the ground. Peter felt that there was not much magic left in his body, and he could only recall one doppelganger to replenish the magic in his body. By the time the magic power in the body reached 1/3, there were only 2 doppelgangers left in the outside world. However, against the remaining 3 Death Eaters, these forces were enough. Enough magic allowed Peter to stop using the death curse, and the green light of the Deo Deo flew out of Peter's wand, suppressing the 3 Death Eaters and retreating. With 2 screams, the 2 Death Eaters fell to the ground unwillingly and died, leaving only the Death Eaters who led the team, looking at Peter with a relaxed face in panic. I'm willing to concede. I'm willing to concede. As long as you. The Death Eater clenched his wand and begged for forgiveness loudly. Shen Feng has no shadow. Peter ignored it and continued to add a spell. The Death Eater hurriedly blocked this spell, but the left and right doppelgangers did not stop, and immediately followed him to throw the dangerous spell of the Deo Deo. In the face of the combined attack of Peter and the 2 doppelgangers, the Death Eater was powerless, and finally under the spell of one of the doppelgangers' eyes, the protection law on the eyes of the Death Eaters was shattered, and the eye of the Basilisk that Peter had prepared was transformed into a stone statue full of consternation. Whew, it's finally over. Peter was relieved that he now had very little magic left in his body, and if he continued to fight, he would face the point of exhaustion. He looked at the corpses of Death Eaters in the hall and couldn't help but frown, because the floor was full of blood, plus many of the Death Eaters had broken limbs and arms, which looked like hell on earth. If others saw him like this, I am afraid that he would think that he was a demon king. Just as he was about to deal with it a little, a burst of waves came, and Peter raised his wand vigilantly, sensing that the magic of the people who came was very large. It looks like I'm late. Dumbledore came out of the fireplace, looked at the scene in the hall, looked at the scene, looked at Peter with a smile, and then smiled and looked at Peter. Peter, you really surprised me. I didn't expect you to solve the battle so quickly. But you look a little bad now. I have a magic recovery agent here. You drink a little relief to ease the army. Dumbledore, do you really like to be the last to appear? And that's the treatment of the big guys. Peter waved his hand and said in a nonchalant manner, then took the potion in his hand, sniffed it, and made sure it was correct before drinking it. When the stomach was warm, the magic of the ancient exhaustion was also quickly restored. Hug, I don't know what madness Voldemort has caused. Today the Ministry of Law, as well as the magic plant manor of the Sprout family, and Hogsmeade have all been attacked by Death Eaters, and I can only choose to go to the rescue. After all, with your strength, I believe you can hold St. Mungo's hospital. Dumbledore explained with a sigh. What the hell is Voldemort doing? Peter frowned and said, today's attack on St. Mungo is for a golden apple, so what is the golden apple? Voldemort wanted it so desperately. Golden apple. Dumbledore looked surprised and then said, I don't know what he is going to do, but as far as I know, the golden apple is probably a very magical plant in Greece, with strong magical powers, and legend has it that a Greek squib once ate the golden apple and gained the ability to cast spells. So there used to be a lot of squibs looking for this golden apple. It was only that this magic plant was completely extinct hundreds of years ago, and the only golden apple known to a few people was owned by the Mungo family. Apparently Voldemort wanted to seize the golden apple. There is such a magical thing that can make Yabao turn into a wizard. Peter was amazed. It's just a legend, whether it's true or not is not accurate now. Dumbledore shook his head and said, then he oversaw the Death Eaters on the ground, frowned, and said, don't worry about it here, let's go up to see Ording first, and find out why Voldemort got the golden apple. Okay, I'm also very curious, what this legendary golden apple looks like. Peter smiled, then waved his wand, set aside the corpse of the Death Eater on the ground, and followed Dumbledore upstairs. On the second floor, the healers, who had been holding their wands and their faces full of vigilance, were thrilled when they saw Peter and Dumbledore. Peter, Dumbledore, it's great that you're here. Alding Mungo said happily, and then asked with concern, what's next? Those Death Eaters were driven away by you? You have to thank Peter for that. I just came and didn't help. Dumbledore said with a smile, then patted Peter on the shoulder and praised, he single-handedly solved all the Death Eaters who came to attack, and I can't compare to him. Oh, really? Peter, you're so awesome? Everyone looked at Peter in surprise, although they knew that Peter was strong, but more often, they regarded Peter as Dumbledore's successor, and they didn't expect him to be able to face so many Death Eaters alone, and according to Dumbledore, all Death Eaters were killed by Peter, and this ability really scared them. Peter waved his hand modestly. At this time he was a little sleepy, and the magic recovery potion in his stomach quickly replenished his ancient magic, just like a person who had been hungry for a long time had eaten a full meal, and his thinking was a little dull. Olding, Voldemort is so desperate for the golden apple from your family's collection that I wonder if you can tell us what this golden apple is for. In the face of people who constantly praised himself, Peter quickly changed the subject and asked, golden apple. Dean Mungo hesitated for a moment, then sighed and said, when my ancestors first obtained such a golden apple, they regarded it as a treasure, because it has a very magical power. Eating it is like taking a beautiful potion, and it is still permanent, so it was sought after by many witches before. But many people don't know that the golden apple has another called wisdom fruit, which is one of the main medicines of the soul potion. Spirit potions? What does it do? Peter grabbed the key point and asked hurriedly. It's a very partial potion that can heal soul wounds, even very serious soul damage. As long as you drink a dose of potion, you can cure it. It's just that the golden apple is extinct, so this prescription has no effect. Dean Mungo said, with a solemn look, I just didn't expect that the Dark Lord didn't know where to go, and learned that we had a golden apple in our house, and now we obviously want to rob it. Hearing this, Peter's eyes narrowed, and he felt that Voldemort was trying to refine the soul potion. The potion that could heal the soul was obviously something that Voldemort, a guy who sliced his soul, was definitely something he dreamed of. Now that he knew, Peter certainly couldn't let Voldemort succeed, otherwise it would be even more difficult to deal with when Voldemort's soul was complete. Olding, can you have me and Peter help too? Since this golden apple is very important to Voldemort, we can't let him succeed in getting it. Dumbledore said gently. Alding looked at the two of them, nodded, and said, of course I do. Although this golden apple is precious, it is actually not of much use to me, and I hope that you can keep it for me more. That way I'm not worried that it's going to fall into the hands of Death Eaters. With that he drew a mysterious rune with his wand, which was then printed on the golden ring of his index finger. With a burst of golden light, a golden apple came out of the ring, and the apple looked like it was cast from gold, and it also emitted a golden soft light, which was very divine. This is the golden apple that the Mungo family has treasured for hundreds of years, and it has always been stored in the Patriarch's letter ring. Dean Mungo introduced, then looked at Dumbledore and Peter, then hesitated, and handed it to Peter in the surprised eyes of everyone. Dumbledore, I know that you are busy with business. I still give this golden apple to Peter, and he is the therapist of our hospital, and he is very accomplished in the treatment of soul memory, and I believe that this golden apple will be useful to him. Peter was somewhat flattered to take the open ring containing the golden apple. He did not expect that Dean Mungo would give the golden apple to himself, and listen to him. Is it to give it to himself? Don't feel sorry, Alding, you made the right choice, Dumbledore said with a smile, not looking a little mindful. Be careful, Alding. Dumbledore suddenly changed his face and shouted, let him go. Peter had just taken the ring that Dean Mungo had handed him, when he heard Dumbledore's shout behind him, and quickly looked toward Dean Mungo, only to see a healer behind him suddenly take advantage of everyone's lack of attention, grab Dean Mungo, the wand on his temple, and say to the crowd with a sly smile, if you don't want your Dean Saint Mungo's head to explode, give me a girl. Darren, what are you doing? Some therapists looked at the colleague who kidnapped Dean Mungo in disbelief, not expecting that Darren, who was usually gentle, would be such a person. Darren ignored the colleagues, but looked at Peter and said with a sly smile, Peter York, throw the open ring in your hand. I know you are very strong, but don't try to play tricks, otherwise I can kill Dean Mungo before you kill. Are you a Death Eater? Peter stared at this Darren carefully and said affirmatively. He hadn't communicated much with this person before, basically meeting and saying hello, but he didn't expect that there were also Death Eaters among the healers. Yes, I'm surprised. Who would have thought that a gentle healer, Darren, would be a Death Eater? Darren said triumphantly, and then the wand in his hand was dead on Dean Mungo's head, and he roared sternly, put down your wand for me, and give me the golden apple quickly, otherwise I don't mind dragging this old guy to die with me. Everyone glared at Darren, but seeing Dean Mungo in his hands, everyone lowered their staffs, and they also wanted to hurt Dean Mungo, who had given the second son of the second son for the medical cause. Peter obediently lowered his wand, then stepped forward with the ring and said calmly, we have laid down the wand according to your instructions, and this golden apple is also given to you. I only hope that you will not hurt Dean Mungo. Stop. Don't come over. Darren said warily, throw the ring over. If you have any other moves, I'll kill this old guy right away. Peter, leave me alone, don't give him the golden apple. Dean Mungo shook his head and said firmly, this golden apple is very important to Voldemort, and you can't let him get his hands on it. Shut up, old fellow. Darren hammered him hard with his hand in exasperation, then stared at Peter and urged, hurry up and throw it. I count 3. Don't count, it's for you. Peter threw the ring directly over to see the ring flying over. Darren was not surprised, and grabbed the ring with his left hand, while his right hand was still only holding the wand and pointing at Dean Mungo. It was just Peter sneering and taking advantage of this opportunity to snap his fingers. As soon as Darren grabbed the ring, he heard a snapping of his fingers, and his right hand holding the wand was hit directly by a huge force, and the crooked wand shot out a green light and hit the roof. The wand then came out of his hand and landed in the distance. With another snapping finger, a rope wrapped directly around Darren's body, tying him up tightly and unable to move. Peter Shan made a move, the wand on the ground flew into his hand, and he walked over to Dean Mungo and asked gently, Dean Mungo, are you okay? Dean Mungo looked back, shook his head and smiled at Peter, and just as he was about to say something, his face showed a look of horror and disbelief, and his eyes looked straight behind Peter. Peter was puzzled at first, and then he saw a green light behind him through Dean Mungo's eyes. Sensing the fatal danger, his body instinctively tried to dodge it, but the green light of the speed of light of the death curse could not dodge at all. Peter felt only a sharp pain, and the pain in his flesh was instantly stripped away after he straightened out, and he only felt a huge force pulling away from his soul. Peter's eyes widened, and with the last bit of strength he turned around, looking at Dumbledore, who was holding his wand to himself, his eyes full of confusion, trying to say something, but he had no strength left. Immediately Peter's body seemed to be on fire, and it quickly turned into ashes and fell to the ground. Dumbledore, what the hell did you do? Dean Mungo's eyes widened and he looked at him in disbelief. Why did you kill Peter for? Looking at the dust on the ground, Dumbledore's expression was a little surprised, but he did not care much, but ingested the gold ring on the ground out of thin air, and then announced to the crowd with a happy look, today is really a double happiness at the door, not only got the golden apple, but also killed Peter York. Haha, what a day to celebrate! The eyes of the people present looked at Dumbledore in horror and fear, and even some of the patients retracted their heads and hid in the ward, afraid of being discovered by this crazy Dumbledore. The healers, on the other hand, raised their wands with vigilance, against Dumbledore. Dumbledore, why are you doing this? Isn't Peter your ally, and why are you taking advantage of his lack of preparation to kill him? Dean Mungo looked at Dumbledore in disbelief, his wand pointing at him and questioning him. Allies? Prosperous? Dumbledore heard the words, and the expression of disdain was cold. But instead of explaining, he only stared at Dean Mungo, sneered, and held up the golden ring, and ordered, Olding, I know that there is magic cast by you on this, obediently lift the magic on it and let me get the golden apple, otherwise I don't mind slaughtering everyone in the field. Looking at Dumbledore's dangerous eyes, the crowd could not help but shudder, and even the wand in his hand was somewhat unscratched. Everyone knew Dumbledore's strength, and if he wanted to kill, the crowd would not be able to escape, and even the only person who could stop him was now dead. Everyone just feels powerless and confused, just thinking that they are having a nightmare. Dean Mungo looked at the complete stranger in front of him, his eyes full of anger and powerlessness. He waved his wand in a complex gesture, unlocked the law on the golden ring, and the apple of the golden mountain reappeared. Dumbledore saw the greedy expression in the golden apple's eyes, and went to grab it, but his hand went directly through the golden apple, and the golden apple was obviously in front of him, but he knew that he could not catch it. The reacting Dumbledore looked at Alding with a violent look in his eyes. "You're playing me? Find the dead?" Alding Mungo took everyone behind him, looked at Dumbledore warily, and said firmly, "You are not Dumbledore. Who are you?" Dumbledore and I had been friends for decades, and I knew him as a man that he could not have threatened me like this for a golden apple, and it was impossible to kill Peter by all means. Dumbledore's pupils narrowed, but then a fake smile appeared on his face, and he pretended to be puzzled. "Alding, you say I am not Dumbledore, so who do you say I am?" The others also looked at Dean Mungo in amazement. Could this Dumbledore be fake? But the magic pressure on his body could not be faked, and there were few wizards with such strength in the wizarding world, who would pretend to be Dumbledore. Alding's eyes were frightened, but he firmly grasped the wand in his hand, spat out a few words with difficulty, and said, "You are Voldemort." As soon as the words were spoken, it was as if they had exhausted their strength and were mentally weakened and struggling to resist. Dumbledore heard this, his face full of strange smiles, and his eyes coldly said, "Alding, my old friend, how can you recognize me as Voldemort? How could the Dark Lord disguise himself as his opponent? This is not a thing worth showing off, is it? You just have to remember that it was Dumbledore who killed Peter York. It's a well-known thing and an immutable fact." Dumbledore's eyes were full of danger, and with a gentle wave of his wand, a fierce fire burst out of the wand, quickly turning into a blue phoenix flame, enveloping everyone. "And you, too, will be the poor dead under Dumbledore. Voldemort, even if you pretend to be Dumbledore, you can't slander him for a single point. Your plot will not succeed." Alding struggled to resist the fierce fire that came over him, and loudly retorted, "Slander? Heck, no one will be my opponent anymore. I will ascend to the supremacy of the Dhamma and become the eternal king. No one dared to object to my words, whoever it was. All will crawl under my feet," Dumbledore said with a frantic look, full of pride, looking like a madman. "Alding, I still need you to concoct the golden apple potion for me, so you get a life." Dumbledore waved his wand, and the fire burned Dean Mungo's wand directly, but did not hurt his hand. As for the others, Dumbledore looked at these people with fearful faces. His eyes were cold, like looking at ants on the ground. Even if it is for Peter York's funeral today, such an excellent young man, although he died young, deserves to be remembered by everyone. With that, the fire turned into a huge phoenix and flew towards everyone. No, Alding didn't have his wand and rushed up, trying to block the fire with his body, but the fire seemed to have the wisdom to bypass him and pounce on the people behind him. Everyone looked at this scene in horror, looked at the hot fire, closed their eyes, and were ready to die. Suddenly, a brilliant white light barrier blocked the attack of the fierce fire, and no matter how the phoenix fire hit, it could not be broken. Dumbledore, who had a confident and proud face, saw the light screen, his face darkened, and he gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. "Dumbledore. Tom, it's very unwise for you to be here today, especially doing bad things with my face. It is very inconsistent with your image of the Dark Lord." Dumbledore emerged from the stairs and looked at him with a cold face. "Most of your Death Eaters in charge of the attack have been captured, and you made a wrong choice." When they saw another Dumbledore appear, the crowd was stunned and then excited, and the real Dumbledore appeared, and their lives were in danger. "Dumbledore, Voldemort killed Peter in disguise." Dean Mungo cried out in grief. "He was unguarded by Voldemort's death curse to save me." Dumbledore heard this, his body pounded, and looked in disbelief at the place where Dean Mungo was pointing, where there was a pile of ashes pushed into a hill. That's what Peter left behind. He was burned to ashes by Voldemort," Dean Mungo said sadly. When Dumbledore heard this, he did not care that there was still Voldemort who was looking at him at this time, and ran a few steps to the end of the ash. Looking at this ashes, the expression of grief gradually became strange. On the other side, Dumbledore saw this and no longer hid it. His hand shook, the appearance of the elderberry wand faded, revealing the appearance of the purple-shirt wooden wand. At the same time, Dumbledore's face changed, the blue eyes turned red, the high nose disappeared, and finally became Voldemort Kara. "Haha, Dumbledore, grieving, huh? Your allies are dead, and without Peter York, you will no longer be my opponent?" Voldemort laughed triumphantly, and his scarlet eyes became even brighter. "If you choose to surrender to me now, I may be able to spare you mercifully. I heard that Grindelwald of Numengard is very lonely. I can send you to be with him." "How?" Dumbledore, as if he hadn't heard him, looked closely at the ashes on the ground. His eyes flashed in disbelief, and then he whispered tentatively, "Peter." Suddenly, a small, pleasant cry came out of the ashes. Dumbledore heard the voice, his eyes flashed with joy, his hands buried in the ashes, and from it came a young bird that looked like a chick. "Haha, Dumbledore, are you mourning your allies? It's just a pity that Peter York has burned to ashes, Voldemort was just about to laugh when he saw Dumbledore pluck a bird out of the ashes, and his eyes widened in disbelief. "Is Peter you?" Dumbledore carefully held the chick and asked in a trembling voice. The bird standing in the palm of Dumbledore's hand nodded, and then his eyes glared at Voldemort on the other side, chirping and cursing, and the two small wings that were not full of feathers flapped and flapped, as if they were desperately looking for Voldemort. However, as if he found that he was only small now, the bird simply jumped off the palm of his hand, landed on the ground and instantly changed into a human form, in the shocked eyes of everyone, grabbed the wand on the ground, and then a green light shot at the opposite Voldemort without pity, and constantly cursed in his mouth, "Voldemort, I times. You dare to be a behind your back, you noseless plastic surgeon. You times. Peter was angry at this point, didn't care about the image at all, spat out all the dirty words he could think of, and constantly attacked Voldemort on the other side. He didn't expect Voldemort to attack him, so disregarding his identity and pretending to be Dumbledore. When he was hit by the death curse, he was still in disbelief, wondering why Dumbledore had killed himself. It wasn't until he was reborn in the ashes, hiding in the ash heap, and hearing Voldemort's words. At this time, everyone around, including Dumbledore and Voldemort, looked at the little boy in front of him in disbelief. He looked only 4 or 5 years old, very handsome and cute, but his hands and feet were very flexible, and his mouth constantly spat out unbearable curses, but because it was a crisp and childish child's voice, it looked very cute and not a little aggressive. He's Peter? Dean Mungo said in a trembling voice in disbelief. Obviously. Dumbledore nodded in amazement, his eyes filled with shock. Merlin, am I dreaming? Peter was resurrected. Dean Mungo said with a dreamy face, surprised and shocked. The others, hearing the two men's words, looked at the nimble little boy who was fighting Voldemort in disbelief, only to think that today was too magical. Voldemort was also shocked at this time. He looked at the little boy in front of him, and quickly asked, "Are you Peter York? It's your grandfather me." Peter raised his little head and replied, while the little fat hand kept waving his wand, telling one deadly spell after another to throw at Voldemort. "You bald monster with no nose. Dare to pretend that someone else attacked your grandfather? Laozi will not give you a retribution today. I am your grandson boy." Hearing Peter's answer, and looking at his toddler's appearance at this time, Voldemort was very shocked, and his scarlet eyes looked at Peter, as if to see him through. "You were not dead after being under the curse of death. Nirvana is reborn? It's incredible." Saying that, there was a flash of envy in his eyes, followed by salivation, his eyes full of greed and ambition, and his voice asked sharply, "How did you do it? Do you have the secret of eternal life? Want to know?" Peter looked at him contemptuously, shot back a death curse, and sneered, "If you want to know, go to hell and ask." Immediately, the body shook, and one by one the flexible doppelgangers sprang out, instantly encircling Voldemort in a semicircle. "Thank you, if it weren't for your death curse, my magic would not have recovered so quickly." Saying that, one by one, they attacked him without hesitation. Peter attacked as he shouted to Dumbledore, "Dumbledore, hurry up and help, and join me in killing this guy pretending to be you." Hearing Peter's call, Dumbledore quickly separated the people behind him with magic and joined the battle. The two men joined forces to fight Voldemort, and with countless doppelgangers, the balance of victory tilted in Peter's side. Voldemort saw this and had the intention of retreating, moving downstairs while defending against the attacks of Peter and Dumbledore. Peter discovered his purpose and teleported directly to block the way. Lang Hung said, "Want to go? You let me die once today. If I don't skin your cramps, I won't be able to breathe." The Deo spells were everywhere, and Peter did not pity the loss of the body, and a dozen of the doppelgangers rushed up, using a life-for-life play to surround Voldemort. And Voldemort was not a vegetarian. In the face of this kind of lifeless play, and Dumbledore on the side, still led the old neat solution to Peter's several doppelgangers. With each death, Peter's face showed a look of pain, but he gritted his teeth and still calmly commanded the attack of the doppelganger, and then hid himself in the doppelganger and quickly lost track. Peter's deadly playing style made Voldemort tired of coping, but after he saw that Dumbledore was mostly focused on protecting the others, Voldemort had a sneering smile on his face, and a series of fierce fires flew out of his wand and ignited all around, and the fire burned on the ground, and the flames turned into a giant snake and flew towards the crowd. Dumbledore saw this and sighed, "The fire is almost nothing and does not burn, not to mention that there are patients in the surrounding rooms. He can't help but save." Without Dumbledore's help, Voldemort relaxed a lot, and he quickly retreated between the first and second floors, and further down was the boundary of the anti-phantom transfiguration prohibition, and beyond the boundary the phantom transfiguration left. Only then did he turn to look at the Peters who were still chasing, and his scarlet eyes were fixed on these young-faced Peters, as if to remember their appearance, and he murmured, "Nirvana is not dead, is the new eternal life. It's so mouth-watering." It was only when he walked down the stairs that he realized that something was wrong, because downstairs was not the hospital hall, but a very wide space. At this time, the air around them was very cold and harsh, and all the negative emotions poured in, making people very uncomfortable. Displacement? Storage space? Voldemort looked at the false sky overhead and the marginal space around him, guessed that this was a space that had been widened with the traceless Shenjian spell, and then sneered, "Do you really think you can trap me by driving me into such a space?" Peter's doppelgangers followed, attacking Voldemort without a hitch, while clouds quickly descended from the sky, only to discover that it was not a cloud, but a group of many Dementors. With a sharp whistle, the Dementors opened their black hole-like mouths and attacked Voldemort. "Dementors, how dare you attack me? Have you forgotten our previous agreement? Don't forget that I made your race grow rapidly. And Peter York killed your people. Do you still have to help the enemy against me?" Voldemort dodged the Dementors' attack and roared angrily. The Dementors were deaf. Hundreds of Dementors surrounded Voldemort densely. Chi opened his mouth and inhaled deeply into him, as if to suck his soul out to face so many Dementors. Voldemort only felt that he was trapped in the ice cellar, and all his memories of stealing were gone, leaving only his fear of death and countless of his most fearful illusions. Voldemort couldn't use the Guardian Charm, so he could only frantically fire spells around to repel them, but these Dementors were not afraid at all. Even the most deadly spells only repelled them, not hurt them. Meanwhile, on the second floor of St. Mungo's, Peter himself was standing outside a box, and he fastened the lock of the box. Raising his staff, the flames poured out, quickly turning into fire lotuses wrapped around the box, as if to devour the entire box. After putting Voldemort in a chest containing the Dementors, Peter didn't let go, knowing that the Dementors alone couldn't hurt Voldemort. So he summoned a fierce fire directly, ready to burn the entire chest with him. In the world inside the box, Voldemort was entangled by the Dementors. He could not cast the Guardian Spirit spell. Naturally, there was no way to hurt the Dementors. The two were deadlocked, and there was a constant siege of the side, so that Voldemort could not leave. Suddenly, the whole world shook, accompanied by a dull creaking sound, and a large hole appeared in the sky, and a raging flame fell from the hole, like a heavenly fire, quickly igniting the whole world. Gradually, there were more and more cave openings in the sky. Countless fierce fires fell like sunstones, and the whole world seemed to be overwhelmed, emitting a dull roar. In the blink of an eye, the real box world became the world of fierce fire. Voldemort looked up at the fierce fire in the sky. His scarlet eyes became more blood red, as if they were about to drip blood, and his face was very ugly as he looked at the large hole in the sky, where there was a huge figure looming. Peter York, are you crazy about horses? There are so many of you here. Are you going to burn yourself to death? Voldemort screamed in disbelief and slashed into the sky. The people outside the heavenly cave seemed to hear his words, and a little closer, a huge face appeared in the sky. It was Peter's childish face. He showed a sneering smile, and his voice was buzzing throughout the box world. As long as I can kill you, it is worth sacrificing some doppelgangers. You lunatic. Voldemort roared furiously, constantly repelling the senseless Dementors and the Peter doppelgangers who were desperately attacking him. Outside the box, Peter looks at the microscopic world inside through the burned hole, trying to keep the world inside the box from collapsing, and constantly exerts a strong fire on the inside of the box, turning the entire box world into a huge furnace and burning this Voldemort. Of course, he also knew that this was very difficult, but he only wanted to vent the negative emotions in his heart now. If it were not for the Phoenix bloodline, he might have died by now. Watching the world inside the box accumulate more and more fierce fire, and the whole box was shaking, Dumbledore, who had just solved Voldemort's fierce fire, walked over quickly and exclaimed, Peter, stop. If this box breaks down, the fierce fire inside will blow up the whole of St. Mungo. No nonsense, Dumbledore, hurry up and help me stabilize the box. Peter was not angry, and then gritted his teeth and looked at the flame world inside the box. I'm going to have a charcoal grilled Voldemort today. If I don't burn this grandson to death, I won't be happy. Looking at Peter's young and lovely face, and seeing his little hand waving his wand and constantly setting people on fire, Dumbledore always had a strong sense of discord. But he couldn't care less about this, and the old wand in his hand drew countless runes, quickly printed them on the box, and then solemnly reminded, Peter, I can only last 15 minutes. You have released too much fire into the box. It is now like an untimely super bomb. If you do not stop it, not only St. Mungo, I am afraid that the whole of London will suffer. Peter looked at the world inside the box and suddenly realized that this box had been cast by him a lot of traceless casting spells before, and the space inside was half the size of the city of London. Now this box world is full of burning fire, and it has become a fiery world. The temperature was even more than it could be calculated, and if Peter and Dumbledore hadn't joined forces to hold on, I'm afraid the box world would have exploded and spewed out what was inside. If nothing else, it was not good, but now it contained the fierce fire of half the city, and the power of the fire spewed out was no less than that of a huge volcanic eruption. At that time, whether the city of London will exist is still a question. Peter coughed a few times when he saw this, and he had only wanted to burn Voldemort to death, but he didn't think too much about it. Just looking at the raging flames in the box, Voldemort's figure had disappeared without a trace, but he didn't think that Voldemort had been burned to death by the fire. Looking at the super bomb-like box in his hand, Peter looked at Dumbledore and asked, Dumbledore, what can you do? Dumbledore thought for a moment and said, the best thing I can do is to contact the members of the Order of the Phoenix right away. They will all have a curse, and together we should be able to suppress the fire in the box. Don't bother, Dumbledore. Peter shook his head, then looked at the box with a sneering smile and said, let's shift our positions immediately and take the box directly to an uninhabited place. Saying that, he summoned Field and grabbed the box, and the fire on the box seemed to fear him, automatically avoiding his hand, and teleporting away without saying anything. Dumbledore frowned at this, and following the induction, the phantom shifted and chased after him. On the vast surface of the sea, there were no people. Peter appeared directly on the surface of the sea. He stepped on the sea, looked at the box full of fierce fire, and said to Li Lingheng, Voldemort, I know you are fine inside, but my fire package is not over yet, so please taste the power of my super fire bomb. saying that he did not care and released more fierce fire into the box. The box world was gathering more and more fierce fire, and the fire dragon fire phoenix fire snake formed by the condensation of the fire was flying inside. Peter sensed that the world inside the box could not be supported, only to see that there were cracks on the box, and there was a risk of explosion at any time. When Peter saw this, he was not satisfied, and shouted to the phoenix circling in the sky, "Field, come, use your phoenix flame to add ingredients to it." Field obediently hovered in front of the box, spitting out fiery golden flames at the hole Peter had deliberately left. The golden phoenix flame and the blue fierce fire were incompatible, the two were like enemies, and when they met, they exploded with great energy, and the power that pushed everything was destroyed exploded inside the box. Peter smiled when he saw this, and he waved his wand to lift the Intra cerebral stretching spell inside the box, and the inside of the box collapsed in an instant, and the surging fire was squeezed infinitely, as if it was about to be destroyed. But when Peter saw this, he immediately grabbed Field and hurried away from here in a panic. At this moment, Dumbledore finally rushed over, and his phantom transfiguration appeared in front of Peter, gasping for breath, and said, "You guy, without saying hello, I have been able to find this place several times before I have a phantom transfiguration. Let's go." But Peter ran away at this moment, and when he saw him dragging him directly, he teleported away, as if something terrible was chasing him behind him, blocking his words in his throat. The two reappeared, stopping at a small island and reef dozens of miles away. When Dumbledore tried to ask Peter with a puzzled face, he heard a huge explosion in the distance, only to see that where the box was located, a huge mushroom cloud erupted, and a huge heat wave directly exploded the clouds in the sky into a large hole. Dumbledore looked at the distant scene with a look of shock on his face, only to see the explosion set off a huge wave tens of meters high, surging towards the surroundings, and the wind formed by the shock wave brought the huge wave to the island where Peter was located. The small island reef looked very fragile under the huge waves of tens of meters, but Peter and Dumbledore ignored it, and a spell was thrown out, and the high wave was split in two. On the surface of the sea, the monstrous blue fierce fire spread rapidly around the center of the explosion, and the sea water not only did not extinguish the flames, but like fire oil, the fierce fire burned more fiercely, and the fierce fire dragon phoenix, as if there was no restraint, burned wantonly on the sea surface. However, Peter did not pay attention to this at this time, and after the first time of the explosion, he asked Field to teleport directly to the center of the explosion with the two of them. As soon as he appeared here, the uncontrollable fire around him attacked the two people, and Peter repelled the fire, but his eyes were fixed on some very embarrassed guy not far away, and he smiled happily. Only to see Voldemort deep in the center of the fierce fire at this time. A series of materialized fierce fire dragons surrounded him, and constantly sprayed fierce fire at him, and the monstrous flames made him not even have the space for the phantom to change shape. At this time, his skin was scorched, his body was full of broken marks, even the clothes on his body were carbonized by the roast. If it were not for the surrounding fire, Peter felt that he would have a needle eye at this time. The huge fire made the surrounding area very hot, even the air was burned, and Peter and Dumbledore could not get close for a while. But he would not let go of such a good opportunity, and said to Dumbledore, while he is sick and wants him to die, "Dumbledore, I will now kill him." Saying that, he couldn't wait to shoot a death curse at Voldemort in the distance, and the green light of the forest rubbed Voldemort past, making Voldemort in the flames stare at Peter with hatred, and those scarlet eyes were in the melting air, like illusory devil glasses, eerie. Dumbledore sighed, and Yao shook his head and said, "Peter, don't be fooled by the way he is now, his strength has not dropped much. Even if the two of us joined forces, we couldn't do anything with him. Not to mention that he can't die, even if we can kill him, we can't kill him now, and don't forget the reason why we let him recover in the first place, Harry still needs him. Did you just let him go?" Peter said indignantly, "I was killed by him once, if others would have died a long time ago." "Of course not, just don't let him die, there are many more painful ways than death, aren't they?" Dumbledore shook his head, smiled and said to him with a blank wink, "The problem is that we can't catch him." Peter said without anger, "Rest assured, I have a way, but I need your cooperation." Dumbledore said confidently, and then leaned over in his ear with a smile and said, "Don't you have a skill that can change at will, and then you will do it, you know." Peter looked at Dumbledore in amazement, gave a thumbs up, and said, "What an old adulterer. Cough resourceful, headmaster, your trick is really good, the next step is up to you." Saying that his body was getting smaller and smaller, directly turning into a small fish burrowing into the sea. Voldemort in the flames also saw this scene, and suddenly became vigilant. He knew that Peter was very cunning, so he wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. It's just that this fire is really too big, and he was blocked for a while and couldn't leave. Therefore, we can only solve the fierce fire as soon as possible, even if it is a small opening that can make you quickly escape. Dumbledore was shocked to see the huge fire in front of him at this time, even if he used magic to isolate, but the raging fire still made him unable to get close. Dumbledore had learned of Muggle-making weapons that destroyed the Earth, and he felt that the explosion Peter had created was no less powerful than that weapon. In particular, the fierce fire that exploded, which ignited when it met the water, was now full of flames on the surface of the sea within a radius of more than a dozen miles, burning the entire sea surface as if the space was distorted. Even the fish under the surface of the sea were directly burned to the bone. Dumbledore sighed. If he didn't hurry to solve these flames, God knows if he would directly burn the entire Atlantic Ocean. But now we have to deal with Voldemort's problem. If we don't help Peter achieve what he wants, Dumbledore has no doubt that the angry Peter will simply leave this big mess alone. And he felt that Peter, who had been born again, had not only become smaller in appearance, but also seemed to be much more naive in mind. Dumbledore waved his staff, split the flames on the periphery, and quickly came to the periphery of the center of the fire, and through the raging flames, he looked at Voldemort inside with a cold face that was roasted by the heat, and said calmly, "Tom, I said that you came to St. Mungo today is a mistake. Do you regret it now?" Voldemort licked Draco's lips, groaned and said with a hoarse smile, "Haha, Dumbledore, did you say the opposite? I think today's plan is perfect, even beyond expectations. Not only did I get what I wanted, but I also made 2 really amazing discoveries." Saying that, his eyes exploded with greedy longing. He looked at Dumbledore in a seductive tone and said, "Dumbledore, you have also seen the resurrection of Peter York. Look at him. It will be all right if you are under the curse of death. How miraculous is the ability of the Phoenix Nirvana. For thousands of years, many wizards have been trying to study the secret of the Phoenix's immortality, but they have not succeeded. Now it has been achieved in Peter York. Thank me. If it weren't for me, you would never have known that someone had successfully mastered the Phoenix's ability to not die. Dumbledore, you are now old, and death is waiting at your bedside. Don't you want to gain the power of Peter York? As long as you master that ability, you can rejuvenate and even live forever. That's a lot better than the Philosopher's Stone." Dumbledore listened to him. His expression was very calm, looked at him and shook his head, and said, "Tom, death is never the source of fear. You are too afraid of death. Peter's ability to not die was miraculous, but that wasn't a reason for me to change my principles. And I prefer to explore the unknown of death than eternal life, which I believe will be another very meaningful adventure." Voldemort looked at Dumbledore like a fool and sneered, "Adventure of death? Dumbledore, you're afraid you're crazy. I admit that the fire just now did hurt me a little, but if you want to trap me, I am afraid that there is nothing you can do." Swinging his wand heavily, the wand transformed into an invisible giant sword, tearing open a large opening in the wall of fire in front of him. "Dumbledore also wants to thank you for helping me weaken the fire so that I can get out as soon as possible." Voldemort, or a black smoke drilled out of the crack, laughed maniacally, and then fled into the distance, without the slightest intention of staying. Suddenly, a wave more than 10 meters high surged on the surface of the sea, slapping hard at the fleeing Voldemort. Facing the high wall of waves, the black smoke that Voldemort had turned into was like a small black dot, looking very fragile. But Voldemort only paused for a moment, and with a wave of his wand, the huge wave split in 2. As he continued his shield, the separated waves turned into waterspouts, and the tip turned into a huge snake's head, chasing Voldemort and constantly biting at him. Voldemort had to stop, look at the figure standing on the water column in front of him, and grit his teeth and say, "Peter York, you are finally out. I thought you'd keep hiding in the sea and not come out." Peter didn't say a word. The wand swung again, and a dozen waterspouts of wolves bit down on the ground. "Carving insects, this is not difficult for me." Voldemort smiled contemptuously and easily walked through the waterspout, shattering it one by one. Peter was not disappointed, but continued to summon waterspouts to attack him. Fude kept smashing these waterspouts, and when he saw Dumbledore chasing after him, he understood it, and Lang Hung said, "It turns out that you were waiting for Dumbledore to come over, but even if you unite, you can't stop me from leaving. Tom, this neighborhood has been cast by us with an anti-phantom shift, and it's not so easy for you to leave." Dumbledore said, straight back, and directly attacked him with all his might. Peter and Dumbledore cooperated with each other. He directly rolled up countless waterspouts to transform into python attacks, and after being repelled by Voldemort, he was immediately transformed into a huge palm by Dumbledore, which fell from the sky and slapped Voldemort Wolf into the sea. With another wave of Peter's wand, the whole sea became a huge stick, sticking Voldemort firmly into the sea. At the same time, a red spell from Dumbledore hit the surface of the sea, and beneath Voldemort, an open mouth appeared in the deep sea, with rows of sharp fangs biting Voldemort that was glued to the sea. It was a very large octopus, dozens of times larger than the octopus in the Black Lake at Hogwarts. The octopus waved its tentacles and swallowed the ground in one gulp. But with a loud explosion, the huge octopus, accompanied by a scream, exploded, and then remerged into the sea into a splash of water. But before Voldemort could catch his breath, a bigger and bigger vortex appeared beneath his feet, and as soon as he wanted to leave, the waterspout that Peter had already prepared fell from the sky and slammed him into the vortex, letting him be swept into it and into the deep sea. Ready to get started. Peter. Dumbledore floated in midair and looked at Peter with a smile, his wand constantly stirring the seawater. The vortex below grew larger and deeper under his agitation. Peter smiled and nodded, but still didn't make any moves. Under the sea level, a very huge vortex directly connected to the depths of the seabed, and Voldemort, who was swept in, was brought into the deep sea by the vortex, and when he cleared the tornado of the seabed, the surrounding area was already dark deep sea, and the Volta, protected by a spherical protective shield, was now very wolf-fox, and he had never looked up and shouted, "Peter York, Dumbledore, I want you to die." But he knew that his current strength was not their opponent in the case of Dumbledore and Peter combined. Therefore, he can only get out of here as soon as possible at this time and accumulate strength again. Only when he lit the light, in the dark deep sea, a pair of huge yellow snake eyes appeared in front of him, full of teasing colors. The dark deep sea neutralized. Under a bright light, Voldemort and a huge sea snake were far away, but looking at those familiar yellow eyes, Voldemort suddenly felt bad, and he found that the protective magic on his eyes had unconsciously disappeared. Feeling the body gradually dull, the petrified feeling struck again. Voldemort's scarlet eyes flashed panic, and then looked at the sea snake in front of him with resentment, full of venom, gritted his teeth and squeezed out the words, "Peter York." The speed of petrification was very fast. Voldemort's body was quickly stained with a layer of stone color, but Voldemort, in addition to the initial panic, quickly calmed down, with words in his mouth, and the petrified curse on his body turned into black smoke and suddenly rushed to the chest position, greatly slowing down the speed of petrification. Peter's eyes flashed with surprise as the giant serpent, and after he straightened up, he found a serpentine statue hanging on Voldemort's chest, and when he looked closely, he found that it was Nagini, who had been petrified by Voldemort when he was in Azkaban, and now he was once again. Voldemort cursed the object of the transfer. Seeing this, Peter naturally did not want to lose everything. His body changed, turned into a mermaid, and the freed hand grasped the wand and attacked Voldemort, and the dazzling spell of the Deo Deo bloomed in the deep sea. At the same time, the body also continued to split into mermaids, and for a moment, dozens of Mermaid Peter surrounded Voldemort, and the Deo Deo curse attacked Voldemort's protective spell without pity, vowing to break his turtle shell. Voldemort in the protective shield was also very urgent at this time. He did not expect to be hit by Peter's petrified curse again. Fortunately, he carried with him the petrified body of his pet Nagini. As his Horcrux, Nagini was one with him, so the curse was easily transferred through the connection of the Horcrux. But at this moment, he could also feel that Nagini could no longer carry too much of the curse because he had already passed on the petrified curse once. So once the petrified curse on his body had been shifted by a third, it became difficult to accommodate more curses. So Voldemort was only partially free above his shoulders, while his limbs and lower body were still petrified. But even so, Voldemort was finally able to use the wandless method, and while he firmly suppressed the curse in his body below his head, he constantly strengthened the protective shield. Otherwise, if the protection was broken, he would be squashed by the pressure of the deep sea, even if he was not killed by Peter's spell. At this time, Peter, who had become a mermaid in the deep sea, was like a fish in the deep sea, and while attacking, he sneered, "Voldemort, I didn't expect you to have this day. How does it feel to be trapped in the deep sea? Don't you even dare to use the phantom shapeshifter. It's more than 2,000 meters from the surface of the sea, and it can crush you into a meat paste in the instant you teleport. Do you want to try to see if you can leave?" Voldemort's scarlet eyes looked at Peter with a venomous look, and what Peter said was indeed the truth. The skill of phantom transfiguration required the spellcaster to be Undies tracked, so if he cast it in the deep sea, it was easy to split. And it was thousands of kilometers from England, and apart from Peter, the freak, even Dumbledore, and he needed several consecutive phantom shifts to return to England. If the Dark Lord died outside because of his separation, that would be the biggest joke. But now looking at the crumbling look of the protective spell around him, Voldemort was also riding a tiger. Most of his magic was used to block the curse, and after such a long battle, the mana in his body was almost consumed. So he was faced with a dilemma at this time. Outside, Peter, who also discovered Voldemort's situation at this time, became more excited, united all the doppelgangers, and increased the mana output at the same time. With the rumbling sound of explosions, the deep sea is like a fireworks show, and all kinds of dazzling brilliance bloom in the dark deep sea, stirring the calm deep sea waves. The crumbling protective shield was covered with fragments, and at the moment when it was about to be breached by Peter, Voldemort's face was full of gloom, and he desperately exploded with a powerful magic pressure, which expanded the protective shield countless times outward in an instant, forming an absolute space, like a balloon that was suddenly blown. Peter and the doppelgangers were also pushed far away by this sudden shock, and then they watched as the balloon-like protective shield exploded as if it had been inflated. The seawater that was squeezed out quickly filled in the past. A moment before the sea rushed over, Voldemort looked at Peter with a venomous look in his eyes and disappeared directly into the same place. Watching Voldemort directly cast the phantom transfiguration, Peter was also stunned. He did not expect Voldemort to be so determined. But he was not disappointed, but instead smiled, looked towards the sea, where there was a doppelganger of his own, and then looked there. Meanwhile, on the calm surface of the sea, Dumbledore and Peter were standing on the surface of the sea, waiting for the situation below. Peter and the doppelganger were both mentally connected, so the doppelganger directly raised his head and smiled at Dumbledore and said, "The body has been successful, and Voldemort has been hit by my petrification spell. He is now phantom shifting away from the bottom of the sea, and he can't run far after being cursed, so we hurry to look for it nearby and give him the last blow." Dumbledore was overjoyed to hear this, and raised his wand and said, "In that case, look at me." As he spoke, the tip of the wand in his hand turned into a trumpet. Dumbledore blew a low sound against the end of the wand, which sounded small but far away. Then Dumbledore put the mouth to his ear again and listened carefully in all directions. Finally, after listening to the northeast direction, he showed joy on his face and said, "It's in the northeast direction, and it is continuing to move." Peter was a little surprised to see him move, but without saying a word, he grabbed Dumbledore and said to the phoenix that was resting on his shoulder, "Field, did you hear Dumbledore's words? Take us on track to Voldemort? Field nodded, accompanied by a groan of delight, grabbed Peter and Dumbledore and disappeared into place. At the same time, under the surface of the sea, Peter in the form of a mermaid also followed the induction and swam northeast. On the surface of the Atlantic Ocean, a stiff figure is constantly teleporting, appearing, and disappearing every dozen miles, so repeatedly moving northeast. Voldemort was now trying to stop the petrification curse from spreading to his head, while using the remaining force to continuously cast the phantom transfiguration. He knew that he was dangerous at this time, and could be caught up by Dumbledore and Peter at any time, so he did not dare to stay. Unfortunately, he still had Dumbledore's means, and when he once again cast the phantom transfiguration to appear on a small island, sparks appeared in midair in front of him, and in a golden-red flame, Dumbledore and Cow Peter appeared in front of him. Voldemort, you're really fast enough to make it easy for us to find. Peter smiled and said, with a sinister look in his eyes, Dumbledore and I are ready to entertain you, and you just left, but you really don't give us face. As he spoke, he threw out a spell to attack Voldemort, but Voldemort was not a vegetarian, and although his body could not move, the staffless method still easily resisted Peter's attack. Dumbledore, don't watch the drama, and join me in catching him, lest the night be long and dreamy. Peter was fighting while shouting at Dumbledore that his current body was only a doppelganger, and his strength naturally did not reach the level of the body, so he needed help. Yes. Dumbledore nodded and agreed that it would be nice to be able to catch Voldemort, but he observed that although Voldemort was a little flustered at this time, there was no despair on his face, which was obviously abnormal, so he remains wary of it. The two of them cast a spell towards Voldemort. Voldemort was at a disadvantage, only passive defense. Just as Peter and Dumbledore increased the intensity of the attack, Voldemort's face suddenly showed joy, and said with a sinister smile, "My helper is coming. It seems that your idea of catching me cannot be realized. Back." He grabbed Peter and retreated, dodging two death curses that shot from the side. "You are not allowed to harm my master." A frantic voice came from the side. It was Bellatrix, and as soon as she appeared here, she attacked the two of them in a frenzied manner, and then came to Voldemort. Immediately after, accompanied by a phantom transfiguration sound, a large number of Death Eaters appeared around. They also panicked slightly at the sight of Dumbledore and Peter, but soon gathered around Voldemort. Looking at these hundreds of Death Eaters, Dumbledore and Peter both frowned. They could sense that these Death Eaters were not weak. Even if the two of them joined forces, it would be a big battle. "Peter, be careful, most of these Death Eaters are supposed to be mercenaries," Dumbledore reminded. Peter nodded. Of course he knew the difference between mercenaries and the previous Death Eaters. These mercenaries who had been licking blood at the edge of the knife for many years, wanted by the ministries of magic of various countries, were elites left behind in one battle after another, not to mention that they could still cooperate with each other, which was very difficult. "I just don't know what Voldemort gave these mercenaries what they were willing to obey." "The host? How are you, host?" Bellatrix looked nervously at the petrified Voldemort. "Bella, what about the golden cup? What about the golden cup I gave you? Quick, I need it." Voldemort was eager to become enlightened. "Golden cup?" Bellatrix wondered why the master wanted to use it, but still replied hesitantly, "Master, the golden cup is treasured by me in the vault. If you need it, I will go and get it immediately. But those goblins, in collusion with the Ministry of Magic, are likely not willing to take the initiative to open the vault for us. Then take the Death Eaters to attack. You must bring the golden cup. I need to use it," Voldemort said fiercely. He must now use magic to suppress the curse in his body, but then his strength will not be fully exerted. Not to mention Dumbledore and Peter York, who were mortal enemies of him, even the Death Eaters he didn't believe, especially the mercenaries, who were likely to devour him if they couldn't suppress them. Therefore, he was eager to lift the petrification curse and restore his strength. "I see, Master." Bellatrix agreed, then looked straight back at Dumbledore and Peter on the other side, gritted his teeth and said reluctantly, "The Master. Let's just leave the horse like this?" Voldemort looked at the two men with resentment, swallowed unwillingly, and looked at Bella unkindly. "Do you think you waste can leave them behind? Don't forget that the strength of the two of them is the same level as mine. Instead of wasting time here, don't hurry up and do what I command?" "Yes, Master." Bella bowed her head in awe, not daring to have any more doubts. Then he turned around and raised his head and shouted, "Death Eaters, escort the Master out of here." Hearing this, the Death Eaters retreated, gathered around Voldemort, watching Peter and Dumbledore warily, ready to defend them against their attacks. However, to their surprise, both of them stood where they were and did not come forward, but directly turned around and disappeared under the leadership of the Phoenix. Although Voldemort's body was mostly petrified, he still maintained the majesty of the Dark Lord in front of the Death Eaters, and under one look, the sea rushed to the island, spread to the feet of Voldemort, and transformed into a crystal throne to support him. He was not too surprised that Dumbledore and Peter did not continue to choose to attack. After all, in the face of so many Death Eaters who were not weak, the two were strong and could not solve so many people for a while, and giving up was the best way. However, Voldemort was not happy about this, and he also wished that Dumbledore and these Death Eaters were fighting to the death. After all, many of these Death Eaters were mercenaries. They did not have the Dark Devil mark, nor were they loyal to him, but only temporarily cooperated for the sake of profit. Although he also called out to his master like other Death Eaters, Voldemort was not stupid enough to think that the shock of his tiger body would make them willingly surrender. Sensing that there was indeed no trace of Dumbledore and Peter around, the Death Eaters came to Voldemort's side one after another, and then one by one they bowed down and waited for his orders. Voldemort looked down at these Death Eaters, and the magic power exploded in an instant, pressing down on everyone. All the Death Eaters were overwhelmed by the huge demonic pressure, and they all hid their own careful thoughts and looked at him in awe. Death Eaters, now you're divided into two teams, one to follow Bella to Gringotts and get back what I need. The other group, led by Durlov, escorted me back. Do you understand? Voldemort commanded with a cold look in his eyes. Yes, master. The Death Eaters led the way. Part of it goes to the triumphant Bellatrix. The others leaned over to Voldemort and respectfully gathered around Voldemort, ready to escort Voldemort back. The Death Eaters returned to their respective teams, and one of the Death Eaters came silently behind Voldemort and stood there respectfully, as if guarding him. But then he raised a wand covered with snake scales, which transformed into an invisible knife and slashed at the head of the unsuspecting Voldemort. All the Death Eaters around them were stunned by this, and for a moment there was no reaction, and Voldemort instinctively cast a magic spell when he felt the sharp edge above his head, blocking the attack of the people behind him. But before he could rejoice, he heard a very harsh sound, the sound of a knife slashing at a stone. It turned out that the person who sneaked behind him, in addition to the wand in his right hand was split above his head, he also had a wand in his left hand, and he was fiercely slashing at Voldemort's petrified waist, and even the petrified arm holding the purple shirt wooden wand was also cut off. A scream sounded, making everyone look back and watch this scene in horror. Voldemort was shocked and angry, and he looked at his severed right hand and the huge knife edge on his waist. Because of the petrification, he did not feel pain. But he only felt endless panic and anger at this time, and his eyes looked in disbelief at the Death Eaters who attacked him. Could it be that he is waiting for death to rebel? But the Death Eater's disguised man's eyes flashed with a playful color, and as soon as he grabbed it, the severed arm and the stone statue of Nagini fell into his hands, and then teleported again, falling to the outside of the island, dodging countless deadly spells. Looking at Nashi's eyes, Voldemort's mind was clear, and he looked at the people who were constantly dodging the attacks of the Death Eaters in the distance, and he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Peter York. Well, did you guess that? It's not fun." The Death Eater dressed as a man was surprised, and then his mouth was disappointed. The body changed suddenly, quickly shrunk, and became a 4 or 5-year-old boy. Peter shook the purple shirt wooden staff and the statue of Nagini in his hand, and said with a smile, "Just now I have reduced your master so much and bowed to you. This wand and your pet Nagini are considered to be cool. Catch him? Get him?" Voldemort shouted madly, and he was now eager to skin Peter and torture him every day with a drill heart curse. "I won't stay much longer. I'll say goodbye to you." Peter waved his hand and disappeared in an instant. Only the crazy and violent Voldemort was left with the Death Eaters who did not return to God. On the undulating sea, Dumbledore and Peter were walking slowly on the surface of the sea, as if they were on the ground. Suddenly, a figure appeared directly in front of the two men, another Peter. When Dumbledore saw him, he was not surprised, but asked with a smile, "How is it going? Did your plan succeed?" Peter did not answer immediately, but waved at Dumbledore's side, and when the doppelganger directly turned into a ball of light and melted into his body, he smiled and raised the thing in his hand, and said quickly, "He did not expect that I would change and hide among the Death Eaters, so he stabbed me, and now in addition to being petrified by me, his right arm is gone. Even if he lifts the petrification spell, his arm will not be able to grow out with a potion, so he can be called the King of Broken Arms in the future? Hey, purple shirt wooden staff? I didn't expect you to even snatch his wand?" Dumbledore said in great surprise, and then looked at another object in Peter's hand that looked like a stone pendant, and his eyes were full of waves. "Is this another living Horcrux of Voldemort?" Peter threw it to Dumbledore and said disgustedly, "Yes, it's his pet, Nagini." Previously, when he was in Azkaban, Voldemort transferred the petrified curse on his body to Nagini, so it became a stone sculpture, but the essence of the Horcrux remained unchanged and was always carried by Voldemort. Nagini, Dumbledore looked at the snake pendant in his hand with complicated eyes, sighed and murmured, "I once saw her, but I didn't expect that she still didn't escape fate in the end, turned into an irrational monster, and became Voldemort's pet." "She? Nagini?" Peter looked at Dumbledore, who seemed to be remembering, with some surprise, and couldn't help but ask curiously. "Yes, Nagini was once a beautiful and kind lady, but fate was very unfair to her, and she unfortunately inherited the blood curse inherited from her family, which made her completely lose her human memory and eventually become a venomous snake with no humanity. By chance, he became Voldemort's pet and became his murderous weapon." Dumbledore was caught up in the memory and explained to him. At this point Peter remembered the Fantastic Beasts movies he had seen in his previous life, but he did not associate the two, and now when he heard Dumbledore explain, he just sighed. Once this blood curse was cursed, it was an irreversible result, and he couldn't do anything about it. Moreover, Nagini has killed many people with Voldemort over the years, and even many enemies who died at the hands of Voldemort have been fed to Nagini, not to mention that now it has become Voldemort's Horcrux, and there is no way to save it. Although Dumbledore sympathized with Nagini's plight, he apparently did not spare Nagini's intentions. After being carried back to the Hogwarts principal's office by the Phoenix, Dumbledore restored the petrified Nagini to its original form, only to see a 12-foot-long stone statue of a giant serpent standing in the office, revealing a thick smell of black magic on the hideous statue. Peter, can you please undo the petrification spell on Nagini? Dumbledore said with his hand. Dumbledore, what are you? Peter looked at him with some puzzlement. Since he had obtained the Horcrux, shouldn't he solve it immediately? Nagini is one of Voldemort's only 2 living Horcruxes, and I want to see if I can find a solution to Harry's problems from it. Dumbledore said hopefully, his wand constantly tapping the petrified Nagini, trying to find a little secret from him. Dumbledore, don't you already have that plan? Peter asked in amazement, isn't it your plan to let Voldemort take matters into his own hands and let him destroy Harry's soul pieces with his own hands? Dumbledore shook his head and said with a wry smile, I didn't give up on this plan. I wanted to kill Voldemort completely. According to him, I must first destroy all his Horcruxes. Harry was also Voldemort's Horcrux, as you know. But I can't guarantee that when Voldemort does it, the soul that will be destroyed will be Voldemort and not Harry. If something goes wrong, I don't know how to face James Lily after death. Peter was speechless, and he could not have sworn to Dumbledore that his plan had been successful. And after changing Dumbledore's fate, Peter was no longer sure if Harry would be as fate as before, not dying under Voldemort's death curse. After all, in the original plot, Harry came to the King's Cross station of life and death after being hit by Voldemort in the Forbidden Forest, and it was under the guidance of Dumbledore after the death that he returned to the world. This time, if Harry hadn't taken the return train and had chosen to keep going, he probably wouldn't have come back to life. Even Peter doubted that Harry could not die, and in addition to Lily's protective magic, it may also be related to the Old One's recognition of Harry as the Lord. Because the wand did not harm its owner, when Voldemort killed Harry with the wand, Voldemort's death curse killed his own soul fragments instead of along with Harry's soul. But now the situation is that Dumbledore, with Peter's intervention, is not cursed by the black magic on the Resurrection Stone Ring as the original plot, and only has 1 year left to live, but still alive. Naturally, his old handworm would not recognize anyone else as the Lord. So, Harry's future fate was uncertain. This poor baby, Peter said with a slight sympathy. If Dumbledore really couldn't find any other way, he would have to use the dead horse as a living horse doctor, and let Harry find a chance to be hit by Voldemort's death curse. As for whether it can come alive, it can only look at the sky. Oh no, it's Merlin? In view of this, Peter agreed to Dumbledore's request not to destroy Nagini immediately, but to let Dumbledore study for a while to see if he could successfully strip Voldemort's soul fragments without harming the living body itself. Dumbledore, be careful, don't let it run. Peter spat on the snake statue, clutching his wand at the same time, reminding, if you let this snake run, Voldemort will probably hide it so that we can't find it. Watch as Nagini gradually changed from a stone to a living body under Peter's saliva. Dumbledore nodded, I know, rest assured I won't let it escape. Saying that, a huge iron cage quickly conjured up, closed it, and countless iron chains were derived from it, which firmly entangled the giant snake and suspended it in the air. When Nagini, who had regained his vitality, saw that he was in an unfamiliar environment and that there were 2 of the most hated people in front of him, he quickly opened his fangs, and the fierce wolf hit the iron cage with his head, trying to attack the 2. There was also a constant hissing sound similar to that of a baby crying, which sounded goosebumps. Well, it's quite fierce. Peter looked at Nagini in the cage with interest. I also know that calling Voldemort looks quite clever. It has been cast by Voldemort with a lot of protective spells, and it is also a magic snake, so its magic resistance is very high, and its toxicity is also very strong. I don't know how Voldemort was trained. Such a magic snake could not enter the most dangerous black creatures. Peter's detection magic kept falling on Nagini, and the results made him sigh. Dumbledore did not pay much attention to Nagini at this time, but instead looked at Peter with a smile on his face and said, Peter, isn't it troublesome for you to use magic to maintain your adult appearance like this? I remember that you looked cute before, and you don't have to be so restrained in my office. Hearing his words, Peter, who was originally interested in playing with snakes, directly pulled up his face. His tall figure instantly shrank and turned into a 4 or 5-year-old boy, and his cute face showed an angry look. If it weren't for Voldemort's sinister and cunning guy sneaking in, how could I have done this? And you, Dumbledore, if I hadn't trusted you, I wouldn't have been defenseless against Voldemort becoming you, and ended up under the death curse. If I hadn't died, I would be dead by now. As a result, I became a child again. God knows how long it will take me to grow up again. This damn Voldemort, cutting off only one of his arms was simply too cheap for him. Dumbledore looked at Peter's rich little face. A smile flashed in his eyes, especially for his complaints about himself, like a kind old man dealing with a child, nodding happily and admitting his mistake. Peter noticed his expression, almost not angry, and directly transformed into an 18-year-old appearance. Lang Hung said, Dumbledore, I just changed my body back into a child, but not my brain has become smaller. Look at me with that disgusting look. I'm afraid I can't help but give you an eye curse. Haha, Peter, you've become a lot livelier now, and that's a huge surprise. Dumbledore was still smiling, and he waved his hand so that the noise-making Nagini would no longer make a sound. Then came to his phoenix fox and stroked its feathers. The phoenix is a very magical species, and like other creatures, they need to go through the time from birth to aging, but when they are old, they choose to turn themselves into ashes, and then reborn from the ashes, and so on, with eternal life. Dumbledore described softly, but his eyes looked directly at Peter, full of surprise and shock. Immortality is the longing of human beings for a long time, and for thousands of years, there have been people in the legal world who want to crack the secret of the phoenix's immortality, but they have not gained anything. Just didn't expect that, Peter, you would achieve it? The alchemists regard the highest achievement of the magic stone. I am afraid that it will be lost in front of you. Peter was calm, but his eyes were fixed on the expression on Dumbledore's face, and he had known that there would be such a moment since St. Mungo had been reborn in the eyes of everyone. So, Dumbledore, don't you wonder how I got the power of immortality? Peter said with a smirk. You can also see that the most dangerous death curse in the wizarding world can't kill me. I can continue to be reborn in Nirvana and live forever for the rest of my life. As long as you have this ability, you can return to youth, not like Nicholas, although you have the magic stone, but you can't stop the aging of your body, and it is better to live than to die. There is no need to frantically cut off the soul like Voldemort did in order not to die, making people neither ghosts nor ghosts. Listening to Peter's seductive words, Dumbledore laughed, his eyes clear, fed a nut to Fox, shook his head, and said, Peter, your words are very tempting. If I were a few dozen years younger, I might really be moved. But after living a long time, it is found that immortality is not a good thing. Rather than living for a long time, I hope that after a full life, one day, I can greet the arrival of the god of death like seeing an old friend, and then go through the next unknown journey. Just thinking about it, I will continue to experience a life of continuous circulation until the end of the world. Dumbledore showed a funny look of resistance. I just think it's a nightmare. I can't imagine what a boring life it is. Peter looked at his attitude, and he could sense that it was Dumbledore's true words. It's just that Peter doesn't quite agree with him, perhaps because he's still young, or maybe only people like Dumbledore have such ideas. Survival is human instinct, and even an old man like Nicole May, who has lived for hundreds of years, has not chosen to give up his life after countless times announcing that he has given up using the magic stone to meet death. Perhaps, as Nicholas claims, he did not want to die because of his love of alchemy, but to be able to truly see through life and death, to regard the temptation of eternal life as nothing. Perhaps only Dumbledore, which is where Peter admired him. Dumbledore, though not interested in Peter's secret of immortality, reminded him very seriously, be very careful. Immortality has always been the most desired thing for human beings, even wizards. You must know that the original purpose of alchemy was to obtain immortality. Many people have seen your rebirth in St. Mungona today, and I am afraid that soon everyone in the Fall will know about you. In order to be able to live forever, many people will become crazy, and they will do whatever it takes to get the secret of eternal life from you. Those old wizards, purebloods, even your friends and relatives, etc., may be enemies of you for eternal life, so you have to be mentally prepared. Voldemort, in particular, knows that he is willing to try to make very dangerous Horcruxes in order not to die. Seeing your superior way of eternal life now, he can't be unmoved. So you have to be very careful. Looking at Dumbledore's worried look for himself, Peter smiled and nodded, came to Fox, and touched her warm feathers with his hand, with a relaxed expression, and said with a playful face, if they want to know the secret of my immortality, then tell them. It takes so much effort not to look. Huh. Dumbledore was dumbfounded, saying he had just heard wrong. In fact, if you want to have the power of the Phoenix, it is simple to say. Peter said without hesitation. His eyes glanced at the portraits of the headmaster on the wall with their ears pricked up, the corners of his mouth were raised, and he raised his voice slightly. That is to obtain the approval of a phoenix, so that the phoenix is willing to serve you its blood and the fire of Nirvana, so that people can be reborn and shape a new body. In this way, you can inherit the magic of the phoenix and gain the ability to live forever. Hearing this, Dumbledore looked at Peter with wide eyes, as if to make sure he hadn't lied. Peter, you. Is that true? The portraits of the headmaster on the wall also opened their eyes and looked at Peter outside the painting. Of course it's true, that's what I did myself, and my abilities came from my phoenix field. Peter swore, and even if those people don't believe me, I'm willing to make a vow before them to make sure what I say is true. As for the role of the system, Peter said to ignore it. Watching Peter willing to testify with the oath spell, Dumbledore reluctantly believed his words, and then looked at his own phoenix. Fox stayed by Dumbledore's side for many years, naturally understood people's words. Just now Peter's words she also heard, at this time felt Dumbledore's gaze, full of feathers erected, warning to look at Dumbledore, said don't dream, if you are strong, then shoot too scattered. Dumbledore withdrew his gaze, shook his head with a bitter smile, and said to Peter very wordlessly, your method is simple, but it is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Not to mention that there are still a few phoenixes now, even if they are caught. If you want the phoenix to willingly sacrifice his blood and the fire of Nirvana, I am afraid that no one can do more than you. No wonder you say it so confidently. But that's the way it is, they want to get immortality, naturally it can't be that simple. Peter shrugged and said innocently. Suddenly, the office door slammed open, Snape walked in, stared directly at Peter, and then turned to Dumbledore and said, Headmaster, there are a lot of reporters outside the school door, they say they want to interview Peter, and they have the consent of the school director, and they can't drive out the village. Dumbledore and Peter glanced at each other, Thinking it was coming so fast, outside the castle gate, a group of reporters were being stopped by Professor McGonagall and wouldn't let them in, even though they were yelling that they had a school trustee sign an order. Even if you have the Minister of Magic to sign the order, it will not help. Hogwarts is a school, not a place for your gossip. Professor McGonagall angrily stopped at the door and activated several statues on the side to block the reporters who tried everything to sneak into the school. Professor McGonagall, I'm a reporter for the Daily Prophet, and you can't do that. As long as you subtract Peter York out for an interview, we won't go in. How? Rita Skeeter said. Whether or not to be interviewed is at the discretion of Professor York, and I have no right to make a choice on his behalf. Professor McGonagall frowned solemnly, with a look of refusal to discuss. The reporters did not have much way to see this. They all graduated from this school, naturally did not dare to break into the castle. Even a few reporters with the support of the school director behind them did not dare to jump up and obediently waited at the door. The students, who were on the weekend break, saw this lively scene and ran to watch, including Harry and the three of them. You say these reporters came to the school, what's the big deal? Ron said curiously. I just heard these reporters clamoring to see Peter, saying they were going to interview him. Didn't there have been an attack on Hogsmeade this morning, when many professors had gone to support, and what great achievements had Professor York made? Harry said speculatively. As far as I know, Professor York went to work at St. Mungo early this morning, and he was not involved in the Battle of Hogsmeade. Hermione shook her head and retorted, it's likely that something big happened to St. Mungo, and Professor York played an important role in it. That's why these reporters came to interview him. It's definitely not a good thing to say. Look at the crazy look of those reporters. If it weren't for Professor McGonagall's obstruction, they would have all been in the castle. It's not like interviewing a hero, Ron pointed out. As soon as he had finished speaking, he heard Professor McGonagall call out to him, Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, please come here. The two people who were called looked at each other with puzzled faces and stepped forward. Professor McGonagall, are you looking for us? You happen to be the prefect, and now I'm going to give you a task, to work with the stone statues to stop these annoying reporters from breaking into the castle. I have other important things to deal with. I can't stay here. I'll leave it to you here. Professor McGonagall patted them on the shoulder and said, I can't wait to leave. Looking at Professor McGonagall's rapid escape, the two people who were arrested were dumbfounded, and then looked at the reporters who were watching the tiger without tears, a little helpless. Hermione simply packed up her mood and entered the state, becoming like Professor McGonagall, with serious and activated stone statues blocking the door. Ron, on the other hand, followed up stupidly, and then looked at Harry with a begging look, hoping that this good brother could help. Harry grinned and said that he was powerless, and if he dared to appear, these unscrupulous reporters would probably not miss the opportunity to interview him as a savior, and he did not want to expose it. More than an hour had passed. Hermione and Ron, who were in charge of stopping people, were tired and sore, and the reporters were impatient, especially Rita Skeeter, who wanted to find an excuse to sneak into the castle as Animagus, but was stared at by Hermione, who knew her secret and had to give up. When exactly will Peter York be willing to give us an interview? We've been waiting here for more than an hour, and our readers are in a hurry. Some reporters shouted disapprovingly. I don't know, we're just students, we can't answer. Hermione replied with a blank look, looking as serious as a replica of McGonagall. Classmate, let's go in. You see I have the signatures of multiple trustees here, and you can't stop me. A reporter rolled his eyes and took out a parchment to show Hermione that he wanted to scare off the young students in the name of the school trustee. Hold the money. No, I only listened to McGonagall's command, you can't go in. Hermione shook her head in refusal. Ron also stood firmly next to Hermione, but they did not have the slightest affection for these trustees, let alone allow these reporters with the support of the trustees to enter. When Peter had eaten and drunk in the office and replenished his exhausted physical strength, he slowly came to the gate and saw a lively scene of two groups of people squeezing against each other, and Hermione and Ron, with the help of the stone statue, resisted the impatient reporters who were waiting. I heard you're looking for me. Peter's voice came unhurriedly, quieting the noisy reporters. Then all the reporters' eyes burned, and all of them rushed over and gathered around Peter. Peter York, what do you think of St. Mungo's attack today? And you fought alone against the Death Eaters and protected everyone. According to the Aurorists, all 47 Death Eaters who attacked St. Mungo died at your hands. St. Mungo's hospital revealed that the Dark Lord appeared there during the attack. Is this true for Mr. York? One by one, the reporters couldn't wait to ask Peter. Mr. York, as far as I know, today at St. Mungo's hospital, the Dark Lord, disguised as Dumbledore, successfully hit you with a death curse. A wizard reporter in a dark green robe suddenly asked loudly, and the voice covered the voices of others for a moment. But you did not die, but like a phoenix, you turned into ashes and were reborn from the ashes. This green-robed witch reporter, the same reporter who had previously held the signature of the school director, looked at Peter with excited and covetous eyes at this time. Do you have the secret of the phoenix's immortality? So that you can save yourself from the death curse of the death curse? Does that mean you already have an immortal body? As soon as the words of the witch reporter fell, the scene was suddenly quiet, and both the reporters and the students stepped on their eyes and looked at Peter, wondering if this matter was true. Peter squinted his eyes and looked at the green-robed wizard with a smile, so eager to ask questions, it seemed that the school trustees or other people behind him were coveting his secret. The reporter was overwhelmed by Peter's penetrating gaze, and when he heard the news before, he also thought it was a fantasy, but the employers behind him swore that it was true, because many people witnessed this deed at that time. So he rushed over with a mission, hoping to confirm whether Peter really had an immortal body. The green robe did not continue to speak, but the other reporters could not wait. They all looked at Peter with hot eyes, and asked with tongues, "Mr. York, are you really hit by the Dark Lord's death curse? Do you really have an immortal body? How did you do it? Did he discover the ancient law or did he create the secret technique of immortality?" Without the need for the green-robed reporter to continue to inquire, the other reporters left their previous questions behind and all excitedly asked about it. The secret of immortality, such a topic is much more explosive than the Dark Lord or something? And if they could really ask such a solution, would they really be able to achieve immortality and immortality? After all, who doesn't have the desire to live forever? Looking at this group of crazy reporters, Peter frowned and let out a cold voice, and all the reporters who squeezed over seemed to have thunder exploding in their ears, and for a moment they were shocked unconscious, and they retreated groggily. Only Redeskirt, who did not rush to the side at the beginning, did not participate in it, and changed the most positive image of the past. The deafened and buzzing green-robed wizard reporter looked at Peter with awe in his eyes, but then gritted his teeth and asked Peter again, "Mr. York, you can't treat us like this. We are journalists, and the law gives us the right to pursue the truth. Please answer us. Have you really cracked the secret of the Phoenix's immortality and mastered the ability of immortality? Please give us a definite answer. Crack the secret of Phoenix immortality." Peter looked down at these reporters, chewed this sentence in his mouth, and then shook his head with a smile and said, "I don't have the ability to solve problems that countless wizards have not been able to crack for thousands of years." The other reporters showed a disappointed expression when they heard the words, but the green-robed wizard did not approve. He pointed directly at Peter. "You are lying. At that time, many people in St. Mungo saw with their own eyes, you were hit by the death curse and turned into ashes, and then like the phoenix Nirvana, you were reborn from the ashes. The way you look now is magical, and your real appearance is only 3 or 4 years old." Hearing this, everyone looked at Peter again, listening to the reporter's sworn tone, and everyone looked at the 18-year-old Peter in front of them, wondering if it was really as he said. Peter York now had the appearance of a 3 or 4-year-old child. Peter looked at this reporter who dared to oppose himself. His fingers moved slightly, and suddenly the reporter's mouth disappeared, frightening the green-robed reporter to touch his mouth, but he could not make a sound, and pointed in horror at Peter who was smiling. The reporter colleagues around him saw his appearance and avoided him one after another, and the photographer who followed him used the spell to stop, and there was no way to lift the spell on his mouth. Everyone looked at Peter in fear. They were not fools, and naturally knew that the only person who could punish him was this powerful Peter. "Why do you think of me like that? Do you think I did it? This is so wrong." Peter raised his hand innocently and gestured, "So many of you have seen it, but I haven't even moved my staff." The reporters present suddenly twitched at the corners of their mouths, who did not know that Peter York was a powerful wizard, and the use of rodless silent magic was only a matter of moving his fingers. But no one can refute it. After all, modern wizards, basically without the staff, are no different from muggles, so the Fabu convicts pigs with brutes as direct evidence. "This photographer, you'd better take your colleague to St. Mungo's." Peter also kindly reminded the photographer who followed the green-robed wizard reporter. His mouth is now grown together, and he must cut his mouth with a knife, otherwise if his nose is blocked, he will probably die. Other reporters heard the words. The eyes are even more afraid. "Good guys, just ask a few words, get such a punishment. Really bad people?" The photographer nodded in fear and quickly pulled the green-robed wizard outside, not knowing whether to go to St. Mungo's or to another side. The students who were watching were also calmed by Peter's hand. They all knew that it must have been Peter's doing, and their eyes looked at him with more admiration. "It's so cool." Ron looked at Peter with adoration and awe as he and Hermione had completed their mission and joined Harry to watch the scene as onlookers. "The reporter just said that Professor York was hit by the death curse and didn't die. Are you saying that it's true?" Ron said with a curious and eager face. "Phoenix Nirvana, if Professor York really masters this skill, will he never die? How can that be?" Hermione shook her head and said in disbelief, "The phoenix doesn't die because it's a phoenix. And Professor York is a human, the two are different species. How can humans master the power of the phoenix?" But just now the reporter swore that many people have seen the rebirth of Professor York Nirvana. "It's impossible to fake, right? And Professor York didn't deny it?" Ron persevered. Could it be that Professor York mastered some kind of magic to successfully block the attack of the death curse, just like Harry? When he was very young, he didn't block Voldemort's death curse horse, so he was regarded as the savior of the Fa. Hermione cleared the way. Harry listened to the argument between the two friends and looked silently at Peter's figure not far away, wondering if it was true. On Peter's side, he looked at these fearful reporters, nodded in his heart, and then smiled and said, "Today is the weekend. You are rushing to find me. Do you have any questions to ask?" The reporters looked at each other, and then a slightly bolder reporter raised his hand slightly. "Mr. York, I am Alex Ackerson, a reporter for Wizarding Weekly, and we learned that a group of Death Eaters attacked St. Mungo this morning, and it is said that you were alone in fighting the Death Eaters, and finally succeeded in hitting all 47 Death Eaters. How do you feel? 47 people. It was the first time I knew the exact number of people from you. Peter was a little surprised, and then smiled and said, as for the feelings, I don't have any feelings, I just think these Death Eaters are crazy. St. Mungo has always been a neutral party, only responsible for saving people and curing diseases, and will not participate in the war. The Death Eaters had not attacked St. Mungo when they were at their most rampant, but this time they had openly attacked, which only showed that they had no scruples. Seeing that Peter was willing to answer questions, the other reporters were no longer afraid to move forward, and another reporter immediately asked, Mr. York, you have killed a total of 47 Death Eaters this time, plus the number of people killed before, there are at least hundreds of Death Eaters who have died at your hands. Are you a little too aggressive in your very aggressive tactics? After all, it's all human life, isn't it good to imprison them in Azkaban? Listening to this speech of the Virgin, Peter was a little amused. He looked at the female reporter, and laughed lightly. This reporter, you also said that they are Death Eaters, and when they kill people, they do not consider the lives of others. Of course, if one day when your loved ones or yourself are killed by Death Eaters, you still feel that they don't have to pay for their lives after killing people, but only need to be imprisoned in Azkaban, then I would like to admire your self-denial measure. Hearing this, the Virgin Mary reporter's expression was not happy, and just about to refute it, she looked at Peter's cold eyes, and suddenly her back was cold, and she quickly swallowed the speech in her throat, and did not dare to speak again. Then one by one the reporters asked their own questions, but they all seemed to forget the questions raised by the green-robed wizard reporter just now, until Rita Skeeter stepped forward and asked with a smile, Mr. York, I haven't seen you for a long time. What I want to ask is, are you really, as Aldridge said, really master the secret of the Phoenix's immortality? Hissing, all the reporters looked at Skeeter in horror. How dare this woman ask this question? Had she forgotten that the other person who had just asked this question had been sent to St. Mungo's? Peter looked up at Rita's kit, smiled, nodded, and replied, yes, I do have the power of a phoenix, so I can survive Voldemort's death curse. Hearing his affirmative answer, everyone, including Skeeter, was stunned, his eyes widened, and he looked at him in disbelief. Everyone present did not expect Peter to admit it, and suddenly stunned, the scene became quiet. Then it became noisy, and all the reporters looked at him with eager eyes, recording the parchment and automatic feather brush flying in midair. Rita's quite stared at Peter with a dead eye and asked excitedly, Mr. York, do you mean you really have mastered the power of immortality? Peter nodded and shook his head. In fact, I did not master, but was fortunate to be given such an ability. What do you say? Skeeter asked puzzled. Peter did not answer at the first time, but summoned Field out, made him stop on his shoulder, and then introduced to the crowd, because my power comes from my partner Field, it is he who shares his power with me, so that I can have the power of the phoenix, and I can be like a phoenix without death. Hearing Peter's explanation, the people present looked at the phoenix on his shoulder and saw this very gorgeous and magical creature, and for a moment they did not know whether what Peter said was true or not. Although many reporters are eager to use dementoring to pry open the secrets in Peter's mind, they still very rationally close their mouths and do not continue to inquire about the specific process. After all, this kind of secret is related to immortality, and no one will be willing to share it. What everyone didn't expect was that Rita's quite dared to take the risk of stepping forward and asking with a smile, then Mr. York, are you willing to share with us the process of how you obtained the immortal power from the phoenix? The reporters took a cold breath and looked at her with a look of horror. Is this Skeeter crazy today? Such a matter of immortality, it is too late to cover up. How can anyone be willing to share? They looked at Skeeter with a look of sympathy and schadenfreude, thinking that this woman was going to be finished today. But to the surprise of everyone, Peter was not angry, but smiled and said to Skeeter, you want to know how I get the power of the phoenix? Is such a vain talker trying to prostitute my achievements? Although everyone was surprised that Peter did not act immediately, they thought that Skeeter was about to be unlucky, and seeing the way Peter was smiling now, they might already be preparing to curse her. Skeeter was not frightened, but continued to look for death and asked, of course I want to know, after all, everyone wants to live forever, doesn't they? Peter said with an automatic quill and said in a flattering tone, would Mr. York share this secret with me? Peter was not as angry as the reporters expected, but the corners of his mouth twitched and reached away, trying to stick to the quill on his face, and then said very cheerfully, since you want to know so much, it is not impossible for me to say it. Otherwise we'll go to Madame Padliver and have a cup of tea, such an important secret, and you'll at least invite me for a cup of tea. The crowd was stunned again, as if they had heard wrongly, as if Peter York had just said that he was willing to announce the secret of immortality. His eyes were fixed on Peter, trying to make sure if he had heard wrongly. But apparently both Peter and Skeeter had a surprising attitude, and Skeeter smiled and gave Peter a wink. Very happy invitation. Thank you Mr. York for giving me an interview opportunity. Then, let's go to Hogsmeade for a cup of tea now? Me and my readers can't wait to know your secret of eternal life. Of course you can, Ms. Skeeter. Peter smiled and said, please take my arm, I'll let Field send us straight there. After all, it's not a matter of blocking the school gate all the time. Then the two disappeared in the eyes of everyone, carried by the phoenix. The people present suddenly erupted into a loud noise, and everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Did you hear that? Peter York says he's willing to reveal the secret of his immortality? Is it my ear that went wrong? Or am I not awake yet? A reporter asked in disbelief. Merlin, why did Skeeter say it first? If I had known Peter York's willingness to answer this secret, I would have asked the question a long time ago. Now it's a feature interview with the old woman Skeeter. Some reporters seem to have missed the tens of billions. Prize, full of heartache, shouted, the secret of immortality. That's no less than the big news that Nicole May announced the formula of the Philosopher's Stone, so I missed it. But there are also calm reporters, after thinking for a while, hesitantly said, you said that Peter York said that he wanted to publish the secret of immortality. Is it possible that it is false? After all, the ability to live forever, before only Nicole May had developed the Philosopher's Stone, such an important secret, how could he be so willing to say it? Are you saying it's possible that he could come up with a false message to deceive the public? Another reporter speculated. It's very possible. The previous reporter nodded and said, anyway, I don't believe that such a selfless person would be willing to give his immortal secrets for free. The other reporters nodded in agreement. In any case, as long as this incident is reported, Peter York is probably the second person to master immortality. His influence will be like Nicole May, who will become a big figure in the wizarding world, a reporter said with a sigh. Yeah, immortality, who wouldn't want to have it? The other reporters sighed, and then said hopefully, I am looking forward to what Skeeter has reported, to see if there is really a secret of immortality. All the reporters stopped and rushed back to report the news, even if they did not interview Peter's specific secret of immortality, but confirmed that Peter had such an enviable ability that everyone who saw the newspaper would be in an uproar. The onlookers were still shocked, hearing such shocking content. Many students discussed excitedly, and some students quickly ran to the academy to tell others about it. The three of them were also very shocked at this time, and the three of them looked at each other a few times. Ron said in disbelief, this is incredible. Professor York actually mastered the ability of immortality. Will he live a long time like Nicole Flamel, who lived for more than 600 years? What an envy! Harry was also very shocked, but his expression was puzzled. Professor York is really powerful, but how did he so easily agree to the words of Skeeter's woman and actually tell such an important secret? Hermione thought for a moment and said what she had in mind. I don't think Skeeter and Professor York seem to have a simple relationship. Have you forgotten the reporter who was shut up by Professor York? According to the cunning of the woman Skeeter, she can't ask such a very important secret directly so brainlessly. What do you mean? Ron and Harry asked puzzled. I think Skeeter must have obtained Professor York's consent in advance to dare to ask such a thing so boldly, without being rejected and punished by him. Hermione said affirmatively, I've seen signs of cooperation before, and I feel that this interview is a deliberate act by Professor York, who doesn't seem to mind being known about his immortality. Professor York is so active in publishing his secrets, do you think he is really publishing fake content as the reporters say? Harry speculated, after all, I really can't imagine that such a selfless person would be willing to tell such an important secret. Very likely. Ron said with a look of approval, Peter is not a person who likes to suffer, and I want to say that he must be trying to use a false message to fool those who want to live forever. As you can see, the reporters are saying that they have the signatures of the school trustees, and that the school trustees are mostly greedy and bad guys like Malfoy, who must be trying to keep Peter's secret for themselves. Peter would not let them succeed. I think the secret is probably true. Hermione had a different opinion, and she said, the only possibility is that Professor York's secret of immortality, which must be very difficult, even impossible, to achieve. That's why he announced it so confidently, so that those Kai didn't bother him. Of course, that's just my guess. It would have to wait until Skeeter reported the secret before we could know if it was true or not. Hermione smiled and said, with a look of anticipation, but if it is true, I would like to keep me young forever, which is the wish that every woman dreams of. Cut, you girls are always so superficial. If I had the immortal power of Professor York, I would definitely challenge all kinds of dark wizards, and I wouldn't die anyway. Beat those dark wizards to the point of piss and become the mightiest aurors? Ron schemed his lips and said with a look of longing, think beautiful, you are the one who has been beaten to the ass and urinated. After all, a guy who can't even use the disarming spell, how vulnerable that dark wizard will be to be defeated. Hermione gave him a blank look and snorted coldly. Harry watched as the two companions were showing signs of quarreling again, and quickly grabbed the good brothers and prevented them from continuing the argument. In Mrs. Patty's tea house, Peter and Skeeter were drinking tea slowly. At this time, because of the attack of the Death Eaters in the morning, Hogsmeade did not have many people, and many Aurors patrolled here. Looking at the teams of Aurors outside, Skeeter said sarcastically, these Ministry of Magic people are late until the prisoners are finished. Had it not been for the rapid assistance of the Hogwarts professors, the place would have been reduced to rubble by now. Now I know that the Death Eaters will not come again, but they must show a conscientious appearance and act for the public to see. Do you believe that tomorrow's newspaper will definitely describe the Ministry of Magic as the image of Galway, who sent down the gods and soldiers and drove the Death Eaters away? Then put the professors who contributed the most to a few strokes at most, and put all the credit on the Ministry of Magic. This Minister Scrimge, when he was in danger, I thought he would be a little wiser, but now it seems that there is not much difference between him and Fudge, and his eyes are only on power. Didn't you always speak up for the Ministry of Magic before? What, now that I'm having a fight with Scrimge? In this way, the country and the people are worried. Peter took a sip of his tea and looked at her with a smirk. Cough, am I not worried about the Ministry of Magic's inaction? Skeeter laughed a few times in embarrassment and said weakly, after such a long time, the Ministry of Magic has not even caught a single Death Eater, but has let them be arrogant. Then he said with a flattering face, instead, Mr. York, you have done a lot of things for the wizarding world, solved a lot of Death Eaters, and even the Dark Lord has suffered several losses under your acceptance. No one has ever done such a thing, not even Dumbledore, the greatest wizard who claims to be the greatest? Okay, no need to say so many compliments. Peter waved his hand to signal that she did not have to. Since I am willing to agree to your interview, then you should hurry up and ask now, as a reward for your cooperation with me. Otherwise I will not have much time to wait for you to ask questions. Rita's quite opened her mouth, looked at him with a look of surprise on her face, and asked hesitantly, Mr. York, do you really want me to ask you about your secret of immortality? Such an important secret you want to publish? Since I asked you to ask a question, naturally I will not fail to count. Peter said as he should, and then looked out at some of the people peeping at this side, frowned, and said, and I don't want some flies to come to my side in the future to annoy me, so that one day when I am bored, I will slap it to death, and disgusting blood will splash on me. Skeeter noticed the situation outside and said with a grin, after all, it is the immortality that everyone desires, and no one can resist such a temptation, otherwise Nicolomaerme would not have been reclusive for hundreds of years and constantly announced his death. If it weren't for Mr. York, you would be powerful, and I'm afraid there would already be many wizards who would have kidnapped you and forced you to ask the secret of immortality. What about you? Peter asked with a smirk. Of course, I also think that I was a beautiful woman in Ravenclaw, but look at it now, I am already full of wrinkles, and I can't hide my old age with no amount of foundation. Skeeter looked at himself on the window glass and sighed. Then in an instant, the quill and the parchment fell to the table, and a look of devotion winked at Peter. Mr. York, then, how did you do it? How did you have an immortal body? Can you tell us about that? Didn't I come to you for that? Peter said without hesitation, and then as if caught in a memory, said, in fact, all this came from me more than 10 years ago, when my parents sent me a golden bird egg from the Amazon forest. Peter unhurriedly recounted that he lived the phoenix egg, hatched him, lived the phoenix to confess the Lord, and then accidentally injected the blood of the phoenix, and at the moment of death, he obtained the fire of Nirvana that the phoenix voluntarily sacrificed, and then the Nirvana was reborn and reborn. Except for the system, Peter said it briefly, and did not hide it. Rita Squite's eyes filled with wonder as she listened to Peter's miraculous experience and exclaimed, Oh my God, Mr. York, you mean that when you were 10 years old, you gained the immortality of the phoenix because of the blood and Nirvana fire of your pet phoenix Field? Peter nodded, snapped his fingers, summoned Field out, touched his gorgeous feathers affectionately, and said, Field is not a pet, he is my partner, he gave me a new life and that incredible ability. Speaking of his transformation, he stood on the table as a chick, making a pleasant sound, and 2 phoenixes with Field, one big and one small, were displayed in front of Skeeter. Another transformation back into human form. Peter was only 3 or 4 years old, helplessly spread his hands, and said to the stunned Skeeter, This is what I am now, although Voldemort's death spell did not succeed in killing me, but after passive Nirvana, I became a child's body again, which is the price of avoiding death. Rita Squite looked at the very cute little boy in front of her, and while her heart was shocked, she silently complained that this was probably not a price, but a happy annoyance. Being hit by the death curse but not dying, but can rejuvenate her childhood, she also wants a. Now, the camera hidden in your chest should have taken all of this, right? Peter smiled and pointed to the button on Skeeter's body and said, looking at her panicked, Don't worry, since I didn't stop you before, I just agreed to let you shoot it. He changed into an adult form again, sat back in his position, looked at her with a smile and said, Now, do you have any questions? The next morning, as the students were gathering in the auditorium for breakfast, the Daily Prophet arrived early. As soon as the students opened the newspaper and looked at the contents of it, they suddenly exclaimed, and looked at Peter who was eating in the teacher's seat with shocked eyes. At the same time, in the teacher's seat, Peter also got his own pre-ordered newspaper, and on the first page there was a big word written in big letters, Peter York, the true immortals of the magic world. Many potions masters, or alchemists, have always wanted to make them. The elixir of immortality was not successful, and only Master Nicoloam once created the Philosopher's Stone, which extended his lifespan of more than 600 years. But now, there is a young man, by a bold and fortunate opportunity, who has successfully realized the wish of human immortality. He is the genius Peter York. Yesterday the author was very honored to receive the opportunity to interview Mr. York. Mr. York is broad-minded, he told the reporter without concealment how he obtained the process of immortality, and his open-mindedness and selflessness make the author deeply admire. For details, please see the second edition, Son of the Phoenix, The Luck and Inevitability of Peter York. Rita Squite describes Peter in countless words of praise throughout, seeing him as a true immortal, and stumps on Nicole May, who is considered proud by French wizards, suggesting that he has kept the secrets of the Philosopher's Stone tight. Peter shook his head as he looked. This Skeeter wants to praise him, how can he still take Nicole May to step on? Isn't it okay to find trouble? Then he flipped through the second edition, where Skeeter used the narrative to write a vivid description of how Peter obtained the phoenix egg, hatched it, obtained the phoenix blood and the fire of Nirvana, and thus reborn, and even matched Peter's animated picture from a human form to a phoenix to increase the sense of reality. At the end of the article, Skeeter also said in a mocking tone, "I finally know why Mr. York is so generous. After all, this method is too difficult to achieve. First of all, it is very difficult to get the phoenix of consensus, and only Dumbledore and Peter York have a phoenix in the world. Secondly, it is also necessary for the phoenix to voluntarily sacrifice blood and the fire of Nirvana, which is even more difficult. I think it would be difficult for anyone other than Mr. York himself to do it." Looking at the other pages, it was basically about Peter and the phoenix, and even the wand of Voldemort that Peter showed Rita's quite yesterday had only a small position behind. I don't know whether the Daily Prophet is afraid of Voldemort's anger and only dares to put it in an inconspicuous position, or does he think that even Voldemort's news is inferior to the news of immortality? The professors also booked the Daily Prophet, looked at the contents of the newspaper, and looked at him with shocked eyes. Although the news had been widely spread in the school yesterday, it is difficult not to believe it now that I see the very detailed content in the newspaper. They didn't expect Peter to really publish the method of immortality, although it seems very difficult to achieve, but it is indeed a new method of immortality. Moreover, this method does not have the drawbacks of the Philosopher's Stone, and it is even immune to death, and even the death curse is not afraid, which is simply perfect. Feeling the eager gaze of the professor around him, Peter felt that it was a mistake to come to the auditorium to eat today, and he quietly leaned over to Dumbledore, only this old guy was slightly more reliable. Sitting next to Peter, Slughorn, now staring at Peter with a hot eye, couldn't wait to lean over and whispered excitedly, "Peter, is what Skeeter did in the newspaper really say? Did you possess an immortal body by the blood of the phoenix and the fire of Nirvana?" When the other professors saw this, they also stopped eating in their hands and pricked up their ears to listen. "Professor Flaghorn, do you mean to suspect me of lying?" Peter squinted his eyes and said calmly, "Of course not." Slughorn quickly waved his hand, "I just don't trust Rita's quite. This woman usually likes to add oil and vinegar when reporting, so I want to confirm with you." "Oh, then you don't have to worry. She didn't scribble this time, it was written according to what I said, and it hasn't changed," Peter said with a smile. "So the method written above is true." This time even Snape couldn't help it, and directly interjected, "That's right." Peter nodded and said gently, "My parents were Muggle biologists, similar to Master Scamander's work. They accidentally picked up the phoenix egg in the Amazon forest and sent it back to me, after which I accidentally hatched it in flames and recognized me as Lord. Why did you inject Phoenix's blood into your own body? This is just. Didn't anyone in the Muggle world teach you that blood can't be fused between different species? Not to mention the phoenix such a magical beast?" Professor McGonagall, hearing of his childhood depravity, frowned and said solemnly, "Of course, Peter could not have said that he was an irrational thing that he was eager to become a wizard after seeing Harry Potter, and his brain was hot. So he explained with an embarrassed expression, at that time, the Muggle world was popular with superheroes from the United States, and some superheroes in the comics obtained superpowers from animals, and at that time, I didn't know the existence of magic and wizards." I know. Muggle Professor Bubaji said happily, "There's a comic called Spider-Man, right? He was bitten by a spider, and then he became infinitely powerful, like a spider, and he could also spit silk. After I saw it, I thought the Muggle idea was amazing." "It's Spider-Man, Professor Bubaki," Peter corrected wordlessly. "It's a mistake. What do Muggles think? Aren't they afraid that children will misbelieve the cartoons and find something dangerous to bite themselves into?" Professor McGonagall was even more dissatisfied. If Peter's phoenix had not saved him, he would have been burned to death by the blood of the phoenix in his body. "Stupid." Snape also snorted coldly, looking at Peter like a fool. Peter smiled foolishly, but he was secretly relieved, and finally fooled the professors over, except for the system, he said it without reservation. As for whether these professors would secretly imitate Peter's behavior, he was not worried at all. After all, the number of creatures such as the phoenix is very rare, and the whole world may not be able to make up even numbers. And it's also very difficult to catch it. After all, they can ignore anti-phantom shapeshifting. And even if it is caught, it is very difficult to make it surrender. Phoenix blood can be forcibly obtained, but this kind of thing, unless the phoenix is voluntary, no one can get it. And even if it was both, without the help of the system, Peter could only silently mention that the man mourned. If you are lucky, the wizard who obtained the fire of Nirvana will directly turn into a phoenix after being reborn, and although he can no longer become a human, he has fulfilled his wish for immortality. If you are unfortunate, you can only be burned to ashes, and even birds can't do it. The professors confirmed that what had been said in the newspaper was true, and they were not in the mood to eat, and they were silent and did not know what they were thinking. Dumbledore looked at Peter with a relaxed look on his face and said helplessly, "Peter, as soon as you say this, I think those phoenixes will be in danger. Even my fox, I don't dare to let him go out for a walk now, for fear that one day he will never return, and he will be caught and tested. Phoenixes are not so easy to catch. If they don't want to, no one will try to catch them." Peter waved his hand without any concern and said, "Joe, in order to live forever, many people will go crazy." Dumbledore shook his head and said with a worried face, "You also know that Voldemort is willing to try even such dangerous black magic in order to live forever. Now with this more perfect method you offer, do you think he'll let it go? I hope he succeeds. Peter's words fell silently into Dumbledore's ears. With a playful tone, Dumbledore noticed that only he had heard this, and when he looked at Peter's smiling expression, he burst out laughing. Without his previous worries, it was clear that Peter had dug a big hole in it and was waiting for those people to drill into it. Watching the heated discussion between the professors and the students in the audience, Dumbledore smiled and leaned back in his chair and enjoyed his meal. Although he had Phoenix Fox near the water tower, he didn't have any idea of immortality, and immortality was a kind of torture for him, so naturally he wouldn't delve into this. Instead, he was looking forward to Voldemort's reaction when he saw the newspaper. Somewhere in the hidden manor, Voldemort was sitting on a long table, his scarlet eyes staring carefully at the contents of the newspaper, especially when he saw the detailed report on the second page about how Peter obtained the immortal body, and ecstasy flashed in his eyes, but then calmed down again. By this time he had completely lifted Peter's petrification curse, and the object of the transferred curse, the golden cup, had become a grey stone cup and had been given to Bellatrix for safekeeping. His right arm, which had been cut off by Peter, was intact, but it looked like it was made of mercury-like substance, the same silver hand he had given to the dwarf. The silver right arm was covered by the long sleeve of the black robe, and the only silver hand that leaked out did not have any Death Eaters dare to look at it directly, and there was a Death Eater who had been killed by him because he saw Voldemort's silver hand. Everyone knew it was a disgrace to Voldemort, and no one dared to provoke him. Folks, you've seen what this newspaper is saying. Voldemort sat in the first place and looked at the Death Eaters below, then looked at his deputies Bellatrix. Bella, are you sure this method is true? Bellatrix stood up and looked at him eagerly to report, Master, we have photographed a large number of Death Eaters to investigate. Greyback and his werewolves find Muggle employees who once worked at Peter York's estate. According to them, Peter York's changed overnight when he was about 10 years old, and he had a very beautiful bird by his side, which made them all feel amazing at the time. They were then given a confidentiality agreement by the owner of the manor not to be made public, and they were dismissed for a large sum of money. This matter is in line with the contents of the newspaper. Presumably it should be when Peter York obtained the power of the Phoenix, so there will be such a big change. And I deliberately interrogated Redisquite with a soul snatcher and a true agent, and her answer was basically the same as in the newspaper. According to her, it was Peter York who took the initiative to tell this secret, and it should be that he knew that if this secret was not made public, many people would never stop coveting this secret of immortality. After all, a world-renowned figure like Nicole may had to rely on fake death and seclusion to hide from those who coveted the Philosopher's Stone. Now Peter York is incapable of keeping such a secret. Voldemort calmly tapped his fingers on the table, and after thinking for a while, he raised his eyes, and his scarlet eyes swept over everyone, and said slowly, Now you put down what you are doing, and do my best to find the whereabouts of the Phoenix. I need a Phoenix to wish me success. Master, can you think twice about this? One of the masked Death Eaters in the deputy said disapprovingly, not to mention whether the method announced by Peter York is true. Even if you want to find a Phoenix, it is very difficult. And Master, don't you already have the secret skill of immortality? Why go far and seek other ways? If the other Death Eaters dared to speak like this, Voldemort would immediately be a death curse. But in the face of this, it is said to be a Death Eater, but it is more like a mercenary leader of the partners. He did not directly do it, but suppressed his emotions, covered up the color of violence, and said, I do master the secret of immortality, but this magic is not yet completely perfected, so there is still a little problem. If you want to completely perfect, it will take more time. But we now face two fierce rivals, Dumbledore and Peter York. Especially Peter York, whose strength is in a phase of rapid growth. So I need to be stronger to solve these two obstacles? Do you understand? Saying that, the mighty demon pressed against the mercenary leader, forcing him to bow his head and surrender to him. Although the mercenary leader was unruly, at this time, facing Voldemort, who was stronger than himself, he lowered his head and said with a confused look, I understand, Master. Then he took the initiative and said, Master, don't you already have the golden apple? Do you need us to go and get Dean Mungo back? He should know how to make a soul potion. He should be able to solve the Master's needs. Hearing this, Voldemort's body erupted with endless pressure, full of anger, and he looked at the mercenary leader with a bad look in his eyes, gritted his teeth and said, What I got is fake, that cunning, and damn Peter York, who deceived me with a copy charm. The mercenary leader was also bitter in his heart at this time, and wanted to take the initiative to perform, but he did not expect to poke Voldemort's sore spot, and could only silently bear the pressure of Voldemort's magic, and his body was lying on the table panting, and his expression was painful. However, Voldemort did not intend to continue to punish, but instead withdrew the magic pressure, and then coldly ordered, You are from the United States, then you are responsible for finding the Phoenix traces of the Americas. Since there has already been a Phoenix in the Amazon forest, there is no reason why there is only one large forest. You must look carefully. I need to have news within half a year. The mercenary leader cried bitterly, but still had to bow his head and respectfully replied, Yes, Master. Master, I do know a clue that can help us find the Phoenix faster. A Death Eater stood up and said respectfully, Oh, Felix, what clues do you have? Speak up and listen. Voldemort looked at the young Death Eater who had gotten up and had a hint of interest. The Death Eater looked at him in awe and fervently and said respectfully, "As far as I know, the Roger family in France has been secretly smuggling magical creatures around the world, and even very rare magical creatures such as unicorns, poisonous leopards, and human-headed sphinx and scorpion tails can be obtained. Moreover, they have smuggling channels from various countries, and they have many poaching wizards under them, and there is a lot of information, and they may be able to find the traces of the phoenix faster than us." The Roger family? What does it have to do with Roger in the UK? Voldemort straightened up and was immediately interested. "Master, the Roger of England originated in France, and the Roger family in France should be the family of the original to be precise." Bellacretes explains, "It's just that the relationship between the two families is not very good, so there is not much communication." The young Death Eater named Felix hurriedly said, "Master, as far as I know, the patriarch of the French Roger family, Roger, has only one only son, named Tim Roger, who was once your loyal follower and one of the members who once searched for a phoenix for you, but was killed by Peter York when he went to attack York Manor. I think with this relationship, he should have promised to help the master achieve his goal. Felix, this message of yours is useful." Voldemort smiled satisfactorily and then arranged, "Then this matter will be entrusted to you, and you must let the Roger family fully cooperate with the Death Eaters to find the whereabouts of the phoenix as soon as possible." "You know? Yes, master, I will definitely do it," Felix said excitedly. At the same time, the entire British wizarding world is also buzzing with today's reports. Many wizards eagerly discuss Peter York, and envy his luck to gain the favor of the phoenix and thus have an immortal body. The pure-blood families with power, after determining that this news was true, sent people to find clues to the phoenix. Even in the Ministry of Magic, there are many people who are eager to move and live forever. What a tempting thing this is. The poaching wizard suddenly became more and more intense, and within a day he received many tasks to find the phoenix. There were even some brave men who targeted Peter and Dumbledore's phoenix. In their opinion, instead of searching for phoenixes all over the world, aren't there now 2 phoenixes in front of them at Hogwarts? As long as you are careful, the difficulty is better than looking for it outside without a head. In the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, Peter is now using a 2-sided mirror to talk to Roger, who is far away in France. "So Voldemort sent someone to work with you?" Peter asked with a chuckle. "Yes." Heyman nodded. "The Roger family has the largest channel for smugglers of magical beasts, and there are many poaching wizards at our service, so Voldemort wants to find the phoenix through our channels as soon as possible." "Sir, they are in Roger's manor right now. Do you need me to blow them away?" "Boom away? Why refuse?" Peter shook his head, then smiled at a puzzled Heyman and said, "Instead, I need you to do your best to help Voldemort find the whereabouts of the phoenix, and I need you to actively cooperate with the Death Eaters. After all, your son died at my hands, and you have a common enemy. No." Hearing this, Heyman knelt down in a panic and said very firmly, "Sir, my loyalty to you has never changed. That contrarian chooses to fight against you, and he deserves to die. Trust me?" "Okay, Heyman, you get up first." Peter looked at the panicked Heyman Roger at this time and said gently, "Of course I can feel your loyalty. This time I just want to take the opportunity to let you break into the Death Eaters. I believe that with the strength of your Roger family, Voldemort will not underestimate you." Peter certainly wasn't worried about Heyman Roger betraying him, and since the last time Heyman had broken free of the puppet potion, Peter had put several assurances on it, not only modifying Heyman's memory and making him loyal to him from the heart. Even for the sake of insurance, he also signed the unbreakable curse. As soon as he wanted to be unfavorable to himself, he would be immediately repulsed by the curse and die without a place to die. "Sir, do you mean to let me join the Death Eaters?" Heyman questioned. "Not really." Peter shook his head. "I'm just asking you to work with them. The elites before Voldemort have been pretty much solved by me, and his main force now is mercenaries from the United States, and these mercenaries are not the ones who will be loyal to him. Your joining Voldemort should be very welcome. As long as you do not expose it, he should be very dependent on you. Although the Roger family is thin, its power is not small, otherwise it would not have become a big family in the French magic world, and it also controlled the largest international smuggling channel without being eliminated. It also has trained many poaching wizards, who hunt magical animals in dangerous jungles all year round, so they are not weak. Such a large force should be very much needed for Voldemort, who is currently understaffed." So Peter did not believe that Voldemort would refuse Heyman Roger's request for cooperation. Hearing Peter's request, Heyman would not refuse, and he nodded his head in agreement. "I will obey your orders, sir. Don't be too demanding. If you don't feel right, withdraw immediately." Peter said that he was just a whim trying to put a nail in the Death Eaters, and he didn't care too much about success. Heyman nodded respectfully. "By the way, there's any new news about the Thunderbirds and other magical beasts I've asked you to investigate?" Peter asked. "There are new clues, sir, and I'm getting ready to return the favor to you." Heyman respectfully replied. "I approached the Magical Congress of America to investigate the 1926 New York crisis, the Thunderbird that Mr. Scamander released that time, and according to the Aurors who tracked it at the time, they tracked the Thunderbird to the Grand Canyon in Arizona and lost its tracks. So if it has offspring, the most likely place to inhabit is there. Arizona." Peter's eyes lit up when he heard this, and after such a long search, he finally had a clue. The points accumulated by Peter's system could have been exchanged for blood fusion long ago, but because he had not found the magical beast he wanted, he had not moved. Although there are still many magical beasts in the wizarding world that can be used as fusion objects, Peter's system points are also not easy to come by, so there is no satisfactory goal. He prefers to wait slowly. Now that he had a clue, of course, he couldn't wait. Peter was happy to go straight down. Ling, Haman, give me the greatest strength to continue to explore the whereabouts of the Thunderbird. As soon as the address of the Thunderbird is determined, it will be reported to me immediately, and I will go directly to it without you having to catch it. Okay, sir. Haman nodded respectfully. I've photographed a dozen of the top hunters in the past, and they are very good at tracking magical beasts, and I think there will be news soon. Well done, Haman. Peter said happily, when I find the Thunderbird, I will reward you. Your will is my will. Haman heard this and said with joy, still respectfully. At the end of the call, Peter leaned back in his chair and looked out the window at the view of the lakeshore and the lively and cheerful students, and his mind unconsciously calmed down. Since his identity as an immortal was revealed, he has received more attention in school than anyone else. In addition to the Daily Prophet, other newspapers and periodicals have reported on Peter. Even the very unobtrusive singing the opposite has rubbed a wave of heat. Many of the biggest names in the wizarding world wrote letters expressing their desire to invite him to be a guest, and alchemists and potion masters at home and abroad also expressed their willingness to communicate and wanted to discuss immortality with him closely. Even Nicole May, through Dumbledore, wrote a letter to Peter expressing his desire to meet him. Not to mention the teachers and students in the school, the professors also know how to be reserved, although they often can't help but ask for more information about immortality, but as long as Peter refuses, he will generally not bother him. The students did not have such scruples. One by one, in the classroom, they always looked at him with curious and reverential eyes, and from time to time asked him what it was like to become an immortal. Ask him if he was conscious when he was reborn in Nirvana and turned into ashes. There were even some Gryffindor students, pointing to the 3 or 4-year-old Peter in the newspaper, and asked him very curiously, after becoming a child again, would he grow up like other children in the future, so younger than them? Peter was blackened by his question, and since Nirvana was reborn, his true appearance was only 3 or 4 years old, and he didn't know that he would grow up quickly and return to adulthood in the future. Or do you have to grow up like any other child? In order not to damage the majesty of his professor, Peter spent most of his time using his transformation talent to disguise the appearance of adulthood. Otherwise, how could a 3 or 4-year-old professor serve the public? Peter, annoyed by the entanglement, simply restores his face as a devil professor, pressing these curious guys in the ring in every class, leaving them with no energy to think about it. A few more weeks passed, and during this time the wizarding world was generally relatively calm. Even the Death Eaters who were afraid of chaos in the world were quiet. Dumbledore also laughed and teased Peter for his great contribution to the wizarding world, and with a message of immortality, the eyes of the wizarding world were all focused on finding the Phoenix. According to Snape's message, the Death Eaters gave up creating panic and instead followed Voldemort's orders and searched around for clues to the Phoenix. Even many pure-blood families or rich wizards have issued bounties just to find the Phoenix, so that they can get an immortal body like Peter. Some wizards with no money and no power, in order to live forever or bounty, have also gone abroad to find the traces of the Phoenix. According to Alan, who works in the Department of Magical Transportation, the busiest department of the Ministry of Magic today is the Department of Transportation, and every day many wizards apply for foreign expeditions, and their purpose is self-evident. Just as the wizarding world was buzzing with the search for the Phoenix, Peter had left England and appeared in the United States. His location is in a large canyon, surrounded by a desert. The canyon is cold wind, a windy river interspersed in the canyon. It looks very spectacular. But Peter didn't care about this at this time. He turned his head to look at the tanned poachers in front of him, and asked directly, in which direction is that Thunderbird? Several of the poachers, who had already been told by Roger, knew that their boss also had great respect for the young wizard, so he did not dare to take it lightly, pointing to the northwest and saying, "Sir, we just have to go up this Colorado River and find the tracks of Thunderbirds in the center of the deep valley." One of our members had seen a huge nest there, but before they could get closer, they were spotted by a Thunderbird flying back. If you don't escape quickly, I'm afraid you will be injured by the lightning that the guy summoned. The big guy didn't have a bad temper at all, and chased us for a few kilometers before going back. We suspect it has children, or it wouldn't have been so grumpy and vigilant. Peter was very happy to hear this, and after looking for so long, he finally found the Thunderbird. No more he wondered if the Thunderbird was extinct. Guided by several poachers, he made a phantom transfiguration to the middle of the canyon. Several people stood on the plateau, looking at the canyon thousands of meters deep below, where dark clouds were pressed against the top and thunder and lightning shone in the clouds from time to time. The barren Grand Canyon and the dark clouds on the top look very spectacular. There, sir, there is a big cave in the canyon, and the nest is in that hole, but now it is covered by dark clouds. The poacher pointed to the deepest canyon and said, looking at the current situation, it should be our appearance before, which made the Thunderbirds vigilant, so they summoned thunderclouds. Or shall we wait? When the clouds have receded, find an opportunity to lure the Thunderbirds with a goat. We have anesthesia here. You can numb a dragon, so it is safer. Another poacher proposed. Don't bother so much. Peter waved his hand, and he looked at the dark cloud-shrouded canyon in the distance, smiled and said to several people, "Just wait for me here, I'll just go over." "How can this be? Several poachers couldn't sit still. Mr. Rozier told us to protect you. How can we let you go on an adventure alone?" "Okay, that's it." Peter didn't give them a chance to speak, and said strongly, "You are here to help me on guard, and there may be some big movement later, so don't let the muggles or other wizards near you get close." With that, a teleport disappeared into place. Reappearing, Peter had come to the depths of the canyon, and he stood on the steep granite, looking up at the thick black clouds in the sky, and the thunder and lightning that flashed from time to time, approaching the mouth of the cave in the distance. The nest of the Thunderbird is located in a cliff cave on the bank of the canyon and looks very steep. Across the rough water, Peter looked up at the dark cave on the cliff opposite, and as he looked at the billowing black clouds in the sky, a flash appeared at the mouth of the cave. He looked at the huge nests that nested inside the cave. The perimeter was made of thick branches of dead wood, and inside it was paved with all kinds of hay, and there were many animal furs. In the nest, 3 bird eggs larger than ostrich eggs stand there. These eggs are silver, covered with blue mysterious runes, and look closely, there are traces of electric light flowing. Thunderbird eggs? Peter was pleasantly surprised, not expecting there to be as many as 3 here. The number of Thunderbirds is even smaller than the phoenix now, otherwise Peter wouldn't have spent years finding a clue. Once the number of Thunderbirds was drastically reduced by the hunting of wizards, and because of the human destruction of the environment, by the 20th century, the number of Thunderbirds was already in jeopardy. In the 60s and 70s, American wizards declared the Thunderbird extinct. Until the 80s, a wizard living in the wilderness of the central United States found a trace of a Thunderbird. The Magic Congress did not declare the Thunderbird extinct, but since then there has been no trace of the Thunderbird. Nowadays, Thunderbirds are rare, let alone Thunderbird eggs, and if they are sold on the black market alone, a Thunderbird egg is worth at least 100,000 gallons, and it is priceless. However, Peter didn't care about the price, he only wanted to rely on this Thunderbird egg to gain the skills of the Thunderbird to enhance his strength. Ding, find the Thunderbird, do you consume points to exchange for blood fusion? The system automatically prompts. Peter was very happy to hear this, and as soon as he tried to put his hand on the eggshell, there was a rushing wind behind him. He flashed and appeared on the other side of the cave entrance, only to find that he was attacked by a Thunderbird the size of an adult horse. At this moment the Thunderbird spread its 4 huge wings, and the huge eagle head made a sharp and piercing cry and glared at Peter. Peter sensed that the hair was erect, and there was a tingling sensation on the skin, and the feeling was not good, and he immediately disappeared into the same place. Then a thick lightning bolt directly bombarded the place where Peter had disappeared, blasting the granite on the ground into countless pieces. Peter appeared in the other place, looked at the thick thunder and lightning, and the big pit that had been bombarded out, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. This Thunderbird obviously regarded him as an enemy and fought so hard. Seeing that the attack was missed, the Thunderbird once again incited its wings, issued an angry cry, and filled its body with Deo thunder and lightning, and unceremoniously bombarded Peter. Suddenly, the rumble in the cave continued to sound, and rubble flew everywhere. Peter kept dodging the lightning attack of the Thunderbird, seeing countless pieces of rubble shooting randomly from you and me, and quickly cast a barrier to protect the 3 eggs in the nest, which would be blocked out at any time, and then helplessly shouted, "Hey, big guy, I have no malice. And can you be careful, your children are still here? Whose responsibility is it that is broken?" The Thunderbird didn't care about this, it was furious, directly and constantly attacking Peter with lightning, and even saw the protective shield that Peter had imposed on the nest, directly attacking the protective shield with lightning, trying to break it. When Peter saw this, he only felt a headache, only that this Thunderbird was too tiger, and did not care whether the eggs would be affected. Originally, he only wanted to borrow the Thunderbird egg, fuse the bloodline and leave. But now it seems that it is still necessary to defeat this Thunderbird first. Using his wand to pick out the lightning that attacked him, Peter gradually approached the Thunderbird, looking at the dead branches and giant trees scattered around the cave. Peter waved the wand, and the branches quickly changed the material, connected with each other, forming a chain, climbing up the Thunderbird's body like a snake, and quickly wrapped it up. Peter swung his wand again, the chain quickly straightened and the other end plunged into the surrounding walls, allowing the Thunderbirds to explode lightning, and the electricity was quickly introduced to the ground along the chain. Seeing this, Peter shook his head. After all, he was not an intelligent creature. Even if he had the power to summon lightning storms, he did not know how to be flexible. He was still easily restrained. Looking at the Thunderbird that was full of electricity, Peter still let it be bound, and he came to the lair, reached for the eggshell, and continued the attack. The Thunderbird, who was bound by a thick iron chain, saw that Peter was going to hurt his child, and the lightning burst out madly, and the chains on his body were burned red by the huge electricity, and a dazzling flash of light erupted, illuminating the cave brightly. Smelling the burnt smell coming from the Thunderbird's body, Peter looked helplessly at the violent Thunderbird, and if he continued to struggle, the Thunderbird would cripple himself. He had only come to fuse the bloodlines, not to hurt them. Since he couldn't understand it, Peter simply transformed into a Thunderbird to see if he could fool it with Bogart's transfiguration ability. The Thunderbird stared at the human in the lair with hatred, desperately trying to break free of the restraints and kill the man to protect his child. As a result, in a blink of an eye, I saw that the human suddenly turned into a thunderbird, standing on the nest and making a chirping sound to speak to himself, and he was dumbfounded. You. Who are you? What about humans? 4. Why hurt my child? With the small brain capacity of the thunderbird, I don't understand how humans have become their own kind. You don't move, I won't hurt you and your child, you don't have to be so angry. Peter said in the form of a thunderbird, tried to soothe the grumpy thunderbird. But before Peter could finish speaking, a hound guarding God flew from the mouth of the cave, and an urgent voice came from the mouth of the patron saint. Mr. York, we have found a group of wizards coming. At least a dozen of them. Oh, bad. Be a mercenary? Their target is also a thunderbird. They found us. Mr. York is about to get out of there. Hearing the notice of the poaching wizard, Peter frowned. Mercenary? How did these guys get here? However, Peter did not have much time to think about this at this time. He changed back into a human form, put his hand on the thunderbird egg, and silently said in his heart, System, give me the fusion of thunderbird blood. Ding, discover the thunderbird gene. Confirm if I consume points to redeem fusion opportunities. The system rings in the head. Confirm. Ding, confirm it. Start fusing the thunderbird gene. Please wait for the host. The system replied. Peter only felt a mysterious warm energy, gushing from the mouth of his heart to the limbs and 8 skeletons, and the crisp and numb feeling made Peter feel as if he had undergone a very comfortable massage. At the same time, on his body, a trace of blue electric light traveled on the surface of his body like a small snake, setting off Peter's more mysterious and cold. GA? The thunderbird bound by a thick iron chain, looking dumbfounded at this guy who didn't know whether it was the same kind or a human. The brain capacity was not large, and he couldn't understand how he turned into a human for a while and then became a thunderbird. However, I finally calmed down a little, and I no longer fought for self-harm and frantically broke free of the chains. Especially after the lightning appeared on Peter's body, the thunderbird was even more shocked, and now the humanoid Peter felt more real than the previous appearance of a thunderbird. In the eyes of the thunderbirds, Peter at this time is a real kind, although a strange kind that looks like a human being. Suddenly, several footsteps came from the mouth of the cave, and several wizard phantom transfigurations appeared here. Several people walked into the cave vigilantly with their wands, and the first thing they saw was a thunderbird bound by chains, and they were suddenly surprised. And as soon as the thunderbird saw these people, especially the uniform mercenary dress on them, he became very excited, staring at them with hatred, and the lightning on his body burst out, and the time was almost a few million volts, and the electric light shone brightly, making several mercenary wizards retreat vigilantly. Unfortunately, the chains that Peter made up had very strong conductive properties, and the terrifying electricity from the thunderbirds was channeled deep into the ground. Oh, scared me to death. A mercenary patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief, then said with chagrin, with metal conductivity, how could I not have thought of it before? Otherwise, we wouldn't have lost several of our members in order to catch that beast. But then again, who did it? Was it the accomplice of the previous poachers who stood in the way? Saying that, a ball of incandescent light flew out of the wand and fell to the top of the cave to illuminate the surroundings. Several other mercenaries raised their wands and looked around warily. Then it was against a pair of bright eyes in the nest. How come there's a kid here? One of the mercenaries was very puzzled, looking at the beautiful children who were only 3 or 4 years old in the nest, and only felt very strange. Is it a child that Thunderbird has captured from nearby? Then he saw the 3 bird eggs behind him and looked excited. Oh my god, there are 3 Thunderbird eggs that have not hatched yet. Now we're going to send it? Those rich masters will be willing to spend 500,000 jo pot to buy these bird eggs. Be careful. When the leading mercenary saw Peter, he did not slacken off, but instead solemnly reminded his companions, this child is not simple, don't follow the Tao. These mercenary wizards have been walking tightropes for many years, and naturally know that in the uninhabited places of Liao, it is most dangerous to meet the elderly, women and children. So he was suddenly alert, and the wand in his hand was aimed at the 3 or 4-year-old Peter in the nest, ready to launch a deadly spell. When Peter heard the words of the leading mercenary, his eyes flashed with a ghostly light, and he stood up directly, and his body also grew larger, becoming 18 years old. Looking at the mercenaries calmly, he asked, you just said that you have captured a Thunderbird, is that Thunderbird only a pair of them? Several mercenaries, shocked and wary, watched as Peter, who had suddenly changed from a child to an adult, threw out a deadly spell attack without saying a word, and quickly retreated to the mouth of the cave, ready to call more companions. Peter then picked up the spell that had come from the attack, glanced at it and became violent again, looking at the mercenaries' Thunderbird like an enemy, and untied it. The Thunderbird without restraint was filled with deist lightning, just like the divine bird born and thundered, accompanied by an angry birdsong, and the lightning attacked the crowd. Oh, I've let you go, and even I want to attack. Peter looked at a bolt of lightning that was attacking him and said helplessly. But instead of dodging, he reached out to block it. The lightning that could originally burn people into coke, after touching Peter's hand, instantly seemed to see the master, obediently fell into his hand, turned into a ball lightning, and was curiously played with by Peter. Looking at the lightning in his hand, Peter only felt very wonderful. He had successfully fused the blood of the Thunderbird in just a few moments, and was also strengthened by the system with a wave of ability. At this time, he can clearly sense the current in the air, and even his body is a very huge generator, which can burst out lightning like a Thunderbird. It can also easily summon lightning in the sky and change the weather. But don't think too much about this at this time. A few mercenaries have already fled here, and the Thunderbirds have chased them out. But at this time, the situation inside the cave was not very good, due to the bombardment of lightning, coupled with the dissatisfied dead branches and flammable materials under the nest had already ignited a huge flame. Looking at the 3 Thunderbird eggs in the flames, Peter sighed, waved the flames in front of him to the nest, put the 3 eggs into the bag he carried, and then turned around and disappeared into the same place, chasing out. Outside the cave, on the river beach, a dozen mercenaries were standing on the ground, working together to fire spells into the sky. At this time, the sky was already covered with dark clouds, the black pressure was pressed above the river valley, and a Thunderbird was constantly circling in the dark clouds, constantly dodging the attacks of the wizards below, and constantly summoning countless lightning bolts, illuminating the entire sky transparently. At this time, the Thunderbird is like a dragon returning to the sea. Under the blessing of thunder and lightning in the clouds, it becomes more terrifying at this time, just like a lightning elf, declaring the wrath of the thunder god. The thick lightning of the Deo Deo descends from the sky, directly hitting the ground, blowing the river beach out of a large pit. In the face of the lightning attack of heavenly punishment, the mercenaries did not panic, but instead gathered together to transfer the lightning that attacked them to the river next to them. And even thanks to Peter's previous idea of using metal conduction, these mercenaries directly conjured up many thick conductive metals to direct the lightning into the river. Each lightning bolt was worth millions of volts, and for a moment the Colorado River in the canyon seemed to be boiling, hit by the Deo Deo thunder. The creatures in the river are directly electrically cooked. The Thunderbirds in the clouds saw this, more furious, constantly summoning lightning. The rainstorm also fell instantaneously. Thunder and lightning exploded in the air along the rain. Dense thunder and lightning turned the river beach into a place of heavenly punishment, and the deafening roar was endless. Peter came out to see such a scene and was very surprised. Under the blessing of clouds and rain, the Thunderbirds are like hanging, bombarding the ground without stopping, not afraid of running out of power at all. Peter stood invisibly on the top of a granite that had been eroded by the wind, watching quietly, with no intention of coming out to help one side. But suddenly, with his eyes sharp, he found that 2 mercenaries were quietly riding brooms, appearing behind the Thunderbird, planning to sneak up on the Thunderbird. Although the 2 guys were wearing invisibility cloaks, because the material of the invisibility cloak was made of the hair of the invisible beast, Peter, who had the talent of the invisible beast, could easily see through them. Seeing this, Peter had a bad smile on his face. He closed his eyes to draw the thunder and lightning power in the sky, and his body also emitted a trace of electric light, which resonated with the lightning in the clouds. The Thunderbird was drawn to the mercenaries below, not noticing that 2 mercenaries were approaching it stealthily not far behind him. The 2 mercenaries did not directly use the spell to sneak up on the Thunderbird. After all, their purpose was to catch it alive, so the 2 took out enough anesthetic needles to anesthetize a fire dragon, and then cast a silent spell, and the anesthetic needles quickly shot at the Thunderbird like bullets. Just when they thought they were going to succeed, a bolt of lightning appeared directly out of thin air, vaporizing the anesthetic needle in an instant. Immediately after that, 2 very thick lightning bolts fell from the clouds, directly hitting the 2 invisible people. The invisibility cloaks on their bodies instantly turned into fly ash, the broom was directly blown to pieces, and the 2 people were also burned into coke and fell directly. The Thunderbird was also startled by the sudden lightning behind him, and the color of confusion flashed in his sharp eyes. Did he not remember that he had summoned lightning? How could he have been so lucky enough to just hit 2 humans? The mercenary leader who was watching all this below, his face was instantly difficult to see, and he scolded a waste. He thought that the 2 had been spotted by the Thunderbird and had only been struck by the Thunderbolt, not knowing that it was the work of another person. After Peter solved these 2 people, his expression was not very good. He's not a murderer, but these people deserve to die. Especially after they had killed a few poachers who had brought him over, Peter wasn't going to let them get out of here alive. The poachers under Haman, after delivering news to Peter, were killed by the mercenaries. Although Peter had no friendship with them, since it was because of his own bad luck that he wanted to avenge them. Peter directly revealed his form, and then made a sharp Thunderbird call into the sky, and after fusing the Thunderbird's blood, he could already communicate with the Thunderbird. The mercenaries below were even more wary of Peter's sudden appearance, and then they watched in amazement as Peter communicated with the Thunderbirds of the sky with his sharp bird calls. The mercenaries, who had thought that Peter would be able to share the firepower of the Thunderbird, looked at the way the 2 communicated, and suddenly felt bad, and raised their wands to constantly attack Peter and the Thunderbird. At the same time, Peter, who had finally made peace with Thunderbird, was relieved, and he appeared opposite the mercenaries with a teleportation, looking at these mercenaries wearing sunglasses and wearing military and civilian costumes, and his eyes flashed cold. He waved his wand and directly turned the metal that protected them into small snakes, which quickly disappeared into the river. At the same time, the Thunderbirds in the sky instantly launched lightning, and the dense and terrifying lightning quickly smashed into the ground, and the dazzling electric light illuminated the dark canyon. This lunatic. The mercenaries looked at Peter, who was blocking their departure, and cursed in horror. You must know that the attack of the Thunderbird does not distinguish between the enemy and the enemy. Is this boy trying to pull them to the funeral? There is no deep hatred between them? Unfortunately, they guessed wrong, and the thunder and lightning fell from the sky, accompanied by torrential rain, turning the entire canyon into a thunder pool. While they struggled to isolate the lightning attack with magic, Peter was directly exposed to the lightning without a single damage. The lightning of the Deo flickered around him, and he was like a thunder god bathed in thunder, and the thunder and lightning around him were like arms in his hands. Looking at these open-mouthed mercenaries, Peter shook his hands vainly, and the thunder and lightning around him quickly flowed into his hands, forming a dazzling ball of lightning. Some more. Peter shouted at the thunderbirds in the sky. The thunderbird seemed to understand, issued a sharp chirp, rapidly flapped its 4 wings, and more clouds and mist gathered, and the Deo thunder and lightning quickly formed in the clouds, and finally fell rapidly with the torrential rain. The stout thunder and lightning all gathered into Peter's hands, and the dazzling ball lightning turned blue and emitted a manic breath. In the horrified eyes of the mercenaries, Peter threw the ball lightning in his hand directly at them. Get out! The mercenary leader shouted and immediately cast a phantom transfiguration to escape. But to his horror, the anti-phantom transfiguration spell had been cast here, and they couldn't teleport. The moment the ball lightning was thrown, Peter teleported away. When he appeared above the canyon, accompanied by a very dazzling white light, a deafening explosion followed, and the ball lightning containing a huge amount of electricity directly exploded. Countless lightning bolts were fired like a missile explosion, destroying all life in the entire canyon in an instant. The hurricane formed blew up the barren canyon and covered the sky. The thunderbird circling in the clouds was also startled by this formation. Although it was good at making lightning, it did not make such a powerful thunderbolt, and suddenly looked at Peter's eyes with some awe. I only felt that this kind of human-like being was much stronger than him. Looking at the dust, Peter frowned and waved his wand to roll up a tornado that swept away the dust in the valley. Then he teleported again and came to the canyon. By this time it was already a mess, even the river valley had been blown up, and countless rock walls had fallen around, blocking the river to form a barrage lake. The air was filled with the smell of ozone from the lightning explosion, and Peter wrinkled his nose and schemed past several charred corpses. There were also some dying guys, and after directly adding a spell to move them back to the west, Peter frowned and said to himself, 2 less people. Trail is revealed. Peter's wand swept away, and the golden sand poured out of the wand, forming the image of mercenaries around them, only to see that most of these mercenaries died in an instant at the moment of lightning explosion. But 2 people made a thick rubber wall at the last minute, protecting them inside. The rubber of the insulator allowed the 2 to be electrocuted by a huge electric current in the first time, and although they were seriously injured, they left in the first place after the explosion. Are there really smart people? I actually understand that rubber is an insulator? Peter said with some surprise that people in the wizarding world generally looked down on muggles, and muggle knowledge such as electrical conduction or insulators was rarely understood by wizards. Unexpectedly, today he met a wizard who knew muggles. Although the mercenaries were not completely annihilated, Peter did not intend to chase them. Now that he had achieved his goal, he should return to England after burying the poachers who had led him. The Thunderbird also landed at this time, looking at the corpses of the mercenaries on the ground, and the Thunderbird indignantly electrocuted them a few times before coming to Peter's side and making a chirp at him. Peter touched the guy, then took out 3 Thunderbird eggs from his pocket and said in a fit of rage, "Your father is so competent that he has forgotten his own children, and if I hadn't been the handle, they wouldn't have hatched now." When the Thunderbird saw his egg, his eyes showed joy, and he grunted like a cat and rubbed Peter with his head, expressing his gratitude to him. "Well, now it's time to think about finding a new safe place. It's not safe anymore, you have to move." Peter patted his head and said, "How about going to the Rocky Mountains? It's high and uninhabited, so it should be perfect for you." Peter waved his wand, and the weed canes on the ground automatically weaved to form a large nest-shaped basket, which added warm and soft hay to it, and then put 3 bird eggs inside. "Now you can grab the basket and go where you want to go. Just be careful not to be discovered by humans. What do you think? Do you like it?" The Thunderbird looked at the nest-like basket, curiously picked up the basket with its mouth, looked at the stable eggs inside, and immediately flapped its wings happily, making a pleasant cry. "Okay, so don't do it, big guy." Peter patted its neck and said goodbye to it. Gollum. The Thunderbird lowered the basket and bit Peter's clothes lightly with its beak, eyes pleading with a constant sound of the county. "Are you saying that your wife was caught by those people and wanted me to save her? And you know where they are?" Peter heard the words of the Thunderbird and said in surprise. Thunderbird nodded, constantly making a praying sound. "In the middle of a desert uninhabited by Nevada, there is an unknown camp. It is an important stronghold and training camp for mercenary wizards, and is surrounded by heavy guards and banishment spells to prevent outsiders from discovering its secrets." At this time, the 3 disheveled wizards suddenly appeared here, startling the mercenaries who were on guard outside the camp, and then found that these 3 were their companions, and quickly brought the 3 seriously injured back to the camp for treatment. "Martinson, what happened to you? The organs in the body are about to be shattered. And so much so a split happened?" Michael, the head of the camp, asked puzzled. "Didn't you go catch another Thunderbird? How did you get that look? What about everyone else? How did the 3 of you come back?" The mercenary named Martinson had a palpitation on his face. He directly let go of the brain closure technique, and said to the person in charge, "Sir, you still check my memory directly. I don't know how to narrate. The person in charge, Michael, saw this, was even more puzzled, and did not use the Dementor spell directly to read Martinson's memory. After a while, the person in charge gasped and withdrew from Martinson's memory, looked at Martinson with shocked and frightened eyes, and said, "Who is the person you remember? Why is it so powerful? It almost wiped you out." Yeah, if Davis hadn't figured out the rubber in time to isolate the electricity, the three of us would not have been able to come back. Martinson said with a bitter smile, but even so, the power of that huge ball lightning burst out also shocked us to the point of being seriously injured, and finally fought for the danger of splitting to drive us back. Who the hell is this guy? The strength is so strong, why am I not impressed? Michael, the person in charge, pondered the young and handsome wizard in Martinson's memory, and why did he give such a cruel hand to you, and do we have any grudge against him? Sir, I may have some guesses. Davis, who was lying on another hospital bed, raised his hand weakly. We met a few poacher wizards before we went to the cave to catch the Thunderbirds, and we guessed that their target was probably also the Thunderbirds, so we dealt with them directly. This powerful wizard should have something to do with the guys we killed. That's trouble. Michael, the person in charge, frowned. We not only lost more than a dozen excellent members this time, but also provoked such a powerful wizard. It seems that I need to report this matter to the headquarters and make all preparations in advance. Suddenly, the clear sky outside dimmed. Thick dark clouds covered the sky, accompanied by bursts of thunder and lightning, attracting the attention of everyone in the camp. It's a strange weather, it's a desert area, and the rainfall of the year is pitiful. How come so many dark clouds suddenly came? Is it going to rain? A new mercenary looked at the dark clouds in the sky and said in surprise, "Watch out, rookie, this is obviously not a natural sight, there is something in that cloud." The old mercenary frowned at the strange dark clouds in the sky, clenched his wand, and reminded him very seriously. Martinson, who was lying on his hospital bed in the infirmary, also noticed the scene outside, and he looked through the skylight at the black oppressive sky in the distance, and said solemnly to the person in charge, "Sir, it is the Thunderbird that has come. It seems that it has not given up on the partner we caught." The person in charge, Michael, looked up at the lightning in the clouds. His expression was more solemn, he thought more, so he turned his head to look at Martinson very seriously. "You said that the Thunderbird and the wizard can communicate and cooperate. Is it possible that wizard will follow?" "Probably not," Martinson said hesitantly, but his expression also became nervous. Just then, a loud cry came from the sky, and a small hole was torn open in the thick dark clouds, and a large bird with lightning flashed all over its body. On the back of the bird, a figure loomed on it, and the thunder and lightning around him seemed to have no effect on him, and even gathered around him, setting him off like a thunder god descending into the world. "It's him? It's the wizard who came?" The three mercenaries on the hospital bed, staring out at the sky outside with wide eyes, shouted in horror. The head of the camp looked solemnly at the heavens, at the wizard riding the Thunderbird, and quickly gathered the mercenaries in the camp to resist. All protection, impregnable, super armor protection. These mercenaries were highly trained and raised their wands to fire spells into the sky, and the dazzling spells rose upwards, forming a huge and strong barrier to protect the entire camp. Peter and the Thunderbird in the sky did not seem to be in a hurry to attack, but were constantly accumulating the power of thunder and lightning was constantly shining in the clouds. It illuminated the camp below. "Friends from heaven, wonder how our wolf camp has offended you. Did we have some misunderstanding? Can you please stop your anger and have a good talk with us?" Michael, the person in charge, shouted loudly at Peter with a loud mantra. The mercenaries below looked at their commander with puzzled eyes. There was only one wizard and a Thunderbird in the sky, and with the number of hundreds of wizards in their camp, it was enough to solve this man and a bird, and could they speak in a consultative tone? And let them play the protective screen cover so solemnly? The person in charge, Michael, did not feel the dissatisfaction of the subordinates around him, but he was also bitter at this time. If he had not seen such a terrible scene from Martinson's memory, he would not have been so desperate to ask for peace. The camp had already lost more than a dozen senior members, and if there were any more damages, he would not have to go now. Under the thunderclouds, Peter sat on the back of the Thunderbird, and he heard the voice of the person in charge below, but did not pay attention, but reached out and patted the back of the Thunderbird and said, "Let's start." The Thunderbird received the order, rapidly incited its wings. The Deo lightning increased around. The thunder and lightning accumulated in the clouds were already very large, accompanied by a cry of the Thunderbird. The thunder and lightning in the clouds were like a flood that drained the gate, accompanied by the decline of the rainstorm, like a divine punishment. The stout thunderbolt with hundreds of billions of volts of voltage hit the protective cover hard, roared, and erupted into a very dazzling light, making everyone close their eyes and cover their ears. The barrier erected by hundreds of people together is indeed not to be underestimated, and the hundreds of millions of volts of lightning only made the protective cover vibrate for a moment, and it was not broken. But the mercenaries below were not happy, because countless thunderbolts followed, and the intensive attacks were on the protective cover. Peter did not sit idly by, he sat on the back of the Thunderbird, and also used his lightning skills. His ability was optimized by the system, and he had an advantage over the Thunderbird's practical Thunderbolt skill. Only to see that with the launch of his skill, the dark clouds in the sky became more, almost enveloping the entire sky. The water vapor in the clouds became more active, the lightning gathered more and more, and the whole sky was dense with thunder and lightning, and the rumble was endless. Thunderbird sensed the change in the environment, became more excited, summoned more thunder, and the cooperation between the two made the entire cloud layer become like a thunderstorm, which was extremely terrifying. Wandering in the thunder, Peter and the Thunderbird are like elves in the sea of thunder, flying freely over the camp. Deo lightning is like a thunder net, scattered in the sky, and it will fall at any time. Oh my god, where the hell is this monster? The mercenaries in the camp below looked up in horror. They had never heard of any wizard wielding such a terrifying power of thunder, which completely shattered their cognition. At this moment, Peter made a move with both hands, and the terrifying thunder that filled the surrounding area quickly converged into his hands, and in the blink of an eye, the thunder and lightning in the entire sky disappeared, leaving only the dark blue lightning ball in Peter's hand, which was only the size of a billiard ball. The ball lightning revealed a terrifying atmosphere of destruction, constantly emitting a nourishing sound, and the energy contained in it made the surrounding space magnetic field change. Peter struggled to control this lightning ball. He was a bit enlarged, although he inherited the talent of the Thunderbird and optimized it, but such a huge amount of electricity was not something he could grasp for a while. The Thunderbird also felt the terrifying energy of the lightning ball on its back, and if it exploded directly, I am afraid that it would not be spared by this lightning elf, so it was very nervous and screamed in horror. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Peter quickly calmed down, then clenched his hands, tightly suppressed the lightning in his hands, and quickly threw it at the camp, and immediately urged, "Go fast." The Thunderbird also felt the horror, and without Peter's reminder, immediately used its greatest strength to evoke the storm and flee into the distance. At the same time, the mercenaries in the camp below looked strangely at the thunder and lightning that had suddenly disappeared from the sky, just as they were puzzled. Michael, the person in charge who had been paying attention to Peter's movements, saw the ball lightning rapidly falling from above. His face changed, and he shouted in horror, "Quick! Reinforce the protective cover with maximum force, otherwise no one will survive." The mercenaries did not understand the fear of the person in charge, but they still obeyed the order and raised their wands to strengthen the protective cover. But before the reinforcement was completed, the very dazzling ball lightning directly exploded less than 10 meters above the protective cover. With enough blinding light, the camp was illuminated into a white expanse, followed by an earth-shaking noise, even if there was a protective shield to block it. But the huge vibration wave still shocked the unsuspecting people, directly shocked all 6 senses, and the body was seriously injured. The camp leader looked in horror at the outside of the barrier, and the terrifying lightning explosion destroyed everything around him. Then, he looked at the super protective cover that was cast by hundreds of people, like a fragile layer of paper, easily torn apart. The mercenaries face a natural disaster-like scene, like ants, blown into the sky by the hurricane that is rolled up outside, accompanied by countless screams, and finally the whole camp gradually quiets. The clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, and the sun shone again on the camp, which by this time it was as if it had been swept away by a hurricane, and there was not a single intact building. Some unfortunate mercenaries also died tragically. The rest are either severed hands and feet, or full of wretchedness, with a look of horror for the rest of their lives. In the midst of a pile of ruins, the camp leader came out of it with a look of anger on his face, and he looked at the destroyed camp with a desperate face. Even if he was not killed by Peter today, he would inevitably be punished by the headquarters. The surviving mercenaries crawled out of the ruins and came to the person in charge, jointly guarding. Suddenly, a loud cry came from afar, and in the frightened eyes of the people, Peter sat on the back of the Thunderbird and continued to approach the crowd. "Attack! Attack!" The person in charge gritted his teeth and shouted, and then took the lead in shooting a death curse. Without being reminded by the person in charge, the other mercenaries cast spells at Peter at the first moment. Before Peter and Thunderbird were high in the clouds, using lightning to attack remotely, leaving them helpless. But now that they dare to come down, they naturally will not let go of this opportunity. The mercenaries attacked Peter with a death spell without any magic savings, and the green light shone on the camp. Although the death curse claims to be dead, it can be blocked by physical defense. So as Peter progressed, a wall of boulders and bricks flew out to block Peter's death curse attacks. The previous lightning explosion attack only killed a dozen guys, so at this time there were hundreds of mercenaries here, and although the strength of these people was far from Peter's, the combination was not something that Peter could defeat in a short time. However, Peter did not intend to spend a lot of time and entanglement with them, and his goal today was to rescue Thunderbird's partner. After all, this was his little brother's daughter-in-law, and he could not give up at will. That's right, now Thunderbird has recognized Peter as the boss. Because of the melting of the Thunderbird gene, in the eyes of the Thunderbird, Peter is a humanoid kind, and he is also a very powerful kind. So the Thunderbird, whose brain was suddenly a little smarter, simply hugged Peter's thigh, could not drive away, simply handed over his 3 eggs to Peter for safekeeping, and then begged to see him to save his wife. When Peter learned of the Thunderbird's idea, he couldn't help but feel very strange and funny. The Thunderbird doesn't look very clever, but he still knows how to hold his thighs, and he is also very vengeful, and successfully leads Peter to the mercenaries' camp. The usual way cannot do anything with these mercenaries for a while, let alone this is the United States. Peter is illegal entry, so he plans to make a quick decision, and then leave quickly with the Thunderbirds. Seeing that the death spell was useless, the mercenaries did not give up, and directly summoned a fierce fire, transforming into a flame dragon and attacking Peter and the Thunderbird. At the same time, he also continuously shot arrows of light from his wand, turning into a rain of arrows to shoot Peter into a sieve. Peter let the Thunderbird fly back into the air, and he himself jumped down, teleported out of midair, and reappeared in the crowd. Before the mercenaries could react, Peter opened his mouth to make a screeching cry like a baby's cry, and those around him who heard this sound were unguarded, and in an instant, they fell down with their ears covered. Instead, some of the previously deafened mercenaries, fortunately unaffected, continued to attack Peter. Peter turned around and teleported away, dodging the attack of several spells, and when he reappeared, he was high in the camp, looking at the crowd of dead and wounded, smiling, and saying to himself, "The sound of death is really good for this large-scale attack." But when he thought of the magic that Voldemort had created specifically for himself to protect his vision and hearing, Peter also sighed. This sound of death and the eye of the Basilisk are only suitable for sudden large-scale attacks. If the other party has a defense, immediately close the audiovisual senses. There is no way to work. Of course, these American mercenary wizards have never experienced their skills yet, so Peter can use his abilities today. He looked at the few dozen remaining mercenaries around him, his face showed a playful look, and then his eyes turned orange-yellow snake pupils, and he glanced at these people while fighting with the mercenaries. The mercenaries were already terrified by this time, and they saw their companions fall to the ground after Peter let out a cry. Before he was glad that he and the others had dodged this wave of attacks, he saw the eyes of the god of death, and his body quickly turned into stone, and with a frightened and desperate expression turned into statues. Seeing this terrible magic, the remaining mercenaries were terrified and wanted to close their eyes to avoid this attack, but closing their eyes at this time was no different from looking for death. They didn't have the kind of magic that Voldemort had created, they just tried not to keep their eyes from looking at Peter. There were a few guys who thought they were smart, as if they had thought of the rumored ability of Tussos, conjured up a bright shield, and wanted to rely on reflections to deal with Peter's strange magic, but obviously they thought too much. As long as they saw Peter's eyes, whether they looked directly or indirectly, all of them were transformed into stone statues without exception. The head of the camp, Michael, stared only at Peter's lower body, did not dare to look at him, and shouted to Peter in anger and panic, "Why do you have to lay down such a big hand? What grudge do we have against you that you want to destroy our camp? We have thousands of members besides here, aren't you afraid of our retaliation?" Peter smiled at this closed hearing, not daring to look directly at his own leader. "You not only killed my 3 guides, but also captured my Thunderbirds, how can there be no revenge?" Peter smiled and said, "Besides, don't you mercenary groups call yourselves? I'm curious to see what benefits Voldemort has given you to be willing to cooperate with him and run to the wizarding world in England to cause trouble?" A sudden sound of Peter's voice in Michael's head startled him, thinking that his magic of closing his hearing had been unlocked. "Don't worry, I'm talking to you now in a way similar to dementoring, and my deadly voice is useless to you now." Peter looked playfully at the person in charge, who looked worried. "Now back to the point. First of all, where did you hide the Thunderbird that you caught? Second, tell me, what is the purpose of you sending people to cooperate with Voldemort? If you answer truthfully, I can consider sparing your life. Otherwise, I can come up with countless ways to make you miserable. I'm just an ordinary member, how could I possibly know about these high-level things?" Michael flashed a dark look in his eyes, and at the same time showed a panicked expression, and said with an innocent face, "Wrong answer." Peter said in a calm tone, then pointed his wand. "Drill the heart and cut the bone." In the ruined camp, Peter withdrew his wand, looked calmly at Michael, the head of the camp lying on the ground, and said, "Can you answer my question now? Otherwise, I wouldn't mind being tried again by any other means." Michael was paralyzed on the ground, and he was tormented by the drill heart curse, and he looked at Peter with a heavy breath and horror, quickly nodded and said, I do. As long as you let me go, I can tell you anything. Tell me, where did the Thunderbirds you caught go?" Peter's palm flashed with a dazzed electric light, and he looked at him with an unclear meaning. "And what are you and Voldemort totaling up? Why send so many mercenaries to England to join Voldemort's camp?" Looking at the flickering electric light in Peter's hand, Michael was full of panic and fear. He swallowed his saliva, and quickly pointed to a pyramid-style stone platform not far away, explaining, "This is the warehouse of our camp, and the Thunderbirds are there. I'll take you there." "Oh." Peter glanced at the stone platform made of stone bricks, and he hadn't found it without the person in charge. The body shook, and a doppelganger stepped out of the body and went straight to inquire with another wand. Peter himself, on the other hand, continued to look at Michael and said with a smirk, "You haven't answered my second question, are you going to delay time?" As he spoke, the lightning in his left hand became even more violent, and the noise continued to sound. Michael looked in shock at the other identical person who had popped out of Peter's body. His eyes widened and blurted out, "Fen Shen, are you Peter York?" Then he looked at the lightning in his palm, shrunk his head in horror, and said with a bitter smile, "I'm just a camp leader, not a high-level purifier. How can I know about high-level things? I had heard of their cooperation with Voldemort, but they were sent by a team from another camp. The training camps are directly led by the top and are not allowed to communicate with each other, and I have no way of knowing. Is it?" Peter looked at the sincere Michael in front of him and said with a smirk, "Then I heard that your eldest brother Robert Michael is one of the board members of the top of the Purgers, which is the main reason why you can become the head of this camp. Didn't he talk to you about this?" "How do you know?" Michael blurted out, but then reacted, looking at Peter with a murderous face with a look of despair and pleading. Please don't kill me. We have all been sworn to death about the high-level things, and Yalu will be eaten to death with a single word. I can't help it. You're pretty good at disguise, and the occlusion of the brain is also good, and it can even create false memories. Peter looked at him coldly, and the tone of praise in his mouth made Michael even more frightened. It's just a pity that you can't make other people like you, with a solid brain that can resist my mind reading. I've seen a lot of things about you from them, Michael. You still talk to me in your true way, or I'll just ask my Thunderbird to give you a click. Suddenly, Peter's body slided, his eyes grew colder, and he stared straight at Michael and said, My doppelganger is dead. It seems you're still very restless, me charer. Drill the heart and cut the bones. Peter went straight down with a drill in his heart. Yes? Michael lay on the ground screaming in pain, the green tendons burst out, and his body trembled, but gradually, it turned into wild laughter. He stared at Peter with a sinister expression and smirked. Peter York, do you think you're going to win? I know you're famous in the UK, but this is America. It is the territory of our purgators. I've got the news back to headquarters. There were originally some people on the board who were opposed to working with Voldemort, but if you dare to kill me, the board will completely fall to Voldemort's side, and then thousands of our mercenaries will pour into Britain, turn Britain upside down, and then kill your loved ones and friends completely. Madman. Peter looked at the man who was laughing wildly as he was tormented, frowned and threw away in disgust. But Michael thought his threat had succeeded and said even more brazenly, Peter York, you destroyed my camp and killed so many people. As long as you are willing to kneel down and pray to me and confess me as Lord, I will consider how about letting go of your country. You must know that there was a wizard prince in the Middle East who killed and angered us, and we burned the city to the ground with a fierce fire curse, and not a single wizard stayed. Peter looked at him idiotically. He had never recognized England as his homeland, and even if he disrupted the wizarding world, the headache was also the Ministry of Magic and Dumbledore. However, Peter still thought he was too noisy, and directly a spell sealed his mouth. Then he leaned over to him with a smile and said, Rest assured, I won't kill you, and most of your companions are not dead. I will petrify you all and retain your consciousness, but in the future you can only live as a statue. You should thank me. After becoming a statue, you don't need to eat and drink. As long as you protect the statue, you can even live for hundreds of thousands of years. Is this another kind of immortality? Hearing this, Michael's eyes became frightened, and he wanted to open his mouth to beg for forgiveness, but his mouth had been sealed and he could not speak. His eyes wanted to close, but he couldn't close them, and he could only watch in horror and despair as Peter's eyes suddenly turned into gloomy vertical eyes. Then he felt a dizziness, his body quickly petrified, his sixth senses were lost, although he could feel that he was still alive, but it was like he was locked in a dark cage, unable to move. Solving Michael, Peter left him alone. He turned to the pyramid-shaped stone platform, inserted Michael's wand into a hole in the stone tablet, and said one, Eridulit Waylet. After being petrified, Michael could no longer afford to use brain closure, so Peter easily knew how to enter the warehouse, otherwise, the mechanism inside would be enough to eat a pot of himself. The stone steel on the stone platform instantly separated left and right and became a stone door. The Thunderbird in the sky seemed to sense his wife's presence, and a swoop came to Peter, shaking his head and trying to enter. You're here to pick me up, you know. I'll get your wife out. Peter patted it on the neck and stopped it. The Thunderbird nodded and stopped obediently, the lightning flashing around him, as if to assure Peter that no one would break in. After some encouragement from the clever Thunderbird, Peter went inside. The warehouse was so large that Peter could barely see the roof, and there were several football fields around it, rows of wooden shelves filled with countless things, like a showroom. Show me the way. Peter waved his wand and read. A ray of light flew out of the wand and led it deep into the warehouse. Peter followed the light as he directed, but couldn't help but be surprised to see what was on the shelves around him. The things on this shelf are full of magic fluctuations one by one. There are weapons such as swords, potted magic plants, gold and silver, and even clay pots that keep flowing milk, and dark magic books. Peter looked at the things around him, his eyes widened, wiped the saliva that did not exist at the corners of his mouth, and muttered, It's going to happen. The contents of this warehouse are almost all magical items from all over the world, which these mercenary wizards have plundered from other kingdoms and magical families. These guys have never only recognized money and not orders, so they will be rejected and wanted by the Ministry of Magic in most countries around the world. But apparently, behind these mercenaries, there is no confusion with the American Magical Congress. Although the Magical Congress often denounced mercenaries and even wanted 1 or 2 missions, in the past few decades in the United States, the number of purifier mercenaries has become more and more numerous, and the strength is getting stronger and stronger, which shows that there is something unusual. However, Peter did not pay attention to these things at this time. His eyes were staring straight at these magical items, eager to put them in his pocket immediately. It's all a windfall. But he resisted the temptation to go deeper first, and when he came to the back of the warehouse, he even saw a very large feathered snake skeleton, neatly assembled, and the skeleton emitted a warm and dazzling light, like a small sun, illuminating the surrounding environment. Peter swallowed. Oh my god, these mercenaries are so rich. When he first got a piece of feather snake scales, he regarded it as a treasure, and in the end, although he spent it on saving Regulus, he also exchanged it for many precious magic books of the Black family. Now such a large pair of feathered snake skeletons, that is something that can make those healers and potion masters fight for their heads. A mournful cry brought Peter back to God, and he struggled to look away and landed on a thunderbird locked in a large cage. At this time, the thunderbird looked at Peter very warily and doubtfully. It felt the breath of the same kind from Peter, and the breath of her husband and children, but did not understand how it was a human being. Peter looked at the frail thunderbird, which had apparently been injected with a large dose of ecstasy and could not move for a moment. After Peter simply showed it that he had come to save it, he quickly grabbed a suitcase from his pocket. Opening the suitcase, Peter looked inside a room-sized space, shook his head, and said, "It's still too small to hold so many things." But then he used his wand and kept casting a traceless stretch spell inside, and he had to remove everything in this warehouse today, otherwise he would be too sorry for himself. Finally, when Peter sensed that the box was already twice the size of the warehouse, Peter stopped. Then he waved his wand and threw the warehouse shelves and the contents of the shelves into the chests from near and far. Looking at the various magical items flying in the sky, Peter's eyes lit up, and he smiled and said, "It's all mine. This mercenary is really a boy who gives money." Thinking that this was just a warehouse for a camp of the purgers, Peter was eager to rob their headquarters and other camps at once, but this was obviously unrealistic. So after a little regret, Peter happily waved his wand and packed everything he could see in the warehouse into the box. After about half an hour's effort, Peter finally emptied the entire warehouse, and looking at the empty warehouse, Peter was very satisfied. He looked at the only remaining cage containing the thunderbird, and a spell went down, shattered the cage, and then quickly left the room with it and set the warehouse on fire. Not long after Peter left the area with 2 thunderbirds, a group of mercenaries quickly arrived. The leader was a very strong man who looked similar to the camp leader, McMee, and could clearly tell that they were brothers. As soon as Robert Michael and the other mercenaries arrived, they looked at a ruined camp with gloomy and angry faces. Then you can see the lifelike statues and the dead mercenaries on the ground. Robert looked sinister and commanded in a low voice, "Go see if there are any survivors." His men looked at Robert Michael, did not dare to provoke him, and scattered in a hurry to find survivors. Robert looked at the stone statues around him, walked over with a solemn face, tapped lightly with his wand, and tried several spells, but failed to undo the petrification spell on them. "I tried to feed the potion again, but it still didn't work. Boss, we found a statue of your brother and asked you to come over." After a while, a mercenary came running over with a heavy face and said. Robert listened, although he had been mentally prepared, but still could not hide his grief. He quickly walked over, came to a half-lying stone statue, looked at his brother's frightened and vicious face, and the anger in his heart suddenly exploded. He touched his brother's face and tried all the spells he knew, but they couldn't do anything. "Boss, everything in the warehouse has been emptied. What's even more heinous is that the attackers also burned the warehouse with a fire, leaving nothing behind." Robert's deputy ran over and angrily uttered another piece of bad news. "What? Empty?" Robert stood up, already indifferent to anything else, clutching his deputy's collar with tears in his eyes. "Inside is the treasure we have accumulated over the decades, the items worth hundreds of millions of zhou pots, so gone." At this time, the deputy was also angry and in pain. His look was heavy, and he gritted his teeth with red eyes. "That thief who killed in heaven. We just transferred the supplies from other camps here for temporary storage before, and now they are gone in the blink of an eye. He didn't even leave the wooden shelves behind, and all of them were emptied for us. If I knew who he was, I would have cramped him and stripped him of his bones, so that he could survive and not die. Contact the potion's master and the spellbreaker immediately. Be sure to wake up all those who have been petrified, and I must know who has the audacity to oppose our purgatory." Robert Michael said with red eyes and gritted teeth. Several mercenaries nodded and hurried to contact them, while others continued to search for survivors. "Boss, there's life here." On the collapsed house in the distance, several mercenaries shouted excitedly. As soon as Robert heard this, a phantom transfiguration appeared there, looking at the ruins of the demolished house. A bloodied, weak man pressed underneath. Beside them were 2 companions who had been smashed to death. These 3 people were the same 3 who had escaped from the canyon. They were lying in the infirmary, unfortunately crushed by the collapsed house, and they were attacked by countless thunderbolts, and they were hit by Peter's death sound. At this time, only the guy named Martinson survived, but at this time, his life was also in danger, and he was constantly spitting blood in his mouth. Robert quickly took out a life-saving potion and fed it, but only let him barely return to the light, and the yin could not stop the flow of life in his body. "Martinson, tell me, who did it? Which organization or family? Can you lose so much?" Robert took advantage of this century to inquire. "Old boss, my memory." Martinson pointed hard at his head, trying to say something, but the blood in his mouth kept flowing. "You said you saw what they looked like. Let me see your memories?" Robert obviously understood what he meant and asked hurriedly. Martinson nodded, full of unwilling hardship, and said, "Boss, avenge us?" Robert Michael stopped talking nonsense, pressed his wand directly to his head, and said, "Dementor mind." He was anxious to know who was fighting against the purgers. After a few seconds, Robert, who was reading the memory, came back to his senses, his eyes full of shock and anger. His expression twisted, and he gritted his teeth and made a few words. Peter York? It's you? At the same time, over Hogwarts, the otherwise clear weather became gloomy, and the clouds shrouded the sky and were accompanied by bursts of lightning. This sudden change in weather instantly attracted the attention of the professors, who looked curiously at the sky outside. Sitting in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore, looking at the sudden weather outside the window, especially the two looming figures in the clouds, became solemn. But suddenly it seemed as if he had discovered something, and a relaxed smile appeared on his face. He murmured, "What an unexpected guest. It seems that Peter had an extraordinary weekend today." Suddenly dark clouds and thunder rolled over Hogwarts, causing the students who were playing outside the castle to rush inside the castle, fearing that they would be drenched in rain. It's really strange weather. Hagrid, who was resting in the cabin, held out his head to watch the sudden weather and complained, "Look, there's something flying in that cloud." Some students noticed the movement and excitedly pointed to the sky. Accompanied by two loud chirps, two huge birds flew down from the sky, flapping their four wings and surrounded by a flash of lightning. "Wow, what kind of animal is this? It's cool." Ron looked at the images of the two thunderbirds and said in amazement, "This is a thunderbird. Ron, it's time for you to take your class on the protection of magical creatures." Hermione, who was next to him, looked at the two thunderbirds approaching the castle and said very puzzledly, "But the problem is that thunderbirds don't live in the United States. How come there are suddenly two here? Maybe they're lost, you say, Harry?" Ron looked at the thunderbird curiously and said. Instead of answering Ron's words, Harry pointed to one of the thunderbirds and exclaimed, "Look, there's a man on Thunderbird's back." Professor McGonagall also noticed the situation, and during this time she hurried to urge a curious student back to the castle, and watched warily as the Thunderbird approached the school. Until the two Thunderbirds quickly landed in front of the school gate, Professor McGonagall saw the person sitting on the back of the Thunderbird and was surprised. "Peter, how are you?" Then he looked at the two Thunderbirds again. "What are you?" Peter jumped neatly off the Thunderbird's back, finally relieved, and he smiled and greeted a surprised Professor McGonagall. "Good afternoon, Professor McGonagall. These are my two new friends, one named Frank and one named Michelle." The two Thunderbirds, as if they understood Peter's introduction, greeted Professor McGonagall with a loud voice. "Oh Merlin." Professor McGonagall was frightened by the actions of the two Thunderbirds. Jumping, patting his chest, and then frowning and looking at Peter solemnly, "Professor York, I remember telling you that you were not allowed to bring dangerous things into school. Have you forgotten? Schools only allow students to bring less dangerous owls, cats, or toads into the school. Should you, as a professor, lead by example?" Looking at Professor McGonagall, who was transformed into a lioness, Peter quickly explained, "Professor McGonagall, you don't have to worry. I won't bring them into the school. I just saved them from a bunch of bad people, and now I want to live in the Forbidden Forest first, and take them away after a while, and they are very obedient and will not hurt the students. I promise." Thunderbirds are very dangerous magical creatures. Peter, you can't be so hasty. Professor McGonagall's character was stubborn, and his expression was disapproving. "I agree." A voice came from behind Professor McGonagall, a blue and white robe with a silver star motif, who walked slowly over, interrupted McGonagall with a smile, and said, "I welcome the addition of two new members of the Forbidden Forest so that there can be some liveliness there. Arbus, do you know that the Thunderbird is a 5x dangerous animal by the Ministry of Magic and placed in the Forbidden Forest so close to the school? Are you sure this is wise?" McGonagall looked at Dumbledore angrily, "And this animal stirs up storms and thunder at every turn. Do you want Hogwarts to be thunderstorm all day?" Dumbledore, still smiling, looked at Peter and said, "I think Peter should take care of this, right?" Since Dumbledore agreed, Peter quickly nodded, letting the two Thunderbirds behind him put away their abilities, and assured McGonagall, "Professor McGonagall, you can rest assured that I will let them converge their abilities. As long as they do not actively summon thunderstorms, Hogwarts will not have any shadows." Just as Peter was assuring McGonagall with all his might, a thunderous voice came from behind him. "Merlin, two Thunderbirds. Am I not dreaming?" It was Hagrid who had walked over, and now he was looking at the two Thunderbirds with his eyes wide open. Even Peter and Dumbledore did not notice. As if he had seen a beautiful woman, Hagrid eagerly and carefully approached the Thunderbird, looking like he wanted to touch it but did not dare to touch it. The Thunderbirds saw the half-giant and warned, especially Frank the Thunderbird, who watched as Hagrid's salty pig hand tried to touch his wife, and was covered in lightning, ready to attack him. "Stop, Frank, Michelle, this is my friend and will not hurt you," Peter quickly reassured. The two Thunderbirds heard Peter's words and obediently fell silent, no longer resisting Hagrid's approach. Dumbledore was surprised that the two Thunderbirds listened to Peter so much. Hagrid watched this scene enviously and eagerly, feeling disappointed that Thunderbird had resisted him. But he was still very curious and asked, "Peter, where did you get these two Thunderbirds? Don't they live in the Americas? How did it come to be here?" "I saved them from a group of mercenaries, and as a result, I was me." Peter smiled bitterly and explained simply, "Considering they're not safe there, bring them back and settle them first," he said, and took out a huge basket-shaped bird's nest from his pocket. "And they still have children to hatch, so they pack them back together." Looking at the 3 Thunderbird eggs in the basket, Dumbledore and the 3 were also surprised, especially Hagrid, who jumped up with excitement and looked at the eggs in the basket with a fiery look. Oh my god, there are actually 3 baby Thunderbirds. What a miracle! The 2 Thunderbird parents looked at the big man's hot eyes and vigilantly stopped in front of the egg to prevent Hagrid from getting close to his child, which made Hagrid immediately discouraged. Peter looked at this with amusement and said to him, Hagrid, can I ask you to do me a favor by taking care of Frank and Michelle and their children? I know you're very good at taking care of magical creatures, so I would like to ask you to find a suitable place in the Forbidden Forest to temporarily place them. Hearing Peter's words, Hagrid's eyes widened and he quickly nodded in surprise. Yes, I do. I'm familiar with the Forbidden Forest, and I can dedicate a precinct to transform it into a place suitable for them to live. I can also help hatch Thunderbird eggs. Hagrid was excited. I know that the Thunderbird eggs need lightning to hatch, and I can find someone to make a mind primer to speed up the hatching hunger of the Thunderbird baby. Throat. The Thunderbirds barked angrily at Hagrid, signaling that they could hatch on their own without his help. Although Hagrid couldn't understand the Thunderbirds chirping, he still retracted his half-giant constitution with a smile, but he still didn't want to be treated by an electric shock from the Thunderbird. Peter watched this scene funny, and the 2 Thunderbirds were willing to come back with him, which surprised him. But he was also happy to have such 2 powerful magical animals to follow. But he doesn't usually have the time and patience to take care of it, so he has to leave it to Hagrid, a magical animal fanatic. With Hagrid, the very dedicated nanny, Peter was relieved to leave the Thunderbird and the eggs in his hands, and then walked slowly along the shores of the Black Lake with Dumbledore. As for Professor McGonagall, she had no choice but to go back to the office, where she had just noticed several Gryffindor students staring at the Thunderbirds lured away by Hagrid. She wants to make stricter school rules as soon as possible to prevent restless students from sneaking into the Forbidden Forest. With these unreliable principals and professors, she felt that the gray hair on her head was even more. At the lake, Dumbledore was discussing mercenaries with Peter. So you went to the United States today and met the Purgers there and their camp? Dumbledore asked solemnly. He did not ask Peter why he had gone to America, but when he heard Peter say that there were hundreds of people in a single camp of the Purgers, his expression became solemn. Seeing Dumbledore's expression, Peter asked curiously, is there something wrong with the Death Eaters lately? Dumbledore nodded and said, Severus said that the number of mercenaries among the Death Eaters has increased so much recently that they have basically filled the middle and upper elites. The number of people who had lost before was quickly replenished, and it increased a lot. Therefore, the strength of today's Death Eaters is stronger than ever. But then he smiled and said, they had already prepared a big move to attack the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts at the same time, but the process was interrupted by the news of immortality announced by you. Voldemort shifted his main task to finding the Phoenix, which caused displeasure among the collaborators, only to be suppressed by Voldemort with great strength. But if this continues, sooner or later they will have a day when contradictions will erupt, and they don't know what the situation will be at that time. Peter sneered, I don't know if this Voldemort is stupid, or if he sliced himself into silly pieces, recruiting so many mercenary members to join the Death Eaters. Isn't he afraid that these greedy mercenaries will sooner or later recoil? Voldemort, he's not stupid. Dumbledore shook his head. He is confident in his own strength, and he is confident that he can suppress these unruly mercenaries by relying on his great strength. In fact, the Death Eaters under him were no different from these mercenaries. When Voldemort was strong, they would be more faithful and obedient than anyone else. But when Voldemort lost power, these people would escape faster than anyone else. Except for a few loyal men like Bellatrix, the others did not have their own careful thoughts like mercenaries. So for Voldemort, whether he was a Death Eater or a mercenary, it was just a means at his disposal, and he didn't care if these people were really loyal to him, as long as they could be used for their own purposes. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Peter nodded in agreement. But he still reminded, although these mercenaries have always wanted money and did not die, I don't know what kind of big price Voldemort made to let these mercenaries choose to cooperate with him at such a cost. And when I was dealing with the mercenaries this time, I saw a lot of interesting things in the minds of their small leaders. Peter said to Dumbledore with a smirk, behind these purgators, there is an unclear relationship with the United States Magical Congress. If the Death Eaters and the Purgers have the help of the Magic Congress, it would be quite interesting. Dumbledore didn't look too surprised, but looked more solemn, sighed and said, this is also what worries me the most. The Magical Council has always wanted to dominate the global magical world, to become the most powerful magical government in the world, but magic is not as fast as Muggle technology, and it will take a long time to precipitate. So over the years, they have used various methods to suppress the ministries of magic of various countries, and secretly acquiesced in cultivating the infamous group of purgators to plunder all kinds of magical knowledge and wealth around the world. So the British Ministry of Magic has become a thorn in the eye of the Magical Congress. Peter asked with interest, is the Magical Congress trying to disrupt the British wizarding world by working with the Death Eaters through the Purifier? So no matter who wins and who loses, the end result is that the power of the British wizarding world will regress, and the Magical Congress will become the ultimate winner? It's so much fun. Peter praised with a playful attitude, there are still many people with brains in the Magic Congress, and with such lofty ambitions, such a conspiracy can be figured out. Unlike the British Ministry of Magic's group of sacks and rice bags, they think about fighting in the nest and excluding dissidents every day. It seems that sooner or later the British Ministry of Magic will finish playing, and then like the Muggle world, it will be good to become a follower of the United States Magical Congress. Listening to Peter's sarcastic words and his uncaring attitude, Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, looked at Peter and said, "You're an Englishman now." "I was a flower grower in my last life," Peter said silently in his heart. The two skipped the topic and instead talked about the daily life of teaching in the school. It wasn't until Peter saw Draco sitting alone by the lake not far away that he was a little surprised. At this time, Draco no longer had the arrogant appearance of the past, and his expression was heavy and worried. "Draco, how come you're sitting here alone? What about Gal Crab? Didn't play with you?" Peter walked over to him and asked gently. "Professor York? Professor Dumbledore?" Draco turned his head to see the two men, stood up in a hurry, his expression restrained, his eyes avoiding the two of them, and explained weakly, "I want to be quiet alone, so I didn't ask them to come together." "Mr. Malfoy, you look uneasy, do you have anything on your mind?" Dumbledore said kindly, "If you have a problem that cannot be solved, you can come to us professors, and I think we will be happy to help you solve the problem. After all, these things should not be a student's annoyance. You can get along with your friends more, and sincere friendship can always solve a lot of troubles." "I see, Professor Dumbledore." Draco nodded, then hurried to farewell. "I'm going back to my dormitory. Goodbye, Professor Dumbledore." "Goodbye, Professor York." Saying that, he buried his head and ran to the castle. The two looked silently at Draco, who was walking away quickly, until the figure disappeared, and then turned back to look at each other. "Did you see that? His task." Peter looked at Dumbledore with a serious expression. Dumbledore nodded, looked inexplicably in the direction Draco had left, and sighed. "Little Malfoy's brain closure technique is obviously very simple, like a fishing net, although it can't directly break through the barrier, but it is full of holes for the superb Dementor. So what are you going to do with him? Don't forget that he is close to repairing the vanishing cabinet in the responsive room, when the Death Eaters will be able to enter the castle directly." Peter frowned and asked, "And his oath to accept Voldemort's mission to kill you? If he doesn't kill you, he'll be killed by the oath curse." Dumbledore pushed the half-moon glasses on the bridge of his nose, his blue eyes flashed, and he said quietly, "Maybe this is an opportunity for us." "Opportunity?" Peter looked at Dumbledore doubtfully. "Don't you really want these Death Eaters to break into Hogwarts? Even if Voldemort is stupid, he knows that Hogwarts has both of us, and he has no chance." Peter schemed his lips and said, "Voldemort asked Draco Malfoy to kill you, obviously punishing the Malfoys. After all, even Voldemort himself was not sure that he could kill you, let alone an ordinary student who had not yet graduated. So what if there were only one of us left at Hogwarts?" Dumbledore said slowly, looking at the sparkling lake. "Because of the two of us, Voldemort has never dared to act arbitrarily. But over time, I am afraid that it will give the people of the wizarding world, especially the Ministry of Magic, a stable illusion, which will be very unfavorable to us. The giants of the north have been drawn in by Voldemort, werewolves and vampires have also chosen to cooperate with Voldemort, and the goblins are also ambiguous, swinging left and right. We need to get rid of Voldemort's remaining Horcruxes as soon as possible, and then destroy Voldemort before he grows stronger." "So what are you going to do?" Peter asked curiously. "Since Voldemort intends to have Mr. Malfoy kill me, why don't I fulfill him?" Dumbledore smiled and said, "This will save a soul that is about to fall into darkness, and Voldemort will no longer have any scruples." "What do you mean? Dumbledore, do you really want to die?" Peter looked at Dumbledore with a strange look in his eyes. Could it be that this old guy was still thinking of dying after he had saved his life? Dumbledore understood Peter's meaning, smiled and shook his head. "You misunderstood, old man. I am still very sorry for my life. I just wanted to take this opportunity to fake my death and go into the dark. On the one hand, it can continue to search for the whereabouts of other Horcruxes, and on the other hand, Voldemort can let his guard down. After all, after only you are left, his pressure will definitely be greatly reduced, and he will certainly not hide it anymore. A venomous snake hiding in the shadows is dangerous, and once it is exposed to sunlight, it is no longer enough to be afraid." Then he looked at Peter and said apologetically, "Of course, when the time comes, your pressure will definitely increase, and Voldemort will target most of you, and he will find a way to kill you. Oh, forget that you can't die, but your situation will be tough." Peter looked at the old man and asked directly, "Then how are you going to convince Voldemort that you are dead?" "Voldemort wasn't stupid, he would have believed so easily that you had been killed." "Then you need Peter's help." Dumbledore smiled and said, "With your help, and some of my schemes, I will convince Voldemort that I am really dead." Listening to Dumbledore's plan, Peter also found things more interesting, and agreed to cooperate with Dumbledore's request. The next day, at lunchtime, Peter noticed the change in Dumbledore's right hand for the first time, only to see that his entire right hand had become like coke, and he also carried a large ancient and ugly ring on his finger, and the black moving gems on it had a strong smell of black magic. The first time he saw this, he almost jumped up from his seat, because the ring was exactly the same as the Resurrection Stone ring that had been destroyed before, and even the black magic aura on it was the same. "Dumbledore, what's going on?" Peter asked incredulously, sensing that Dumbledore's right hand was injured, and it was still a very deadly black magic, but it seemed to be blocked in his right arm and did not spread throughout his body. Dumbledore winked at Peter and signaled that it was all right. Other professors and students who were close by also noticed Dumbledore's situation, especially Slughorn, the potions master, stared straight into Dumbledore's right hand with his small eyes, and then said with a worried face, "Dumbledore, are you injured? And it was a very serious injury?" Then his eyes moved to the East Stone ring, stared at it for a long time, frowned on his forehead, and said in surprise, "That ring is not V." Dumbledore shook his sleeve, hiding his dark right hand in his sleeve, and then shrugged his shoulders with a look of surprise. "It is true that he is a little injured, and people are always a little dull when they are old. But don't worry, Severus has already cured most of me with the potion, and it won't affect my play." Snape's calm face and sneering with a mocking smile were an expression of attitude. Slughorn fell silent, his eyes glancing at Dumbledore's hidden right hand, and occasionally seeing his coke-black fingers, and his expression looked even more uneasy. The students below are whispering, discussing who has the ability to hurt Dumbledore, and in the Slytherin crowd, some of the students from the Death Eater family looked at each other silently for a few moments, then lowered their heads for lunch. After lunch, Peter followed Dumbledore to the headmaster's office, where he frowned and pulled up the sleeve of Dumbledore's right hand and asked, "What's going on with Dumbledore? This doesn't seem to be a disguise. How can I sense that your whole arm is full of deadly curses? If you don't stop it, you will be cursed to kill you right away. What the hell are you doing?" Dumbledore was not angry at Peter's rude behavior, but instead smiled and said, "Don't really worry about me, Peter. It's just a disguise, it can't kill me." As he said this, he took out a phoenix feather from the drawer, and then clenched the feather in his right hand, and held the old wand in his left hand and continued to chant the incantation, only to see the phoenix feather emitting red light, and then the black magic on Dumbledore's right hand quickly merged into the feather, and the phoenix feather filled with the breath of black magic turned into ashes, and the dark right hand gradually faded from the appearance of the hand and returned to a healthy state. "You see, isn't it all right?" Dumbledore showed Peter a healthy right hand and said kindly. Peter's expression slowed down, but he still frowned and said, "Do you need to fight like this? Dumbledore? You are no longer in disguise. The curse of black magic is already eroding your vitality, even if it is not as strong as Voldemort's curse, but black magic is black magic after all, and if you apply it to yourself, you are damaging your body. Don't play yourself to death before Voldemort dies." If it wasn't true, Voldemort wouldn't have believed it. Dumbledore shook his head and said, "Only if I show weakness will others think there is a chance to kill me." As he pointed his old wand at his right hand and chanted the spell, his right hand turned pitch black again, exuding a strong smell of black magic. And it was not only eroding Dumbledore's vitality, making him grow old and emaciated a lot in an instant. Hissing, Peter gritted his teeth and silently took a few steps back. This Dumbledore was really hard enough for himself. And to create such a strange black magic, just to pit Voldemort. Let Peter feel sympathy for Voldemort. It is difficult for him not to die when he encounters such an opponent. Dumbledore leaned weakly back in his chair and took a bottle of red potion from the drawer and drank it, only to have blood on his face return. With a sigh, he shook the potion and said, "Thanks to Severus's potion, it can weaken the curse, otherwise my little life would have been sucked dry." Then he smiled and said to Peter, "I think Voldemort will soon receive news of my injury. He is a rather conceited man, and once he learns that I have been cursed by him, he will soon be able to act. Then the school will be in your charge. I'm sure with your skill, you won't let Voldemort occupy this castle, will you?" Peter nodded helplessly, even if he didn't want to participate in it now. Without Dumbledore, Voldemort would definitely shift the target to himself, so it was better to kill Voldemort as soon as possible, and the province would be remembered by others all day, and he would not sleep well. Inside Malfoy Manor, Peter walked expertly through the layers of fences to the house and reported the day to Voldemort. Voldemort listened quietly to Snape's report, and his scarlet eyes looked straight at Snape, as if to confirm whether what he said was true or false. "Severus, are you saying that the old fellow of Dumbledore has been cursed so badly that he has only 1 year left to live?" Voldemort asked darkly. Snape nodded. "Yes, master. He didn't know where he had gone during the day, and when he came back with a deadly curse, I used the potion to suppress the curse in his body on his right hand, so he had a year to live, otherwise he wouldn't have lived long. Listen, master, this guy has betrayed you." Bellatrix rushed up to the sharp accusation, and his malicious eyes stared directly at Snape. "Obviously that old guy can't live long, but he gave Dumbledore a life. Isn't this a betrayal?" Voldemort heard this, and his scarlet eyes stared at Snape. "Severus, maybe you can explain to me why you did this." In the face of Voldemort's dangerous eyes, Snape did not panic, but still calmly explained, "Master, when Dumbledore came to him, although he was seriously injured, his strength was still not something I could refuse. And I believe that with a character like Dumbledore, even without my help, he can find other ways to survive, but it is not as convenient as me. What's more, there is another potions master in the school, and if I refuse, not only will it not work, but it will also make my identity leak, and I am afraid that I will no longer be able to provide you with information about Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix. That's why I chose to extend Dumbledore's life, although he could live an extra year, but as soon as the time came, he would be cursed to kill. We just have to wait. Since you can all live for Dumbledore for another year, how can you guarantee that after a year he will not find a way to extend his life or lift the curse?" Bellatrix seized the loophole in the statement and pressed Snape to ask, Well, just because I'm a potions master, I'll live for Dumbledore for a year at most, and if anyone can do better than me, I'm willing to surrender to him. Snape confidently retorted to Bellacritius, and I have seen the source of Dumbledore's curse, which is a very primitive Lord of the Ring. The curse on it is completely unsolvable, and the black gemstones set on the ring are also of unusual origin, with a very large magic power, which is irresistible. Wait. Voldemort interrupted Snape, leaned quickly toward him nervously, and asked, "You say the curse is a ring with a black gem. What kind of ring is it?" Snape looked at the emotional Voldemort with a puzzled look, waved his wand, conjured up the shadow of the ring, and said, "This is the ring. It has been put on it with a very powerful curse. I don't know who did it, but it is very powerful." Dumbledore was also hit on the top, so he only had 1 year left to live. Looking at the familiar ring in the shadow, Voldemort's expression changed for a while, and despite Snape and Bella, he disappeared directly and left the manor. The host? "Master, where are you going?" Bellacritius saw this and asked aloud, but Voldemort had already left here. Snape, on the other hand, had a look of shock on his face, but his eyes flashed with an inexplicable brilliance, and then he returned to a gloomy and indifferent look. "Snape, what exactly did you say to your master? Why did the master suddenly leave without taking me with him?" Bellacritius roared with some excitement, his wand pointing at Snape. Snape ignored her threat and said coldly, "Didn't you hear what I just said? Do you need to let us know where the master is going? And Bella, don't forget who you are. Annoy the master. Be careful of being punished." "I don't need you to remind me." Bellacritius said loudly, "I am the master's most trusted person, and I was willing to wait for the master for more than 10 years in Azkaban. Instead, you surrendered to Dumbledore and became a professor at Hogwarts. Although you have convinced your master by clever words, don't try to deceive me. Just let me catch your handle, and I will let the master reward you to me, and then torture you with the drill heart spell." "Bella, are you questioning the wisdom of your master? Do you think I can deceive the master?" Snape said coldly, "And as I have already said, I was instructed by my master to teach at Hogwarts, and he asked me to stay at Hogwarts and monitor Dumbledore's movements at all times." "Ha, surveillance? You're afraid you've fallen under Dumbledore's wings." Bella 0.5 Critus said sarcastically. "Bella, why don't you believe me?" Snape looked at Bellacritius puzzled and said, "Just as the master trusts me as he believes in me." The wand in Bellacritius's hand shot a red light, which dangerously brushed Snape and crashed into the fireplace and lit the flames. Reflecting the raging flames, her face became even redder. "Believe you? Do you believe that when your master disappeared, you immediately relied on Dumbledore to dismiss the Death Eaters? Or have you never managed to find a trace of your master in more than a decade? And why did you stop your master from seizing the Philosopher's Stone? And when the master makes a comeback, why didn't you return to the master in the first place? What's more, why is Harry Potter still alive? Under your care, you have lived so long in good health." Snape was not frightened by Bellacritius's sudden spell, nor did he dodge, but calmly looked at Bellacritius with an angry face and said, "I will answer your question, Bella. You can also convey my words to those who say bad things behind my back and falsely rumored me to be treacherous. But before that I want to ask you a question, Bella. Do you really think the host didn't ask me these questions? Do you really think that if I didn't give a satisfactory answer, would I still stand here and talk to you? I know he believes you, but do you think he's wrong? Or did I hoodwink the master? Played the Dark Lord, the greatest wizard? Do you think I can deceive my master under the most perfect dementor of his thoughts?" Bella didn't speak, but a look of confusion appeared on her face. Snape did not emphasize this, explaining slowly, "You should know that I went to Hogwarts to teach and pretended to surrender to Dumbledore, all at the behest of my master, right?" Bella nodded, and as soon as she opened her mouth, she was interrupted by Snape. "You asked me why I didn't try to find him again after he disappeared. That's why Avery, Axley, Lucas brothers, Lucius." Snape looked out the window at Malfoy Manor. "There's still a lot of people who haven't tried to find him for a reason. Because we think he's finished. I'm not proud of it, or even ashamed, because I was wrong, but that's the way it is. If the master did not forgive those who lost faith after his disappearance, then now he would not have many followers. He'll have me." Bellacritius said excitedly and eagerly, "I, the one who sacrificed for him for many years in Azkaban. Yes, very touching, admirable loyalty." Snape said in a dull tone, "But I don't think you did much to help your master in prison, although this gesture is very much appreciated." "Gesture?" Bellacritius screamed, looking very frantic. "While I endured the Dementors in Azkaban, you were at Hogwarts, comfortably in front of Dumbledore's pugs. Well, Bella, I have no intention of belittling your dedication." Snape said calmly, "Your loyalty is commendable, but what the master needs most now is to gather more followers. Just as he very graciously forgave those of us who had lost our faith, didn't the master choose to cooperate with those Americans for a more ambitious goal? As for why he prevented his master from seizing the Philosopher's Stone," Snape said with a play-piercing look, "because I knew that the Philosopher's Stone was fake. Dumbledore never put the real Philosopher's Stone in the Mirror of Eris, and the owner at the time was very weak. He shared a body with a very ordinary wizard, and he was not sure if I had changed the object of his loyalty, so he never revealed his identity to me. So I always thought it was just the timid and cowardly Quirrell who was coveting the Philosopher's Stone. Under the circumstances, I could only choose to obstruct it and gain Dumbledore's trust." "Gain Dumbledore's trust? Ha, you are a sign of loyalty to him who wags his tail and begs for mercy. Bella said sarcastically. Whatever you think, Bella, my loyalty has never changed. Snape said. Suddenly, the door opened directly. Voldemort walked in, and with a look of anger and surprise on his face, sat down directly on the couch. The host. Both Snape and Bellatrix shouted respectfully. Voldemort looked up at Snape and finally smiled. Severus, you've done a great job this time. I have determined that the old man of Dumbledore is certain to die, that what lies in him is the curse of me, and that even if you transfer his curse to his right hand, his life will only last a year. When the time comes, without my help, he will also die a painful and tragic death. Congratulations to the host. Snape had a happy expression, and then a look of adoration appeared in his eyes. I didn't expect that curse to be placed by you, Master. No wonder you were able to let Dumbledore get hit. It turned out that you were prepared for the Master. As long as we wait, Dumbledore will be dead in a year. Voldemort looked happy and waved his hand, and the mead in the wine cabinet floated out and fell into the cup in front of him. He raised his glass high and said, "Toast the old fellow Dumbledore in advance, and wish him a good time in hell a year from now. Master, that old guy is scheming, this time suddenly exposed. Will it be him who is playing a ghost?" Bellatrix said hesitantly. "Bella, are you questioning my abilities?" Voldemort's expression darkened slightly, squinting his eyes unhappily at Bella. "Master, I'm not questioning you." Bella knelt down in horror. "I just thought, Dumbledore, that old guy is not as good as you, but his strength and means are not to be underestimated, and it is not so easy to die. So I wondered if I could be more vigilant, and it was better to kill him directly when he was weak, so as not to make the night long and dreamy." Listening to Bella's words, Voldemort's expression eased, and he smiled and said, "Well, Bella, get up, I know your faithfulness." But then he said confidently, "If that old guy wasn't the magic that hit me, I might still be suspicious. But now, no matter what he did, he couldn't escape the fate of death. Because even I can't touch that curse, so he will surely die." With a look of pain on his face, he muttered, "Although I have lost something very important, it is not a loss to be able to exchange Dumbledore's life for it." Then he looked at Snape and ordered, "Your next task is to monitor Dumbledore's condition at all times and report back to me at any time. As long as you find the right time, it is good to kill him in advance. Of course, you can also slowly watch him die of the curse, and then it will be time for us to officially announce our true return to the entire wizarding world." "Yes, Master," Snape said respectfully. "Bella." Voldemort looked at Bellatrix. "You need to find the whereabouts of the Phoenix as soon as possible, and when the Phoenix is found, that is when I and Peter York will duel again. When the time comes, I will have to get the real immortal body, and no one can stop me." "Master, according to the French lord of the Roger family, in the volcanic groups of Italy, there have been muggles who have seen the traces of the Phoenix, although we do not know whether it is true or not, but we have sent someone to go." Bellatrix replied, but then frowned and said, "But it seems that other families have also heard the news, and they have all sent people to look for it, hoping to be the first to find the Phoenix." "Ah, the Phoenix is mine. Whoever dares to stop it will kill me." Voldemort's scarlet eyes seemed to be about to drip blood, and he said in a murderous and awe-inspiring manner, "It's the weekend again, and while the students are happily heading to Hogsmeade, Peter is also invited by Hagrid to the Forbidden Forest to check on the Thunderbirds." Given Hagrid's attentive care, the Thunderbird family lived in the Forbidden Forest very well, especially the eight-eyed giant spider that remultiplied, which became one of the favorite foods of the Thunderbirds. Peter originally thought that the eight-eyed giant spiders in the Forbidden Forest had been wiped out by himself, but apparently this animal was like a weed, and after cutting a stubble, it would quietly grow back. Plus a Hagrid with a blank eye, he knew that the cat was tired. However, Peter did not bother to take care of these eight-eyed giant spiders. Before they had no natural enemies to increase in number, but now with the addition of Thunderbirds, especially there are 3 small Thunderbirds that are about to hatch, he is worried about whether the number of eight-eyed giant spiders can satisfy the appetite of Thunderbirds. The Thunderbirds were overjoyed by Peter's arrival and even enthusiastically shared with him the flesh of the eight-eyed spider they had just caught, but Peter quickly refused. But this envied Hagrid, who was looking at the place from afar, and during this time he diligently found a place for the Thunderbird, set up the foundation of the nest, and from time to time brought the meat of the Rayam cow, a giant cow with golden fur. Drinking its blood can temporarily increase its strength. From Newt Scamander's fantastic beasts are heavy, but the Thunderbird is still very wary of him, and even does not want to let him get close, which makes Hagrid very disappointed. Peter looked at this scene funny. Now that the Thunderbirds couple are in the important stage of hatching their children, naturally they are very vigilant to outsiders, except for Peter. Once they want to get close to them, I am afraid that they will be attacked by lightning. Finally, with Peter's appeasement, Hagrid finally managed to get close to the nest and once again get up close and personal with the Thunderbirds and the eggs they laid underneath. Hagrid is a specialist in magical zoology. He quickly judged that the baby Thunderbird would hatch in a week or 2, and was very happy to say that he should prepare more Ari cows, because after the birth of the baby Thunderbird, the Thunderbird family's food will definitely increase significantly, and he will avoid them starving. Hearing this, Peter could only smirk darkly. This Hagrid usually looked very poor, but even the Magic family could hardly eat the air beef, which was difficult to eat often, and could provide it to the Thunderbirds without pity. It can be said that it is a proper big household. When Peter and Hagrid happily walked out of the Forbidden Forest and prepared to have a drink at Mrs. Rosmerta's tavern, they bumped into Harry. "Hagrid." Harry gasped and said, "Someone over there on the street corner is injured, or possessed by a spell, or something else." "Harry, calm your breath before speaking slowly." Peter came out from behind Hagrid's huge figure, cast a spell on him, and said gently. Harry felt his breath calm down for a moment, his spirit much stronger, and he said to Peter gratefully, "Professor York, thank you, I am much better." Then he said anxiously, "Someone has been hit by a spell, Professor, go and see it." "Hit by a spell? Who is it? Ron? Or Hermione?" Hagrid asked worriedly, his thick voice running far away. "No, it's not the two of them, it's Katie Bell, come with me." Harry pulled the two of them along. The three of them walked back down the alley together, and soon saw Hermione, Ron, and another girl named Lynn, anxiously surrounding Katie Bell, who was constantly twisting on the ground, listening to her constant screams of pain. The three were trying to quiet Katie Bell. "Back off." Hagrid's loud voice was like thunder, "Show me. She's possessed by something." Lynn cried and said, "I don't know what it is." Hagrid squatted down, ready to pick Katie up and take her to the school infirmary, but was stopped by Peter. "Hagrid, come back and let me see." Peter said. Hagrid remembered that there was still Peter next to him, and patted his head happily and annoyedly, saying, "I almost forgot. Peter, you are still St. Mungo's healer, hurry up and see her, is there some black magic?" Peter nodded and looked at Katie, who was constantly struggling and screaming, and the wand in his hand shot out several spells and fell into Katie's body. After a moment's effort, Katie was quiet, falling into a coma and no longer screaming. "It's really your Peter, it worked so soon." Hagrid gave Peter a thumbs up. "It's too early to praise." Peter shook his head and said, his expression became serious. "Miss Kedavra has traces of the Soul Reaper on her body, and she has also been hit by a very serious curse, but fortunately she did not have a long time to touch, so she saved her life. I stabilized my condition for the time being, but it took some effort to get her to recover. Hagrid, you first send Miss Katie Bell back to the school infirmary and inform Professor McGonagall." Peter commanded Hagrid. "I see." Hagrid nodded solemnly, then picked up Katie Bell and ran toward the castle. When the figures of Hagrid and Katie Bell disappeared, Peter turned his head. "You're Lynn, aren't you?" Peter looked gently at the girl on the side. The girl nodded. "You're with Miss Katie Bell, can you tell me what happened before?" Peter asked. "Katie got strange today. When she came out of the toilet of 3 brooms, she kept saying that she was going to give the package to someone at Hogwarts, and that she had to deliver it herself. She was in a strange and weird state, so I suspect she was magically controlled." Lynn sobbed and said, "So I want her to throw away that inexplicable package." But in the scramble, accidentally tearing open the package, Katie's hand touches the place where the package was torn, and then it was like that? She said. She pointed to the one on the ground. Brown paper bag, looking very frightened of the wrapping, which had been soaked with water on the ground, had been torn apart, revealing a green glow inside, as if it were the luster of a jewel. Ron, who had just prepared to pick up the package, heard Lynn's words and jumped away in fright, not daring to go near the package. Peter came to the package, crouched down, and used his wand to pick out the contents of it, which was a precious opal necklace. The gem shone with a green glow, and vaguely revealed a dangerous smell of black magic. "I've seen this before." Harry stared at the necklace and said, "Borgin Bach showed this chain several years ago. At the time, the label also said that it was a cursed necklace. 19 muggles have died to possess it. Katie must have touched it just now." When Lynn heard this, she turned pale in horror and sobbed again. Hermione patted her lightly on the shoulder and comforted her. Peter looked at the dangerous necklace carefully and said to the crowd, "Miss Bell is very lucky. She only has a small piece of skin touching the necklace, and if she wears the necklace around her neck or directly touches the necklace, I am afraid that she will be cursed to kill in an instant." Hearing Peter's explanation, several people avoided the necklace like a scorpion, and Hermione asked Lynn, "Did Katie tell you who gave her that package?" "No, she won't tell me. I told her it was stupid not to let her take that thing into the school, but she just wouldn't listen to me, and then I tried to snatch the package from her. And then, Lynn was hysterical big. Howl and cry." Peter nodded, pulled out of his pocket the wooden box that had once been used to hold the crown, carefully put the necklace in, then closed the box, then got up and said, "You'd better go back to school right away. Now that there is such a big accident here, it is no longer safe here." Several people nodded and followed him. "Professor, let's go back with you?" "Okay, let's go," Peter said. Several men hurried to Hogwarts, and along the way Harry buried his head in thought, and from time to time hesitation appeared on his face. Finally, just as he was about to reach the school, Harry looked up at Peter and said, "Professor, I guess all this has something to do with Malfoy. 4 years ago, when I was hiding in the Bakin box shop, I saw him carefully examining the necklace for a long time. When I was following him not long ago, he went to the Borgin box shop, after which the necklace was gone, and Borgin box said it had been sold. I think he must have bought that necklace. He knew that necklace had a deadly curse." Before Peter could answer, Ron hesitated and said, "Harry, there are too many uncertainties. There are many people who have been to the Borgin box shop. And didn't Lynn say she found this bag in the women's restroom?" What Lynn said was that she had this extra thing in her hand when she came back from the toilet, but she didn't necessarily find this package in the toilet. Harry retorted. "Harry, Peter interrupted, and he looked at Harry and said, I know you have a conflict with Draco Malfoy, but like Ron said, you have no evidence, so you can't accuse him without evidence. In fact, Peter already knew in his heart that the necklace belonged to Draco, and his purpose was to kill Dumbledore by delivering the necklace to Dumbledore through Katie Bell's hand. Of course, such a method is very young and a little naive, not to mention that it almost involves innocence, so Peter sighed in his heart. Ever since he had captured Lucius Malfoy into Azkaban, the Draco who had once adored him had always avoided him far away. And now it has become cannon fodder for Voldemort's ways to let him kill Dumbledore, except for Draco himself. I am afraid that even Voldemort does not think that he can succeed. As soon as Peter and his party of 5 entered the castle, Professor McGonagall hurried down the revolving stone staircase. Hagrid said, Peter, you're dealing with the follow-up, how's that? Did you find out what's going on? Professor McGonagall asked Peter, then looked at the box in his hand, and what else are you holding in your hand? The culprit that led to Katie Bell is a cursed necklace, very deadly. Peter handed the wooden box to McGonagall and explained, be careful, this chain is said to have killed many muggles. Oh my god. Professor McGonagall vigilantly grabbed the box, carefully opened it, looked at the breath of black magic coming at her, quickly closed the lid, and handed it back to Peter. Or you hold it, you are the professor of defense against the dark arts, this is your specialty. Okay, I'll leave it to Dumbledore later. Peter nodded, then looked at a few students behind him and said to McGonagall, the specific thing you can ask them is a few. I will go to the infirmary to help first. Katie Bell's situation is somewhat complicated. I am afraid that Mrs. Pomfrey is not busy alone. McGonagall nodded. Lady Pomfrey is planning to send Katie Bell to St. Mungo's for treatment. You happen to be St. Mungo's healer. Go and get busy. With Peter's help, Katie Bell's condition quickly stabilized, and she didn't even have to go to St. Mungo's for treatment, just staying in the infirmary for a while longer before being discharged. Looking at Katie Bell, who was lying quietly in her hospital bed, Mrs. Pomfrey, after feeding her a cup of potion, smiled at Peter on the side and praised, it is really worthy of St. Mungo's top healer. Miss Bell's serious injury is quickly cured in your place. No wonder the old guy of Alding Mungo admires you so much that he is even willing to let you work part-time at his place. Mrs. Pomfrey, you have praised. Peter said modestly, mainly Miss Bell's exposure to the curse is short, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to. You're always so humble, you really don't look like a young man at all. Madame Pomfrey shook her head and said. In the evening, Dumbledore, who had been out of school for a long time, finally returned to the school and asked Peter to take the cursed necklace to the principal's office. When Peter came to the headmaster's office, he saw Harry there too, with a slightly surprised look on his face. Since changing Dumbledore's fate of only 1 year to live, Dumbledore was not as urgent as the original plot, so he did not hurry to train Harry. Good evening, Harry. Good evening, headmaster. Peter smiled and said hello. Professor York, good evening. Harry hurried back. Dumbledore, this is the necklace that almost killed Katie Bell. Peter put the wooden box on the table and opened it. I have already checked, and the source of the curse on this necklace is the cat's eye gem, with the deadly curse attached to it, and it is dead at the touch, similar in principle to the necklace that Voldemort gave me when I was in the 3rd grade. Dumbledore stretched out his dark right hand, picked up the necklace with his old wand, examined it carefully, and said, it seems that our Miss Bell is very lucky. She did not have direct contact with the necklace, otherwise she would have died in an instant. Then he put down the necklace and grabbed it directly with his hand. Don't? Harry cried out in horror. To Harry's astonishment, Dumbledore was holding the necklace directly but did not do anything, but admired and played with it. Don't worry, Harry. Dumbledore explained with a smile of surprise on his face, this necklace is no longer harmful, and our defense against the dark arts professor has dissolved the dark magic curse on it. Harry looked at Peter in surprise, not expecting that in an afternoon of hard work, Peter would eliminate such a dangerous thing. Peter shrugged and said, the curse on this necklace is not too complicated, although deadly, it seems too rough and direct, and it wastes such a good raw material. That's just for you, no one else has that ability. Dumbledore smiled and said, then his expression narrowed slightly, looking at Peter, who do you think would give such a dangerous necklace to Katie Bell? Didn't you already guess that? Peter looked at him, shrugged his shoulders, and said, although this method is quite naive and does not work very well, it should be the most likely way for him to kill you at the moment. Yes. Dumbledore sighed, it's just that I didn't expect to implicate the innocent. If someone really died because of this, the child's soul would be completely unsaved. It's pathetic, but it's his own choice after all. Peter said with a look of disapproval on his face, I said that you are just too concerned about this, and if I just catch him and beat him up, he will obey. Won't make this mess again. If that's the case, then please look at him in secret, okay? Peter. Dumbledore said sincerely, his soul has not yet been thoroughly polluted, and I do not want him to fall into darkness by making irreparable mistakes on a whim. Dumbledore, you have caught me again as a strong man. Peter was not angry and complained, and your kindness, maybe people will not accept your affection after they know it. It doesn't matter, as long as he can be prevented from going astray, that's enough. Dumbledore said with a smile. Harry listened to the conversation between the two of them, looking very confused, but still heard the key information, and asked in surprise, Professor Dumbledore, did the person you said sent the necklace to Katie Bell want to assassinate you with the necklace? So, Malfoy used the Soul Reaper to control Katie Bell and let her deliver the necklace with the deadly curse to the headmaster in your hands, hoping to kill you. Harry, why do you think Mr. Malfoy did it? Dumbledore said gently, you are a very serious accusation. I know it's him. Principal, you believe me? I snuck up on him. Harry excitedly voiced his suspicions and tried desperately to convince both of them of his word. Dumbledore and Peter looked at each other, and then Dumbledore patted Harry on the shoulder and said, Harry, I'm grateful to you for telling me this, but I can't accuse Malfoy of that shop because it happened to be selling that necklace. The same reason can be put on anyone, and I cannot target Mr. Malfoy because of your suspicions, which is unfair to him, including others. Of course, I'll go to the Borgenbach shop and ask the owner where the necklace goes. Dumbledore interrupted Harry and said kindly, until then, I cannot doubt anyone for no reason, it is my duty as a headmaster. Well, it's not too early now, Harry, you can go back and remember to come back to class tomorrow. Okay, goodbye Professor. Harry opened his mouth, then left the office with a frustrated look. Harry has already guessed it, why don't you just give him a positive answer? Peter asked puzzled. Like I said, even if we knew it was Malfoy Jr., we couldn't convict him without direct evidence. Dumbledore shook. The head said, and next, we need to borrow Malfoy's hand to achieve our purpose, so he can't be exposed yet. Peter did not dwell on this matter any longer, but asked curiously, what have you been busy with these days? The school affairs are handed over to Professor McGonagall, is it not true that you are still preparing for your dead work? Dumbledore shook his head, but instead asked Peter, do you remember what Voldemort's Horcrux is left? Tom Riddle's diary, Mavoligan's ring, Slytherin's pendant box, Ravenclaw's crown have all been wiped out. Peter counted, and Nagini is with you now, and Hufflepuff's golden cup and that sarcoma-bearing jumping pot are not yet visible. As for Harry, I've found the location of the golden cup and the jumping pot. Dumbledore said directly, the golden cup was originally in the Lestrange family's vault, but since Voldemort had hit you with the petrified curse, he took the golden cup back and used it to transfer the curse on his body, and now he has given it to Bellacritus. And the jumping pot should be carried by Voldemort, who is probably frightened by your petrification curse, so it is used to prevent it from being petrified by you again later. Has the golden cup been put back in the vault again? Peter asked if it were in the vault, it would be easy. Dumbledore shook his head, Bellatrix didn't put the cup back, and no one knows where she hid it. So if you want to know the whereabouts of the gold cup, you need to ask it out of the mouth of Bellatrix. But now she usually stayed by Voldemort's side, and it was not easy to catch her. It looks like 2 Horcruxes are not easy to get through. Peter said helplessly, but then asked curiously, by the way, you have studied Nagini's living Horcrux for so long, have you found anything? Can you help Harry? Dumbledore shook his head, sighed, and said, the soul fragments on Nagini's body are difficult to peel off, and if they are peeled off, the host will also die, so no way has been found at the moment. Try it slowly, there will always be a way. Peter could only say comfortingly, if there is really no way, then it can only follow the original method. Unfortunately, in that case, Harry could only bet on whether he could survive or not. Dumbledore did not stay on the subject, but looked at Peter curiously and said, I heard that there was a trace of a phoenix in Italy, and now many hunters have rushed over, and many Death Eaters have also gone. If Voldemort really caught a phoenix, would you really like to see him have an immortal body? Know that when the time comes, even if we destroy all his Horcruxes, he will be able to live forever. Yes, I didn't expect the news to spread so quickly. Peter smiled and said, still calm, I have another news here, Dumbledore, you should be interested. What's the news? Dumbledore looked curious. According to my friends in France, this time it's not just the Death Eaters who are competing for the Phoenix. Many pure-blood families in Europe are also involved. And there is a hidden force in it, they call themselves saints. They are also actively trying to compete for the Phoenix. Their strength should not be underestimated, and they are the most likely to succeed outside of the Death Eaters. Peter looked at Dumbledore with a smirk, Headmaster, you should know them, after all, you defeated their leader, Gellert. Dumbledore's expression went blank for a moment, then he looked at Peter and asked in an uneven tone, Peter, are you sure there are saints involved? Of course, if you don't believe me, then you can go and see who wins their battle for the Phoenix. Peter smiled and said widely that the fact that Katie Bell was injured by a black magic item caused a heated discussion in the school, but because of the controversy and the upcoming Quidditch ball game, it was soon unnoticed. A few weeks passed quickly, and in addition to giving lessons to the senior students as usual, Peter often exercised his lightning abilities in the demand room, and although the system could allow him to fuse the abilities of magical beasts, he needed Peter to continue to develop them. Just like the ball lightning that Peter used to deal with mercenaries before, it is a very good method of dealing with enemies. His previous Mandrake cry and Basilisk eye skills, although highly lethal, have obvious drawbacks. As long as they close their visual and auditory senses, both skills lose their lethality. And magic can also create many ways to replace sight and hearing, like a very eccentric spell Peter recently discovered from the library, called the Echo Charm, created by an ancient blind wizard who can make people like bats, through auditory echoes can see like eyes, so that people who have lost their vision will no longer fall into a darkness. Just with the appearance of the magic eye, the echo spell has no effect. After all, compared with the magic eye that can restore the blind man's vision and even more clearly, the echo spell is dwarfed. But such a spell, which had been eliminated, was now the nemesis of his own Basilisk, and even the blind wizard who created the echo spell also provided another way of thinking. That is, he could use a wand instead of an ear to receive echolocation, so that he could help the deaf and blind wizard. But this also restrained Peter's death sound skill. Not to mention that Voldemort had already developed a corresponding protective spell against these two skills, which greatly reduced his attack power. Therefore, the appearance of the Thunderbird greatly alleviated Peter's fear of attack inadequacy. The Thunderbird itself can release more than 10,000 volts of lightning, and if he is unprepared, even Voldemort will be electrocuted. What's more, the Thunderbird can also summon stormy clouds, thus continuously creating lightning. At that time, Peter could baptize the ground with a piece of thunder and lightning by rolling lightning. At Christmas, Peter received an invitation from Slughorn to attend his club dinner. Peter was not interested in such a banquet, but when he thought of Dumbledore's request for his own business, he agreed to the invitation. Slughorn was overjoyed that Peter had agreed to his invitation, and he had been outspoken that it was a pity that he had missed such a good student as Peter, or his slug club would have a wizard whose future achievements would be no less than Dumbledore's. At Christmas, Peter teleported straight back home, had a dinner with his family, and then returned to school for a dinner party in Slughorn. In order to hold the dinner, Slughorn asked Dumbledore for a large room to host the banquet. When Peter came to the door, Slughorn, who was standing in the doorway waiting for him, suddenly had a smile on his face. "Peter, I thought you weren't coming back. Come in, I've got you 50 years of sherry, which was a good wine I hid when I was young, and you're blessed," Slughorn said very enthusiastically. With that, he took Peter's hand and walked inside, and purposefully led him into the party, where several well-dressed adults were standing. "Peter, I want you to meet Eldred, one of my old students, the author of Bloody Brothers, My Life with a Vampire, and, of course, his friend Sonny." Slughorn pointed to a short, fat man and the tall, long-haired man beside him who looked pale like a corpse. Peter swept over the stocky wizard, his gaze falling on the tall man, a look of interest in his eyes, a vampire who, though dressed up, could smell the thick smell of blood on him and sense his cold, lifeless body. The vampire Sanai originally only nodded slightly, counting as politeness, but his vampire's sensitive induction suddenly felt a very dangerous breath coming from this very handsome young man in front of him, and that sense of danger made him unconsciously tense his body, as if facing a natural enemy. The short and fat witch next to him, at the first sight of Peter, showed a surprised expression, and then walked over very enthusiastically, grabbed Peter's hand and shook it. "Peter York, I was so happy. When Professor Slughorn said you would come to the banquet, I didn't quite believe it. I didn't expect you to really show up. I've been following your news for half a year. Well, thank you for your attention." Peter drew his hand without a trace, smiled, and said, "Are you as humble as the professor describes? If you can take some of my interviews, it won't take long, 2 or 3 hours, then I can write a biography of yours specifically for you. Imagine how your biography of the third great magician of this century, after Dumbledore and the Dark Lord, would be sought after. Especially your magical secret of immortality. I think there will be a lot of people who want to know the specific experience of this. Thanks, but I'm really not interested." Peter's smile disappeared and he calmly refused. "Mr. York, you can think about it, that would make a lot of gold." Eldred wanted to continue persuading, but looked at Peterna. A pair of indifferent eyes, the words that rushed into his throat could no longer be said. Slughorn did not expect Eldred to do this, and his expression suddenly became unhappy. He had invited Peter so hard, but he could not let Peter be so disappointed. So he shifted the subject and introduced Peter to the others. Peter did not refuse Slughorn's introduction, smiled at the others, then looked at the vampire again, and reached out with great interest. "Mr. Sonny, I am Peter York. You don't look like an Englishman. I don't know where your hometown is." The vampire Sanai, stunned by Peter's attitude, tried to relax her tense body slightly, and then squeezed a smile on her face, deep in her pale hands, and said dryly, "I'm from Albania." Feeling the cold feeling of the hand he was holding, Peter still did not discolor, but asked with great interest, "Albania? I remember it was the territory of the Torto family, right? Are you a member of their family?" Hearing this, Sanai's eyes widened and she was very surprised and asked, "How do you know?" The vampire family is very secretive, they are isolated all year round, and they can live for a long time, so even wizards don't know about vampires. Peter smiled and did not answer his question, but said with an inexplicable meaning, "I heard that the vampire has allied with the Death Eaters. I don't know what benefit Voldemort has given you. Will you be willing to fight for him? Did you promise to hunt as you pleased? Or can you develop your descendants on a large scale?" As soon as the people around them heard Peter call Voldemort's name directly, they couldn't help but take a cold breath, afraid that Voldemort would run along the induction. But the thought that this was Hogwarts, and Peter, and Dumbledore, was in town, and he was relieved. Then I remembered what Peter had just said, and looked at the vampire named Sonny. Sanai looked at Peter again in surprise, not expecting to know even such a secret thing, but he immediately shook his head and said, "Although I am a member of the Torto family, I am only a peripheral member, and I have no contact with the core affairs at all. Even I heard about it from other people, and I didn't want to get involved in that, so I left Albania and wandered around. And the bloody lollipops and dragon's blood drinks made by the wizards, both of which made up for my body's needs very well, so I hadn't sucked human blood in a long time." Sanai explained and proved harmless. He was very nervous. The young wizard in front of him was one of the most dangerous wizards he had seen in 300 years, afraid that he would burn himself into fly ash with a spell. Hearing the vampire's answer, Peter's eyes flashed, and then he showed a friendly smile and shook hands with him again. It's a pleasure to see you, such a sensible bloodline. If you want, we can contact him more in the future. I'll get your favorite bloody lollipop and dragon's blood drink. Then he sighed and said, it's just a pity that your people have chosen the opposite path from us and joined the camp of Death Eaters. I heard that the Blood Clan is afraid of light and silver. I don't know if this is true. What if the silverware was made by transfiguration? Can it do the same? Listening to Peter's words, a rare blood halo appeared on Sanai's pale face, and his eyes looked at a smiling Peter with fear, and he vaguely felt that his compatriots had probably chosen a wrong path. Slughorn sensed that something was wrong and quickly snorted, pulling Peter to meet the others again. But this time Peter refused, and he looked at Trelawney, who was drinking alone, in the distance, and said, Professor Slughorn, you take care of the others first, and I'll go talk to Professor Trelawney. Trelawney? What does she have to talk about? Slugho. Ian saw the drunken Trelawney not far away, and with contempt in her eyes, she said incomprehensibly. But he wisely let go of Peter's hand, but when he left, he did not forget to repeatedly tell him not to leave early. Good evening, Professor Trelawney. Peter said to her politely. Good evening, darling. Professor Trelawney shouted, his eyes focused on Peter with some difficulty. Oh, Peter, my best student. Hiccup, how come you haven't been in class lately? Professor, I've graduated. Peter looked at the drunken Trelawney with some tears and laughter. Oh, of course. Trelawney sobered up a little, stared at Peter carefully, and then said with a sigh, Are you now a defense against the dark arts professor, my colleague? I heard that your class is very popular and the students like you, which is very good. He said and poured the sherry wine from the glass into his mouth. Medium, muttered, that's good. Professor, you're drunk. Peter looked at her dull and decadent look and sighed. I'm not drunk. Trelawney said angrily, while you were waiting with all your eyes on, thinking that you could teach like before, and get rid of the horse that occupied my seat. Dumbledore let us share the classroom. He had Firen's centaur rob half of my students? Frankly, that was a naked insult to me. Listening to Trelawney's furious criticism of Firen's, Peter looked helpless. He had just wanted to get rid of Slughorn's entanglement, but he did not expect that this one was also a headache. Rather than let that horse be misguided, I'd rather you replace me as a professor of divination. That way I have some comfort. Trelawney finished her indignant complaint and then continued, At least your divination talent is as incomparable as my ancestor Cassandra, and I have seen your accurate prophecies, not words like the Martian bright that the horseman god nagged about. Compared to Firen's, the gods are probably more appropriate to describe you, Peter said silently in his heart. Come, Peter, give me a divination now. Trelawney didn't know where to take out a huge crystal and put it directly on the wine table. Divination when that centaur will be driven away. Peter looked at the crystal ball that Trelawney pulled out with tears and smiled, and waved his hand to refuse, predicting that it was not a dish, and it could be fried at any time. But apparently he couldn't fight a drunkard, and Trelawney shoved the crystal ball into Peter's arms, telling him that he had to divinate in front of her the information of when Firen's was going to get out. The people around them also noticed the situation here, and saw that Peter was rarely stuck, and they all laughed and giggled. But the drunken Trelawney did not notice the people around her, shouting that Peter must make a divination. Peter was helpless and decided to make up a prophecy on the spot and talk about it with Professor Trelawney. So he agreed to Trelawney's request and took the crystal ball and made a look for divination. Wait, divination has to be taken seriously, the crystal ball has to be put on the table. Trelawney said drunkenly, then reached over and grabbed the crystal ball and put it on the table. It was only when both her and Peter's hands touched the crystal ball at the same time that the crystal ball suddenly shimmered, and the fog inside quickly swirled, which was very conspicuous in the dimly lit room. The people around the theater, seeing this sudden situation, have opened their eyes and covered their mouths. They are all people who have taken divination classes, naturally know that this situation is a vision of successful divination. One by one, they did not dare to make any more sounds, and stretched their necks to look at the crystal ball in front of Peter and Trelawney. Several people who were chatting in Slughorn also noticed the unusual scene in the banquet and looked over. Even Snape, who had been hiding in the shadows, and Draco, who had slipped in, were caught in the scene. Peter now focused his gaze on the crystal ball, seeing through the fog the illusory scene inside. What was seen inside was the dim Hogwarts castle, from which countless Death Eaters poured out and fought with many professors and students. Hogwarts was on fire and fell into a fierce battle. As soon as the picture turned, on the tower, a frail face of Dumbledore stood there, and a black shadow standing in the dark shot out a brilliant green light at him, and saw Dumbledore's eyes widen and fall straight down from the tower, smashing like a rag on the ground, and there was no life. Then, the thunder light flashed above the castle, and the dark clouds of black pressure pressed above the castle, with the momentum of the black cloud pressing the city to destroy. And Peter sits on a thunderbird, confronting countless Death Eaters on the other side, about to start a new round of battle. The picture ends, but Peter is solemn, and the scene in the picture is bound to happen in the future, but when he sees that Dumbledore still fell from the tower like the original plot, he still smells a strong smell of fate. While he and Dumbledore were ready, they did not know if the future would be as they had expected, fraught with uncertainty. The people around them watched this scene quietly, until they saw Peter withdraw his gaze, and his heart was more curious, wondering what Peter had seen in the crystal ball. Finally Hermione walked away and asked curiously, "Peter, what did you see in the crystal ball?" Peter looked up, looked at the people around him, and just when he wanted to speak, Trelawney next to him replied with a drunken and excited face, I finally saw it. Death Eaters lead people to attack Hogwarts? Dumbledore fell from the tower, and he was dead. He was murdered. And thunder? Countless thunderbolts? Oh my god, that's horrible." The people around them listened to Trelawney's words, their eyes widening, as if they had heard the terrible news, and looked at her in disbelief. But looking at Trelawney's drunken and excited look, there was some doubt that she was too drunk to talk nonsense. Dumbledore won't be murdered. He was the most powerful wizard, even Voldemort could not kill him, how could he die? Harry Potter rushed out and yelled excitedly at Trelawney. "Fate cannot be stopped, oh, poor boy, comfort Dumbledore." Trelawney looked at Harry sympathetically, as if to ask him to arrange the aftermath for Dumbledore. "Peter, what do you see?" Harry's face was ugly, and he stopped talking about Trelawney, and turned to look at Peter with hope. "You must be seeing something different, right? Just now she was talking nonsense, wasn't she?" The people around him looked at Peter, and all kinds of eyes were focused on him. There were hopes, worries, fears, and there were also various moods such as curiosity, expectation, and even joy that could not be hidden. Peter looked at the expressions of everyone around him, took a deep breath, nodded his head solemnly, and said, "What Professor Trelawney saw is what I saw." Receiving Peter's affirmative answer, most of the people looked frightened, and Dumbledore was prophesied to die, so that the terrible news hit everyone's head so hard that everyone was momentarily lost and confused. People like Harry and Hermione were pale and could not accept such bad news. People like Slughorn, on the other hand, were full of fear, and they thought that Dumbledore still depended on him, but if he died, their fate would not know what to do. Of course, there are also a small number of people, although the face is also a shocked expression, but the joy in the eyes cannot be hidden. Draco Malfoy, in particular, had a dazed expression in ecstasy, as if the heavy pressure on his body had suddenly disappeared. The dinner party ended hastily, and many of the people invited by Slughorn left Hogwarts with a heavy face. Only Trelawney was drunk and crying and laughing, repeatedly saying that she had finally seen the prophecy. Peter watched this quietly, and it was not long before the prophecy of Dumbledore's death would spread and those who were still watching would make a choice. "I'm sorry to mess up your dinner." When Peter bid farewell to Flaghorn, he said apologetically. Slughorn looked at Peter with complicated eyes, and waved his hand weakly. He was also shocked by the prediction of Dumbledore's death. He had been hiding in Tibet to prevent the Death Eaters from finding him, and finally agreed to allow Dumbledore to come to Hogwarts to teach, also with the idea of relying on Dumbledore. But now that Dumbledore was dying, he needed to think about how to save himself. Then he asked again and again, "Peter, did you really see the illusion of Dumbledore's death? Could it be that divination is wrong? After all, prophecies are sometimes not very accurate, you say?" "Professor, you don't have to worry too much. The illusion in the crystal ball is just a small fragment of the future. Maybe it's wrong." Peter's eyes flickered, and he smiled comfortingly. After all, Professor Dumbledore is so powerful that even if Voldemort had done it himself, he would not have been able to kill him, let alone anyone else. "But Peter, have you noticed Dumbledore's right hand lately?" Slughorn's uneasy and worried expression did not diminish. "His right hand seems to be burned. Potions are my specialty, but I also know a lot about defense against the dark arts. That's very serious black magic damage? Would you say it would affect Dumbledore's strength?" Peter looked at the uneasy-looking potions professor in front of him and gently comforted, "Professor, you don't have to worry too much. Headmaster Dumbledore is not so easy to die, and besides, isn't there still me here? As long as I am here, I will not let Voldemort and the Death Eaters take advantage." "Yes, I forgot about you, Peter." Slughorn suddenly realized, looking at the very young professor in front of him, the heavy stone in his heart finally fell slightly. Others didn't know Peter, but he knew Peter's strength very well. Slughorn has a wide network of contacts and was born in the Slughorn family, one of the Holy 28 families, so there are many connections with the Death Eaters, and naturally knows that Voldemort has suffered many losses at the hands of Peter. More importantly, Peter will never die. Even if you are hit by the death curse, you can't die. This is Peter York's greatest skill. Slughorn was clear in his heart. That's why he's been so eager for Peter since school started. Slughorn's greatest pride in this life, in addition to the title of Potions Master, is that his vision can easily distinguish the talents of his students, so that those geniuses are encircled in his slug club and become the source of his future show-off and network. Peter, on the other hand, was a genius he had never seen in his life, and he even regretted that he had not come to Hogwarts to teach earlier, and if he could pull Peter into his club, it would be the proudest thing in his life. Unfortunately, now that Peter has graduated and become his colleague, he can only find a way to win over and gain Peter's favor. As soon as Peter wanted to say goodbye, Slughorn kept him, knowing that everyone was basically gone, and he hesitated and said, "Peter, I have a student who is a hunter, and I heard him say that there have been traces of phoenixes near the volcanoes of Sicily, and many families have gone there. You must be mentally prepared. If someone catches the phoenix, it will definitely come to you to ask you about the method of immortality, and even many pure blood families will unite and use public opinion to force you to hand over the true method of immortality. The real method of immortality. Peter squinted his eyes at Slughorn and said with a smirk, didn't I already publish the method? Don't they believe me and think I'm a liar? Professor, do you think so too? Slughorn coughed dryly, his eyes drifting, and smiled awkwardly, not that they think it's fake, but most people think that Peter you should be hiding some important steps. After all, it is a major matter of immortality, and people who have tried randomly have a miserable end, so many people will be very cautious. Shraghorn approached Peter and quietly asked, Peter, you see we are all old friends, can you tell me the real way to immortality? Rest assured, I won't say anything to the outside world, it's really not okay, we can make an unbreakable curse? Peter looked at the fat old man with a flushed face, like a sea lion, and said playfully, Professor, do you want to live forever? Or do you have a phoenix too? Of course not. I am very satisfied with my current life, how can I go to Kai to live forever? Slughorn threw his face away with a look of disinterest, I'm just a researcher who wants to study the mystery of this immortality. Of course, if you don't want to, I won't force you, after all, this is your secret, and no one else has the right to question it. Slughorn secretly looked at Peter's expression and said, the method I published before is true, and there is nothing false about it. Peter looked at him with a smirk, then said solemnly and firmly, if you don't believe me, then I can't help it. I have given you the solution, and whether you can succeed or not is your own business. Peter shrugged his shoulders and looked indifferent. He looked at Slughorn, who had a confused expression, and showed a funny look, and even if you catch the phoenix, the first thing to consider is how can the phoenix be willing to share the fire of Nirvana. You must know that the fire of Nirvana is equivalent to the magic power in the wizard's body for the phoenix. Do you think any wizard would be willing to contribute their magic? Can't you find a way to deprive you of the fire of Nirvana? Slughorn said eagerly. Deprivation. Peter sneered, when can you easily deprive yourselves of the magic in your own bodies, and then deprive the phoenix of the fire of Nirvana? So, this method of immortality is useless. Slughorn was full of disappointment. Not quite. Peter smiled and said, as long as you can make the phoenix very loyal to you, even willing to sacrifice for you, just like my phoenix field, share half of the fire of Nirvana with you. Nature can have a permanent lifespan and an immortal body like a phoenix? Alas, I finally understand why you are willing to share this method selflessly, because the chances of success are so small that they are almost non-existent. Slughorn looked at the smiling Peter and sighed, I almost forgot that you were also a student of Slytherin, and in thousands of years, Slytherin has never had a selfless person. Peter still grinned, then bid farewell to Slughorn and teleported back to York Manor to spend Christmas with his family, and in Malfoy Manor, Voldemort knew about the Slughorn dinner party for the first time. Are you sure the message is true? Divination to Dumbledore's death? Voldemort was pleased, but then asked solemnly, yes, host. Many people were at the scene and saw with their own eyes that when Peter York and Trelawney touched the crystal ball at the same time, the crystal ball had a vision. The Death Eater who bowed down to report said excitedly. Peter York and Trelawney both saw the scene in the crystal ball, and Trelawney was so drunk that she directly said what was in the crystal ball, saying that she saw Dumbledore would be hit by the death curse and fall from the tower. Peter York, though he did not say it, had a dignified look on his face and confirmed the veracity of what Trelawney had said. Haha, it was so nice. Voldemort patted the table happily, this old immortal was first cursed by me, it has only been a year, and now he is divining out and dying, it is really happy, Dumbledore is finally going to die. Congratulations to the host. As long as there is no Dumbledore, that Peter York will no longer be your opponent, and no one will stop you from the future. Bellacrites congratulated. At the mention of Peter York, Voldemort's smile decreased slightly, but he still laughed. Well said Bella, this time we also want to thank him for personally divining such good news for us. As long as Dumbledore died, the two of them could no longer unite, and Peter York alone would no longer be my opponents. We need to be ready when Dumbledore dies, when we officially take over the wizarding world. Dark Lord, is this a conspiracy? A stout man in a cat and leopard mask suddenly said, as far as we know, this Peter York is very cunning, even more unscrupulous than Dumbledore. It was somewhat unusual for him to divinate in public, and he did not conceal the message that Dumbledore was going to die. This is so unusual that I suggest we have to be vigilant. In the face of the man who suddenly interjected, Voldemort's face became gloomy, and his scarlet eyes stared at him. Adam, are you questioning me? Think I'm going to be fooled? The man in the cat and leopard mask was suppressed by Voldemort's sudden burst of demonic pressure, and he was half kneeling on the ground, although he was powerful, even surpassing all the Death Eaters, but he was still far from Voldemort. He forced himself to breathe heavily and explained, the great Dark Lord, I don't mean that, but we have suffered a lot of losses on him before, and I wonder if I can be more careful, just in case. Voldemort looked at the man who was half kneeling in front of him, withdrew the magic pressure, flashed disdain in his eyes, and taunted, Adam, you have been frightened by Peter York, and turned into a bird of fright. How can you cooperate with me in this way, and how do you lead the mercenaries who joined the Death Eaters? Peter York, though cunning and hateful, was a rare prophet, and this time there was also Trelawney, a descendant of Cassandra, who witnessed such a prophecy, which is difficult to falsify. I understand that you don't have a long history of magic in the United States, and you don't even have a decent prophet, that's why you're so surprised. But don't get too much of a cop and bow Snake Shadow. Otherwise, I would doubt that it would be wise to cooperate with you purgators. The masked man, who was half kneeling on the ground, his hand hidden in the sleeve of his robe, squeezed the wand tightly, and then he bowed his head. I will seriously consider it, Lord Dark Lord. And we are undoubtedly your most suitable partner, please rest assured. It's good to know. Voldemort snorted coldly, as long as you don't cooperate with dirty muggles for some money, as your ancestors did, and even betray your fellow muggles to muggles, it is a shame for wizards. With cold eyes looking at him with a cold look in his eyes, he warned, I have never had room for betrayal here. There were a few people with different hearts who chose to betray us, including Karkaroff, whom you know, and you should be able to guess their fate. So I am glad that your mercenary community is willing to cooperate with me. But if one day, I found the second heart, I will lead the Death Eaters to America to wipe out all of you. Peter York can easily take out a member of one of your battalions, so I can do no less than him. The man in the cat and leopard mask was already sweating at this time, and he looked at Voldemort's murderous eyes, knowing that this threat was not empty words. In the wizarding world, the power of the group is certainly strong, but once the strength of the individual reaches the level of Dumbledore, Voldemort, and the like, even if there are more wizards, there will only be the fate of being crushed. At this time, the masked man had some doubts about whether the mercenary high level had made the right decision to cooperate with Voldemort. Most of the mercenaries of the Purgers were elite in strength, and they were already at the same level as Oro in a country. When faced with the wanted by the Ministry of Magic of various countries, they can cope with the crisis with ease. But he knew that there were no people in his group who had reached Voldemort's level, even the top few who controlled the Purge, their strength was far worse than Voldemort's. This is tantamount to a tiger plotting. Voldemort did not close what the masked man was thinking, but announced, the most important thing is to find the Phoenix, and Hemen Rozier has received accurate news that there is a trace of the Phoenix in the volcanoes of Sicily. I need to go there myself to ensure that the Phoenix will eventually fall into my hands. So this time, except for the Death Eaters who went with me, the others were temporarily lurking, and once I returned, it was the time for the Death Eaters to rise again. Master, I'm going with you too. Bellacrites quickly shouted. Not this time, Bella. Voldemort shook his head. You are responsible for monitoring the situation at Hogwarts at all times, and since the prophecy says that Dumbledore was murdered, we must ensure that fate follows the direction we control. Didn't the Malfoy boy already take on the task of murdering Dumbledore, so you should cooperate with him. If he succeeds, I don't mind forgiving his father's sins, saving Lucius, and rewarding him with endless glory. Master, do you think Draco Malfoy really has the power to kill Dumbledore? Bellacrites asked in surprise. I don't believe in him, I have faith in Severus. Voldemort smiled and shook his head. He looked at Bellacrites and said, didn't Severus make an unbreakable spell with Narcissa and promise to help Draco complete his mission as much as he could? I believe that with his help, Draco Malfoy had a great chance of succeeding in killing Dumbledore. Although Dumbledore has less than a year left to live. But if I can get him to die early, I don't mind a little more effort. Master, why don't you think that the man who killed Dumbledore in the divination was you? Bellacrites asked puzzled. Because I need to solve another tricky man, Peter York. The demon narrowed his eyes and said, without me holding him back, no one else would have been able to kill Dumbledore at Hogwarts. There were many students who witnessed the prophecy that night, so the next day, almost the entire school knew the contents of the prophecy. The atmosphere of the school suddenly became solemn, and even the ignorant students knew that because of Dumbledore's existence, they could learn and play in Hogwarts without worry. If Dumbledore had indeed died in the near future, as the crystal ball said, then their umbrella would not have existed. The only person who was happy was probably Trelawney, the first time she had consciously seen the contents of the prophecy, proving that she was not a liar. So even in such a dignified atmosphere, he was happy to show off his divination results to others, and then falsely expressed his compassion and sympathy for Dumbledore's doom. This attitude made many students who regarded Dumbledore as an idol completely disgraceful to him. But Trelawney was not impressed, and even in every divination class, she boasted that she had predicted the outcome of Dumbledore's death. Then he wiped away the tears that did not exist and lamented, what a heartache. Although this is a prophecy that I personally used the crystal ball to devocate, I don't want to see such an outcome. But the established fate is irresistible. We can only pray here for Dumbledore. Listening to her silent tone of mourning for Dumbledore in advance, Harry, who was in a divination class, almost jumped up in anger and punched the crazy woman, but fortunately he was pulled by Ron next to him and did not let him succeed. After class, Harry walked out of the classroom first and the two met Hermione outside the classroom. Hermione looked at Harry with a look of imminent outburst and turned to Ron on the side. What's wrong with Harry? How does it look so angry? Not the old woman Trelawney yet. Ron spat in disgust. The whole lesson is constantly showing off that she divined Dumbledore's death. Listening to her tone, I hope that the prophecy will come true soon. You also know about Harry's relationship with Dumbledore. He almost didn't break out on the spot, or I pulled him in time. Hermione heard this and reassured Harry, Harry, don't care too much about Trelawney's words. That woman has never made accurate prophecies. This time, I suddenly saw the content of the prophecy that I didn't know whether it was a prophecy, and I couldn't wait to show it off. You don't have to care too much. Maybe the crystal ball is broken. After all, the crystal ball was originally brought by Trelawney. Maybe it is not one like its owner. Hermione is right. Harry, don't you care too much about this prophecy. Ron also said, besides, Dumbledore himself didn't take it seriously. Don't you see that he didn't smile and chat with Professor York this morning? None of them cared, and we didn't care. Harry shook his head and said with a heavy face, Trelawney is crazy, but her prophecies will never come true. Do you remember when you were in 3rd grade? At that time, Trelawney had predicted that the Dark Lord's servants would break free of their shackles and help Voldemort rise again. As a result, Pettigrew actually escaped and brought Voldemort back to life. And the Son of the Phoenix, I didn't understand who this person would be at the time, but now it seems that the Son of the Phoenix mentioned in the prophecy is Peter York. And the prophecy ball we got in the prophecy hall of the Department of Mystery, which contained prophecies about me and Voldemort. Dumbledore said that the prophecy was also made by Trelawney, and that it was when Voldemort heard it that he chose to kill me, which eventually led to the death of my parents. Hermione and Ron were shocked to hear this, and when they first went to the Department of Mysteries, they also brought back the prophecy ball. But then it was taken by Dumbledore. I didn't expect such a reason. Ron said in shock and concern, is Dumbledore really going to die? So what can we do in advance to avoid such doom as much as possible? After all, Dumbledore was so important. If he really died, then Harry would be really very dangerous. If this is really a prophecy, I'm afraid there is nothing we can do. Ron. Hermione sighed and said solemnly, prophecy is always going to come true, and when people try to change prophecy, the results are always terrible, and even what you do actually contributes to the fulfillment of prophecy. What do you mean? Ron looked puzzled. Harry, you also live in Muggles, have you heard the story of King Oedipus before? Hermione asked. Harry shook his head in bewilderment. He had always been a house elf when he was at the Dursleys, and naturally no one would show him a storybook. Legend has it that after Oedipus was born, his father heard the prophecy that he would kill his father and marry his mother in the future, so he put a wire through his heel and ordered his servants to throw him into the wild for wild wolves to eat. But the servant took pity on the innocent child and gave him to the shepherd to raise. After becoming an adult, Oedipus chose to leave his adoptive parents who thought they were biological parents in order to break away from fate, and as a result, he encountered a group of people on the road, killing 4 people in a rage, including his biological father who was privately visited. Oedipus used his extraordinary intellect to eliminate those who harmed the people. The Sphinx with the human face was proclaimed king by the people and took the queen of the former king, his birth mother, as his wife. So he became a killer. The father marries the mother of the sinner, and eventually he pierces himself in the eye and then banishes himself. Hermione recounts the Muggle Greek story to the 2 men, hoping they will understand the implications. But after Ron, he only felt that the 3 views were shattered, and he complained, what does the Muggle really think? How can he write such an absurd story? This Oedipus king sounded like a poor creature, and he could not escape the arrangement of fate. After Harry listened, he looked at Hermione with a more dignified and more lost look, and asked reluctantly, Hermione, you mean that no matter what we do, we can't change the fate of Dumbledore's death? Instead, like King Oedipus, he contributed to the fate of the arrangement 0? Hermione nodded, and said with an ugly face, Harry, when you were in the 3rd grade, you and I experienced the timeline of the Time Turner, and you should remember that I told you that even if we go back to the past, we can't change the facts we already have, but we are supplementing the fate of the past. The same is true of the prophecy now, so we don't do anything. Just waiting for the fulfillment of Dumbledore's dead language? Harry roared angrily, trying to vent his anger but nowhere to go. Of course not. Hermione shook her head and said. She shook her head, took a deep breath, as if she were cheering herself up, and then smiled at the 2 of them and said, actually, this prophecy is not a real prophecy. Professor Peter York and Professor Trelawney had only seen Dumbledore hit the death curse and then fall down the tower in the crystal ball, but that didn't mean that Dumbledore was bound to die. You have said that you have hit the death curse, how can you still be alive after hitting the death curse? Hermione, your brain is broken? Ron looked at her like a fool. How impossible? Ron, shut up first. Listen to me. Hermione gave him a blank look and roared in disgust. Watching Ron shut up and retract her head, she continued, I mean, Professor York, they all just saw that Dumbledore was hit by the death curse and fell off the tower. Such a picture, of course, the first time we would think that Dumbledore was dead. But if not? What do you mean? Hermione. Harry asked quickly. We all know that fate is irrevocable, and the fact that Dumbledore was cursed to death and fell from the tower in the prophecy cannot be changed, so why don't we change other unknown lines of destiny? For example, to ensure that Dumbledore will survive after being attacked in the prophecy, rather than dying as a matter of course? Hermione explained. But seeing that the 2 were still confused, Hermione couldn't help but roll her eyes and propose a solution. Since we can't change the prophecy of Dumbledore's spell and falling off the tower, we can set up a shock reduction spell under the tower to prevent Dumbledore from falling down and falling to his death. There is also a way to make Dumbledore survive that death curse. I read a travelogue that said that there was an animal smuggler who turned the velvet into clothes and put it on his body in order to be able to successfully cross the border, but he encountered the dark wizard and was shot to death, but he was only seriously injured and did not die, because the velvet on his body blocked the death curse for him. I thought we might be able to go and buy some velvet and turn them into robes for Dumbledore to wear. The only question is, will Dumbledore accept such a gift? Ron schemed his lips and said, how can you guarantee that Dumbledore will wear a velvet coat and see that it is the day of the attack? Didn't Harry already get back the Marauders map, and we could keep an eye on Dumbledore's movements, and as soon as he had any signs of going to the tower, we could move quickly, and we could detect the enemy in advance and prepare Dumbledore. Hermione said. Of course, such an approach is inefficient and prone to accidents. So the second way I thought of was to find someone who volunteered, drink the decoction and become Dumbledore, and stay in school instead of him. But such an approach could be life-threatening at any time, and I don't think Dumbledore would have agreed. Hermione shook her head and said, "This approach can be considered," Harry said suddenly. He looked at Hermione and Ron with surprise on their faces and said firmly, "We don't need to tell Dumbledore, we just need to prepare the compound decoction in advance, and when the day comes, I can drink the compound decoction in advance and become Dumbledore, and fulfill this prophecy instead of him." "Harry, you're crazy." Ron was shocked. Then he shook his head and said angrily, "I don't agree with you doing this. Do you want to die in Dumbledore's place?" "I'm not crazy, Ron." Harry said firmly, "I know that the people of the wizarding world call me Savior, the boy who died in the Great Troubles, and think I defeated Voldemort. But you know, it was my mother who used her life to block Voldemort's death curse for me, so I survived. I'm just a very ordinary wizard, and I don't have any advanced magic. So if I could change it, I hope it was me, not Dumbledore, to die. I don't have the ability to protect Hogwarts like Dumbledore, nor am I a rival to Lord Voldemort. Only if Dumbledore survived would it be possible to kill Voldemort, avenge my parents, and protect everyone from Voldemort and Death Eaters. Harry, you don't need to do that. And you've never been ordinary." Hermione was also very disagreeable, and she said with tears in her eyes, "Dumbledore will not allow you to do this. Dumbledore has been teaching you all these days, isn't it coveting you? Hermione, you have also said that prophecies are immutable unless someone drinks the decoction instead and carries his fate in place of Dumbledore. Otherwise we would not have thought of any other way to change Dumbledore's mortal fate." Harry shook his head, then smiled and joked, "And I'm not going to die. Don't forget that I didn't die after being cursed by Voldemort. Maybe this time it's okay." "Well, don't try to fight this idea, Harry." Ron blushed and roared, "If you dare to do this, I'll tell Dumbledore right away and see if he'll let you take his place." Ron. "Okay, don't argue." Hermione interrupted, "I have a solution, although there is little hope, but if it can be realized, Dumbledore will not be able to die even if he wants to." "What's the solution?" Harry and Ron asked at the same time. "Have you forgotten the method of immortality that Professor York had unveiled? We can work on that." Hermione said. Professor York said that in order to have an immortal body like him, there must be a phoenix willing to give blood and the fire of Nirvana, so that those who have attained Nirvana can rejuvenate and have an eternal life and immortal body like a phoenix. Didn't the newspaper say before that Professor York had been attacked by Voldemort with the death curse, and it was because he was not dead that the secret of his immortal body was revealed? It just so happens that Dumbledore didn't have a phoenix too. If we can convince the phoenix that it is willing to help Dumbledore to Nirvana, then we don't have to worry about someone being able to kill Dumbledore. But Professor York also said that it is difficult to make the phoenix sacrifice the fire of Nirvana. Harry felt a little unreliable. The fire of Nirvana is like the magic of wizards, and no one will be willing to give it. But didn't Professor York just make it happen? His phoenix is willing to dedicate itself to him. The more Hermione thought about it, the more she thought it was possible. Dumbledore's phoenix fox is said to have been with him for 67 years, and they must have had a deep affection for him. As long as we try to persuade Fox to explain the pros and cons to it, it should not refuse this. Is it possible? Harry hesitated. Why not try it? Dumbledore and Fox had been together for a long time, and he probably wouldn't have been willing to let Dumbledore die. Ron said excitedly, as long as Dumbledore has an immortal body, no one can kill him. When the time comes, together with Professor York, you will definitely be able to beat Voldemort to the ground. If I hadn't had a phoenix, I would have wanted to give it a try. Thinking of 23 to that scene, all three of them longed for it, especially Harry, who had the deepest affection for Dumbledore and did not want Dumbledore to die at all, so he could not wait to say, Dumbledore has already told me the password of the headmaster's office, and we can go there at any time to convince Fox. Wait a minute, Harry. Hermione blocked the way. What's wrong? The two boys asked. We first need to ask Professor York about the detailed process, otherwise even if we succeed in convincing Fox, it may be self-defeating. Hermione said solemnly. Hermione, you're right, you have to be clear, if something goes wrong, we might hurt Dumbledore. Both nodded at the same time. Then the three of them hurried to the office of the dark arts. You want to help Headmaster Nirvana not die? Peter looked at the three students in front of him and couldn't help but look surprised. Yes, Professor. Hermione said, you and Professor Trelawney predicted the death of Headmaster Dumbledore, and we have tried many ways to change his fate, but we all feel that there is little hope. So it occurred to us that perhaps Headmaster Dumbledore could be reborn through his Phoenix Fox, just like you. At that time, even if Headmaster Dumbledore is attacked by the death curse, he will not be able to die. Listening to their plan, Peter had a smile on his face. It was so interesting that the three little ones were actually thinking of immortalizing Dumbledore. If Dumbledore had known, would he have thanked them for being so attentive or avoided their plans? It should be known that Dumbledore is different from ordinary people. Because of his own experience, he has no interest in immortality, and even regards it as poison. As Nicole Flame's closest friend, he has been exposed to the Philosopher's Stone many times, but has never thought of owning it. Even Nicolas revealed to Peter that he had wanted to give Dumbledore the elixir of immortality to prolong his life, but Dumbledore firmly refused. But looking at the three bright-eyed students in front of him, Peter wondered if they could really do it, although he felt that there was little hope, and it was difficult for a mature phoenix like Fawkes to sacrifice himself to complete Dumbledore. But the problem is that these three are the savior trio of the wizarding world, the protagonists. According to the protagonist's theorem, they should be extremely lucky, fierce, and auspicious, and killed. Maybe he could really fool Fawkes and give half of his blood and the fire of Nirvana. Although Nirvana is likely to become a phoenix after being reborn, it is impossible to change back into human form. But for Peter, as long as he was willing to help, it was not a problem for Dumbledore to truly achieve immortality. The only question was whether Dumbledore would like to. Although he and Dumbledore already had a plan, he was still curious about whether the three protagonists could create miracles, so he smiled and agreed to help. Dumbledore recently went to Italy and it may take a week or so to come back. If you can convince Fawkes during this time that you are willing to share half of Headmaster Dumbledore's blood and the fire of Nirvana, I can make the headmaster have an immortal body like me. When the three of them heard this, they were very happy and said gratefully, "Thank you, Professor, we will definitely succeed." "Well, I wish you success. If you really succeed, you have truly changed the prophecy and saved the headmaster. In that case, with Dumbledore in front of me, I would not be disturbed by Voldemort, and I should thank you, Peter said with a smile. When the three of them left the office, Peter took out a double-sided mirror and tapped it lightly, and Hermione Roger appeared on the opposite side. "Hermione, what's going on over there? Found the phoenix's tracks?" "Sir, found it." Hermione also said with some excitement, "Just inside the active volcano in Sicily, there is a phoenix, but it lives under magma all year round, and the volcano here is about to erupt at any time, so no one is moving for the time being. But there are already Death Eaters gathered here, and there are many magic families, as well as saints hidden in them, so everyone is now in a stalemate, and no one has taken the lead in breaking the situation. What about Voldemort? Logically, he should have arrived early on such an important matter, right?" Peter frowned and questioned. He wasn't seen at the scene. There were just over 100 elite Death Eaters here, and they were planning to drive out the other wizards first, and then they would encircle the volcano and capture the phoenix. Roger replied softly. "Not there?" Peter wondered. But whether he was there or not, Peter planned to go to the scene and see if Voldemort finally caught the phoenix. Or let the people of the magic family pick up the leaks. Or was he caught by hidden saints? As for the poor innocent phoenix, Peter could only feel a little silently guilty in his heart. Because of the things he has done, these phoenixes will probably become fragrant steamed buns in the future, Italy, Sicily, on an active volcano. As the magma in the volcano tumbles, huge waves of hot air erupt from inside, and the temperature near the crater is as high as hundreds of degrees Celsius, and ordinary people cannot reach it at all. But at this time, there were a lot of wizards in different costumes gathered here, and they all cast protective spells one by one to shield the outside world from the heat, and to be wary of the sudden sneak attacks of others. Ever since Peter had unveiled the mystery of his immortality, and whether the wizards believed it or not, judging from the number of thousands of people around him, it was obvious that they were all people who wanted to try. After all, this is the eternal life that many people dream of. As long as there is a little hope, many people are willing to fight for it. At this time, these wizards were roughly divided into three categories. One of them was a fierce Death Eater, and each of them wore a skeleton mask, which was very conspicuous in the crowd. On the other side are the largest but loose poachers who are employed by pure blood families to capture phoenixes for their employers. The last side is dressed in various costumes, and most of them are elderly wizards, and the number is also the smallest, about 100 people. But these old wizards did look calm, as if they had seen through the world. And very confident, in the face of many opponents, they have no fear. On their chests, there was a silver brooch pinned to the Deathly Hallows, letting the others know that they were in the same group. I didn't expect the saints to come too. It was so surprising. In the poachers' ranks, an older hunter looked at the elderly team in shock and fear. I thought they were all old and dead, but I didn't expect that there would be a day when they jumped out. Saints? Was it that Grindelwald's men? A young hunter asked curiously. He noticed the old hunter's look of fear, and said with a disdainful skimming lips, "An old demon king who has been imprisoned for decades. What is there to be afraid of these followers who are going to step into the grave with half their feet? This is not their time. Shut up. If you want to get in trouble, don't take me." The old hunter's face changed, and he hurried away from him. He had lived through Grindelwald's time and naturally knew how terrifying these saints were. At first, Grindelwald's followers were all over the world, and his theory was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Even after Grindelwald's arrest and imprisonment, most of his followers were not liquidated, but instead disappeared into the shadows and no longer appeared in front of people. But this does not mean that the organization of saints has disappeared, but is lying dormant, waiting for the day when their leader will leave Newmengard and lead them again to glory. Suddenly, out of the ranks of the saints came an old and elegant woman, her short grey hair wavy, who looked like a full beauty when she was young. She looked at the hunters and Death Eaters around her with a majestic look and snorted coldly, "Today this phoenix belongs to our saints, so be smart and leave immediately, otherwise I wouldn't mind killing a few people here." There was a commotion among the poachers, the saint's reputation was thunderous, and some of the older hunters immediately left the place in a phantom disfigurement. Almost all of those who remained were young wizards, and they were all imprisoned in Newcastle when they were born, so they didn't have much fear. On the Death Eaters' side, no one moved, but instead gathered around and formed a confrontation with the saints. One of the Death Eaters, the leader, said mockingly to the woman, Vidalosier, do you still think it's the age of the saints? What else can you do but scare away a few cowardly and useless people? Don't you want to shrink in the coffin and wait for death, run out and rob the phoenix with us Death Eaters? Do you want to die early? Vida Rozier? She's Grindelwald's deputy? Hearing the Death Eaters call out the woman's name, the others also remembered and looked at her with great surprise. At first, this woman was Grindelwald's most trusted assistant and helped him deal with a lot of things. Only after the fall of Grindelwald, it disappeared without a trace. Many people thought she was dead, did not expect to appear now. The most surprising person in the crowd was Hemon Rozier, who was standing with the Death Eaters at this time, but when he saw Vidalazil, he couldn't help but shout aunt. Yes, Vida Rozier and Rozier are from the same family, and they are his aunts. But since Grindelwald was imprisoned in Newmount, Vader has been killed. Liquidation, wanted by the vast majority of the world's Ministry of Magic, so the Rozier family is not allowed. Without dividing it, he expelled him from the family and burned the flowers and names that represented Vader on the family tree. And Vida Rozier has not returned since then, and over time, the people of the Rozier family think that she is really dead. Vader noticed He-Man Rozier, and an inexplicable look flashed in his eyes, but he did not pay attention to him. Turning to a smile, he stared at the remaining young hunters and Death Eaters with angry eyes, and said in a cold voice, it seems that the saints have not acted for decades, which really makes you fearless. Since you don't spare your life, don't blame me for doing a heavy hand. With Vidalazir's neat wand swinging, the lava flowing around him instantly turned into a fiery serpent and attacked the hunters and Death Eaters. At the same time, the other saints silently and orderly attacked the others, one by one, looking at the 80 or 90-year-old man, without the slightest hint of the old grandfather's kind look. The deadly spell of the Deo Deo flew out of the wand in their hands, and the enemy in front of them flew cleanly. Along with the screams, I saw the magma transformed into fire snakes or bite or entangle, burning those hunters to death quickly, and some people were directly hit by the spell and fell into the magma in the volcano, directly turning into coke. The largest number of hunters were no match for the saints at all, and one by one they were either killed by the flying or the phantom transfiguration who had no choice but to flee. The Death Eaters, on the other hand, were able to fight back against the saints, but in the face of these saints who had lived for nearly 100 years and were very experienced, even if their numbers were twice that of the saints, they were overstretched in combat strength and were suppressed. Rozier immediately phantom shapeshifted, hiding in the distance, secretly looking at the fierce battlefield. Suddenly, his shoulder was lightly tapped, frightening to immediately throw a spell behind him, but was randomly picked apart by the comers. React quickly, Heyman, if only the average person had been knocked down by you. Peter smiled and praised. Sir, turned out to be you, I thought. Heyman was immediately relieved to see that it was Peter. How's it going? Didn't Voldemort come with you? Peter asked, saying that he waved his wand around, and an invisible barrier enveloped the two of them, and the space around him seemed to be cut off from the spot, so that people on the outside could not see them. Heyman looked reverently at Peter's tricks, and then respectfully replied, the Dark Lord needs to prepare a magic that can imprison the Phoenix, so it has not appeared yet. After all, the Phoenix, a magical creature, can ignore the anti-phantom transfiguration teleportation, so it needs to be well prepared not to let it escape. It's just that now the Death Eaters are in the ascendant, and if the Dark Lord doesn't show up, maybe the Phoenix will fall into the hands of the saints. Peter looked at the poachers who were fleeing around outside, as well as the Death Eaters who were constantly being suppressed, and smiled, and said, it's still early, Dumbledore has already arrived, and Voldemort is probably hiding in the shadows, and it is still unknown who will finally catch the Phoenix. Let's take our time. On the crater, the battle was raging, the largest number of poachers collapsed in one blow, and except for those who fled, everyone else was basically picked up by the saints. Although the Death Eaters also fought back fiercely, the disparity in combat strength made them lose one by one. These elderly saints showed fighting power that was not appropriate for their age, and each one was clean and well trained to fight, as if they had experienced countless battles, one person pressing 2 or 3 people to fight. Vidalazil struck the 3 Death Eaters in front of him with a spell, then stepped into the crater, looked under the lava, and said to several saints around him, the Phoenix is hidden under the magma. We need to arrange a forbidden air magic to separate this place into a separate space to ensure that the Phoenix will not successfully escape. Do it? Several other old men nodded, and said in a tone full of excitement and expectation, as long as we catch the Phoenix and find a way to obtain the fire of Nirvana, we can help the adult to be reborn in Nirvana, and then he will lead us to open up a new world with the rebirth of the immortal body. It's too early to tell. Vidalosier said, that Voldemort's strength cannot be underestimated. We need to speed up our pace. It is best to catch the Phoenix before he arrives, otherwise it is likely to fall short. And we need to make sure that the method that Peter York said has nothing to hide. We need to be foolproof. Voldemort, I heard he's called the second Dark Lord. When will these cats and dogs be able to compare with adults? An old wizard with a beard said dismissively, if Lord Grindelwald had not allowed us to attack England, it would have been the turn of these Englishmen to judge us like this. Several saints raised their wands together and shot a golden light into the sky, with words in their mouths, and golden threads flew out of the wand, intertwining into a large golden net in midair, and then enveloping the entire crater. The other saints, on the other hand, continued to attack the Death Eaters, pushing them down the hill without giving them a chance to intervene. The Death Eaters continued to retreat, and even members died, but Voldemort's figure was delayed. Rawls, get out of that phoenix hiding in lava. Vader shouted at an old man beside him while maintaining the golden net. Rawls waved his wand without Vidaliger's command, and the magma inside the pass seemed to be stirred up by an invisible force and turned into a whirlpool, and the fiery red magma was constantly stirred and emitted a fiery breath. The mountain vibrates, the volcano becomes more active, accompanied by man-made agitation, and the energy gathered inside increases rapidly. The volcano is about to erupt. Some saints watched the movement inside the pass and reminded them with some concern. Never mind, Lucas, we have plenty of time to evacuate before it erupts. Vader said without the slightest concern, his eyes fixed on the magma, we need to force that phoenix out as soon as possible. With the constant stirring of the saints, the magma in the mountain pass seemed to boil, very unpeaceful. When the temperature of the crater was getting higher and higher, and the air was burned, there was a sudden and pleasant whimpering sound in the magma. A cluster of golden red flames emerged from the magma, and then condensed into a very beautiful phoenix, which was forced out by the constantly stirring magma and flew upwards with an angry cry. When it saw the golden net above the crater, a look of disdain flashed in its eyes, and it immediately wanted to teleport away. But when it turned into flames and disappeared in place, it reappeared and crashed directly into the gold net. With a panicked cry, the phoenix was caught in the golden net, constantly flapping its wings, trying to teleport but could not do without it. Success. The saints present were very pleased, and with the swing of the wand, the golden net tightened, carrying the phoenix inside the net to the ground. Vidalosier and several of the leaders also smiled and quickly approached the phoenix. But just then, near the golden net, a black mist suddenly appeared, and out of it came out of Voldemort. He looked at the phoenix fluttering in the golden net, chuckled and said, what a surprising result, isn't it? Vidalazil immediately raised his wand, and a wary look in his eyes said, Voldemort. All the saints raised their wands at the first time, and then invariably shot countless deadly spells at him. But to the solemnity of the saints, Voldemort simply raised his hand, and the rising protective shield blocked all the spells. Even the deadly death curse was easily blocked by the floating stones. It was as if the space of 1 meter around him was an absolute chasm, and no spell could cross it. At this time, the Death Eaters who had been driven down the mountain also appeared here again in a phantom transfiguration, gathering behind Voldemort, with a look of guilt and confession. Waste. Voldemort did not punish them as usual, but just snorted a few times, and then looked at the saints on the other side again. Looking at them still looking calm in the face of themselves, seeing death as a homecoming, the look of appreciation in their eyes showed a look of appreciation, and said, Dear saints, I appreciate your strength and appreciate your pursuit of ideals. You followed Grindelwald in order to one day stand on top of the world, rule over muggles, and truly become masters of the world. But alas, your previous masters failed. And I, too, have heard of Mr. Grindelwald's deeds, have great respect for him, and have longed for the ideal world he proposed. Perhaps you don't know, I have also proposed my ideals to my followers, to unite the wizards and destroy the dirty muggles, so that the wizards can become the rulers of this world. Voldemort approached the saints step by step, with a smile on his face, and welcomed them with open hands. I and Grindelwald have similar ideas, and our ultimate goal is for the welfare of all wizards. Why don't you join me? I believe that as long as the forces of the Death Eaters and saints are combined, we can easily push through all obstacles and truly realize the ideal of wizards ruling the world. Vidalazil sneered, Voldemort, we have heard about your deeds, even if you say anything about it, we will not follow you, you still have to stop thinking about it. And you'll never be able to compare to Lord Grindelwald? Grindelwald is doing justice for the demands of all of us. And you're just a clown with endless lust, all you want to build is a world where you can enslave everyone? Voldemort's smile faded, and his scarlet eyes stared dead at Vidalazil, suppressing his anger and sneering, do you still hope for the man who imprisoned himself in Newmengard? As far as I know, Newmengard has always been the only one he is, not even a jailer. If he really cared about you, he would have come out a long time ago, instead of letting you, the faithful, be hunted down by the Ministry of Magic for decades. When the saints heard this, their faces darkened because Voldemort was telling the truth. But Vidalazil shook his head firmly, gritted his teeth and said, he's just being hoodwinked. It was he who gave us hope and gave us the courage to fight. He never asks us to follow him, we just follow him for a common ideal. He doesn't owe us anything? Blindfolded? Do you mean Dumbledore? Voldemort laughed and looked at them with pity. When your power was at its peak, you were unmatched, and no one could stop your expansion. However, Dumbledore came forward and challenged Grindelwald alone. And your Grindelwald ghostly agreed to this comical duel and inexplicably lost to Dumbledore. And then abandoning you, the saints who faithfully follow him, and imprisoning yourself in the Newmengard that you built. Is that funny? Voldemort looked at the saints with ugly expressions and said quietly, I heard that Dumbledore and Grindelwald had made a blood oath, and what a deep friendship it must have been to make them so reluctant to hurt each other. Grindelwald didn't even allow you to disturb Dumbledore's England. Was that the case? What a pity. The wise Grindelwald was eventually swayed by feelings, forgot his great ideals, abandoned you, and was used by Dumbledore to become the greatest wizard by defeating the Dark Lord. Ha, how ironic. Avada Kedavra excitedly cast a death spell on Voldemort. Voldemort blocked the attack with a boulder, then looked at the saints with a cold look in his eyes and hissed, "Now, give you two choices. First, join my team, and I will lead you in the pursuit of your ideals. Second, refuse my invitation, then bury yourself here." After a while, all the saints stood firmly where they were, holding their wands, as if they were dead. "It seems that you have all chosen the path of death." Voldemort's face was gloomy, and he raised a black wand with a sly smile, and a dazzling green light shot out, pointing directly at Vidalazil in front. Vidalazil felt the horror of the death curse and tried desperately to resist, but it was clear that she did not have that strength. Only when she thought she was going to die, a tall figure appeared in front of her in an instant. Dumbledore. Dumbledore. Everyone present looked at the old man who suddenly appeared in astonishment and cried out in shock. The saints, in particular, looked at the people in front of them who had blocked Voldemort's attack for them. Their faces were very complicated, and they did not expect that it would be Dumbledore who saved them. On the Death Eater side, Voldemort squinted his eyes and stared dead at Dumbledore. "Didn't expect you to come too. How, you already have a phoenix is not enough, still want to grab it again, only?" Then he glanced at the saint behind Dumbledore and said sarcastically, "Or do you want to help your old friend Grindelwald grab the phoenix? If everyone in the wizarding world knew that you, the great wizard who once defeated the Dark Lord Grindelwald, were now entangled with the saints, how jaw-dropping it would be." Dumbledore looked at Voldemort calmly, then turned to Vidalazil and said, "Go ahead, Voldemort's strength is not something you can handle." He looked at these grey-haired elderly saints, sighed with a complicated look, and said, "You are not young anymore. In the last few years, why don't you spend your old age in peace?" When Gellert was imprisoned in Neumont, the saints no longer existed. Hearing this, Vidalazil seemed to be stimulated, turned to Dumbledore with his wand to Voldemort, and said with excited red eyes, "Shut up, Dumbledore. If it weren't for you, our chief wouldn't have done that. As long as we are still here, the saints will never disappear. We have been waiting for the day when the leader will come out, even if it is the moment of old death, it will not change. Now as long as we have the phoenix, we can let him be reborn in Nirvana again, and become that young and wise adult. We will be grateful to you, Dumbledore. It's all you're making. Now we vow to catch the phoenix for the leader. No one can stop our will." Looking at the excited Vader and the unkind saints, Dumbledore sighed. He knew that these people would not follow his advice and give up the battle for the phoenix. After watching their argument, Voldemort, who was watching the play, laughed and said, "It's a really interesting scene. There are such loyal subordinates, but Grindelwald would rather abandon them and shrink into Newmangard to ignore the world, which is a pity." He looked at Dumbledore playfully and said with a disdainful face, "It's ridiculous that a generation of Dark Lords was ultimately held back by emotion. Let me say, saints," cried Voldemort to them, "or we can unite for the time being and kill this old man who is in the way first, so that we can avenge you." He looked at the hesitant saints and said with a smirk, "And you can ask Dumbledore now. I'm sure even if I hadn't grabbed the phoenix, he wouldn't have let you get the phoenix, and he wouldn't have allowed Grindelwald to re-emerge. Is what he said true?" Vader stared dead into Dumbledore. "You won't let us help the chief get a new life?" Facing the persecuted saint, Dumbledore's eyes flickered, and he finally nodded heavily. "The wizarding world can no longer withstand the appearance of another Dark Lord, and Gellert no longer belongs to this era. Vader, you should be aware of Gellert's habits. He has never been afraid of death. The phoenix can certainly make people immortal, but that kind of nirvana that does not choose the cycle is not an eternal curse." "Dumbledore, you disgust me." Vidalazil looked at him in disgust, his wand shaking constantly, as if he were about to cast a spell at any moment. "The chief regarded you as his closest man, kept his promise to you, imprisoned himself in Newmangard for decades, and even abandoned those of us who faithfully followed him. Now that you have this rare opportunity to regain his life, you want him to be trapped in Newmont Gay Dairy, slowly decaying? You are so damned?" The tip of Vidalazil's wand was filled with a dangerous green light, but Dumbledore showed no sign of counterattack and calmly greeted her wand. "Right in, everyone." When they all thought she was going to shoot death spells at Dumbledore, Vader's wand was slightly deflected, and suddenly a green light shot towards Voldemort who was watching the play. "Dumbledore, your life is chief's, and I have no right to kill you for him. But today I must take the phoenix with me. No one can stop it." Vader ignored Dumbledore and desperately attacked Voldemort. At the same time, the other saints bypassed Dumbledore and, with the momentum of seeing death as a homecoming, joined forces to attack the Death Eaters. In the face of a sudden attack, some Death Eaters were not prepared and were directly taken away by the spell. But Voldemort easily resisted Vader's attack, and he looked at his men, and in the blink of an eye, he was killed by more than a dozen under his own eyes, and he was very angry. Instantaneously, a magic burst out, directly knocking down the attacking saints and flying out. Voldemort looked at these saints who wanted to snatch the phoenix with murderous eyes, and the death curse was like a machine gun, constantly flying out of the wand, locking on to these saints, vowing to kill these annoying ants. But in the surrounding magma river, a fiery red firebird suddenly flew out, successfully blocking these spells. Voldemort was shocked to find out that Dumbledore had struck. "Dumbledore, Voldemort gritted his teeth and shouted, and then the deadly spell attacked Dumbledore. Dumbledore waved his wand to avoid Voldemort's attack, then calmly looked at the wand in his hand and said, "It seems that since Peter took your wand, you have not found the right wand, and the wand of black prickly pear wood is not very suitable for you. Well, even if the wand doesn't use all my strength, it's enough to kill you, Dumbledore." Voldemort sneered and fought Dumbledore as he spoke. Dumbledore and Voldemort were constantly fighting in the mountains, and the explosions were incessant, and the steep lava walls were blown open by the two of them, and even magma flowed out. Although Dumbledore looked like an old dragon clock, he was very agile and fought with Voldemort. Until with the sound of a loud explosion, both Dumbledore and Voldemort stopped and landed on the ground, but compared with Voldemort's slightly rapid breathing, Dumbledore's face was a little pale, and he looked a little weak. Voldemort glanced at Dumbledore's gloved right hand, especially after sensing the very familiar curse above, and with a triumphant smile on his face, he said to him with a sly smile, "Dumbledore, you're old. And it's dying? The day you die, there will be no one to stop me from accomplishing great things." Dumbledore leaned his right hand back and said calmly, "Tom, you are so confident, even if I do die one day, it will be after I have everything ready. And I believe that there will be many people of insight who will see through your ambitions like I have and prevent you from continuing to make mistakes." "A man of insight? Are you talking about Peter York?" Voldemort laughed. "He did cause me a lot of trouble, but I know him better than you do, and he has never had a sense of belonging to the wizarding world, so as long as I don't go to him for trouble, he won't be as responsible as you are to save the wizarding world." "Then you misread Peter, Tom." Dumbledore shook his head in disapproval and said, "He has never been a cold-blooded person. He has the closest friends in the wizarding world, the most sincere feelings between friends. He is closely linked to the wizarding world. He will choose to oppose you for the sake of his friends. This will not change. Is that your plan, Dumbledore?" Voldemort, as if he had seen through him, snorted coldly, "You don't look so great. In order to tie Peter York to your side, try to pull his friend to your warship, really worthy of the greatest wizard." Dumbledore shook his head and did not speak, but directly teleported to the side of the Death Eaters, then knocked down a large number of Death Eaters with lightning speed, and then the wand shot a spell at the phoenix trapped in the golden net. "Dumbledore, you dare!" Voldemort's eyes widened in anger, and a flash flew towards the phoenix. "Don't!" The Saints were also stunned, and Vidalizil cast a spell to interrupt Dumbledore's magic. Dumbledore's spell directly hit the golden net, instantly scattering the golden net and releasing the phoenix inside. The freed phoenix eagerly spread its wings, and when the spells of Voldemort and Vidalizil were about to hit it, it directly turned into a flash of fire and disappeared in an instant. Without the shackles of the golden net, the phoenix could teleport away without regard to distance. Looking at the empty place, leaving only a few phoenix feathers, Voldemort, who rushed over, was a little stunned, and then his eyes turned red to look at a calm Dumbledore, and he gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "You hurt me and lost the phoenix, Dumbledore, you damn it." The Saints also looked at Dumbledore with hatred, and they managed to arrange magic to trap the phoenix, and there was a chance to grab the phoenix, but now they were let go by Dumbledore. He obviously didn't want both parties to get the phoenix. Dumbledore looked into his eyes as both sides looked at each other with the same hatred, sighed, and then disappeared directly into the same place, no longer entangled. When Dumbledore left, the two sides fell into an eerie silence again. Then Vidalizil looked warily at Voldemort, looked at the angry Voldemort, looked at the Saints, and then suddenly released the spell into the crater. Just listening to a few rumbling sounds, the magma inside the volcano quickly surged up, and there were constantly bubbles bubbling up under the magma, and a very terrifying breath came from under the magma. Along with the shaking of the entire volcano, countless rocks rolled down from the top of the mountain. After a deafening rumble, a black smoke thousands of meters high erupted from the volcano, accompanied by countless magmas, hitting the ground. The Saints took advantage of this opportunity to quickly evacuate, and the orderly phantom transfiguration left in the volcanic ash of the sky. On the Death Eaters' side, a huge light curtain dome shrouded above the Death Eaters, blocking the fall of volcanic ash and magma, which was Voldemort's hand. "Master, the Saints have escaped. Do we need to chase them?" a Death Eater asked hesitantly. "Chasing what? What's the use of chasing them, stupid?" Voldemort scolded angrily. He reached out and took the phoenix feathers on the ground. "Now it's time to find a way to chase after the fleeing phoenix. That is the goal." The Death Eater looked at the phoenix feather in Voldemort's hand and said with embarrassment, "But, Master, now that the phoenix has escaped, it can appear everywhere in the world. Such a large range, even with the use of tracking spells, it is useless. It's no different than finding a needle in a haystack." Before he could say anything, he was struck by a drill spell from Voldemort, and he fell to the ground in pain and convulsed, only to constantly beg Voldemort for forgiveness. "I don't need to question, you know." Voldemort withdrew his wand and said coldly, "No, I know, Master." The tortured Death Eater quickly nodded. Voldemort looked at the incontinent Death Eater in the lower part of his body, snorted coldly, and then flipped out a compass-like thing from his body, with a pointer on it, turning randomly. He waved his wand, and a red breath drifted from the phoenix's feathers and landed on the compass, and then the pointer on the compass quickly pointed to the south. Voldemort smiled and muttered, "In the end, I am the victor. The Lord. Master, the volcano has erupted." The Death Eaters on the side were terrified. Said, only to see the volcano erupt with very terrible energy. The ground trembled so much that people could not stand. Countless volcanic magma seemed to erupt from the ground, rushed out of the sky, and then turned into a hot canopy and quickly fell. Even the protective cover shook constantly, and the magma burned around, making the place extremely hot. When Voldemort saw this, he directly turned into a huge black mist, rolled up the Death Eaters on the ground, and disappeared into the same place a second before the protective cover was broken. Meanwhile, not far away, Peter and He-Man Roger also appeared. "Sir, aren't you going to stop Voldemort? If he caught the Phoenix and really possessed the immortal body, I am afraid it would be even more difficult to deal with." Heyman, looking at Peter puzzled, he asked, "They hid here and didn't interfere with anything. Were they really just watching the play?" Peter smiled and shook his head. "I have already placed a positioning spell on that Phoenix, and I can find the Phoenix before Voldemort at any time. I had intended for Voldemort to get the Phoenix, but now that I've changed my mind, maybe it's good to get another Dark Lord involved." Huh. Heyman looked at him puzzled, not understanding what he meant. Instead of explaining, Peter simply pulled out a map of the world, then waved his wand and chanted a spell on the map. After a while, a golden dot appeared on the map, moving continuously across the Mediterranean Sea towards Africa. "This golden dot represents the Phoenix," Peter said briefly, then nodded at the map with his wand, and the map was instantly copied into a dozen. "Now, Heyman, I need you to do something." "Tell me," Heyman said respectfully. "Isn't that Vidalizil of the Saints your aunt?" Peter smiled and said, "You can give her a copy of this map so that she and the Saints can have a chance to capture the Phoenix, and I think they should be very eager to get Grindelwald out of Newcastle again. As for the other maps, you also send them to the ministries of magic of various countries for me to see if they are interested in competing for them." Peter's face was full of calculating smiles, especially the American Magic Congress. "You can send them an extra map, and explain the role of the blood of the Phoenix and the fire of Nirvana. I am afraid that the news on their side will be slow to spread, and I do not know this news yet. As for me, let's talk to the Phoenix and take it around so I don't get caught early." Heyman heard Peter's plan and did not understand his plan, but respectfully agreed. "Let's go, I'll send you back to Roger Manor, and then I'll go find the Phoenix," Peter said. But Heyman refused, saying, "No sir, I have the key to the door here that can take me straight back to Roger Manor. Let's go ahead and get busy with the Phoenix. I stayed in Italy first, the Saints they should not have gone far, I can contact them first." Peter nodded after listening. "Well, then, I'll send you to a nearby town first, which is very unsafe now." Peter looked around at the dusty sky and the lava flowing and said. Saying that, he directly changed into the form of a phoenix, grabbed Heyman, and left the place. On the vast sea, a gorgeous phoenix flew rapidly southward, and from time to time turned into flames to teleport. It was the phoenix that escaped from the volcano. The phoenix is a very sensitive creature, although it has fled far, but it still faintly senses that there is malice on it, so it still keeps teleporting, trying to escape from the dangerous wizards. It wasn't until it suddenly appeared in front of it, another phoenix that was even more beautiful than it, that it stopped, and looked at this fellow who was blocking the way with great doubt. "Hello, my name is Peter, can I walk with you?" The phoenix in front of him made a pleasant reputation and said very kindly. The originally peaceful magical circles of various countries were stirred up by a marauder's world map of the Roger family. The secret of the phoenix's ability to help people live forever is already known to everyone in the upper echelons of the magical circles in various countries. Most of the high-ranking members of the wizarding world are very old wizards, and they are naturally very covetous of immortality. It's just that phoenixes are also very rare in the wizarding world, and the only phoenix that has been raised by people is also in the hands of Dumbledore and Peter, two powerful wizards, and they naturally dare not offend. But now the Roger family actually sold the traces of a phoenix directly, but the high-level wizards of various countries could not sit still, and after confirming that the map in Heyman Roger's hand was true, they bought the map at great expense. "Then send down your men to chase the phoenix." Heyman Roger was also kind enough to remind the wizarding families that Voldemort and his Death Eaters were also chasing the Phoenix, and if they chose to participate, they were fighting against Voldemort. But apparently this reminder only frightened the wizarding elite from England, and wizards from other countries did not think so. After all, Voldemort's reputation was at most slightly famous in Europe, but it was not as good as that of Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Therefore, all of a sudden, hundreds of wizards from all over the world, as soon as they got the map, followed the traces of the Phoenix on the map and went to compete for the Phoenix. There are even old wizards who can't wait, who go directly alone, hoping to catch the Phoenix and gain eternal life. The Voldemort and Death Eaters, who tracked the Phoenix by guiding the compass, did not know that He-Man Roger, who was not yet working with them, had distributed a more accurate map of the Marauder's Point to people in various countries everywhere, and used it to collect a large amount of money. Following Peter's instructions, Roger asked the Saints to be the first to get the Marauder's map. Headed by Vita Roger, although puzzled and wary of this nephew who suddenly contacted himself with the patron saint and provided information about the location of the Phoenix for free. But he still chose to chase the Phoenix as fast as he could, and strive to revive the elderly Grindelwald and lead the Saints to rise again. Many wizards who got the map watched the movement of the Phoenix on the map and used various magical means to chase it. Since the magic of many wizards is not enough for them to shift their long-distance phantom shapeshifts, the flying broom has become the preferred tool. followed by the transnational door key, and the flying magic carpet produced in the Middle East is also the most suitable flying tool. At this time, the location of the phoenix on the map had crossed the Mediterranean Sea and arrived in Egypt, Africa. Therefore, some people who are close to the Ministry of Magic have directly found a relationship to get the flying road network or door key to Egypt, and tried to catch the phoenix before anyone else arrived. Therefore, the Egyptian Ministry of Magic at this time was very busy, because all of a sudden, they received applications from all over the world, and they were all high-ranking members of the magical circles of various countries. Although they were confused, they quickly approved the entry applications of these people to avoid getting into trouble. At this time, Peter, who had successfully abducted this simple phoenix, turned into a phoenix, easily won the trust of this phoenix named Thor, and took him to fly south purposefully, and constantly teleported long distances. Just facing this phoenix named Thor, Peter felt a headache because it was so noisy. Peter had never seen such a long-winded phoenix, and his partner Field had always been a warm talking boy, and even Dumbledore's female phoenix was unusually cold. But the phoenix in front of it, according to its own words, had not seen its kind for hundreds of years, had been hiding in the volcano and constantly Nirvana, and had never seen the outside world. Maybe it's because I haven't spoken to my kind in a long time, and now when I meet Peter, I keep chattering, and constantly complaining about the wizards who wanted to catch him, disturbing his sleep, and looking at it as if he was going to eat it. It was too scary. Peter silently became a qualified listener, and kept looking at the map he was clutching at his feet, showing more than a dozen spots moving toward them in addition to the location of the phoenix, all of which were the movements of those holding the Marauder's map. Peter, what do you look at that piece of paper? Thor, who had been chatting with Peter, saw Peter's movements, stretched his neck and looked at the map at Peter's feet, and asked very curiously. I'm looking at the trail of those who have come to catch you, Peter explained with a smile in his eyes, turning to him, and pointing to the black spots on the map. Those are wizards who are here to catch you, and they are now coming in our direction, and they don't seem to have given up on tracking you. Ah, they're coming after you. Phoenix Thor was stunned and quickly stirred his wings. I said that I always felt a wave of malice. It turned out to be those wizards. Peter, let's go fast, just hide far away, so that they can never catch up. Peter looked at the black dots on the map that were rapidly approaching them, smiled and nodded, and then the two phoenixes disappeared into the same place as a ball of flames. In the desert, Vidalizil and the Saints were sitting on the latest firebolt arrows, speeding towards the trajectory of the phoenix on the map, only to see the golden punctuation representing the phoenix suddenly disappear and reappear, hundreds of kilometers away. Damn, this phoenix teleported again. One of the Saints scolded impatiently, and then looked at Vita Rozier. Ms. Rozier, what should we do? Is it just like this to follow the phoenix around? You know, it can teleport away at any time. Are we really sure to catch it? This is the only chance we can save the leader, and we can't give it up. Vader said firmly. Of course, this method of following the map to 383 is undoubtedly the least efficient. We need to have enough forejudgment to catch that damn phoenix before anyone else. How to prejudge? Are you looking for a soothsayer or a fortune teller? Another saint frowned and said, the problem is that there is no such person among us, and we will not find anyone who can divinate for us in a short period of time. I think we can only rely on it. Vita Rozier took out a skull cigarette bottle from his traceless extension pocket and said sadly. When the other saints saw this smoking pot, they were very surprised. Isn't this the prophecy smoking pot that the chief originally used? How? And then I couldn't believe it. Looking at Vader, are you trying to find the chief? But Vader shook his head and said, only if we can predict in advance where that phoenix will appear will we have a greater chance of catching it. And the premise of all this success requires the foresight of the chief. So I need to go to New Mengard right away. Saying that, Vidalizil took out a saintly symbol, handed it to another saint, and said, this is the door key. As long as you carry it with you, I can come right away. Now I need to go to the chief, even if he doesn't want to see me, I have to try my best. She then asked the other saints to continue tracking the phoenix, while she herself put her hands on the prophecy skull and disappeared into place. In a secluded forest, Vader appeared in front of a majestic and dilapidated castle, and she looked at the tallest tower with a look of sadness and nostalgia. She stepped to the entrance of the castle, above which was inscribed, for greater good. Although New Mengard was a prison, there was no guard, and the only thing that could be felt was that every brick of the wall was engraved with magic marks, making the whole castle a solid fortress so that people inside could not go out, and people outside could not enter. But the fortress was originally built by Grindelwald and was the base camp of the Saints, so even though there was so much magic blocking it, Vader still seemed to be unhindered, constantly tapping the different brick walls with his wand, easily entering the castle, and then walking along the spiral staircase to the high part of the castle. When she came to the top of the tower with trepidation, before entering the deepest part of the prison, and looked at the old man with a withered face and a very weak face, there was an unconcealed sadness and anger in her eyes. The prison was so rudimentary that there was only a rusty iron bed, even the windows were broken, and the cold wind whistled into the prison, making the robed Vader feel cold and bone-chilling, and it was hard to imagine how Grindelwald had spent so many years in this environment. At this time Grindelwald sat on the iron bed, looking at her calmly, as if he already knew of her arrival. Didn't I say that I told you not to come over again? How? Now my words are useless. No, Chief, you are still our supreme leader. We have never gone against your will. Vader half knelt outside the cell door, said with red eyes, "We obey your instructions and dare not disturb you for decades. It's just that now we have a very important opportunity to use your abilities, so we have to bother you. Oh, want me to help?" Grindelwald raised an eyebrow, looked at a pleading Vader, and his face showed surprise. "I am now just a half-dead man with a broken candle. What can I help you?" Vader directly took out the skull cigarette bottle. "We need to catch a phoenix, but this phoenix has escaped, and now although there is a positioning spell, the phoenix's flight speed is too fast, we can't catch up at all, so I would like to ask you to help us predict its future direction. We can ambush and catch it in advance." Grindelwald took the prophecy cigarette pot, sighed with memories, and then asked curiously, "Are you going to catch a phoenix? What to do? This?" Vader had a look of embarrassment on her face, afraid that after saying her purpose, the leader would refuse to help. "Forget it, since you're so embarrassed, you don't need to say it." Grindelwald looked at her as deeply as he did, and then said with a lost wave of his hand, "But since you have come to ask me for help, as the closest partner I have ever been, I can help you, which is considered to have fulfilled the original comradeship. Only later, there is no need to come again, although there is no guard here, but there is a lot of guard magic outside. Just now I pressed down for you, so I did not attract the Ministry of Magic people. You are also an old man, you don't have to run for my business in the future, go back to the family and spend your old age in peace. When you fought with me everywhere, you never had a day of stability, and now it's time to rest." Vader's body trembled after hearing this, and he looked at him in disbelief, and then his eyes turned red and said, "Chief, our loyalty to you has never changed, nor will it change. Even if you wait another 50 years, or even 100 years, you will be steadfast." "Alas." Grindelwald sighed, and he looked at the old lady who had once been called the French Rose, but had now become a white-haired old woman, and said softly, "Dear Vader, I am now just an old man on the verge of death, and my body is weak, and I am no longer the leader who led you to pursue your ideals and ambitions. I can't lead you anymore, and I can't change anything anymore." Grindelwald lifted the prophecy cigarette pot, the magic in his hand surged, and the skull's eyes shot out a faint blue light, exuding a mysterious atmosphere. "Since you are anxious to find the phoenix, I will look for it for you and see if I can help." As he said this, he took a deep breath toward the cigarette butt, and then spewed a large amount of smoke into the room, and the smoke grew thicker, and finally in a fog, a slightly blurred illusion appeared in the fog. Under the eyes of the two men, the phoenix of the target appeared on a huge volcano with wings flared, which was a layered volcano with a peculiar terrain and many magma lakes distributed. At the same time, another phoenix also appeared in the illusion, and the appearance of both phoenixes surprised both Grindelwald and Vader, especially Vidalosier, who was very surprised by the appearance of another strange phoenix. But before the two were surprised, the strange phoenix turned into a very handsome young person, and it seemed to sense something, and his eyes were looking at the two with blue light. In time and space, the young man in the picture and Grindelwald look at each other. Grindelwald. The person in the illusion looked surprised, and after just spitting out a few words, it dissipated into smoke. In the prison, Grindelwald was also very surprised. He waved his hand, the scattered smoke gathered again, turning into the young man in the illusion just now. He slowly walked to the shadow, looked at the young man, and said in amazement, "It is really a very powerful young man, who can actually detect my gaze through time and space, and can also become a phoenix. Is this his animagus? Could it be that the wizarding world has developed magical creatures in these decades?" Vader could not hide her shock. She looked at the shadow carefully, and said with a complicated look in her eyes, "Chief, I know this man. His name is Peter York. He is an Englishman, powerful, and claimed to be a new generation of great magicians after Dumbledore. And he also announced a very precious news not long ago, that is, he could use the blood of the phoenix and the fire of Nirvana to reshape the immortal body. Because he himself possessed the power of the phoenix, many people around the world are now looking for traces of the phoenix. Britain. Dumbledore." Grindelwald's tone was complex. Zhao chewed on these words, and then returned to God and asked in surprise, "Immortal body? Phoenix? Is this true?" "It can be sure that it is true. This Peter York had been hit by Voldemort's death curse, but it was all right. Just like the phoenix, Nirvana became smaller." Vader explains, "And this phoenix form of his, which I have seen for the first time, is obviously one of the fruits of his post-Nirvana, which reinforces that what he said is not wrong. So we need to catch this phoenix even more?" Grindelwald looked at Vader with complicated eyes, and finally understood why she had come to find herself. Obviously they had not given up yet, and they were bent on taking themselves out and using the method of Phoenix Nirvana to restore themselves to their youth. "Vader, you don't have to do that. The appearance of a phoenix does not change anything. We are already people abandoned by the times." Grindelwald sighed and said, "I predicted the power of muggles, so I wanted to unite all wizards and fight for a space where we wizards could live. But you also saw the results, and we failed?" "No, Chief, we have not failed. All our saints will return to you once again if you wish, continuing to accomplish our unfinished deeds," Vader retorted excitedly, looking at him pleadingly. "Over the years we have gone into hiding, developed our strength, and many members of the Ministry of Magic are members of us, and you can still respond to it. It's too late, Vader." Grindelwald shook his head and said, "That war was the last chance, the chance I predicted for the wizard to defeat the muggles, but it's gone. Today, we can only stay in a quiet corner and wait silently to see the final fate come." No, there is still a chance of the chief. As long as you have an immortal body and regain your youth, you will rekindle your ambitions. Vader said excitedly. Then he performed a salute to him. Chief, you wait first, we will succeed in bringing back the Phoenix, we'll help you to be reborn in Nirvana, and lead us to conquer the world again. After saying this, Vader walked downstairs without turning his head, trying to get the Phoenix to reach the Niligungo volcano, lay down the net, and catch it. And Grindelwald, who was in prison, stared at Vader's vanished figure, and the old man's voice said flatly, "Why didn't you stop her? If she does catch the Phoenix and make me Nirvana, I will probably get out of this prison again and become the Dark Lord who is causing you a headache." Outside the prison door, Dumbledore's figure gradually appeared. He looked at the very simple room in the prison, frowned, and asked doubtfully, "I know that this place does not trap you, even if you do not go out, as long as you want, your followers can make you comfortable here." Grindelwald interrupted him and said coldly, "Since I promised you, naturally I will not go out. As for the current life, that is the punishment that the loser should have, isn't it? Also, you haven't answered me, why didn't you stop Vidalizil?" Suddenly, there was an owl cry outside, and then there was movement in the chimney, and something fell from above and landed in the dust in the fireplace. Grindelwald used a burning stick to pull out an iron box, patted the dust on it, and then opened the box directly, picked up a few pieces of black bread inside and ate it. He shook the slices of bread in his hand and said with a smile, "You see, the people of the German Ministry of Magic are still very vigilant. Every day let the owls deliver food to me from the smoke. They dare not send people over. Even the owls will not let them come close, for fear that I will seduce them." Watching Grindelwald eat a few slices of black bread, Dumbledore's eyes flickered, and he said slowly, "I originally wanted to stop it, but since Peter has his own plans, I'll wait and see. And now there are a lot of people chasing the Phoenix, and Voldemort himself is involved, so the chances of the Saints winning are not great." Grindelwald gave a slight flick of his hand and looked at Dumbledore. "Peter York. That young man has such a great ability to make you change your mind. I'm really curious about him." After flying for a long time, Peter and Phoenix Soul flew all the way south, through the vast Sahara Desert, over the plateau, and kept teleporting. During this time, he was almost chased by several waves of wizards, but was quickly dumped by them. "Are these wizards crazy? Why are you chasing me so crazy?" Phoenix Thor said in horror that it had almost been hit by a wizard's death curse. Although the death curse can't kill it, it will become a chick after Nirvana, and the feathers will not grow up, and it will not fly away at all, and it can only fall into the hands of those wizards. Peter, who was a little weak-hearted, coughed a few times and said, "Maybe there is something in you that they desperately want. But don't worry about this for now, another wizard is coming. Let's hurry up." He pointed to the wizard riding a broom behind him and quickly reminded. Seeing this, Thor and Peter disappeared into flames together without saying a word, and several green rays of light passed through the place where they had disappeared. "Let the Phoenix run again. What a stroke of luck." A dark-skinned wizard lifted his cloak of invisibility and said in frustration, "Does this Phoenix have the power of foreknowledge? How every time we were about to get closer, it immediately ran away, as if it was hanging us, it was so angry. Don't be discouraged, this Phoenix is not easy to catch, and now there is one more." The other black wizard was not too lost, but looked at the trace of the Phoenix on the map with a hot eye, and said, "The employer promised us that if we catch a Phoenix, we will be rewarded with 1,000,000 jo pots. That's money that will allow us to eat and wear for a lifetime? Not to mention that there is now an extra Phoenix. Maybe we can have an immortal body too. Stop daydreaming, Caroline, don't covet something that doesn't belong to you, that will bring us destruction. Our 043 times are just for the bonus, and the rest are not considered." The leader of the Black Man 50 held a long wand-like and warned his companions. "I'm just talking, hee hee. Boss, I know the measure." Caroline smiled and then quickly changed the subject. "Boss, let's go after it quickly. If it was too late, the two Phoenixes would run away, and I am afraid that they would not even be able to get Mao. No hurry, we have a map in our hands, and the Phoenix can't be lost. Now we need to think about changing our strategies, otherwise even if we catch up, we will not be able to catch them." The leader of the Black Wizards said calmly, then looked down at the animals in the grassland below, and said quietly, "First go down and catch one of the fiercest beasts, we need to know their next direction." "Boss, are you going to use forbidden magic for divination? The High Priest is not saying that this magic is dangerous." The Black Wizard next to him heard the words and looked worried and wanted to dissuade him. "Jacqueline, don't forget that we have been driven out by the tribe, and there are no more High Priests now." The Black Wizard leader interrupted him unhappily, "As long as we catch the Phoenix, we will have a reward of 1,000,000 jo pots, or even more. It's not a big deal to have it for these little bucks." As they spoke, they descended to the ground, and one of his men had caught a ferocious hyena and brought it to the Black Chief. "Put it on the stone," the Black leader commanded, and then pulled out a bone knife full of runes from his waist. The hyenas are bound by magic on huge stones non-stop. Struggling, hoarsely grinning to warn the Black Wizard approaching with a bone knife, but the Black Wizard leader did not think anything of it, but held the bone knife aloft, chanted an ancient and eerie incantation, and then plunged it straight into the hyena's abdomen. With a scream from the hyena, the bone knife inserted into the abdomen emitted black gas and quickly sucked out the hyena's vitality and blood. The black wizarding leader used a bone knife to cut open the hyena's abdomen, dug out the heart, liver, and spleen, and placed it on the stone platform to examine it carefully. They're going all the way to the south. Go to the DRC. Then temporarily inhabit the Niligungo volcano. If we want to catch the phoenix, that is the most suitable time. The leader of the black wizards held the intestines to the gods. It was as if I had seen some secret in those ordinary internal organs. The others, on the other hand, showed no signs of questioning, but looked very convinced. Suddenly, the black wizard leader's eyes began to bleed tears, and blood gushed from his ears and nose, which looked frightening. Boss, are you okay? When the others saw this, they supported him with great concern, and then took out the potion and fed it to him. The black wizard leader wiped the blood from his face, shook his head with a heavy breath, and said, "Don't worry about me, it's just a little regurgitation. The main thing we have now is to hurry to the Niligungo volcano, where the phoenix is intercepted and cannot be preempted by others." At the same time, other wizards also use a variety of magic spells to try to catch the phoenix. Peter and Thor, after constantly teleporting, appeared on a volcano. Looking at the hot lava lake below, Thor flew his wings happily and said to Peter, "Let's take a break here, first go to the magma to bathe and recover your strength." Peter looked at the lava billowing below, was surprised and asked curiously, "Thor, why do you like living in a volcano so much?" Thor swooped into the magma below, then popped his head out cheerfully, looked at him with strange eyes, and said, "We phoenixes are elves born in fire, and flames can replenish our strength, so why not live here?" Then he urged, "Peter, come down, your body is too weak to replenish it. The flames in the magma can strengthen us, don't delay, we need to continue to fly. The malice in me has not disappeared, and those abominable wizards must still be chasing us both." Peter felt the twisted air around him that was scorched by the heat of the magma, and he knew that the temperature here was at least a few hundred degrees. However, he did not feel a hint of discomfort at this time, so he incited his wings to land gently on the magma, tentatively put his feet into the magma, and then directly learned to soak his whole body in the magma like Thor. Suddenly he felt like he was in a hot spring, and the magma around him was constantly transmitting heat into his body, making him fluttery, and even some tired bodies were rapidly recovering. Peter couldn't hide his surprise at this moment. He looked at Thor, who was constantly fluttering in the lava, and felt that he was not simple. "Thor, how can you know so much? I've lived a long time, of course I know that. The humans who used to fall down the mountain still regarded me as a god and gave me a lot to eat." Thor was very proud of the lava, and then a big brother said, "You look like a chick who was not long born, and it is still so weak. The origin in the body is not more than half of me. It is really pitiful. Follow me in the future, follow me in the volcano for hundreds of years, the origin can almost be replenished. You don't have to look so skinny anymore." Peter cried and laughed when a phoenix said that he was weak, but he still heard a lot of information and asked, "Do you mean the fire of Nirvana in my body? Can the fire of Nirvana be replenished with volcanoes? Of course, I don't know how you did it. There is only such a source. Is it congenital stunted? Or is there something wrong with the incubation process?" Thor looked at Peter puzzled and reminded, "Your origin must be replenished, otherwise if you are hit by those wizards with that green light magic, your origin will decrease, and when the source is gone, you will disappear and never be resurrected again." Hearing this, Peter was very surprised. He had always thought that the phoenix would never die, but he did not expect that the death curse could also consume the fire of Nirvana, and once there was no fire of Nirvana, the phoenix would finally have a real day of death. Concerned about his own life and death, Peter quickly asked, "Thor, how can I make up my origin? Can I just lie in the magma like this?" Thor shook his head, "Of course not, this is just a replenishment of stamina. If you want to replenish the source, you need to find an active volcano at the time of Nirvana, and with the help of the fire of the volcano, the rebirth of Nirvana can greatly supplement the source. Of course, it would be even better if some magic wood could be found as fuel. That's a few hundred years of experience, and then you can try it." Hearing this method, Peter was overjoyed in his heart. If he didn't know these things, if he consumed almost all the Nirvana fire in his body, and didn't know how to replenish the source, he would probably die. Peter's eyes looked at the phoenix fluttering happily in the lava on the side. Because of his own reasons, he was coveted by many wizards and fled his hometown to hide here. He was also betrayed by him to attract these wizards, and even the final fate was determined to be caught. Now that we have obtained very important content, if we continue to do things according to plan, it will be revenge. Thinking of this, Peter gave up his original plan to pit Voldemort, but he still couldn't sell his teammates when he changed hands. So he waved his wings directly and grabbed Thor, who was still fluttering in the lava, and rushed to the sky. "Go fast, those wizards are coming." As soon as he flew out of the crater, several curses of death were fired at Peter and Thor, and Peter couldn't, so he had to let go of Thor and dodge the deadly attack. Thor, who was caught off guard, stopped in midair in time, and then shouted to Peter, signaling them to teleport away together. Looking at the faint crowd below, it turned into flames and disappeared into the same place in an instant. But the next moment, the two phoenixes were directly enveloped by a huge golden net and did not succeed in escaping. When Phoenix Thor saw this golden net, he immediately flew around in panic. He had been caught in the net before, naturally knew the power of this golden net, and did not want to be caught in the net at all. But no matter how he struggled, this huge golden net that enveloped the entire crater was still shrinking rapidly, as if he was going to collect both phoenixes into the net. Seeing this, Peter prepares to return to human form and end this phoenix chase. But suddenly, the golden net stopped, and even above the golden net was covered with a layer of black mist-like cover. With a corrosive noise, a layer of blockade was added to the golden net, as if to prevent the phoenix from fleeing again. Around the volcano and in the sky around it, hundreds of wizards have gathered, some riding brooms, some wearing flying cloaks, flying carpets, and even riding flying horses. The wizards invariably sealed off the entire crater, but formed several teams on mutual alert. Peter looked at the most conspicuous team of saints in the old phalanx below, as well as the African wizards with mostly black skins, and even the yellow-skinned Asian wizards, and it was obvious that this phoenix hunt had attracted many people with hearts. He silently sensed the location of the Marauders maps he had made, none of which were here. Obviously, the forces that got the Marauders map were not stupid, but gave Peter a surprise, and instead of taking the map to track the phoenix as he wished, they used other methods to set up an ambush here in advance and wanted to take the phoenix in one fell swoop. Looking at the wizards around him, Peter extinguished the idea of changing back into human form, flashed a teasing color in his eyes, dodged the dense attack, and then disappeared into flames in the same place, completely disappearing. What's going on? What about the phoenix? Haven't we already blocked here? How did it disappear? All the wizards were confused by this scene, obviously very sure of things. How could something go wrong? Hurry up, strengthen the blockade. Can't let the other phoenix escape. A wizard hurriedly said, afraid that the other phoenix had also escaped. Don't panic, our blockade is strong and the phoenix can't escape. Like the other phoenix, it must have ducked under the lava and chased them out later. An old wizard who maintained the blockade reassured him, and a thick black mist kept pouring out of his wand, enveloping the entire crater. The saints, on the other hand, are phantoms who move to various locations in the crater, and together they throw the woven golden net into the magma like a fishing net. Stop them? They want to swallow the phoenix alone? The wizards below saw the saints' movements, shouted loudly, and then fired spells at the saints in an attempt to stop their movements. The saints had long been prepared for this, except for a few people who pulled the fishing nets. The other saints all turned around and used their super armor to protect themselves from the siege. Standing on the outskirts of the saints, Vidalizil directly summoned a fierce fire, which leapt high and burned to ashes several people riding brooms in the sky. In the midst of several screams, she shouted in a loud voice, "We saints only need one of the phoenixes, and if we catch one, we will leave. If you dare to stop it, you can try the price of being an enemy of the saints." Most of the besieging wizards stopped, staring at Vader and the saints behind him with jealous and unwilling eyes, and the fame of Grindelwald and the saints was heard all over the world. Now these saints will fight so desperately for the phoenix, obviously for Grindelwald. If they were really stopped, I am afraid that these saints would really not die. So many of us, thousands of kilometers from Europe to Africa, are we going to give you a phoenix just because you are saints? What's the point? A short male witch with a goatee rolled his eyes, and his small round eyes were full of evil breath, and he pretended to be indignant and said to the people around him, "You have also heard, if a phoenix is really taken away by the saints, then can so many of us only snatch the remaining one? Isn't that unreasonable? They are saints? Grindelwald's army?" An accomplice on the side reminded. "What about the saints? It's been decades now, and Grindelwald may be dead." "Ah," the goatee witch is saying. He was hit by a death curse, and his eyes widened and he fell straight down. Vader withdrew his wand, looked coldly at the number of saints below several times as many, and said, "Is there anyone who questions it now?" Everyone was shocked by this scene, and they didn't expect her to do it so directly. Most wizards accept the entrustment of their employers for money, and naturally do not want to lose their lives for this. In particular, the accomplices of the goatee wizards retreated back into the crowd with a frightened face, deeply afraid of being killed by the wrath of the saints. Vidalizil looked at these wizards who did not dare to look directly at him. His eyes flashed with disdain, and he hummed coldly, "Since there is no opinion, then the phoenix that we netted is our saints, and the remaining one is up to you to decide which one belongs." Speaking to the saint behind him, he signaled to continue moving. The saints were ordered, and the wand in their hands slammed upwards, and the end of the golden net sunk into the magma was dragged up, and the golden net did not show any damage in the hot magma, netting a phoenix out of the magma. Looking at the phoenix in the golden net that was constantly struggling and screaming, the saints looked at each other with joy in their eyes and quickly tightened the net to prevent it from fleeing again. The wizards below were salivating, and their hot eyes were fixed on the phoenix. Some covet its prize money worth at least 1 million chopot/garan, while the rest covet its ability to immortalize people. How? Want to grab it? Vader looked at these wizards coldly with murderous eyes, and the fierce fire in front of him pounced on the wizards. The saints behind them were also ready to deal with the raids of these wizards. All the wizards retracted their heads, not daring to covet the phoenix again, comforting themselves that at least there was still a phoenix to fight for. "Let's go." Seeing that no one was in the way, Vader said to the saint behind him, and then strode forward, while the wand in his hand was clenched, ready to deal with the situation. The phoenix was wrapped in a golden net, constantly flapping its wings, struggling to escape, but unable to break free of its shackles, and could only be protected by dozens of saints in the middle, quickly following Vader to evacuate. Looking at the phoenix firmly protected by the saints, some of the wizards who were originally eager to move could only reluctantly give up the plan to raid and set their eyes on the volcano, thinking that there was still a phoenix hiding there. As the saints remained on high alert and retreated far away, preparing for the phantom transfiguration to leave the place, a figure stood in their way. He squinted his eyes and said in a strong tone, "You seem to have taken my stuff. Now obediently hand it over to Hero, Voldemort?" Vida Roger's face changed drastically, and he raised his wand vigilantly. "Don't waste your effort, saints. You are not my opponents at all." Voldemort sneered contemptuously. "Obediently hand over the phoenix in your hands. You don't want to die like this. As long as you hand over the phoenix, I can spare your life." Vader looked at the mighty Voldemort. His eyes flashed, and looked at him warily. "Voldemort, there is another phoenix in the volcano. You can go and catch it. You can't come and grab us. The phoenix in the volcano I want. The one you caught belongs to me too." Voldemort smiled and squinted at the crowd, but his tone was very strong. Seeing this, the saint was facing a great enemy, protecting the phoenix in 3 circles, and then first used the most powerful attack magic on Voldemort. In the face of the mantra attack in the sky, Voldemort was very relaxed and casual, turning into black smoke and constantly flashing, avoiding the attack like a swimming fish, and then directly appeared in front of the saints, fiercely knocking everyone out. The saints were vulnerable to Voldemort, but these people obviously valued the phoenix more than their own lives, and even if they were knocked out, they would cling to the phoenix in the golden net and not let go. Several of the highest-ranking saints glanced at each other, then threw the phoenix directly into Vader's hands and said quickly, "Vader, let's hold him. You must deliver the phoenix to the chief." Vader looked at several people with red eyes, knowing that they were trying to use their lives to block a moment. But she did not stop it, but took the phoenix and directly grabbed a broom and soared into the sky. She was to stay away from the area that had already been cast by the anti-phantom transfiguration, and then activate the door key to return to Neumont Guard. Voldemort spotted her attempt, sneered, and made a direct move towards the lava lake in the distance, accompanied by the ground vibration, and several huge lava tentacles rushed out of the magma, waving like an octopus to sweep down Vidalizil, who was riding a broomstick. "For greater good." An elderly saint roared and rushed towards Voldemort, the tip of his wand turning into a sharp giant sword, slashing at Voldemort with a thick cursed force. "For greater good." The other saints also looked at the crazy attack with a dead face, trying to stop Voldemort for a moment so that Vader could successfully escape. Find death. Voldemort was almost wounded by the saint's cursed sword, and his scarlet eyes were filled with irritation. He could feel that once he was stabbed, even he would suffer a big loss. The angry Voldemort no longer focused on the heavenly Vader and the phoenix, but stared darkly at these dead-eyed saints, sneering, "Since you have lived enough, then go and die first. Even if I send the phoenix to Grindelwald, I can snatch it back. Rest assured, I'll let Grindelwald go to hell with you." Then he directly exploded into a huge demonic pressure. The robe flew and floated into the air, like a bloodthirsty giant bat, turning into a remnant of the pilgrims to attack. A powerful spell directly blew dozens of saints away, more than a dozen life curses. Even the iron armor spell was directly shattered. Voldemort is like a cold god of death, reaping the lives of saints one by one. The saint who had been struck by the death curse fell to the ground with a look of shock in his eyes, no longer breathing. But the remaining saints were not frightened by this, but rushed forward even more ferociously, trying to stop him with their lives. In the face of so many saints' lifeless attacks, Voldemort was also overwhelmed for a while, and could only fall into passive defense. The heavenly Vidalosier seized the opportunity to take advantage of the lava tentacles to be temporarily uncontrolled, quickly dodged the hot magma tentacles, and rode a broom to rush out of the anti-phantom shape-shifting area as fast as possible. She turned her head to look at the comrades on the ground who had suffered heavy casualties, but they were still fighting without hesitation. Her eyes were red, suppressing her grief, clutching the golden net that trapped the phoenix with one hand, pulling out the door key with the other hand, chanting the incantation, and instantly disappearing in the same place with the phoenix. Watching Vader's successful departure, the remaining saints finally breathed a sigh of relief, with a satisfied smile on their faces, and their attack power weakened a little. Damn. Voldemort also discovered the disappearance of Vidalizil and the phoenix, and in anger he struck away the saints, looking at these saints with dead eyes full of happiness. Disciples, full of murderous spirit. Voldemort, you should hurry up and go to the mountain to have a look, and don't let the other phoenix fly away from your hand. A saint who had been cursed reminded with a breathless smile. Voldemort stopped. He looked up at the bounty hunters on the volcano who were busy looking for the traces of the phoenix, and then looked at these vigilant saints who were ready to fight again, and snorted coldly, "Count your luck today. I don't have time to solve you now. Say a word to Grindelwald for me and say I'll meet him in person." After saying that, the Voldemort disappeared directly into the same place. The saints watched Voldemort leave and finally breathed a sigh of relief, but looked at the grief on their faces as they watched as they had lost at least a third of their members around them. Together they joined the saints, followed Grindelwald on all sides, experienced glory and tasted defeat, but were lucky to survive. But now he suddenly lost his life and fell on the eve of dawn. They are for the chief, for the greater good. The leading saint, Marcus, said with a heavy comfort, and then led the saints to quickly collect the remains of their colleagues who had died in battle, and then the phantom transfiguration left here. On the volcano, Voldemort once again erupted into the strength of the Dark Lord, killing many bounty hunters and escaping, eventually gaining ownership of the remaining phoenix. But no matter how many spells Voldemort tried, even if he used his great mana to freeze the entire volcano, he could not find any trace of another phoenix. Voldemort didn't know where the other phoenix had gone, but he knew he must have been tricked, because there was no trace of another phoenix in the whole volcano. Voldemort's expression became more and more gloomy. His eyes were full of reluctance. He was not too dead to hold the phoenix in the hands of the saint before, because he identified that there was a phoenix inside the volcano. But now there is not even a single hair, and half a day's work has been wasted. Suddenly, he looked directly at the group of bounty hunters who had not left for a long time at the bottom of the mountain, and a fierce light flashed in his scarlet eyes, and a phantom transfiguration appeared there. Then came a relentless and bloody slaughter, accompanied by countless screams, and wizards from all over the world died at the hands of Voldemort, and the blood splashed red on the grass. After killing these dozens of wizards, Voldemort did not care about the blood splashed on his body, but brandished his wand and chanted incantations, and the blood on the ground quickly gathered together, carving out symbols made of blood, and finally forming a very complex magic circle. The magic array is full of ominous and evil atmosphere. The black smoke in the array is filled, and there is a thin and wordy sound coming from inside, as if there are many people whispering, and from time to time the smoke will turn into a vicious face, as if it is going to break through the formation and come out. Voldemort did not care about these visions, but continued to wave his wand and chant the spell, and then the blood quickly poured into the black smoke and merged into one, a ball of blood red, shapeless blood floating in midair, and finally turned into a blood-colored crow, quacking, hoarseness and creepy sound. Tell me where all the phoenixes are. Voldemort looked at the blood raven coldly and said, and pulled out a map of the world, and there was a golden spot on it, which he had taken from an old wizard, so he could get here in time. The blood raven met Voldemort's eyes, and then made a very ugly rattling sound, and 5 drops of blood fell from his body and fell on the map, 2 of which were located in Hogwarts, England, 1 drop landed in Australia, and as for the remaining 2 drops, they quickly moved to the Austrian Alps location and coincided with the golden spots on the map. Are there only 5? Voldemort looked at the blood spots on the map, his eyes narrowed, and the 2 phoenixes at Hogwarts were obviously Peter York and Dumbledore's. The Australian one was now in the Pacific Ocean, far away. He looked at the 2 drops of blood that coincided with the golden spots. His eyes were full of murder, and he gritted his teeth. Saint? Dare to lie to me? He actually took both phoenixes away. Well, since you have such a big appetite, then I will see if you have such good teeth. Saying that, he looked at the blood raven, beckoned, let the blood raven stop on his shoulder, and said to himself, Grindelwald, let me see how strong your former Dark Lord still has. It then disappeared into place, leaving only a blood-red color, the color of the rune array and dozens of corpses around. At this time, in the castle of Numengard in Austria and the Alps, Vidalizil excitedly held the phoenix shrouded in gold nets and hurried to the entrance of the castle. She entered the castle with ease and climbed towards the tower. Vader, here you go again. Grindelwald in the prison said slowly, not looking in this direction, but at the restored glass window, you need to leave immediately. Just now you have touched the cordon set up here by the Ministry of Magic, and the Aurors will come later. Vader did not heed Grindelwald's reminder, but excitedly held the phoenix and showed him, Chief, you see, this is the phoenix we caught. Now as long as you get its blood and the fire of Nirvana, you can be reborn and live forever. Lead us to the pinnacle of magic again. Grindelwald turned his head and looked at the phoenix in her hand, his eyes flashing with interest, then surprise, as if he had seen something interesting. He smiled and shook his head at Vader. Have you forgotten what Peter York said? He had said that the fire of Nirvana of the phoenix needed to be voluntarily sacrificed. Now that you have arrested him, how can such a coercive method make him willing to share the fire of Nirvana? Vidalizil was not worried about this, but looked confidently at Grindelwald and said, I believe this is not a problem for you, Chief. You tamed an untamed fire dragon in the first place, and even blocked a deadly spell for you. I think you have a way of making this phoenix submit to you and voluntarily sacrifice the fire of Nirvana. Am I right, Chieftain? I do have a way to make a phoenix obedient. After all, they don't have the complicated minds of humans. Grindelwald nodded, then looked at Vader with expectant eyes. But why would I do that? What the? Vader was stunned, feeling like he had heard wrongly. Dear Vader, the phoenix can save me from death, or even immortality, but it doesn't make me stronger. It doesn't change the status quo. It just allows me to escape death. Grindelwald looked at her gently and said, You know me, I have never been afraid of death, and the purpose of my efforts was only to achieve greater interests. But when this ideal was shattered, now I am just a living dead man who is still surviving, waiting for the arrival of the god of death at any time. Perhaps Dumbledore is right, said Grindelwald, looking at the glass in the window that no longer leaked, as if he were seeing through the world. Death is the ultimate destination for people like us. For those whose ideals are shattered, living one more day is suffering, not to mention eternal immortality. That is the curse. Vita Rozier followed his gaze and saw that the glass had been repaired. Lee's eyes were red, and he asked angrily, Did Dumbledore come? He's coming to seduce you again? Then tears couldn't stop flowing, and his eyes were full of accusations and sorrow. In order to catch this phoenix, the saints desperately tried to stop Voldemort, so that I could have time to escape with the phoenix. Virgil, Jacques, Julian, Rottweiler, etc., they are all the most loyal to you, but they are all dead just now. Hearing this, Grindelwald froze, his eyes flashed with sadness, but he still shook his head and said in an old voice, Vader, the Saints were disbanded 50 years ago, and the moment I failed, I knew that fate could not be changed. We were all just some old people abandoned by the times, and no matter how much they struggled, it was only in vain. No, sir, we have not been abandoned, and the ideals you put forward are still shared by many people today. As long as you have the power of the Phoenix and get out of this prison, there will be many people who choose to follow you. Vader shook his head excitedly. Nowadays more and more wizards are very unhappy that their living space is squeezed by muggles, but they have been forced down by the Ministry of Magic. As long as you preach again in the world as you did 70 years ago, more people will agree with you. Then we can take advantage of the situation and completely change the wizarding world. Vader, thank you for your approval. Grindelwald said gently, but then shook his head and sighed. Unfortunately, the times have passed, and the ideas I originally proposed are no longer in line with the current environment. Doing so again would only lead to faster destruction of the wizarding world. I have no intention of being that destroyer, nor do I want to go through that pain. So dear Vader, be considerate of me as an old man. Let me spend my old age in this castle that I built myself, okay? Chief, are you going to abandon us again? Vita Rozier asked with a grief in his eyes. Vader, let's go, there are already a lot of Aurors down there. Grindelwald sighed and said, there's a cellar on the first floor, and you can hit a passage with your wand on the middle tile and say, for the greatest good. Don't tangle with these Aurors, get away from here, and go back to your loved ones and live a good life. Chief, you are my dear and my star. Without you, how can I continue? Vader said quietly, then waved his wand and walked directly through the iron fence into the prison. Vader, you. Grindelwald was shocked. Surprised by Vader's behavior, just when he wanted to say something, he felt that his brain was chaotic, and a thick drowsiness struck. Vader held the sleepy Grindelwald on his face, smiled, and said softly, Chief, this is the first time I've really disobeyed your orders. But I can't watch you just sink in, so sleep well. This is the medicinal effect of the sleeping god herb, which I picked from the far north of Norway and will be good for you. Rest assured, when you wake up again, it will be a new life. When the time comes, you can punish me as much as you want. Grindelwald tried to open his weary eyes, trying to say something, but he had no strength and could only look at the phoenix wrapped in a golden net with a pleading gaze, as if to convey something. The phoenix in the golden net was no longer struggling like before, but instead had a clear look in his eyes and showed a look of surprise. When he touched Grindelwald's last look, he nodded slightly, as if he had agreed to some request. And Vader, who took care of Grindelwald, was now preoccupied with Grindelwald, and did not notice the movement of this man and a bird. Wow, what a very touching picture. A voice came out of the prison and said in a playful, icy tone, with such a loyal follower, it seems that the name of the Dark Lord of Grindelwald is really not real. Vader heard the movement and threw 2 spells at the sound without saying a word, but they were easily blocked. When I took a closer look, I found that it was Voldemort who had appeared at some point. Seeing Voldemort's appearance, Vader's face changed drastically, and she died in front of the unconscious Grindelwald. She did not expect that Voldemort would come to her so quickly, or when she had just fainted the leader. Voldemort was not too interested in Vader, but instead focused on the unconscious Grindelwald and the phoenix wrapped in the whole net in his arms. Vader noticed Voldemort's gaze, fearing that Voldemort would attack the leader, and rushed towards him desperately, trying to stop him with his own life. But he was directly hit by Voldemort with a wave of his hand and flew out, crashing heavily into the hard stone wall, unable to move. Quiet, stupid woman. Voldemort snorted coldly, and with a wave of his hand fixed Vidalizil on the wall, then slowly came to Grindelwald's side. He leaned over and looked at the old dragon clock, the frail Grindelwald, and shook his head in disappointment. Sigh, is this the Grindelwald who once won the storm? It's better to meet than to be famous. Saying that, his gaze shifted to the phoenix, and with a fiery desire in his eyes, he leaned over and lifted the golden net, looked at the phoenix inside, and said happily, finally, you are mine. Suddenly, a spell struck from his side, targeting the phoenix in his hand, trying to destroy the golden net that trapped the phoenix. But Voldemort reacted faster, a wand to pick up the spell, and then looked darkly at the raging Vidalozier, and smirked, do you think I will continue to follow your way? Stupid woman. He then aimed his wand at her and said, Drill Heart Wrist Master 1. A series of drill heart curses continued, and even the determined Vidalizil could not help but be tortured in such pain, emitting a scream of pain, twisting his body, and constantly convulsing. After torturing for a while, Voldemort finally stopped, his scarlet eyes fixed on the frail Vader, and asked, now, can you tell me where the other phoenix went? As long as you obediently tell me, I can graciously give you death without torture. Hearing Voldemort's question, Vader's hateful eyes also showed a look of puzzlement. What other phoenix? Didn't he bring this one? Voldemort noticed her expression, thought she was continuing to act, and in exasperation tortured her with a drill charm, until Vidalizil was dying, and then stopped. Now, can you say it? Otherwise, even if you are not afraid of death, do you want your leader to suffer such treatment? Voldemort saw that the woman was dead, rolled his eyes, and pointed his wand at the sleeping Grindelwald. Seeing this scene, Vader's pupils widened, and he shook his head with all his strength and said, don't hurt him. I didn't lie, I came back with only one phoenix, I can swear. Looking at the sworn Vader, Voldemort was puzzled and annoyed, pulled out the Marauder map, pointed to the 2 overlapping droplets of blood on it, and looked at her with a sneer and asked, "Are you saying that my magic is wrong? The result of my sacrifice with the lives of dozens of wizards is not credible?" Vader looked at the 2 drops of blood on the map that obviously overlapped together, and was suddenly confused. There was obviously only 1 phoenix here, how could it be shown that there were 2? Suddenly, she remembered that when Grindelwald was divining, she saw the young man who had transformed into a phoenix, and she had a guess in her mind. Look at the phoenix in Voldemort's hand, his face is strange. Speak quickly, where did the other phoenix go? Voldemort noticed the slight change in her eyes, snorted coldly, and pointed his wand straight at Grindelwald's head. Voldemort, I didn't lie to you, I really only brought back a phoenix when I came back. Vader looked at Voldemort's wand and pointed at the leader, and his eyes flashed with concern, but he replied calmly, "But since your map shows this situation, it means that the fleeing phoenix has also followed, but I don't know where it is now." Voldemort looked at her sworn look, doubted the faith, and then sneered, "If what you say is false, you will know the consequences." Beckoning outward, a palm-sized blood crow flew in, making an unpleasant rattling sound, and his body was full of ominous and bloody breath. "Find the trail of another phoenix for me," Voldemort commanded the Blood Raven, his tone full of confidence. As long as the Blood Raven was there, the phoenix could be found no matter where it was hiding. Hearing Voldemort's command, the Blood Raven made a rattling sound, but did not move, still standing on his shoulder. Seeing this, Voldemort's face darkened, and he looked at the blood crow on his shoulder with displeasure, and said word by word, "I said, find 2, other only phoenix. Do you hear clearly?" The Blood Raven incited its wings to fly this time, but it flew directly to the golden net he was carrying, and made a rattling sound at the phoenix in the golden net, as if to say to Voldemort that this is the phoenix you are looking for. "Damn stupid bird! I'm talking about letting you find the other, not this one." Voldemort roared angrily, and at the same time wondered in his heart whether there was something wrong with the previous magic array. It will attract such an unreliable blood crow. The Blood Raven heard Voldemort's angry scolding, grabbed the golden net and flapped its wings continuously, making a rattling and unpleasant cry, stubbornly indicating that this is the phoenix you are looking for. Paralyzed on the ground, Vader looked strangely at Voldemort and the Blood Raven, who were in a quarrel, and glanced at the phoenix that had always been quiet, and then set all her eyes on Grindelwald, full of remorse, because her willful behavior had caused the leader to fall into this desperate situation. "Enough, you shit." Voldemort, with an irritable roar, directly used his spell to blow up the rattling blood crow. He had already decided that there was something wrong with the Blood Raven, so there was no use for Sun. He looked at the phoenix in his hand and was slightly relieved. As long as there was this phoenix, his mission had been completed. Then he looked at Grindelwald, who had been asleep, and Vidalosier, who had been sleeping, and a murderous look appeared in his eyes. Now that the task is accomplished, these 2 men are useless. Sensing his murderous spirit, Vader's face changed dramatically, and he shouted out with all his strength, "Voldemort, if you want to kill me, don't hurt him. You have also heard that he has no intention of leaving New Mengard. Please show a little mercy, and let him spend the rest of his life here." "Oh, I'm really loyal." Voldemort provoked her chin with his wand and said appreciatively, "You are very similar to one of my men, all women, just as faithful. And you are more rational and intelligent than her, and I am jealous of Grindelwald, and it is a pity that such a good follower said to abandon it." "Unfortunately, ma'am, I have no mercy," said Voldemort, shaking his head with a smile. "Rest assured, I will bury you and Grindelwald together, so that I will not live up to your obsession with him, so that I can count it as my kindness." Saying that, the wand in his hand pointed directly at Vader, and the tip of the wand emitted a green light, emitting the breath of death. Vidalosier looked at the green light. Her mood was surprisingly calm. She had no fear of death, only reluctance and apology to the chief. She remembered that the leader had said that even if he died, he wanted to die in battle, rather than being killed by the neck in a humiliating manner. But now she has killed the leader, and in her deep sleep she is ignorant and unconscious. A dazzling green light flashed, and the destructive light rushed out of the window, attracting the Aurors and Saints who were fighting together below, making their faces change. They didn't know what was happening in the castle, but they did know about the vision of the death curse. The Saints knew that there was Grindelwald and Vidalosier on the tower, but neither of them was clearly the one who would use the death curse on the other, so there must be a third person above, which also indicated that the leader was in danger. So the Saints no longer fought with the Aurors, but frantically rushed in the direction of the castle. At the same time, on the tower of New Mengard, Voldemort looked uncertain, suddenly rose up to block the stone wall in front of Vader, turned his head to look at the old man who stood up trembling, gritted his teeth and said, "Grindelwald, when did you wake up?" Grindelwald gasped and said with a smile, "I found out as soon as you came, but I was caught off guard by Vader's herbs, so I lay on the ground for half a day, and now I am relieved." "Chief, you're awake," Vader said in surprise. She staggered to his side with all her strength, and cried out with guilt and remorse, "I'm sorry, Chief, I did something wrong." "Well, Vader, you'll talk about it later." Grindelwald interrupted her confession and said with a dignified face, "Lend me your wand for me to use, without which I am not sure I can stand up to this Mr. Voldemort." Hearing this, Vader hurriedly took out a wand, handed it to Grindelwald, and said, "Chief, this is a wand you used at the beginning. I have always kept it, and it should be the best for you." "That's even better, your wand is walnut and really doesn't listen to other people's words." Grindelwald smiled satisfactorily, and looked at the wand that once belonged to him with some nostalgia. It's still the best use of your own wand. Long time gone, old man. Voldemort's scarlet eyes looked at this scene, sneered, and directly debunked. Grindelwald, forcibly wake up from your slumber. It tastes bad. Even if you get the wand, how many layers of strength can you play? And you've been imprisoned here for decades, so don't you forget all the spells. Now that you are no longer the proud Grindelwald of the past, just an old man who is slowly decaying and waiting to die, how can you resist me, Chief? Vader looked at Grindelwald with concern. Don't worry, Vader. Grindelwald shook his head, and he looked calmly at the confident Voldemort and said, You're right, my body is really not that flexible now. But Voldemort, you may have forgotten that this fortress was built by me personally, and the runes inscribed on every brick and wall were designed by me to imprison those who opposed me. Although I am not your opponent now, as long as you are in this castle, your strength cannot be used. As he waved his wand, he hooked up the dense runes on the walls and said softly, For greater good. As soon as the words fell, it was as if the key had been opened, and the whole castle trembled, as if it had been awakened, and made a dull sound. Then, in Grindelwald's wand, the narrow prison quickly widened outwards, the hard stone wall quickly moved its position, the distance between Voldemort and Grindelwald quickly widened, and the space suddenly widened countless times and became an empty hall. Voldemort, do you still want to kill me in my castle? Grindelwald said with a smile. With a wave of his wand, a thick stone wall moved toward Voldemort, constantly compressing the space where Voldemort was, trying to squeeze him into a meatloaf. Seeing this, Voldemort snorted coldly and used a powerful thunderbolt explosion spell to attack the wall, but only exploded a small opening. Voldemort, you don't have to waste your efforts. I hired dozens of top alchemists and hired hundreds of goblins to be able to imprison those rebels, and it took me 3 years to build this castle. Your magic can't break through these walls, on the contrary, it will absorb mana from the walls, and the more you use magic, the more the magic in your body will be absorbed. Grindelwald triumphantly said that the successful construction of Newmangard was something he was proud of. Voldemort did not believe his words, and cast a series of powerful destruction spells, but only exploded some small holes. The walls did not damage much, and what made him more wary was that the magic in his body was really as Grindelwald said, and it quickly decreased as he used the magic. He quickly stopped, his eyes cloudy as he looked at Grindelwald not far away. He now discovered that the castle as a whole was built according to the magic circle, and it also added alchemy and goblin crafts, which were specially used to imprison wizards, so the magic was very suppressed. Once magic is used in the castle, it quickly absorbs the wizard's magic unless he does not use magic. But without magic, how can you defeat the other party? Looking at the wall that was getting closer and closer, Voldemort looked at the phoenix in his hand again, and his eyes showed retreat. Since he couldn't kill Grindelwald, there was no need for him to stay. Grindelwald, you'd better pray that you'll stay in Newmangard for the rest of your life, or you'll be dead when you get out of here. Voldemort grabbed the phoenix, swooped out of the windowsill, and under the eyes of the two men, like a bat, danced his robe and flew into the distance, then disappeared into midair as a puff of black smoke. Chief, why don't you stop him? He still has a phoenix in his hand? Vader saw Voldemort leave and asked incomprehensibly, especially the phoenix, which they had sacrificed many of their companions to grab. Voldemort is very strong, even stronger than I was at my peak, and although with the help of Newmangard, he can't hurt me, but I can't help him. Grindelwald shook his head and said. Immediately a tired look appeared on his face, even the wand in his hand was almost unable to hold. Gasping for breath against the wall, sighed and said, and he was right just now, I felt the danger, so I forcibly broke free of the medicinal effect of the sleeping god herb, and now the magic in the body is in a disorderly outbreak. Coupled with the weakness of the body, the formation that prompts Newmangard is already very reluctant. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, the leader wouldn't have been repulsed. Vader fell to his knees in guilt. I disobeyed your instructions and drugged you. This is an unforgivable crime. I am willing to bear all the punishment. Grindelwald waved his hand and said, well, Vader, your crime will be told later. Now downstairs the Aurors and the Saints are in the midst of a confrontation. Now go down and take the Saints away. Don't embarrass the Aurors. They have been fighting for decades for me, the old man, and there is no need to scare them now. Yes, Chief. Vader obeyed, but then looked at him worriedly. But, Chief, your wounds. Don't worry, this anti-devouring will not cost me my life. Go down and appease the Saints, so that they can enjoy their old age and don't have to bother with me as an old man. Grindelwald waved his hand and said. Vader nodded, then reluctantly walked out of the iron fence door, and then raised his eyes again to look directly at Grindelwald. Chief, rest assured, although we have failed this time in the Phoenix, we will find another Phoenix for you. I had just seen the trail of another Phoenix from Voldemort's map, right in Australia. We'll grab it for you and hope you don't refuse it when the time comes. Vader, I said, let you not bother with me? Did you hear me clearly? The Saints were dissolved 50 years ago, and you have no obligation. Grindelwald sighed and then said with a serious face. Chief, listen to me, said Vader quickly, her eyes red. As long as you promise to accept the Phoenix, we will never bother you again. This is the last thing we will do for you. Alas, Grindelwald did not know how many sighs. He said with a wry smile, do you really think that if you catch the Phoenix, and obtain the Phoenix blood and the fire of Nirvana, you can really have an immortal body? Chief, you mean that Peter York is lying to us? Vader looked murderous and gritted his teeth. It's not a lie, it should be less about some steps. Grindelwald laughed and shook his head. When I came into contact with the Phoenix before, I predicted the future for myself, and the result is that if I choose Nirvana, I will become a new Phoenix, and the eye can never regain its human form. Damn Peter York! He dared to deceive us with such false news? Vader said angrily, I'm going to grab him and force him to say the right way. Otherwise he should look good. Peter York, though young, is not weak at all. He was able to make Voldemort suffer several times, and that is not the person you can mess with now. It would not be wise to make an enemy of him. Grindelwald shook his head and said. He looked at Vader with a smile and said, and didn't you find him just now in front of you? Right in front of me. Vader was very surprised, then thought for a moment, and said with wide eyes, that Phoenix should not be him, right? I remember when the chief divined before, he appeared to turn into a Phoenix? Grindelwald smiled and shook his head, of course not, that Phoenix is real. But Peter York was hiding in the Phoenix, so the Blood Crow would hold on to the Phoenix in the net when Voldemort asked him to find the second Phoenix. This is also the reason why there are two Phoenixes overlapping on the map. Hiding in the Phoenix? How could a man hide in a Phoenix? Vader couldn't believe it. Is there such a magic? That's why Peter York is a very amazing young man. If I hadn't had the power to prophesy, I wouldn't have discovered this. Grindelwald said in amazement. But why did he do that? Vader was puzzled by Peter's approach. Why did he let Voldemort get the Phoenix? Did he want to pit Voldemort in that way? Is it to make Voldemort a Phoenix forever? I'm afraid it's not that simple. He should want something from Voldemort. Grindelwald smiled and shook his head, as if he had seen some interesting sight in the future, and said happily, it seems that Voldemort is not very smart, and it is going to be very bad to meet Peter York, the little fox. England, a mysterious manor house, where Voldemort, upon his return, places the Phoenix in a magic cage provided by Bella. Immediately swinging away Bellacritus, a man led the Phoenix to the basement. The manor was Voldemort's own private estate, so nothing was known to anyone but his most trusted ones. He came to the basement, where there were many precious magic items or collectibles, or things that the Death Eaters had honored him, or his booty. But instead of glancing at these things, he went straight to the basement and knocked on a porcelain collection in the last row with his wand, revealing a long, narrow, and dark corridor on the wall. Voldemort went straight in, the corridor like a labyrinth, and walked for a few minutes before coming to a very empty room. There were several tables in the room, as well as potions operating platforms, and most of them rows of bookshelves, all of which were very precious books of the dark arts or other solitary books. Voldemort placed the cage with the Phoenix on the counter, then turned to turn over the books on the bookcase, as if to prepare something. At this time, the Phoenix in the cage was quietly shrinking in the cage, and its head was turning around, as if observing the surrounding environment. If you look more closely, you can see that in the earhole of the Phoenix, there is a very small figure, which is hidden inside, and with the sound of the Phoenix turns its head to observe the surroundings. It wasn't until he saw an ugly, sarcoma-covered crucible on the counter next to the bookshelf that was placed in it that the Phoenix stopped and looked at the target seriously. And next to the crucible, the golden cup that should have been in the hands of Bellacritus was now lying inside. In the Chamber of Secrets, a pot of fiery potion was boiling on the flames, and Voldemort stood by and concentrated on adding herbs to it, and when he saw that the potion had turned silver, he stopped his action satisfactorily and removed the alcohol lamp under the pot to cool it. Then he took a spoonful of potion, put it in his mouth, took a small sip, and suddenly his eyes lit up, and his violent mood recovered, and his spirit seemed to be replenished, and he seemed to be energetic. After drinking the potion, Voldemort turned to the counter, set his eyes on the Phoenix, smiled on his face, carefully admired the Phoenix in the cage, and muttered to himself, let me see, what magic is there that is said to be able to make people immortal, and what magic is worth the hard work of so many people? The Phoenix in the cage felt the malice of the people outside, and the sound of a warning was full of positive forces, so that Voldemort felt a pang of discomfort when he heard it, as if the darkness had been exposed to the sun. Voldemort stepped back slightly, avoiding this uncomfortable light force, and praised, it is really worthy of a Phoenix, even if the voice is full of magic, it is no wonder that everyone wants a Phoenix. Then he revealed a searching look, according to the Peter Yorker boy, your blood plus the fire of Nirvana can help people to be reborn in Nirvana and let people have an immortal body. Voldemort's eyes were curious and hot, and he looked at the Phoenix as if he were tasting a plate of delicacies, as if he was considering where to start. Feeling the thick malice, the Phoenix directly spewed out a golden red flame outward, wanting to burn the evil person in front of him. Voldemort waved his wand, blocked the flames, and snorted coldly, what a disobedient guy. Then a spell shot straight at the Phoenix, drilled the heart and cut the bone. The Phoenix was struck by the spell, let out a scream, and fell down convulsingly. From now on, I am your master. Do you understand? Voldemort looked at the Phoenix coldly and said. The Phoenix let out a sharp cry, its feathers erect, and looked at Voldemort with resistance, with no intention of surrendering. A beast, still so untamed. Voldemort sneered, and the wand in his hand was raised again. It seems that if you don't teach you a lesson, you still won't obey. Won't the Phoenix die? So I'll see if you can hold on to the curse for as long as you can. Drill the heart and cut the bone. A spell struck the caged Phoenix again. After countless tortures, the phoenix in the cage gradually weakened, and finally under the torture of the last drill heart spell, the phoenix could not bear such pain, and the body quickly burned up, turning into ashes and falling into the cage. Well, it broke down so quickly, and I really can't help it. Voldemort snorted coldly. He looked at the young phoenix reborn from the ashes, his head close to the cage, looking down at it. Little thing, although you will never die, can you withstand endless torture? As long as you obediently submit to me and make a contract with me, I will let you out. The Nirvana phoenix was revived, but at this time it was very small and weak, and its childish voice was full of resistance, and it was unwilling to surrender to Voldemort to death. So hard. When Voldemort saw this, his face became even more gloomy, and the wand in his hand glowed with a gloomy light. I see how long you can hold out in the constant Nirvana. Suddenly the Phoenix Sultan took a moment, as if threatened, waddled, and spread his wings, bowed his head to Voldemort to show his surrender, and his voice no longer resisted. Voldemort was also stunned by its sudden surrender, and then a satisfied smile appeared on his face, and he said triumphantly and dismissively, "A beast is a beast, and a few spells will give in. Only the weak will choose to influence them, and the strong only need to use thunder means. Now, obediently divide the fire of Nirvana in your body in half." Voldemort commanded, and the wand in his hand was raised again, threatening, "You probably don't want to try the drill heart spell again." The phoenix feather exploded. The fire of Nirvana is its origin, how can it be shared? It looked directly at Voldemort outside the cage, and its sharp and childish voice seemed to be cursing, chirping at Voldemort. "It seems that you still can't recognize reality, little things." Voldemort sneered, and the wand in his hand was aimed at it again, ready to continue using the spell. Seeing the eerie glow at the tip of the wand, the phoenix instinctively twitched a few times, looked at the wand in fear, and bowed his head to Voldemort to show his surrender. The eyes hesitated, and then in Voldemort's threatening eyes, he let out a terrible cry, as if coughing up blood, and coughed out a red golden flame. Voldemort looked at this red gold flame in surprise and carefully took it. He looked at this flame that was not hot, and his eyes were hot and said, "Is this the fire of Nirvana? What can bring one to Nirvana and be reborn?" It was so beautiful. Voldemort's eyes watched the flames obsessively until the weak phoenix roar beside him regained his senses. Holding the flame in one hand and the wand in the other, he looked at the weak phoenix again and suddenly said, "I almost forgot, I still need your blood." With that, an unceremonious wand slashed through the phoenix's neck, and blood spurted directly from the wound, floating in midair and condensing into a clump. Voldemort did not keep his hand until he squeezed the last bit of blood from the phoenix. At the same time, the extremely weak phoenix also passively Nirvana again, crawling out of the ashes a thinner phoenix. Voldemort ignored the phoenix, but instead held the fire of Nirvana in one hand and controlled the blood of the phoenix with the other, and excitedly muttered, "Now, let me experience what the immortal body is like." As he spoke, he directly cut open his arm, and a floating cloud of phoenix blood, like a slender blood snake, drilled into Voldemort's body along the wound. Then he held up the red gold flame and prepared to swallow it and let himself be completely Nirvana. Just as he raised the flames, the phoenix behind him let out a sharp cry, attracting his attention. The moment he turned his head, he felt a gust of wind coming from his left hand. Looking at it again, the left hand is already empty, and the fire of Nirvana is gone. Voldemort's face changed drastically, and when he looked around, he saw a strange phoenix suddenly appear here, having swallowed the fire of Nirvana, and was comfortably smashing a full gap, full of red light, very mysterious. At his feet, he was scratching at a sarcoma crucible and a golden cup larger than himself. "Damn beast, return the fire of Nirvana to me." Voldemort's eyes were cracking, and the phoenix blood that entered his body was like magma at this time, constantly destroying his body, and the blood vessels seemed to be burning red, making him look like he was about to explode. The phoenix that had eaten the fire of Nirvana burst into a red glow, its body quickly doubled in size, its feathers became more gorgeous, and then it quickly turned into a human form in Voldemort's unbelievable eyes. Voldemort, surprised. "Surprised?" Peter asked with a grin. "Peter, York, it's actually you?" Voldemort's unbelievable roar. Deo, as he saw the two things Peter was holding in his hand, his pupils narrowed, and he gritted his teeth and asked, "How did you get here?" Peter, under Voldemort's gaze, looked like a smile, stuffed the crucible and the golden cup into the bag he carried, and then replied with a smile, "Of course you brought it back yourself, shouldn't you have guessed it?" Watching the two Horcruxes being put into a bag by Peter in a dignified manner, Voldemort could no longer maintain his composure, and looked at Peter with a look of uncertainty in his eyes. Filled with uneasiness, why did Peter take only these two things? Could it be that he discovered his secret? Peter looked at Voldemort's changing expression, smiled and patted the bag, and then a teleportation appeared at the cage and said apologetically to the phoenix in the cage, "Sorry, Thor, for making you suffer." Thor in the cage, in response, gave a feeble cry. It had suffered so many times before, lost half of its origin, and experienced 2 times of Nirvana in a short period of time, and it was already very weak. Peter was just about to open the cage when a death spell shot at him, forcing him to flash aside. Voldemort gasped for breath, his eyes scarlet as blood, waved his wand, and shouted madly, "Peter York, hand over the fire of Nirvana. I've cast countless spells here, and you can't escape." Peter kept dodging Voldemort's attacks, and with an innocent expression spread his hands. He said, "Didn't you just see that the fire of Nirvana has been swallowed by me? How can something eaten be spit out again?" Then he looked at his green and violent expression with a playful face, reminding, "Do you feel that your body is like being burned by lava now? Very painful. That's the blood of the phoenix destroying your body. Without the help of the fire of Nirvana, it won't be long before your body will be burned to ashes. Of course, without the help of the fire of Nirvana, you cannot be reborn in Nirvana. You will become like a ghost again, with nowhere to live." Hearing Peter's words, Voldemort's expression became even more ugly, and at the same time, the phoenix blood in his body quickly flowed through the blood vessels and flowed to the surrounding body, and the pain made him feel frightened. His blood-red eyes stared at Peter with hatred. "Peter York, you despicable and shameless fellow, always use shameless sneak attacks. Say whatever you want. Anyway, when the blood of the phoenix flows to your brain, it is time for your body to die completely." Peter shrugged and said, "When the time comes, you'll just be in ghost state again. When it turns into a ghost, are you still ready to hide in the Romanian forest again and find an unlucky egg to possess?" Peter grinned and kept dodging Voldemort's attacks, just not fighting him head-on. "It's just a pity that you probably don't have that chance, Mr. Voldemort." Peter teleported to the other side and deliberately patted the bag containing the sarcoma crucible and the golden cup. "The 2 Horcruxes inside should be your last guarantee, right? It's just a pity that I got it. I'll destroy them as soon as I get out, wondering if you can still be resurrected. You get it? Do you know the secrets of the Horcrux?" Voldemort's face was pale, and his body looked stiffly at Peter, as if he had been strangled to death. "Of course I know. After all, our Lord Voldemort relies on Horcruxes to achieve immortality, doesn't he?" Peter smiled and squinted, admiring the look of horror on Voldemort's face, and then exploded with a big surprise. "And not only do I know, Dumbledore also knows about it. He was busy trying to figure out how many Horcruxes you had made." Hearing the news, Voldemort was even more terrified. The Horcrux had always been his deepest secret, and he did not expect that one day it would be discovered. He looked like Peter, who had seen through everything. His eyes were full of murderous anger, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Since you know about the Horcrux, you must die. No one can know my secret." "Lord Voldemort, you may have forgotten that I cannot die. Haven't you already tried it before?" Peter said sarcastically. Voldemort's eyes were fierce, wielding spells, and runes appeared on the walls around him, and he said with a sly smile, "Heaven has a way you don't go, hell has no door for you to break into. Peter York, since this place has been set up as a secret room by me, it is absolutely guaranteed that no one can break in or out without my permission. Since you can't die, then I will turn this place into a forbidden place, trap you here, and never get out." Looking at the activated magic arrays around him, Peter was also a little caught off guard. He looked at Voldemort's desperate crazy look, and quickly exhorted, "Oh, hey, Voldemort, don't forget that you're here yourself. Do you want to follow me and die here forever?" Voldemort, with a look of desperation, said, "How about sealing you, a great enemy, and sacrificing my body? Big deal, I'll wait a few more years and be resurrected. You lunatic." Peter looked at him and was furious, and quickly said, "Your other Horcruxes have been destroyed or fallen into Dumbledore's hands, and even if you die, you will never be resurrected. Are you really so afraid of death?" Of course, Voldemort was afraid of death, otherwise he would not have chosen to make a Horcrux, and he would have made so many pieces at once. When he heard Peter's words, his expression froze, and then he showed a look of disbelief, thinking that he had hidden all the places and had applied a lot of magic, and even Dumbledore could not find these Horcruxes. Looking at Voldemort's expression, Peter hurried to confess, lest this madman, who was annoyed by himself, die with him. "Don't you believe it? Your Horcrux are the diary, Ravenclaw's crown, Slytherin's pendant box, Gaunt's ring, your pet snake Nagini, and the Hufflepuff gold cup and the jumping pot in my hand, aren't they?" Voldemort's expression was stunned, and he immediately became panicked and stopped the movement of his hand. Although he guessed that Peter and Dumbledore should have gotten some Horcruxes, he did not expect to find them all. If it is true that Peter said, then he will no longer have the capital to be resurrected. Looking at the panicked Voldemort, Peter took the opportunity to say again, "The Ravenclaw crown you hid in the Hogwarts demand room, and the locket box hidden in the seaside cave. It is true that it is not easy to find, but we have found it. As for the diary, it was destroyed by Harry Potter when he was in his 2nd year, which you should know, and the ring of the Gaunt's house is now worn on Dumbledore's hand. Nagini was also with Dumbledore, ready to be destroyed. Voldemort, you are no longer sure of resurrection. Do you really want to choose to die with me?" Peter looked at his increasingly grey expression and asked firmly. Then he pointed his wand at the bag containing the golden cup and the jumping pot, and said in a calm tone, "Now as long as I continue with a fierce fire spell, these 2 Horcruxes will be destroyed immediately. Do you really want to continue?" Voldemort's face was very ugly, and he looked at Peter who threatened him with a Horcrux, eager to cast the most vicious spell on him. Finally, he waved his wand, stopping the magic circle from continuing to run, and reached out to ask, "You return the 2 Horcruxes to me first. Otherwise you will never want to go out." Peter seemed to see through his thoughts, convinced that he would not do this, and shook his head with a smile and refused. "No, don't forget that now I am threatening you. If you don't lift the magic circle immediately, I will destroy these 2 Horcruxes immediately. You only have these 2 Horcruxes, don't you want to be resurrected?" Voldemort glared at him angrily. You are shameless. The Horcrux is in your hands, and sooner or later it will be destroyed by you? If that's the case, why should I let you go? Still want to lose 2 of my Horcruxes? But at least I won't destroy the Horcrux right away, will I? Peter smiled and said, that way, you will have enough time to make another Horcrux to keep you safe. Unless, of course, you are willing to die with me and gamble your life on me being trapped in this chamber of secrets forever. Peter said indifferently, in this case, then I will admire you, but at present, the most important thing to solve is the problem of the phoenix blood on your body. Although you suppressed the burning power of the phoenix blood in your body with magic, if you did not quickly remove the phoenix blood, your body would be destroyed. Peter smiled and reminded, when the time comes, I will destroy these 2 Horcruxes, and you will really only be a lone ghost. Voldemort looked at Peter's rogue look. His eyes were murderous, and then looked at the phoenix in his hand. The color of greed flashed, and then put forward a condition. The 2 Horcruxes cannot be returned to me, but you must give me the fire of Nirvana that you just took away. Lord Voldemort, what good thing are you thinking? Peter looked at him like a fool. The fire of Nirvana has been swallowed by me. It has merged with me. How can it be spit out again? With an impatient expression on his face, a small seedling emerged from the tip of the wand, emitting a blue flame that destroyed everything, and threatened, don't talk to me about the conditions now, Voldemort. Either unravel the formation right away and let me leave with the Horcrux, or I'll destroy the Horcrux right now and then kill you. Believe me, if the magic circle were not still in your hands, you would not be my opponent at all. Voldemort's face was very ugly, and his scarlet eyes stared at Peter deadly, eager to stab him with 1,000 knives. But in the end, he reluctantly waved away the magic circle of the Chamber of Secrets, and he did not want to gamble on the possibility of his death. You made the right choice, Voldemort, Peter said with a smile, and at the same time he breathed a sigh of relief. You can roll now. Voldemort snorted coldly, but his expression was still very vigilant, and he was suppressing the phoenix blood in his body at this time, while also guarding against Peter's sudden sneak attack. Peter was naturally very wary of Voldemort, afraid that this old thing would do something secret. So he shook his head and smiled and said, don't be in a hurry, after all, I don't know much about life here, and I still need Lord Voldemort to send me outside the manor himself. It saves me from accidentally shaking my hand, and the wand mistakenly uses a fierce fire, burning the Horcrux. Are you right? You're really careful enough, Voldemort said with an ugly look on his face, then stepped forward to leave. After all, in the face of a big man like Voldemort, you always have to be careful. Peter smiled and followed suit, keeping an eye on Voldemort's movements. Voldemort, wait a minute, I still have something to take, Peter said suddenly, and then, in Voldemort's stunned spirit, split into a doppelganger, picked up a box, and flew all the precious magic books around him into the box. Watching his treasured collection of magic books being robbed by Peter like this, Voldemort couldn't help it. The magic pressure exploded, and the wand in his hand threw the death curse directly at Peter's doppelganger, staring at Peter with dead eyes. Peter York, don't you go too far. Peter didn't care too much, but he smiled and summoned the box, turned it into a small box and stuffed it into his pocket, and then said with a smile, you should have read all these books, now let me see what it is. Knowledge needs to be shared to have a role, and it is too violent for you to eat ashes in the secret chamber like this. I will keep it for you for the time being, isn't that too much? Saying that, the wand in his hand threateningly pointed to the Horcrux, and then looked at Voldemort with a worried face. It is not the same thing that you suppress the phoenix blood like this. Do you need my help? I still have some research on Phoenix, which should help you solve the hidden dangers. Nope. Shameless little thief, just disappear from my eyes. Voldemort was furious and helpless, and he was eager to throw Peter to the ashes, but now he had to ask for perfection. All right, let's go together, Lord Voldemort. Peter smiled and said, staring at Voldemort without blinking, paying attention to his movements at any time, so as not to accidentally hit the road. The two men walked out at the same time, not too far apart, and quickly crossed the narrow corridor, returned to the basement, and then walked out of the room. The host, Bellatrix's voice rang out, and then she noticed Peter, who was confronted by Voldemort, and with a look of surprise on her face, she drew her wand warily. The two Death Eaters outside the door also noticed the movement inside, and immediately rushed in, standing in front of Voldemort, and forming a confrontation with Peter. Voldemort, this is not a form of hospitality, but you promised to send me outside the village. Peter smiled and squinted, ignoring the wands pointed at him by the Death Eaters. Voldemort looked at Peter's smiling face coldly, and with a black face ordered the Death Eaters, put down your wand and let him go. The host, neither Bellatrix nor the two Death Eaters looked at him in disbelief. I said let him go, Voldemort said with a calm face. The Death Eaters gave way to the door and looked at Peter warily. Peter walked out with a smile, but his body was tense, and he was always alert to the movement behind him, and walked step by step towards the outside of the manor. Avada. Suddenly, Voldemort's gloomy voice rang out. When Peter heard this, he immediately jumped to the side vigilantly, thinking that Voldemort finally couldn't help it. But when he took a closer look, he found that Voldemort did not chant a spell on himself, but without warning killed an unsuspecting Death Eater next to him. Bellatrix and another Death Eater were stunned by the scene and looked at Voldemort in disbelief. And Peter was also stunned by this scene. Was Voldemort's brain wrong? He actually killed his own man, inside Voldemort's manor house. The scene was eerie. Peter looked at Voldemort with a strange and wary look in his eyes, just in case he suddenly did it to himself. It's just that Voldemort is obviously not as crazy as he thinks, and after killing his own man, he has an evil smile on his face and wields a magic wand to chant mysterious incantations. On the corpse of the slain Death Eater, a ghost-like shadow floated with the spell, and he looked at Voldemort with a vicious and resentful face, but then under the control of Voldemort's spell, he transformed into an invisible knife and slashed at Voldemort. Everyone around them was stunned by this scene, especially when they saw that Voldemort had no defense, and they couldn't understand it. Only a scream of pain was heard, and Voldemort fell to his knees as if he had been seriously injured. His face was miserable, and his bare head was full of sweat. But Voldemort looked very happy, and a smile squeezed out of his face in pain, looking even more vicious and terrifying. He gasped and waddled to his feet, while in his right hand a mass full of evil, ominous invisible substances, floated in the palm of his hand. The host, Bellatrix, looked at Voldemort's wounded and tired look, and walked over to him worriedly, trying to help him, but was ruthlessly pushed away by Voldemort. Voldemort ignored the aggrieved Bellatrix, but instead looked at a wary Peter, with an evil smile on his face, and threw the ominous mass of matter in his hand at Peter. The ominous substance turned into a huge evil face of Voldemort, and rushed towards Peter with his mouth wide open, as if he was going to swallow Peter. Peter retreated vigilantly and kept shooting countless spells at this face, but this mass of matter was like a shadow, and the spells went directly through the face and could not play an offensive role. Looking at this evil substance full of black magic, Peter could not guess what it was for a moment, but he instinctively felt its evil, making him feel creepy, as if it would be very unlucky to be touched. Peter believed in his feelings, so he quickly teleported to avoid. But this clump of evil matter was faster than him, and in the blink of an eye it appeared in front of him, biting at him with a big mouth. Call God Guard. Peter summoned the patron saint and transformed into a solid barrier of light to protect himself. Voldemort's evil shadow slammed into the barrier, causing ripples, and after 3 failed attacks, the huge Voldemort face looked at Peter reluctantly, and then turned his gaze to the young phoenix that was still in the cage. Peterton felt bad and hurried to apply protective magic to Phoenix Thor, but it was still too late. Only to see the huge face quickly turn into black smoke, like a black snake, quickly from the mouth and eyes of the young phoenix, into its body. Peter quickly lifted the cage and carefully observed the movements of the phoenix, only to see that the Phoenix Thor did not look at anything at all, and looked at Peter inexplicably, and made a sharp cry, urging him to quickly take it out of here. Peter couldn't believe that it was just a false alarm, and he turned to look at Voldemort with a cold look in his eyes and asked, "What did you do?" When Voldemort saw this result, he laughed loudly, as if he had achieved his wish, and said very proudly, "It is only for you to suffer. I originally used that magic on you, but you blocked it, but now this result is not bad, and it is not worth my calculations." Speaking of Voldemort, he was even happier, and his expression became more unscrupulous. Peter looked at Voldemort, took out the golden cup and the jumping pot, and then summoned a fierce fire to surround the two things, and said coldly, "It seems that you want me to destroy these two things now, right?" Looking at the two Horcruxes surrounded by raging fire, Voldemort's triumphant expression became gloomy. But looking at the phoenix in the cage next to him, it turned dark and clear, and there was no longer the look of trepidation that had been pinched in the death pit before, and sneered, "Peter York, what if you destroy these two Horcruxes? Do you really think I'm still in peace now? Now I am no different from you, both are immortals, and there is no longer any death hole." Voldemort was very happy, and he looked at Peter with a triumphant smile. "Speaking of which, I really want to thank you for stopping me from using the Nirvana fire at the last minute. Let me finally figure it out, blindly picking up people's teeth and wisdom, imitating your methods. Even if you get immortality, my Voldemort name will be pressed under you forever. But now that I have come out of my own path of immortality, even more perfect than your fluke method, I will become the eternal Dark Lord of the Wizarding World, a perfect leader without any loopholes." Listening to Voldemort's words, Peter's sense of foreboding grew stronger and stronger. He looked at the young phoenix in the cage, and used his wand to detect the phoenix, and in an instant, a familiar and very evil black magic was exposed from the phoenix's body, and the thick black magic rendered the phoenix like a black child law creature. Peter looked at Voldemort with an ugly look on his face, gritted his teeth, and said, "You turned it into your Horcrux. It is doubtful, but it has been determined." Seeing the expression on Peter's face, Voldemort laughed and looked at him with malice in his eyes. "Do you really think that you can coerce me with two Horcruxes? When you snatched my Nirvana fire, I had already decided that I would make a Horcrux out of the Phoenix. Think about it, the Phoenix with immortal skills, what a perfect Horcrux carrier! It can never be destroyed, and there is no better fit than it. My ideal Horcrux carrier is you." Unfortunately, it didn't work out in the end. Voldemort said with a pity on his face, and then looked at the young phoenix in the cage and smiled, "But the final result is not too bad. With a carrier like the phoenix, you can never destroy my Horcrux. Even if you destroy other Horcruxes, I will never die." Peter did not expect Voldemort to have such a plan, and then looked at the phoenix in the cage full of black magic. The expression was a little ugly, although he got two Horcruxes, but accidentally let Voldemort make a Horcrux, and it was the most difficult one to solve. "Peter York, join me, and I cannot blame you for what you have done before." Voldemort opened his arms and said with a wide heart, "Now the whole world is only you and I are immortals. We don't have to be so hostile to each other. After hundreds or even thousands of years, everyone else is reduced to mud, and we both still exist. We will be new gods, even greater than Merlin. God dwells high in the clouds, looking down on all beings, and is proud and lonely. Why don't we sit down and rule the world together? It's big enough for us to divide it evenly, isn't it?" Peter looked at him and sneered, "Voldemort, you are not yet a god, just like the tone of a god. Are you too anxious? Besides, you have split so many souls, and now that your soul is very unstable, aren't you afraid that one day you will go crazy directly? I am afraid that you have the destiny of eternal life, but you will not experience the joy of eternal life." Voldemort heard the words, as if he had been poked in the pain point. His face was hard to see. He had now split 9 Horcruxes, which had exceeded the number he originally thought was the most stable, so now the soul was very unstable, and he needed to do his best to ensure that his emotions remained stable. Even if you drink soul stabilizer, it won't do much. Punctured directly by Peter, Voldemort squeezed a smile on his face and said, "Peter, let's make a deal. You give me the golden apple, and I promise that I will never be your enemy from now on. What do you think?" Peter slowly took out a golden apple from his pocket, and in Voldemort's eager eyes, he smiled and took it out and then directly nibbled it down, and tasted it. "I heard that the golden apple can heal the wounds of the soul, but unfortunately my soul is intact and has no effect. But the taste is not bad, put it for hundreds of years, but it still does not deteriorate." When Voldemort saw this, he was first stunned, and then his expression was very terrible, and he looked at him with a fierce hatred. "Peter York? How dare you humiliate me like that?" Peter didn't think so. He finished eating the whole apple, and then put away the core, before he looked at Voldemort with a smile and said, "You should still think about yourself now. The phoenix blood in your body has not been solved before, and now you have split the soul. How many points can you use now in your strength?" With a dangerous look in his eyes, Voldemort said playfully, "I just suffered such a big loss, now I have to get out of breath. Voldemort, take the move." Saying that, Peter simply did not leave, tucked the cage into his pocket along with the phoenix inside, and then waved his wand at Voldemort. Avada Kedavra. Both men unleashed their deadliest attacks, 2 dazzling green lights colliding together, and the 2 spells collided to produce a violent explosion that produced a powerful shock wave that threw Bellacritus and another Death Eater out of the way. Peter clenched his wand and pressed the death curse against the other side, looking at his own side with the advantage, and taunted, "Voldemort, you look a lot weaker. Why, are you still suppressing the injuries in your body at the same time? How else can it be so restrained?" Then he glanced at the wand in his hand. "Is this your new wand? Where is it customized? How it doesn't look very good for your look. Oh, forgot to tell you, your purple shirtwood wand, because you don't listen to me much, so I just threw it into the fireplace and burned it as firewood, so you don't have to ask me for it later." Voldemort, who was struggling to maintain his magic, almost didn't spit out blood when he heard this, and he scolded angrily, "Peter York, you are shameless." Saying the life-threatening spell of flicking the connection, "I want to disconnect and change my own disadvantages." "Master, I'll help you." Bellacritus looked at the inferior Voldemort, shouted loudly, and cast a death spell on Peter. Peter saw this, and one of them swung his wand, took the initiative to break the connection, and then disappeared in place, and then teleported to appear behind them. A spell knocked out another Death Eater, and then disappeared. Watching his men die, Voldemort did not react much, but looked at Peter warily. He had already suffered too much at Peter's hands, and his first reaction was to guard against his raids. However, Peter did not intend to face Voldemort directly, but focused his eyes on the lonely Bellacritus. He showed a dangerous smile, and said playfully, "Voldemort, I heard that you have a complicated relationship with your female subordinate, and I trust her. If I kill her, what will happen to you?" Talking about directly splitting the 2 doppelgangers and joining forces to besiege Bellacritus, he continued to fight Voldemort. In the face of 2 Peter doppelgangers who are stronger than themselves, Bellacritus is obviously not their opponent, and he can only passively defend by the 2, relying on his strong hands to dodge attacks, which is very embarrassing. Voldemort had obviously noticed Bellacritus's situation, but he apparently didn't react much, but continued to fight Peter and try to capture the Phoenix. Forced to retreat step by step, surviving death, Bellacritus noticed Voldemort's attitude. Her expression changed from original anticipation to loss, and her attack power was obviously much weaker. Seeing this, Peter struck with words, "What a pity, your master obviously only cares about himself, and your life and death do not carry much weight in his eyes." Dumbledore had said that Voldemort always loved only himself and did not care about others. "I didn't believe it before, but now it seems to be true." "You lie, the master trusts me the most," Bellacritus said excitedly, and took the initiative to attack Peter, frantically throwing out the spell, as if to take away the uneasiness in his heart. Looking at the Bellacritus who turned to attack, the 2 Peters smiled, one in front of him to attract attention, and continued to stimulate with words, "Trust you? I am afraid that I just think you have the best use. You do not believe it. If you are useless, he will immediately abandon you and immediately find another person who can replace you. You're just a pawn he can throw away at any time, just like any other Death Eater. You look at the present, you are in danger deep and will die at any time, but your master only cares about himself and has given up on you. Shut up. You shut up." The master just can't save me. You don't want to seduce me? Bellacrites attacked Peter even more excitedly, his eyes roaring madly. Poor thing, you're just kidding yourself. Don't forget that he can't die now, and even if he saves you, he will only be a little injured. But he would rather give up your life in order not to be hurt. Peter shook his head, looked at her with pity, and said, You are so loyal, you should have noticed his change long ago, and this kind of thing as a Horcrux should be easy for you to find out if you were born into the Black family. When he splits his soul, part of his feelings will disappear, and now that he has no feelings anymore, will he still have any friendship with you? Just as Bellacrites was about to retort, a spell struck her in the back, knocking her out. Double, who gave Bellacrites a blow, quickly made up for the second blow and destroyed her wand. The host, Bella, who had fallen to the ground badly, lifted her head with difficulty, looked at Voldemort who was not far away fighting Peter, and held out her hand to call him. But the man across from him never looked back at her. Finally, with a reluctant look in his hand, there was no breath. Peter looked sideways at the dead-eyed Bellacrites, then turned his head to look at Voldemort who was confronting him, showed a mocking smile, and said, You are so loyal to a woman you are not willing to save. It seems that you really have no feelings, as Dumbledore said. Leave the Phoenix behind, and I'll let you go. Voldemort did not answer Peter's words, but said coldly, Although this place will not trap you for a lifetime, it is enough to stop you for a few days. It won't be long before my Death Eaters arrive, and you can't escape. Trapping me? Then I want to see how long your manor can trap me. Peter's eyes shone with electricity, and he said in a dismissive tone, and then a lightning bolt appeared around him, and the sky over the manor was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Then a very thick lightning bolt, from the high clouds until it fell, slammed heavily on the protective cover of the manor, and then one lightning bolt after another, and finally, after a dozen thunderbolts, the solid magic protective shield was shattered and disappeared into pieces. Now, do you still think you can trap me? Peter teleported directly outside the manor door and spoke to Voldemort from afar. Voldemort looked at the clouds that quickly dissipated in the sky and the smell of ozone left after the lightning, and looked at Peter with a solemn face, and asked with a look of longing and jealousy, What is this magic of yours? Why was it possible to summon such a huge thunderbolt? You guessed it. Peter grinned and waved his hand. Voldemort, goodbye, I hope to hear your death next time. Say and disappear directly into place. Voldemort looked darkly at where Peter had disappeared, then turned to look at the corpse of Bellacrites, and looked into her eyes that were still open, full of unwilling infatuation, and the scarlet indifferent eyes flashed a few ripples. The Lord, the host, the remaining Death Eater, awake from his coma, as if he did not expect to be able to survive, crawled to Voldemort's body with a happy face and waited for his instructions. Voldemort looked at the only remaining Death Eater coldly, and then looked at Bellacrites lying on the ground. The wand in his hand suddenly and unexpectedly flew out a green light, which fell into the Death Eater's body and directly took his life. The Death Eater's eyes widened, his eyes full of surprise and unwillingness. He did not expect Voldemort to suddenly kill him. Voldemort leaned over and closed Bellacrites' eyes and whispered quietly, Rest assured, I'll avenge your fate. When Peter appeared at Hogwarts, the students were surprised and delighted, because his unexplained disappearance these days made them think that he had been cursed like the previous defense against the dark arts professor. At this time, Peter was in the headmaster's office, and Dumbledore was carefully studying the situation of Phoenix Thor. How's it going? Did Thor really become Voldemort's Horcrux? Peter asked with great concern that his study of Horcruxes was not too deep, so he had to go to Dumbledore for advice. Dumbledore carefully examined the chicks on the table, lightly touching it with his wand, and his expression became very serious. When he used a powerful white magic to expel the black magic aura on the phoenix, it seemed to anger the dark power in the phoenix's body, and a twisted face composed of black magic power directly sprang out, and it made an angry hiss at Dumbledore, like an enraged snake, staring at the neck at any time to take a bite. Dumbledore stepped back, then scattered the black magic power, nodded solemnly, and said, It is indeed a Horcrux, and it is also bound to this phoenix. It seems that Voldemort has been premeditated for a long time. When he heard that Voldemort had originally planned to make Peter his Horcrux, he looked at Peter with a happy face and said, Fortunately, you have successfully avoided Voldemort's soul attachment. Otherwise, if you become his Horcrux, it will really be insoluble. But the situation is not much better now. Peter looked at the phoenix on the table and said helplessly, The phoenix itself can be constantly reborn in Nirvana, and with such an indestructible Horcrux, Voldemort will be invincible. And with the creation of a new Horcrux, his magic will soar again, and we will be in a bad and ugly way again. Peter took out the 2 Horcruxes and handed them to Dumbledore, saying, Originally, I planned to use the phoenix as bait to find the rest of the Horcruxes. But I didn't expect to let Voldemort make one more Horcrux, and I don't know if I can earn it. Dumbledore looked at the golden cup and the sarcoma crucible, smiled and said to Peter, We didn't know the whereabouts of these 2 Horcruxes before, and we couldn't find a chance to destroy them, and now all the Horcruxes are in our hands, of course, earned. Peter, at this point, you are much better than I am, and you are indispensable to being able to find the most Horcruxes. Peter waved his hand and said, I just want Voldemort to disappear as soon as possible, and the province will kill and set fire to people like a terrorist all day long. And I'm still the enemy of him now, and if I don't destroy him sooner, I won't sleep soundly. Peter still looked at Dumbledore and asked worriedly, Voldemort has already made 9 Horcruxes, will he make more Horcruxes for the sake of insurance? Dumbledore shook his head and smiled, you don't have to worry about that, as I know, making 9 Horcruxes is already the most extreme number, and there can't be more. After all, the human soul is also limited, and it is already very inconceivable to divide into 10 parts, let alone divide more. Severus brings useful news that since Voldemort created the 8th Horcrux, his soul had been very unstable, and he was often required to make a soul stabilizer. This time, Voldemort turned the Phoenix into his 9th Horcrux, apparently a desperate decision. Although he succeeded, the instability of the soul would certainly be more willing. So I was surprised by Voldemort's determination, although the soul stabilizer could keep him sane, but the pain of soul tearing could not be alleviated, and he needed to endure such pain all the time, just to avoid the risk of death. What is going on now? What should we do with this Phoenix that became Voldemort's Horcrux? The two of them quietly looked at the chicks on the table, and Dumbledore took out milk to feed it to drink, and said lovingly, it must be uncomfortable that the poor little fellow, who has suffered so much and is now contaminated by black magic. Dumbledore, is there anything you can do to strip Voldemort of the Phoenix's body? Peter looked at Dumbledore expectantly, if you don't solve the soul piece on it, Voldemort will never die, this is a trouble. Dumbledore shook his head, sighed, and said, there is not much progress, the most direct way to destroy the Horcrux is to destroy its carrier, but the Phoenix itself is immortal, so this method is ineffective against it, and I think this is why Voldemort tried everything to catch the Phoenix. Because he has the Phoenix, he is invincible. If the soul piece on Phoenix's body could be solved, then Harry's problem would also be solved. Peter was silent, he actually had a way to solve the Phoenix Horcrux, as long as the Phoenix kept regenerating Nirvana, it would quickly consume the source, until the source was exhausted, and the Phoenix naturally died. Although this requires killing the Phoenix thousands of times with the death curse, it is a very effective method. But looking at the weak Chick-soul on the table, Peter didn't say it. Although he used this Phoenix several times, and even took the initiative to design it to fall into Voldemort's hands, he still couldn't bear to kill this Phoenix who trusted him very much. But I think there's a guy who might be able to do it. Dumbledore said suddenly, his eyes looking at a blank picture frame on the table, his expression somewhat complicated. Who? Peter was immediately interested. Grindelwald, said Dumbledore slowly, looking penetrating at Peter with piercing eyes, you should know him, after all, if there had been no Voldemort's hand, this Phoenix named Thor would have fallen into the hands of the saints and helped Grindelwald to be reborn. Peter was a little distracted by Dumbledore's gaze, and he coughed a few times, muttering in his heart, am I not looking for you? Can I deal with Voldemort and his mercenaries and Death Eater's helpers? He quickly changed the subject and asked, Headmaster, do you think that with Grindelwald's magic level, you can solve problems that you can't solve? Dumbledore nodded and explained, I am good at the realm of white magic, and Grindelwald is naturally good at black magic. I had not been able to peel the soul piece from Nagini in many ways before, and now I think that I may have walked into the wrong area and tried to solve the problem of black magic with white magic, so it did not have much effect. Maybe it can be used to attack poison with poison, and the problem of black magic can be solved by black magic, which may be the right solution. Grindelwald's level of black magic was unsurpassed, and he might have a way to successfully peel off the soul piece of the foothills without damaging the subject. Then Headmaster, are you looking for a time to visit this Grindelwald? Ask him if he can solve the problem of living Horcruxes. Peter looked at Dumbledore's expression and asked tentatively, so that after we've successfully solved the soul tablets on Phoenix and Harry, we can start preparing to destroy Voldemort and save him from bouncing around. It's not me, it's us going to Newmengard together, and it's just tonight. Dumbledore corrected. Us? Isn't that a bit sloppy? Peter was a little dumbfounded. How could he still pull himself in? He quickly waved his hand. Headmaster, you can go by yourself. Mr. Grindelwald and you are old acquaintances. Good talk. What is the matter with me? Despite Peter's reluctance, Peter and Dumbledore were eventually reunited with Dumbledore in the headmaster's office after dinner. Dumbledore took out a silver button and said to Peter, this is the key to the door to Newmengard, and when we touch it with our fingers in a moment, we can go straight over. Peter reluctantly approached, muttering in his heart that it was indeed a very good relationship, even this kind of door key to Newmengard. And the old lovers' rendezvous, what is the matter with him? A light bulb. When he touched his finger to the button, the two were sucked in and disappeared into place. After a dizzy space trip, Peter came into contact with the ground again, and he shook his head, taking advantage of the moonlight in the night, to see that he was now standing at the door of the castle of Newmengard, and the words for the greater good above were still very prominent. Dumbledore looked at the words on the door and whispered to Peter, let's go inside. Peter nodded, taking advantage of the moonlight to look around at this majestic castle. He had shrunk down and hidden on the body of the Phoenix Thor before, just to look at it roughly, and now that he looked at it, it was indeed spectacular. If it weren't for the shabby appearance and unattended, I'm afraid it would not be worse than Hogwarts Castle. Don't walk around, there are a lot of secret organs arranged here, even with our strength, it is not easy to break it. Dumbledore multilaterally reminded. Feeling the magic waves on the surrounding walls and steps, Peter was also surprised. Apparently, Grindelwald had put a lot of effort into the construction of the castle so that it could still function after decades of abandonment. When the two men came to the highest tower, to the innermost cell, Grindelwald sat on the iron bed facing the cell door, watched Dumbledore appear, raised an eyebrow, and said, "You haven't been here in decades. How come these 2 days have come so often? Was I worried that I would leave here under the seduced of the saints?" Then he glanced at Peter behind Dumbledore, smiled, and said, "It's strange that you've brought guests with you." Saying that, he stood up, stepped barefoot on the dirty stone slab, and walked toward the two of them, especially focusing on Peter. "Peter York, this is the first time we have met in the true sense. Before you have brought me a lot of surprises. It is difficult to imagine that you have such strength at such a young age." He waved his hand, opened the iron door, and made an invitation gesture. "If you don't like the humble house, please come in first. It is an honor to see you, Mr. Grindelwald." Peter shouted politely, then looked at Dumbledore, who hadn't said anything, and walked into the cell. Dumbledore walked in silently, looking calmly at Grindelwald with some hospitality for Peter, while ignoring his own behavior. Grindelwald looked at Peter with interest, with a warm attitude, but there was always a shrewd calculation in his heterochromatic eyes, which made Peter very wary of the previous generation of Dark Lords. Grindelwald looked at Peter and said with a smile, "Mr. York, you have made a lot of moves this time. In order to be able to catch the Phoenix, many magic families have moved, and even many people have died in this battle. There were still many people who were rumoring that I had obtained the Phoenix, but to the horror of many people, the Minister of Magic of Austria came to me in person to confirm whether I had left Nomengard. You've caused me a lot of trouble." Peter conjured up a chair and sat down, then smiled innocently at him and said, "It's not my credit, I'm just publishing in the newspaper my miraculous experience of obtaining an immortal body. As for their pursuit of immortality, they grabbed the Phoenix and caused human death. That was not something I could control. And even if they want to blame it, they should also blame Voldemort for killing innocent people. After all, those who died were almost all killed by Voldemort. As we all know, Voldemort and I are enemies who do not share heaven. How can we pile Voldemort's murderous evil deeds on my head? You say yes, Mr. Grindelwald?" Grindelwald looked at the sophistry Peter with a smirk, and finally laughed. "Come," patted him on the shoulder appreciatively, and said, "You really surprised me, Mr. York. No wonder Dumbledore took you so seriously, and even changed his plans to stop the Saints because of you. What a clever and powerful young man." Listening to Grindelwald's praise, Peter looked at Dumbledore, who had not been speaking, only to feel that the atmosphere was awkward, and he did not want to get involved in this strange atmosphere. He quickly stood up and explained his purpose directly. "Mr. Grindelwald, we have come here to ask for your help. Because we had an unsolvable problem this time, and Headmaster Dumbledore thought that only you might be able to solve it." Peter took the chick-like chick out of his pocket and explained, "Voldemort cast a very evil black magic on this Phoenix, and Dumbledore and I are at a loss for it, so I would like to ask you to see if you can solve it." "Huh? This is the Phoenix that was caught?" Grindelwald looked at the Nirvana Phoenix with some surprise, sensed the rich black magic breath coming from the Phoenix's body, raised his eyebrows, suddenly became interested, directly grabbed the young Phoenix, and then carefully observed. The more he looked at the expression, the more surprised he became, and he looked at Peter in surprise and said, "Horcruxes." Peter nodded, somewhat surprised that he recognized it so quickly, and praised, "No wonder Headmaster Dumbledore thinks that your research on black magic is unsurpassed, and even such a secret cutting-edge black magic can be seen at a glance." For Peter's praise, Grindelwald was not satisfied. He observed the Phoenix with great interest, and exclaimed, "It is really a genius idea, and actually uses the immortal Phoenix as the carrier of the Horcrux. In this way, the escape from death is really realized to a certain extent." Then he looked at Dumbledore and said in an affirmative tone, "This Horcrux must have been made by Voldemort, which is why you have always been so jealous of him. Because he made Horcruxes." Dumbledore nodded. "In order to escape death, he created a total of 9 Horcruxes, all of which were in the hands of Peter and me. But the problem is that the Phoenix is a Horcrux, and we have no way to destroy it. So I would like to ask you to see if you can be in the non-district." 9 Horcruxes. Grindelwald felt that he had misheard. Making a Horcrux is already a very dangerous thing, and if you are not careful, you will make yourself crazy. Is this Voldemort addicted to slicing? He had split his soul so many times. And not crashing? Voldemort studied Horcruxes very deeply. Dumbledore sighed and said, "Because of his own experience, he is very afraid of death, and in order to ensure that he can stay in the human world forever, he has made so many Horcruxes. Fortunately, with Peter's help, we obtained and gradually destroyed these Horcruxes. But now this Horcrux made of Phoenix, if it can't destroy Voldemort's soul inside, Voldemort will never die, which is a disaster for the wizarding world. Because Voldemort was already an emotionless lunatic, I couldn't imagine what he would do if he wasn't dealt with. But what does this have to do with me?" Grindelwald suddenly laughed and said goodbye to the kindness he had been before. He looked at Dumbledore with a sneer. "Why do you think I'll choose to help you? Don't forget that you sent me to this prison with your own hands." Dumbledore, as if he hadn't expected him to say this, was a little stunned, then looked at him in a low tone and said, "Gellert, I thought you would understand me. I don't want to debate the right and wrong of that war, but you and I have fought for the future of the wizarding world. Do you want to watch the wizarding world go down the path of destruction under the threat of Voldemort? Hey, Arbus, aren't you tired of always being like this, like a saint who worries about the country and the people, trying to carry all the responsibilities on you? Grindelwald sneered. I promised you that I would not go out of this prison and repent of the sins I had committed. But don't take it for granted that I accepted all of your requests, especially Voldemort's case, because that was not my crime. Of course, I do have the certainty of solving the Horcruxes. Grindelwald said confidently, in the realm of the dark arts, there is never anything I can't solve. Especially in the skill of stripping the soul, I also have some foundation. You may not know that I tried this magic when I was in school at Durmstrand. I had surgery on a shaman with a soul disorder, what muggles call schizophrenia, to cut the excess part of his soul and strip the king of rice. Hearing this, Peter was immediately interested and hurriedly asked, what is the result? Failed. Grindelwald shrugged and said indifferently, that was not skilled at the time, so the soul was cut too big, and the classmate was completely turned into a madman. This also led to my expulsion from school. Watching Grindelwald lightly describe the process of turning his classmates crazy, Peter only felt that Grindelwald was a little crazy, and without me, he actually did something to his classmates, which was how disregarded human life to do, and it was no wonder that he was expelled from school. Dumbledore, apparently hearing the specific reason for Grindelwald's expulsion for the first time, looked at him with a frown of disapproval and said, you never told me that you drove your classmates crazy before you were expelled from school. If I had to tell you the truth, would you still be friends with me at that time? Grindelwald raised an eyebrow and looked at Dumbledore and said. Peter felt restless at this point, and only felt that his big light bulb was a little too bright. He quickly coughed a few times and asked Grindelwald directly, since you have said these things, you must not just talk about them. Mr. Grindelwald, then please state your request. As long as the requirements are reasonable, the principal will consider it. Isn't it, Headmaster Dumbledore? Dumbledore nodded, looked at Grindelwald and said, if you can succeed in stripping the soul without harming the living, I can grant your request. Of course, it is a reasonable request that will not hurt others. Looking at Dumbledore's serious expression, Grindelwald sneered and said, you don't have to worry that I will ask you to let me go and thus let the tiger return to the mountain. I am just a surviving loser now, and no matter what I do, I will not change the result. So, you can rest assured. Then he turned to look at Peter, who was watching the play, and pointed at him, saying, I have only one request, and that is that he promises to be my successor, the new leader of the Saints. What? Peter looked stunned at the fingers pointing to himself. You made me the new leader of the Saints. Mr. Grindelwald, are you not joking? Peter said in disbelief. Dumbledore was also full of surprise. He was ready to deal with the problem that Gellert asked, but he did not expect him to make such a surprising request. I'm not kidding, Mr. York. Grindelwald shook his head, his eyes fixed on Peter, sighed and said, I'm just a man of old age now, maybe one day I'll die. But I don't trust my followers, who have waited for me for decades, one who never gave up, just that I let them down. So I need to find a qualified new leader for them who can provide them with protection. So, Mr. York, would you like to be my successor, to take over my leadership and protect the Saints? Peter looked at Grindelwald's expectant gaze, quickly waved his hand and smiled bitterly. Mr. Grindelwald, you are too high to look at me, I can't bear such a heavy responsibility. A group like the Saints, except for your own leadership, probably no one else can control it. You better ask for another cleverness. Grindelwald looked at Peter with a resolute refusal, thinking he was looking down on the Saints, and explained, Mr. York, you should not underestimate the power of the Saints, for though decades have passed, the power of the Saints has not weakened much. And the Saints are not just a group, but a legion of wizards that I have formed, and they were once the most powerful forces in the world, and no ministry of magic can resist it. After I was defeated and imprisoned, the Saints automatically disappeared into the shadows and were not liquidated. Some of their members are now high-ranking members of the ministries of magic in various countries, and they will obey my orders again whenever I call them. As long as you succeed me in my place, you will have the rights and positions that everyone dreams of, and you will become the leader of the Saints, and countless people will obey your orders and cut thorns for you. Looking at Peter indifferently, Grindelwald pointed at Dumbledore and said, if you don't believe me, ask him. I voluntarily imprisoned Newmengard on the condition that they promise not to liquidate my followers, and Arbus knew of my saintly power and that he could testify on my behalf. Peter looked at Dumbledore, who nodded with a complicated face. Peter looked at this scene, shook his head helplessly, and said, Mr. Grindelwald, if you ask for another request, I will not be your heir. The power of the Saints is indeed very coveted, but I, a lazy man, cannot lead such a large group. And the goal of the Saints has always been you. How can anyone else take your place as their leader? Peter looked at the Phoenix Thor, who was full of black magic, and after a moment of silence, his palm spread upwards, and a red golden flame emerged from the palm of his hand, which looked mysterious and mysterious in the night. He showed Grindelwald, this is the fire of Nirvana, which has the effect of regenerating Nirvana. Mr. Grindelwald, as long as you are willing to strip Voldemort of Voldemort's soul for this phoenix, I will give it to you and help you rebuild your immortal body. Looking at the faint but full of life flame in the palm of their hands, both Grindelwald and Dumbledore shifted their eyes to it, observing the fire of Nirvana with surprise and curiosity, and then looking at Peter with great surprise. Are you really willing to exchange the fire of Nirvana? Grindelwald could hardly believe that Peter would be so generous. After all, this is an immortal substance. Who does not want it? Of course, as long as you agree, this Phoenix Nirvana fire is yours. Peter nodded. This Nirvana fire in his hand, a small part of the Nirvana fire he had taken from Voldemort's hand, was now partially fused by him, strengthening his origin, and there were still some that had not yet been fused. Phoenix Thor sensed the familiar fire of Nirvana, cried out in excitement, and jumped to fly to the palm of Peter's hand to eat the Nirvana fire that originally belonged to him. It's just a pity that the wings and feathers are not aligned, and no matter how you incite the wings, you can't fly. Okay Thor, don't be in such a hurry, this is for you. Peter softly put the flame in the palm of his hand in front of the young phoenix, only to see it can't wait to open its mouth to suck towards the flame, and in the blink of an eye, the fire of Nirvana in the palm of his hand was sucked into the belly of the young phoenix. The phoenix soul was covered in red light, and the increase of the origin made its body to the naked eye. The visible speed grows, from the size of a chicken to a feathered little phoenix. Thor watched his changes, very happy, flapping his wings and flying up, making a pleasant chirping sound. But then he flew over Peter's shoulder, chirped, and flapped Peter's face with his wings, his little eyes glaring at Peter, obviously expressing displeasure. Well done. Soul, is the rest of the Nirvana fire owed first? Don't be so stingy, I only used part of it. No, I don't mean to be ignorant, that is, to exist here with me for the time being, and then return it to you later. Don't get angry, Thor. Oops, don't peck me in the face. The two old men watched Peter being bullied by a bird, their expressions surprised and amused. It was hard to appease the grumpy phoenix, and Peter finally breathed a sigh of relief. This old phoenix that had lived for hundreds of years was really not good to fool, and promised a bunch of unequal conditions, before it stopped, no longer chasing after himself to beg for the remaining fire of Nirvana. He summoned a wisp of Nirvana fire from the palm of his hand again, suppressed with the other hand. Thor, who wanted to rush up and swallow it, turned to Grindelwald and smiled. What, Mr. Grindelwald, would you like to make this deal with me? As long as you can help me get rid of the soul piece on Thor's body, this Nirvana fire is yours. Grindelwald walked over, looked at the red gold flame in Peter's hand, and exclaimed, "It's such a mouth-watering thing, even I am impressed." But then he glanced at the calm-looking Dumbledore and said quietly, "Arbus, do you think I need to agree to this deal?" Dumbledore looked at him dryly and said, "This is your own choice, and I have no right to decide for you." Grindelwald raised an eyebrow and said playfully, "I remember that you have a phoenix of your own, do you need my help? I think it's very convincing to let your phoenix, to share its flame of Nirvana with you. In this way, you can supervise me for a long time and prevent me, the most evil Dark Lord, from destroying the stability of the wizarding world again. No, Gellert, I think death is an unknown and great adventure, and living alone for a long time in the world, I want to go to another world and be with my family, which is the best choice for me." Dumbledore shook his head in refusal. "So you'd rather die than live forever? Is it because you want to be with your family? You don't have anyone worth staying in the human world anymore, right?" Grindelwald said in a cold tone, and as soon as his sleeve was thrown back on the iron bed, he said in an eviction tone, "Mr. York, take back your fire of Nirvana. I am a captive old man, I can't use this kind of thing. If you want to save the phoenix, agree to my previous conditions, or please leave, I need to rest." Good fellow, Peter only felt that the atmosphere was strange at this time, and he wanted to get out of here quickly. He picked up Phoenix Thor and bid farewell to Grindelwald. "Then I will say goodbye first, Mr. Grindelwald. If you want to make a deal with me one day, you can use this double-sided mirror to notify me." Peter just put down a double-sided mirror and was about to leave. But he was stopped by a long silent Dumbledore, who looked at Peter and exhorted, "Peter, you may consider Gellert's request. With your strength and wisdom, you can suppress these saints and lead them to the right path. You may be able to change the end of the saints." "Dumbledore, how can I even you?" Peter was surprised. "Listen to me, Peter." Dumbledore interrupted, looking at Peter in a sincere tone. "Now that the Ministry of Magic is unreliable, and on the Death Eater's side, in addition to the support of the mercenary community, Voldemort is still recruiting on a large scale. Now that Voldemort no longer has weaknesses, he will start acting even more recklessly. The two of us could be on a par with Voldemort, but the others couldn't resist the threat of the Death Eaters. So we need power now, and the Saints are a force to be reckoned with, and you can lead them to join us. When we finally win, the Saints will also wash away the sins of the past, so that they can go to the outside world with dignity instead of hiding their identities as before. At that time, if you really don't want to lead the Saints anymore, you can safely disband them so that they no longer have to live in the shadows. I think that's why Gellert chose you." Gellert nodded, looked at Peter and said, "Arbus is partly right. I want you to inherit my throne and become the leader of the Saints because you have enough strength to suppress them, but also because you can protect them. I am now trapped in Numungard and cannot leave here, and the Saints desperately need a powerful leader to carry them forward, instead of waiting for me for decades as before, and finally dying with regret. Believe me, Peter York, as long as you are willing to accept the Saints, they will be your strongest helpers and help you solve all your problems. If you want to rule the wizarding world one day, they will be your most powerful tools." Feeling Dumbledore's disgruntled gaze, Grindelwald coughed dryly. Sound, continuing in a seductive tone, said, "Your current strength is already comparable to Arbus's, but you should feel that the magic world still does not attach as much importance to you as he does. Just because you're just one person, and Arbus still has his Order of the Phoenix. Even if your strength is very strong, but without the power bonus, the achievement of fighting alone is still inferior to the person who has the power. Just like the Voldemort that everyone fears in your England, if there is no Death Eater, if he is alone, he will not become the Dark Lord that the cold people fear. When I first decided to change the world, I started out alone, but I didn't achieve anything. After some setbacks, I understood the important role of the team. So I gathered like-minded people around the world to form fearsome saints, and even the most powerful British Ministry of Magic and the American Magical Congress did not dare to confront us head-on. So if you want to do something big, you need a force to assist you, otherwise it will be difficult for you alone, no matter how powerful you are, to succeed. The problem is that I don't have that much ambition, Mr. Grindelwald. Peter smiled bitterly. I just want to continue studying magic and don't want to rule anyone or become the Dark Lord or anything like that. Don't be naive, Peter York. Grindelwald's sharp eyes pierced Peter and he said, I can see that you would love to stay out of it, but as long as you are not a mediocre person, many contradictions will be inevitable. Especially after you announced the secret of Phoenix Nirvana's eternal life, many people were eager to do something to you. Although temporarily jealous of your strength, as long as time goes on, those who desire eternal life will go crazy and hit you with their ideas again. They may not dare to do anything to you directly, but those who are ambitious and cunning can always find various ways to restrain you, and then your hemp will continue to flow. But if you have your own power, these troubles can be largely avoided. And at this point, my saints can help you. Aren't you now troubled by Voldemort and the Death Eaters? As long as you have the help of the saints, even if you can't kill Voldemort, you can still make him the commander of the single stick. Voldemort without the Death Eaters is like a tiger without teeth that can no longer threaten you. Think about it, Peter York, said Grindelwald firmly, that taking over the saints is only good for you, not harmful, and you may not be afraid of trouble on your own, but what about your relatives and friends? You alone cannot guarantee their safety. Only with the power to shock the world, those ambitious people dare not easily hit you with their ideas. After listening to Grindelwald's words, Peter was also a little moved. He could indeed feel the convenience brought by the power. Once he had inquired about the source of those magical beasts in order to fuse the blood of the body animals, but since he had taken over the Hemen Rozier and mastered the power of the Rozier family, he had never bothered about the magical beasts anymore. Even Rozier solved a lot of troubles for him. Compared with the saints, Rozier's power is insignificant, and if he can master the saints' power, he may be able to solve Voldemort and his Death Eaters as soon as possible, and these dregs of the province are constantly bouncing around, which annoys him. Mr. Grindelwald, don't you forget that these saints are your loyal followers, and would they be willing to submit to a young man like me? Peter said, and now that more than 50 years have passed, how can you be confident that the saints will still answer your call? Do you know that people's hearts are changeable, let alone a long 50 years? In the face of Peter's questioning, Grindelwald seemed very calm. He said, I believe that there are indeed some people in this long waiting time. The thinking has changed, but these people are only a small part. The saints have never been a fallen and scattered organization. We have a common will and ideals. Even if I am gone, they will continue to see Kent as my retreat. Then he looked at Peter with a smile. Of course, if you want them to surrender to you sincerely, it's up to you. I will only declare you heir in the name of the chief, who may accept you for my reasons. But if you want them to really recognize you, you have to rely on your own strength and means. Then what if I can't suppress them? Peter asked curiously. That only means that you are incapable of taking over the saints, said Grindelwald indifferently, and when the time comes, let the saints die with me. Well, now let me summon these subordinates who have been anonymous for decades, and see how many others will respond. Grindelwald pulled out his wand and waved it out the window, and a huge black veil-like drapery fluttered in the sky, with a silver sign of the Deathly Hallows. Alas, I have not yet promised to be your successor. How did you summon the saints first? Peter looked at it for a moment and then said disapprovingly, Oh, is it? But I just heard you say yes before casting a spell to summon it. Grindelwald said in confusion, then shrugged and said, Now that I have made a call, it is too late for you to regret it, so let's wait for them to arrive here. You cut first and play later, without my consent. Peter breathlessly said that he felt that he was being pit by the old of Grindelwald, and he looked at the bright and dangling black veil outside and was eager to flee immediately. But Grindelwald seemed to see through his thoughts, and sneered, Don't think about running away now that I've called for it. The saints are already on their way to come and you can't go anywhere before they see you, the heir. And, being my successor, this is how many people's dream goal. You still look disgusted. If you can't find another suitable candidate, you think I'll give it to you? Grindelwald said without anger. Then he looked at Peter with schadenfreude and said, My calling can be seen by other wizards except the saints. So before long, the ministries of magic in Europe will probably panic, and the name of you, the heir to Grindelwald, will spread throughout Europe overnight, and then it will be up to you. Chet? Peter almost didn't explode. Grindelwald's notoriety on the European continent was no different from Voldemort's in England. He fears that he will soon become an enemy of Europe. When a huge black veil rose above Newmount, at the same time across Europe, a black veil embroidered with silver Death Hallows fluttered in the sky like a flag, attracting the attention of many wizards. The young wizard did not know the meaning of this sign and thought it was a celebration, so he asked the older wizard next to him curiously what kind of sign it was. The wizard who had experienced the Grindelwald period, seeing this flag, suddenly changed his face, as if recalling the most terrifying memory, and immediately took his family home with a phantom transfiguration. Oh my god, Grindelwald is back? Run! On the Magic Street, a panic was suddenly set off, the original lively crowd. In a short while the kung fu disappeared. Even the shop owner also closed the door of the store. Hiding with the clerk, the store did not dare to go out. The young clerk, who was pulled in through the window, saw the flag in the sky outside, and asked the old store manager next to him with puzzled questions, "Manager, why do you see that flag and look so scared? Does it have any meaning?" The old shopkeeper looked at the black veil curtain outside in horror, and the trembling voice whispered, "That's the sign of the saint. It's Grindelwald summoning his army? Oh my god, I thought he was dead. 50 years later, I didn't expect such a terrible thing to happen again." Grindelwald. The young clerk had heard his name, but he had never experienced the Grindelwald era, and he did not have much fear of the Dark Lord, but with the psychology of onlookers, he said in amazement, "Didn't Grindelwald say that he was imprisoned in Newcastle? Did he escape from prison? He must be very old now. Can he still wield a magic wand?" "Shut up, Eric, don't get me in trouble." The shopkeeper was so frightened that he quickly stopped him from continuing to talk nonsense. "You have never experienced what happened in those days. Naturally you don't know the strength of Grindelwald and his army. The whole of Europe is creeping at his feet, and no one dares to oppose him. Because those who oppose are dead." While many wizards were frightened by Grindelwald's sign, some of them were thrilled. A one-armed old man who runs a drunken dream of death in the old bookstore. When he sees the black veil drapery floating in the sky, his drunken eyes suddenly wake up. His eyes are wide and he looks directly at the conspicuous Deathly Hallows sign on the black veil, and then his eyes are red, tears flow out, and a hoarse voice murmurs, "Finally. Finally waiting for this day? Chief, he didn't forget us." Then he didn't even close the door of the store, and he left directly phantom shapeshift. At the same time, the small traders who set up stalls on the side of the street, the old people who teased their children and grandchildren in the manor, and the retired old aurors and other various figures put down their hands and quickly disappeared in the same place after seeing the sign of the Deathly Hallows. Of course, there are some people, after seeing this sign, there is a look of hesitation or resistance on their faces. They have lived in peace and stability for decades, and they no longer have the spirit of the year, and after seeing this summoning sign, they are reluctant in their hearts. But in the end, he got up with a complicated expression and rushed towards the summoning ground. The ministries of magic of European countries were now in chaos, and the ministers rushed back to the ministries of magic overnight, hurrying to deal with this sudden incident. The severity of Grindelwald's sudden summoning of his saints after decades of peace and security has left ministries of magic restless. In a secret conference room, French Minister of Magic Bernard was sitting precariously at a huge stone table with several stone basins filled with clear water, which had magically condensed into the appearance of the ministers of magic of European countries, and they were urgently contacted remotely because of Grindelwald's affairs. "I think you all know the reason why I urgently contacted you." The French Minister Bernard looked at the ministers with a serious look and said, "It is extraordinary that Grindelwald, which has been silent for more than 50 years, suddenly summoned his saints. Most of us have lived through the Great War of that year, and if Grindelwald is really returned, Europe will probably make waves again. So we need to figure out how to deal with it as soon as possible and think about how to solve this crisis." Most of the ministers looked solemn, but the young Polish Minister of Magic had a different opinion, saying, "Don't you look up to Grindelwald too much. If it had been 50 years ago, we would have really needed to take it very seriously. But now is no more than it was then, and 50 years is enough time to change a lot of things. Not to mention that he had been imprisoned in Neumont for decades and was already dying of old age. It is said that his followers at that time were basically hundreds of years old, and they did not die of old age or live for several years. A group of old people, whether they can hold the wand is a problem. If you are really worried, we can send out the aurors together, form an army, follow the saints to Newmangard, and then capture Grindelwald." To his words, the Greek Minister of Magic snorted coldly, "Young man, do you think the saints are all waste? Don't forget that the magic of wizards grows with age, and they may be disadvantaged by their age, but when it comes to fighting, 3 aurors working together against a saint is a matter of winning. What's more, Grindelwald's strength was very strong, almost no one was his opponent. If it were not for Dumbledore's efforts to turn the tide and defeat him in the duel, no one would know what the ending would be like. Now do you expect the aurors to be able to capture the mighty Grindelwald? Then you might as well pray that he return to prison." When the Polish Minister of Magic heard this, he knew that his vision was short-sighted, but he still said, "Since it was Dumbledore who captured Grindelwald, then we can also go to him for help this time." French Minister Bernard looked at a stone basin inscribed with England, shook his head and said heavily, "Now the British side is too busy to take care of itself. They have a dark wizard named Voldemort, who is said to be powerful, equal to Dumbledore, so it should not be easy to call him." The Romanian minister glanced at the ministers of the week and said in surprise, "Britain is too busy with the civil war to come to the meeting. I can understand, but what about Germany? How come their minister, Florian, didn't show up today?" Bernard looked at the vacant German position and said with a more solemn look, "When Florian was elected German Minister of Magic, there was news that he was a saint, but it did not make much waves. After all, Grindelwald had been imprisoned in Newmangard for more than 30 years. But today such an important thing happened, and he did not come to participate. I suspect that the news that he is a saint is true, and even that he is now probably on his way to Newmangard, preparing to go over to welcome Grindelwald out." "What? Mr. Bernard, is this true?" The other ministers could not sit still and looked at him in astonishment. You must know that among these ministries of magic, the strength of the ministries of magic of Britain, France, and Germany is among the most advanced in Europe. If the German minister were a saint, that would be shocking news. In this way, the German Ministry of Magic is really in the hands of Grindelwald. That's the worst news for them. Although there is no evidence, based on the information I have, this speculation is not far from 10. Bernard nodded solemnly, and Florian's father, who was one of Grindelwald's most important saints, did not survive the final battle. But apparently his son, Florian, inherited his will, so we had to be prepared for the German Ministry of Magic to side with the saints. I can't figure out one thing. The Romanian minister frowned and said, Grindelwald has shown no sign of a comeback in decades, and it is a little strange why it is so sudden to jump out now. Although his strength is strong, he is indeed very old now. Does he still want to do something in the last few years of his life? Yeah, that's weird. He hadn't moved in more than 50 years, and it was so unusual that he was about to die of old age. Other ministers also expressed surprise. Could it be that he has really achieved Nirvana rebirth, thus becoming younger? The Italian minister said suddenly, speculating uncertainly, you should all know that there is a young wizard named Peter York in England who announced that the fire of Phoenix Nirvana can make people immortal, and many wizards have gone to look for it. Previously, in the Sicilian volcano in our country, the trace of a phoenix was found, and many wizards went to fight for it. In the end, I heard that the saints fought for the phoenix. Could it be that Grindelwald really had an immortal body, so he was not willing to stay in prison anymore? Oh my god, I don't want it to be true. The minister said with uneasiness, if Grindelwald really achieves immortality and starts a war again, it will be a disaster for the wizarding world. So what do we do now? Is there any way to stop Grindelwald? A minister asked worriedly, you should not want to repeat what happened 50 years ago, and will we surrender to Grindelwald as before? It is likely that our seats will be replaced by that time. After a heated discussion, some advocated a joint crusade against Grindelwald and the saints, some said that peace could be negotiated with Grindelwald, and some said that they would wait and see. But in the end, the idea of waiting and watching prevailed. Now that the wizarding world has been stable for decades, ministers don't want chaos during their tenure. After listening to the choice of the ministers, Bernard sighed and said, then we now unify our views, that is, to wait and see what happens, and to monitor Newmengard at all times while being vigilant. If Grindelwald really wants to start another war, then together we will unite and suppress the saints. At the same time, we need to contact foreign aid as soon as possible. Hasn't the US Magical Congress always wanted to set up their dominant international magical parliament? As long as they can stop Grindelwald for us, we can consider joining in. There was also the possibility of contacting the British Ministry of Magic, and it was possible to draw Dumbledore over Grindelwald, and even Peter York could see if he could invite him, and it was said that his strength was also very strong, and he had suffered a lot of losses to Voldemort. Such a character, we cannot ignore. Agree. I agree. Just do it. Ministers of Magic agreed. At this time, outside the castle of Newmengard, there were already saints who were close by, and they had come here with phantom transfiguration, and they were excitedly watching the huge flag flying above the castle, waiting quietly below. With the sound of phantom shapeshifting, saints kept coming, automatically lining up in a neat line. On the tower, Peter looked through the window at the increasing number of people below, and with some surprise turned back to Grindelwald and said, I didn't expect that after so many years, there would be so many of your saints, and that there would be at least 1,000 people below who had arrived. It seems that your means of winning people's hearts and minds are very powerful, Mr. Grindelwald. Grindelwald shook his head and said, Peter, you are wrong, not mine, but ours, and even the future is yours. As long as you can get them to follow you sincerely, you will have the most determined help in the world. And these numbers are nothing. At first my followers were all over the world, the number of saints exceeded tens of thousands, and the Ministry of Magic of any country did not dare to contend with me. Then he glanced at the silent Dumbledore and said in a somewhat mocking tone, until they found Arbus, put him on the profile of the leader of the alliance against me, and then gave me a separate duel invitation. My career finally came to an abrupt end, or the world might have changed. But your tactics are too drastic, Gellert. You will kill all those who oppose you, and if you continue like this, the wizarding world will not need to fall but will be destroyed directly in your hands. Dumbledore frowned and retorted, you proposed that wizards be above muggles, which is impossible. You only saw the rise of muggles in the future and squeezed the space of wizards, but you never thought about the connection between muggles and wizards. You're just rudely trying to change the situation with war. Then he pointed at Peter and asked, Peter himself is muggle-born, can you ask him if he will agree to turn his muggle relatives into slaves of wizards? No. Peter looked at Grindelwald and shook his head firmly. It would have been impractical to let a few wizards rule over muggles. In the Middle Ages, wizards could not rule over muggles with iron tools, let alone in the 20th century, after muggles mastered earth-destroying weapons. Moreover, almost half of the wizards were muggle-born or mixed race, and they all had muggle relatives, which was impossible to agree. Grindelwald looked at Dumbledore and Peter and shook his head. Maybe I was wrong, but I don't regret my choice. Because if I don't try to struggle, I don't want to watch the wizarding world gradually decline. But since it's all in the past, no amount of entanglement is useful. Then he looked at Peter with a smile and said, from now on, I will put the saints in charge of you. Whichever path you will take them to is up to you, and I will not meddle in it. I'm afraid it's not easy. Peter looked at the crowd below and the cries of Grindelwald and smiled. They are all your faithful in Grindelwald, and if you want them to change me to leader, they will probably be dissatisfied. Peter was a little moved to take over the forces of the Saints, but he was not obsessed. Unlike Voldemort, who used inducements and power to win over Death Eaters, Grindelwald relied on his charisma to conquer his followers. Therefore, if these faithful Grindelwald are to recognize a young man as the leader, even if Grindelwald himself appoints, I am afraid it will be difficult to get their sincere recognition. However, if he really accepted the Saint's words, Peter did not have much pressure, and those who disobeyed simply used their strength to fight down, and if they really could not do it, they would directly disband. Of course, the premise is after Grindelwald has completely dissolved the soul fragments in the Phoenix's body. The moonlight was thin, and under the castle of Newmount, there was a crowd of people under the black pressure, about 4,000 or 5,000 people, most of whom were members of the 7-year-old and 10-year-old figures, but some of them were young people following the older saints, like their descendants. Almost. Grindelwald waved his wand and conjured up a timeline to look at it. After the circle, he waved slowly at the black veil in the sky, only to see it slowly float down and land directly in front of the castle, enveloping the entire castle and plunging the castle into darkness. Then, starting from the entrance of the castle, the braziers on each wall automatically ignited, and the blue flames illuminated the entire castle mysteriously. When the saints below saw this, their expressions were excited and solemn, and they entered the castle in a neat and orderly row. And the only line that comes out above is for the greater good. Shine an inexplicable light under the flames. Grindelwald nodded at himself with his wand, only to see that the tattered robe instantly turned into an elegant and gorgeous dark blue coat, with leather boots on his feet, and even the messy white shoulder-length hair became supple, and in the blink of an eye, he changed from a scruffy old man to a domineering handsome old man. He smiled at Dumbledore and Peter's invitation. Let's go down. We can't let them wait too long. I'm not going. I'm not fit to show up. Dumbledore shook his head in refusal. Well, also, if outsiders saw that the bright and mighty Dumbledore and the dark wizard Grindelwald were mixed up, it would really shock the big teeth. Grindelwald said in a mocking tone, not surprisingly. Then he turned to look at Peter, made an invitation, smiled and said, please, my successor. Let my believers meet their new leaders. At night, in the dim light, thousands of wizards gathered in the first-floor hall of Newmungard, eagerly waiting for the leader's arrival. Not long after, the flames in the castle instantly lit up, and along with the illumination of the firelight, a tall figure slowly walked down from the upper floor. His appearance suddenly brought tears to the eyes of many people present, looking at him as if in a dream. I haven't seen each other in more than 50 years, my brothers and sisters. Grindelwald smiled and opened his hand and said, thank you for answering the call of my old man, even if he is no longer the figure he once was, but just a man who is slowly decaying in prison. No, leader, you are still the perfect leader in my heart. An old witch said excitedly, looking at the old man's Grindelwald with reverence in her eyes. Oh, thank you Anna, after so many years, your words are always so full of warmth. Grindelwald said to the old witch kindly and gently. The old witch looked at Grindelwald's recognition of herself, and asked excitedly in disbelief, Chief, do you remember me? God, Grindelwald remembers me? The old witch was very excited, and her thin body was constantly shaking, making people afraid that her bones would fall apart when she was excited. Of course, dear Anna, how could I not remember that cute little girl in the first place? Grindelwald gently touched the old witch's white hair, and then sighed and said, it's just that the years have flown by, and the little girl back then has now become an old man, and I almost can't recognize you. Then Grindelwald greeted the group of old people standing at the front one by one. Cornell, Chatham, Leno, it's a pleasure to see you. I thought you had already fallen asleep. Several old people looked at Grindelwald and said with choked excitement, we haven't seen you leader, how can you be willing to die like this? Now that we finally see your call, we old guys are here non-stop. As long as you give an order, the leader, we will use this remnant to cut through the thorns and thorns for you again. No need, Cornell, you've done enough for me. Grindelwald sighed and shook his head and said. Then he turned his head to look at the thousands of people gathered in the hall, and his voice echoed in everyone's ears loudly and not harshly. In the past 50 years, I know that some of you have hidden silently, some have formed families, some have been running for me, and some have died early and failed to wait for my call. But the fact that you are here shows that you have not forgotten me, and that is very gratifying. Of course, I know that there are a few people who did not come. Grindelwald's seemingly peaceful but actually sharp eyes swept over the vacant position behind and said in a lost tone, but I don't blame them. Because I broke my word, I did not fulfill the promise I made to you. You are understandably disappointed in me. But when I summon you here today, the first thing I want to ask is, Grindelwald's heterochromatic eyes shone with a strange light under the flames and asked, are your hearts as faithful as they were 50 years ago, Chief? All the saints fell to their knees to show their loyalty. Especially the few old people at the head of the front row, their eyes looked at Grindelwald meticulously, and said under oath, Chief, our loyalty to you has never changed. And it will never change. Good. I am very pleased with your loyalty. Grindelwald had a satisfied smile on his face. Chief, you summoned us here today, are you going to officially walk out of here? The old man with the severed arm at the head asked excitedly, we have finally ushered in our king again. I'm so happy, I never thought there would be another day like this. Calm down, Joseph. Grindelwald looked at him with a smile and said, then turned to look up the stairs and said to the top, Peter, come down and meet people, don't be shy, you will always have to meet these people sooner or later. Hearing this, the saints looked upstairs in confusion. Could it be that besides them, there were other people in this castle? And on the stairs, after a while, there was a sound of calm footsteps, and the saints watched a very handsome young man come down the stairs, and seemingly reluctantly complained to their leader, Gellert, don't use such disgusting adjectives to talk about me, I'm just embarrassed to disturb your gathering. Peter walked down without hurry, looking at the saints in this room full of thousands of people. His eyes did not have the slightest panic, but after sweeping these saints, he laughed and ridiculed Grindelwald. In this way, it feels like entering an elderly community. It's really strange that a young man like me is here. Chief, this is... Joseph, who was the leader, looked at the young man who was joking with Grindelwald in surprise, and couldn't help but wonder about his identity. It's rude, you should call me master. Grindelwald knocked Peter's head unhappily, and then introduced to the saints with a smile, this is my heir Peter York. Peter was confused by him. When did he recognize him as a master? And the relationship between himself and him, when did he become so close? Peter directly and vigilantly retorted, when did I recognize you as a master? Grindelwald, don't confess relationships, especially in front of so many people, don't let people misunderstand. Gellert smiled, showed a triumphant smile, looked at him and said, haven't you already promised to be my heir? Of course you have to call me master. After all, the heir relationship, in addition to father and son, is a master-apprentice relationship. Unless you want to make me a godfather, then I don't mind being over 100 years old, and a teenage son like you. You think beautifully. Peter was directly upset. This old guy actually pitted himself, and wanted to recognize himself as a son, so he just flicked his sleeves and left. You play by yourself, I won't do it. Anyway, it's not me who urgently needs to solve the Horcruxes. It's not up to you, but it's because of you that I summoned them over. Now you want to pick a pick, this is not going to work. Gellert's face suddenly changed, and he said strongly, now there has been a lot of trouble outside because of my summons, they have hidden their identities for decades, and now they are exposed, you have to be responsible for them. 433. You're buying and selling, Grindelwald. Peter was also a little angry, and he sneered, you exchanged with me for healing my phoenix, I just thought about it a little, and you decided for me. Now I still want to dump the exposure of the saints on me, which is quite beautiful to think. Why don't you ask yourself, summoning a saint and making a big fanfare, for fear that others will not know. Voldemort, who was more arrogant than you, came back with no scruples as you. Grindelwald looked at Peter so faceless, his face also became cold, and threatened, don't you want to save that phoenix? That poor little guy was used by you and is not ready to save it now? Facing the moody Grindelwald, Peter looked upstairs with a smile and snorted coldly, Thor is a phoenix, it can never die. Anyway, the person who is in a hurry to destroy the Horcrux is not me, I slowly spend years, decades, or even centuries to crack it, and I am not short of that time. You slowly hold a gathering of the elderly here, I will go back first without attending. Peter turned and was about to walk towards the gate. Newmungard is not something you can come and go whenever you want, Peter York. Grindelwald's cold voice came from behind Peter, I admire you for being willing to let you be my heir, don't be ignorant. Peter stopped, turned his head to look at the wand in Grindelwald's hand, and chuckled, what, you want to do something with me? Saying that, he raised the wand in his hand and opposed him from a distance, I just suddenly feel as if we haven't officially had a duel yet, and now I can take this opportunity to feel your strength. Grindelwald stared at Peter aggressively and said, his heterochromatic pupils full of fighting interest. Then I also want to see if you, the Dark Lord, live up to your name. Peter was also stirred up to fight. He had only fought Voldemort before, and now he was trying the strength of this first Dark Lord. The surrounding saints were confused by this scene. How did the two who seemed to have a good relationship just now suddenly become tense? Especially that young man is also called the heir by Grindelwald. Why does this young man look reluctant? But looking at the appearance of the two about to fight, the wizards around the two retreated one after another, freeing up space. But because Grindelwald was their leader, the saints drew their wands and aimed them at Peter, who wanted to do something to their leader. For them, anyone who goes against the leader dies. Peter looked at the countless wands aimed at him around him, and did not dare to underestimate their strength, quickly erected a super strong talisman charm, and quietly opened the petrified eye and death sound skills. As long as they moved, he would solve them mercilessly. Stop! This is my business with him, and whoever dares to do something to him will die. Grindelwald roared loudly, looking at the surrounding saints with a threatening look in his eyes. Seeing Grindelwald angry, the saints' hearts tightened, and they did not dare to point their wands at Peter again, and they stepped back one after another, giving up a large space, quietly looking at the two opposing people. And several old people with higher status among the saints, looking at Grindelwald's reaction, were even more curious about this young man. They wanted to see how strong this young man was, worthy of the chief's attention, and even declared him his heir in front of them. Since you don't do it first, then I'll do it, boy. Grindelwald sneered and shot a black magic bolt at him first. Seeing this, Peter was no longer polite, and quickly summoned a giant flame, and then changed, and several fire horses rushed towards Grindelwald with flames. Transfiguration is good, it seems that Arbus taught you very well. Grindelwald said praisefully, and then gently waved his wand, and countless water vapors floated from the window, quickly gathering together to form a cloud of water. The wand stretched up and down into a wooden bow, and the water mass turned into several water arrows, which he put on the bow and shot hard, straight at several fire horses rushing over. Looking at the fallen fire horse, Brother Peter Yi flashed behind Grindelwald, threw a stun spell at him, and taunted, "My transfiguration was taught by Professor McGonagall. You praised the wrong person." Grindelwald looked very old, but he reacted quickly and sensitively, and with a slight deviation of his body, he avoided Peter's spell, and said with a smile, that McGonagall is also a student that Arbus once taught, and of course you can be considered to have been taught by him. Then he shook his wand, and a small blue flame fell on the palm of his hand. The flame was full of hot and violent momentum, but in his hand, it seemed to have no warmth, and he was obediently controlled. "This is one of my best skills, you have to be careful, I can't be blamed for being burned to ashes," Grindelwald said with a smile, and then blew a breath towards the flames, and the blue fierce fire instantly grew when it met the wind, and from it flew out a fire crow condensed by the fierce fire, rattling towards Peter. Under Grindelwald's control, dozens of fierce fire crows were burning with fierce fire that could burn everything, fiercely pounced on Peter. Peter didn't want to be touched by these fire ravens, so he quickly teleported and disappeared in place, appearing beside Grindelwald, wanting to capture the thief first. But Grindelwald was obviously not an easy person to deal with. He just swiped his wand towards the ground, and the raging fire burned around him, enveloping him inside. He smiled smugly at Peter, waved his hand again, and many fire crows rushed out of the fierce fire again, rushing towards Peter. Seeing this situation, Peter couldn't help but admire Grindelwald's superb level of magic, and I am afraid that only he dared to play with the fierce fire between applause without being countered. But he is not a vegetarian either, and a few flashes dodged the fire crows that rush over. He waved his wand, cast all spells, conjured a huge net of fluorescent light, and headed towards Grindelwald and the fire crows. The flames on the fire crows did not have an effect on the silver net, but gradually suppressed the flames, so that the fluttering fire crows quickly extinguished and disappeared. Looking at the silver net coming towards him, Grindelwald praised, "It's really good, no wonder I can get Arbus's praise." As he spoke, his face became serious. "Be careful, I'm going to make real efforts this time, don't lose so quickly." Several spells flew out of the wand like machine guns, turning into dense attacks and shooting at Peter. "It's hard to say who wins or loses, Mr. Grindelwald." Peter snorted coldly, but looked at these spells with a strong black magic aura with a solemn expression, quickly flashing and moving in a limited space, avoiding these black magics. But when he just dodged these attacks, he was surprised to find that these spells that should have flown out came around again, as if positioning Peter, and continued to shoot at him. Peter successively used the armor curse to block it, and then dodged to the side, but to his surprise, the black magic that was resisted by the armor curse quickly turned a corner and continued to fly towards him. "How did you do it?" Peter kept dodging these spells, and asked Grindelwald not far away, who was remotely controlled, in surprise. He himself could make spells turn, but he had never seen the ability to make spells keep turning. "That's what I'm capable of, do you want to learn? If you want to learn, just admit defeat obediently and call me master, I may teach you this trick." Grindelwald laughed triumphantly. "Dream, think you can defeat me with this trick?" Peter snorted coldly, and then directly split into a doppelganger, directly threw him a wand, and then the two directly, one was responsible for defense, and the other attacked Grindelwald without scruples. Wow, the saints present were shocked to see the two Peter, they had never seen this kind of magic before. Especially seeing that both Peter can use magic attacks, this magical scene surprised everyone. Grindelwald was also very surprised, and then asked curiously, "What kind of magic is this trick of yours? It's amazing to be able to conjure up another version of yourself and use magic. Even more surprises are yet to come." Peter snorted coldly, and then conjured up another doppelganger, threw him a wand, and was responsible for attacking together. The three people cooperated tacitly. One was responsible for defense, one was responsible for attacking, and the other was responsible for assisting in the attack, so that Grindelwald kept retreating. The situation of the two sides being evenly matched, and Peter's side quickly gained the upper hand. The saints watching around saw the leader fall into the downwind, and suddenly their faces showed expressions of disbelief and worry. The invincible leader in their eyes actually faced a young man at a disadvantage. In their opinion, even if they were defeated by Dumbledore, it was all the leader's treachery that would leave them to duel with Dumbledore when the momentum was at its peak, and finally inexplicably imprisoned in Numangard, a prison they built themselves. So they never accept the fact that the leader was defeated by Dumbledore. But now in a head-on showdown, Grindelwald is at a disadvantage, which has taken a serious impact on their body and mind. If it hadn't been for the leader's strict order before, they would have been eager to work together to solve this person who could threaten the leader. But Grindelwald did not have a trace of anxious expression. He laughed and said, "It's really interesting. No wonder you are so confident. It turns out that there are such skills. Show me how many surprises you have that I don't know." He was full of momentum, no longer converged, and used all his strength to fight against Peter, and the fierce and dangerous black magic unceremoniously attacked Peter. The spell collided violently, and the vibration wave generated lifted all the nearby saints away. Seeing this, the others retreated one after another, giving up the wide space to the two who were fighting fiercely. "If you want to see it, let you see enough." Peter snorted coldly, only to see his body quickly become larger, more than 6 meters high. His head was about to press against the ceiling before stopping, and then under the protection of the doppelganger, he attacked Grindelwald very flexibly and quickly, holding the same enlarged wand in one hand to guard against attacks, and the other huge palm grabbed him, wanting to catch him. Looking at the actually looking Peter, Grindelwald's eyes lit up, and at the moment when Peter's huge palm grabbed it, he quickly conjured up a smooth black gauze drapery, leaked out of his fingers, and quickly enlarged along his arm, winding it towards Peter. But Peter instantly shrunk and turned into a man the size of a diced bean, dodged the drapery's wrap, and burned it with a fire. Then one turned into a phoenix, ignoring the barrier set by Grindelwald, and teleported directly in front of him, erupting thick golden flames from his mouth, and 2 sharp claws also hit him in the face. These actions all happened in a few blinks of an eye, so many saints could only watch with shocked eyes as Peter's various magical attacks and worries about the leader's situation. In the face of Peter's sudden attack, Grindelwald was also a little unprepared, but he was experienced in battle, and instinctively evaded Peter's attack in an instant, and also shot a deadly spell towards the phoenix Peter turned into. The two constantly teleported and grappled, constantly appearing in every part of the room, and unleashing the most dangerous attacks at each other, leaving no room behind. The traces of the hand, like a mortal enemy, just want to kill the other party. The saints were constantly retreating from this battle, and had to shrink to the corner of the hall, and joined forces to arrange a strong protective charm to avoid being affected by the attack of the two. But what surprised them was that although the attacks of the two were fierce, no magic spell flew towards them, and even the magic spell that was picked up to fly was intentionally or unintentionally landed on the unmanned position and wall. Joseph, are they really dueling, or is it just a comparison? The old witch Anna looked at the battle nervously and asked, very puzzled. To say that it is a comparison, these two people do not seem to keep their hands, and the moves are fatal attacks. But if it was a real death duel, the leader ordered them not to do anything against Peter, and even to Peter did not act like an enemy. This confused her very much. Joseph, who had a broken arm, although he also showed a worried expression, but still calm, pointed to the regular damage on the surrounding wall, and soothed, "Don't worry, the chief looks like he is testing that young man. Their attacks fell exactly where no one was, and they didn't affect us. Although it seems very dangerous, they should all be measured." Then he showed a bitter smile and said, "But obviously, the master, like us, did not expect this young man to be so powerful. I don't know where this young man came from. His strength is so strong at a young age, and he can even be equal to the leader. Then just now the chief said that he is the heir. What is the matter? Could it be that this young man was really chosen by the leader as his successor?" Anna, the old witch, said in confusion. "I don't know." Joseph shook his head and said, his eyes fixed on the two dueling on the field, "But I am sure that the reason why the chief summoned us today must have something to do with that young man." Suddenly, 2 constantly flashing figures suddenly stopped, and Peter's 2 doppelgangers, one disarmed Grindelwald's wand, and the other conjured a rope to tie his body directly. Just as Grindelwald easily broke free with wandless magic and recalled the wand that had fallen to the ground, Peter himself appeared directly in front of him, opening his 2 yellow snake eyes and staring at him coldly. "You lose," Peter said calmly. "How is it possible? Grindelwald also wanted to talk about himself. "I could still fight, and I was surprised to find that except for the head, the lower part of the body was rapidly petrified. In the blink of an eye, except for his head that can move, the rest of it is grey stone." He raised his head and looked shocked. "What kind of magic are you? Can actually petrify me?" "You lose, Grindelwald." Peter smiled and said, "If I hadn't collected my strength, you would have become a stone statue by now, and no one but me can unravel this petrification." Grindelwald tried to break free from the petrification, chanted an unknown spell, tried several times, but had no effect, and then stopped. Looking at him with surprise and appreciation, he exclaimed, "You really surprised me more and more. So many powerful and unheard of magic are actually mastered by you. No wonder you can make Voldemort regard you as a great enemy. It is a fitting decision to make you my heir." Looking at Grindelwald's enthusiastic eyes, Peter instantly remembered the rumored relationship between him and Dumbledore, got goosebumps, and quickly waved his hand without saying a word and said, "You better go and admire Dumbledore. I'm not good at this." When Grindelwald heard this, his face instantly darkened, and he said angrily, "Quickly undo the curse on my body. If you don't undo it, those people behind you will tear up you." Peter heard this, turned his head to look, and found that these saints, at this time, looked at him like a great enemy, wary and hostile. Peter had no doubt that if he made any next move to harm Grindelwald, they would rush forward and desperately attack themselves. Looking at these thousands of dead-eyed eyes, Peter wisely took out the bottle containing his own spit in his pocket, and then wiped it on the petrified place of Grindelwald. "What kind of potion are you?" It was able to defuse the petrification curse. Grindelwald looked at his rapidly regained flesh-colored body, looked at the vial containing the colorless liquid in surprise, and asked curiously, "Trust me, you won't want to know," Peter said with a sly smile. If it weren't for the fear of this group of wolf saints behind him, he could just open his mouth and spray, saving more trouble. Looking at Peter's expression, Grindelwald became more curious, but he still thought that this was Peter's secret recipe and was difficult to answer, so he wisely closed his mouth. Stretching his stiff body after being petrified, Grindelwald laughed, laughing very happily, not at all depressed expression after being defeated, but looked at the saints, patted Peter's shoulder and said, "Everyone, are you satisfied with the heir I chose for you? Remember, from today onwards, he is your new leader, my chosen successor for Grindelwald. He's Peter York." In the castle of Newmungard, in the White Hall, the eyes of thousands of saints were focused on Grindelwald and Peter on the stage. After Grindelwald declared Peter his successor and as the new leader of the saints, the presence was quiet. If Peter were simply declared heir, the saints would surely be very happy, because they had also seen Peter's great strength. With such a powerful heir, no matter which force the members of the force will be very happy. But the sudden announcement that he was the new leader of the saints caught many saints by surprise, especially these saints who had waited for Grindelwald for almost half their lives, and such loyalty made them unable to accept that the object of their allegiance had become someone else, even if it was someone stronger than the leader. Therefore, several saints at the head looked at Grindelwald in disbelief and asked, "Chief, you said that young Master York is the new leader. What about you? Where are you going?" "Me? Of course I'm staying here," Grindelwald said freely. "I haven't taken a step out of here for 50 years before, and naturally I won't leave now. My indifference to the saints for decades is a dereliction of duty on my part. But with Peter as your leader in the future, I believe he will succeed me and lead the saints to the path of light." When several leading saints heard his words, the excitement on their faces stopped abruptly, especially the old witch Anna shook her head frantically and said, "Chief, who you choose as your heir, we have no right to question. But our loyal people will always be you, and will not change. You made us convert, sorry, I can't do it." Several other saints also half knelt down and said to Grindelwald, "Chief, we have finally waited for your call. If you do not plan to go out, please allow us to stay in Newmungard as well. Any prison, as long as we can guard you, we will be satisfied." Looking at their determined expressions, Grindelwald's expression was indifferent. The momentum on his body exploded, and the cold momentum pressed on them. "Joseph, Anna, Kristoff, Stephen, you think my words are not good, you cannot obey, right?" The leading saints did not expect that the leader would suddenly attack. The burst of momentum made them only feel suffocated, difficult half kneeling on the ground, bearing Grindelwald's anger, although the body swayed, but still straightened his back, said with difficulty, "Head. Chief, our faith has always been you, and you let us suddenly change our faith for a lifetime. What is the same as killing us? If you think we are disobedient, please kill us. I just beg you to show us a little faithfulness and allow our bodies to be buried nearby, so that we can see and see. Do you think I won't kill you?" Grindelwald's murderous aura burst out, staring at several people with fierce eyes, and gritted his teeth and said. The wand in his hand was raised and pointed at them, ready to launch a spell at any time. "Please don't abandon us, chieftain." Seeing this, the other saints fell to their knees and cried out in unison in grief. Seeing thousands of saints kneeling down one after another, Grindelwald's fierce eyes also paused, especially looking at their old bodies and firm expressions. They couldn't help but take a few steps back, sighed, waved their hands and said in frustration, "It is indeed me who is sorry for you and abandoned you for more than 50 years without paying attention. It's understandable that you don't listen to me now. In this case, after today, everyone will be fine, and the title of saint will not exist. You all go back, live your days, don't have to come to me again. Today's gathering will be the last time we will meet." Hearing Grindelwald's lost and decisive tone, the saints present were immediately frightened, and several saints led by him excitedly climbed to Grindelwald's feet, grabbed the corner of his robe, and cried desperately, "Chief, we have always fought for the cause of saints, and we have never given up the heart to slacken. Why are you going to dissolve the saints?" Then looked at Peter, who had been silent with tears in his eyes, and nodded frantically to Grindelwald and said, "We are willing to obey your orders, Chief. Recognize young Master York as the new leader, and only beg the leader not to abandon us." "Yes, Chief, we are willing to follow young Master York's orders. As long as the leader does not abandon us and allows us to be buried in Newmungard after death, he can continue to guard you. I am willing to spend the last few years to assist young Master York, and I just ask the leader not to disperse the saints." One by one, the saints earnestly assured Grindelwald, promised to obey his orders, recognized Peter as the leader, and only prayed that he would not dissolve the saints and allow them to return to his side and continue to guard him after death. Peter, who felt that he was being disliked, suddenly felt bad when he looked at these 7, old and 80 saints sobbing one by one. Especially when I saw several very old saints crying breathlessly, as if they were about to turn their roots at any time, I only felt that I was full of sin. If he really took over the saints, the first thing he would do was to consider building a nursing home. After all, each of these thousands of old people can call grandpa. Even if he becomes a subordinate, he is embarrassed to command. Quickly shake off these messy thoughts, he hurried to Grindelwald's side. If he didn't solve this matter, he felt that he would become a pot man, afraid that he would be hated by this group of saints. After all, the biggest beneficiary on the scene was him, and if it weren't for him, Grindelwald wouldn't have burst out of the idea of stepping down as the leader of the saints. He glanced at Grindelwald, who started the figurine unhappily, and then said in a loud voice, "Don't be so excited, Mr. Grindelwald is only worried about you, so he let me temporarily manage the saints. You don't have to think of me as a new leader. I live in England all year round, so I don't have much time to manage the saints, so how you managed it in the past will remain the same in the future." Your leader will always be Mr. Grindelwald, and there is no need to recognize me as Lord. Hearing Peter's words, some saints who were originally resentful of Peter and thought that he had beguiled the leader gradually reduced their resistance to him. Joseph, the one-armed old wizard at the head, looked at Peter in disbelief and asked, "Young Master York, is what you said true? You really don't need us to declare loyalty to you?" The other saints also looked at Peter for a definite answer. Peter looked at these gray-haired saints one by one, and said with a smile, "Of course, this is just an agreement between me and Grindelwald." He was temporarily unable to leave Numangard and had no energy to maintain order among the saints outside, so he asked me to be the administrator. Besides, you are all old people, and you have followed Mr. Grindelwald for most of your life. Even if I believe that you will be loyal to me, you will not believe it yourself. So just treat it with a normal heart. You only need to treat me as an assistant to Mr. Grindelwald, and you don't need to announce it to me. Moreover, seeing that all of you are at least 60 or 70 years old, and recognizing me as Lord, I am embarrassed to command you. In Muggle society, this is the abuse of the elderly, and that is jail. Peter said jokingly, looking at them. Okay, let's all get up. Watching so many old people who can be my grandfather kneel in front of me, I feel like I'm going to break my life. Peter pretended to laugh exaggeratedly, and then raised his hand, and thousands of saints felt that they were being helped up by a force. The saints looked at Peter in shock. To be able to do this, in addition to having a huge amount of magic, it also requires a high degree of control over the magic power. No wonder it is a person who can fight head-on with the leader. The saints, who no longer cared about Peter at this time, were once again admired by his strength. As long as it is not to replace Grindelwald in their hearts, they are very happy to have such a powerful successor, and Grindelwald looked at Peter with displeasure at this time, thinking that he had sabotaged his plan. Originally, he wanted to put Peter in the position of leader in one step and replace him as the leader of the new generation of saints. But now, under Peter's agitation, this plan has come to an end. What are you doing, Peter? I am the leader of the saints, not my agent. If I need a surrogate, I can choose directly from the saints. Do I still need you? Grindelwald said angrily. Gellert, do you think that these saints who have lived half their lives can sincerely recognize me as a leader under your persecution? Peter asked directly. Your strength can crush them, and naturally you can make them obedient. As for wanting them to be loyal to you, it's up to you, isn't it? Grindelwald said reasonably. Peter rolled his eyes and said, I don't want to bother to subdue these old people, and the chances are slim. And I'm not the director of a nursing home, and then directing a group of rickety elderly people to fight for me. I have all observed, among your saints, there are actually people older than you. The old man who takes a step to catch his breath, I am afraid that he will burp directly without taking a breath. When he thought that he would lead a group of elderly people to fight around in the future, he was uneasy. Quickly shake this picture out of your head and let yourself stop thinking about it. What do you call a nursing home director? Grindelwald was angry, and he corrected, you compare Muggle old men to wizards. Don't you know that wizards' magic increases over time? Although these saints of mine are all over 100 years old, their strength can at least be 1 against 2. Those Death Eaters of Voldemort, in front of the saints, had only the fate of being slaughtered. As long as you subdue them, you have the most powerful force in the wizarding world, and you can easily do anything. Magic family, the Ministry of Magic dare not mess with you. They've lived half their lives, they've been with me for years, they've survived the elite, and they've been precipitated for more than 50 years, and each of them is very useful, not comparable to the disorderly Death Eaters or the vain Aurors. Grindelwald urged his men to prove to Peter that they weren't as empty as they looked. Of course, Peter knew that the strength of these saints should not be underestimated, but he also understood that these saints who had believed in Grindelwald all their lives could not sincerely recognize him as the Lord. Not even Grindelwald himself could change their will. So instead of accepting a group of unfaithful men, he might as well act as Grindelwald's agent from the beginning, so that he would not be resisted by these saints. If he really wanted to completely control the saints, it would be better to slowly develop the young saints and let the young people who were loyal to him slowly replace these old saints. In another 30 or 40 years, when the older saints die of old age or cannot walk, he can use this to truly eat away at the saints and take them into his hands. Anyway, compared to endless life, 30 or 40 years is not too long for him. Of course, the premise is that he has such ambitions, but unfortunately Peter belongs to the salted fish attribute. When he first went to school, he firmly occupied the position of the head of the college, but left the affairs of the college to the deputy chief he promoted to do. Now let him run this group of saints made up of elderly people. He was even more unhappy. If Grindelwald did not need help, he pointed away. As if he saw Peter's thoughts, Grindelwald put his wand to his neck and said to the crowd with a loud incantation, Everyone, now I will give Peter York the symbol of the saint in your presence. Saying that, he took out a shiny silver necklace, and in the middle of the necklace hung the symbol of a deathly hallow, which looked quaint and simple. He hung the necklace around Peter's neck and showed it to the crowd. Although Peter has refused the right to be the leader of the saints, you need to remember that from this day forward, he will be the highest ranking among the saints besides me. He will have full authority to deal with all matters of the saints on my behalf, and anyone who dares to disobey his commands will be considered a betrayal of the saints. At the same time, he is also my successor, and in the future, after my death, he will take my place and become your new leader, and no one can oppose it. saying that the magic on his body broke out again. Ling Yan looked at everyone and said, anyone who dares to disobey this order will be a traitor to the saints and will be hunted down by the saints. Peter York has the right to execute those who disobey my orders. Remember? The saints looked at Grindelwald, who was full of momentum, and Peter, who had no influence beside him and was still smiling. With the previous comparison, they did not have much resistance to this order. Anyway, in their opinion, as the heir of the chief, it is justifiable to inherit the leader's position after his death. So they all bowed down and replied, yes, chief. Good. Grindelwald nodded with satisfaction, and then swept towards the thousands of saints with different expressions. The wand in his hand swiped towards the edge of the stage. A blue wall of fire appeared, looking at the saints in the audience with a smile, and said, now, it's still the old rule. All those who sincerely recognize their saint identity step over the wall of fire in turn and come to the stage to prove that your original intention has not changed. Then with tonight's news, I announce to the outside world that my Grindelwald's heir, Peter York, will continue my cause, re-establish the saints, and lead the saints to the light. Of course, it was also to those wizards and the Ministry of Magic who were frightened by my movements tonight, and to reassure them that Grindelwald couldn't sit still and walk out of Newmangard. Looking at the raging fire, the saints couldn't help but be frightened and took a few steps back. If they were touched a little Mars, they were afraid that they would be burned to ashes in the blink of an eye. Especially a small number of saints, their faces were pale at this time. Looking at the wall of fire, it was like seeing the end, and they did not dare to move forward at all. Looking at the saints with different expressions below, Grindelwald finally softened his attitude, waved his hand towards the door to open it, and then said in a complicated tone, I know that in the past few decades, some of you have become accustomed to a peaceful life and have smoothed out the edges. So I understand your thoughts and don't force you. So now you can turn around, get out of here, walk straight out the door and go home to live the peaceful life you want. I promise that those who leave will not be punished and will not be prosecuted in the future. It's just that after you leave, you will no longer be a member of the saints, and you will not be relevant in the future. Hearing this, some saints in the crowd changed their expressions for a while, looking at Grindelwald who was calm on the stage, and then secretly looked at the open door, their expressions hesitating, and their expressions were constantly struggling. In the end, an old man who looked rich, plucked up his courage, walked out, knelt on the ground wordlessly. His head was full of sweat, and after kowtowing with trembling all over, in the surprised and disbelieving eyes of many saints, he turned around and walked towards the gate with shame on his face. Taking weight-bearing steps, as if facing a gamble of life and death, he did not dare to look back, and his body stiffly walked towards the gate. Grindelwald looked at the saint walking towards the gate with faint eyes, but did not say anything, did not move, just watched him quietly walk out of the gate, like a gambler who escaped for his life, gasped, quickly left Newmangard Castle, and then in the moonlight, the phantom transfiguration disappeared and left. With this person as a demonstration, there was a commotion in the crowd, and several saints were full of weakness, did not dare to raise their heads to say goodbye to Grindelwald, and then fled to the gate in a panic, fearing that there would be Grindelwald's sudden pursuit behind them. The leading saints looked at the saints who left one by one, angry and anxious, and watched them leave in disbelief. The old witch Anna was very excited, gritted her teeth and looked at those who hid their faces and fled. The wand in her hand was ringing, and said with red eyes, I will kill them, they are all some traitors, decades of pleasure have corrupted their heads, they have tarnished the title of saints. Several sane saints beside her hurriedly pulled her, and Joseph, who was the leader, dragged her with one arm and said sternly, the chief has already said that he will not pursue them, and you are so impulsive, do you want the leader to bear the stain of untrustworthiness? About 100 people left, and there were no more people who left after that. But Grindelwald still looked at the people below with a flat face, and asked again, is there anyone else leaving? I said that if I don't pursue it, I won't break my word, and other saints won't go against my will. So those who are not determined should leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, if you don't cross the wall of fire later, you will only lose your life in vain. In the crowd, some saints looked hesitant, but looked at the indignant companions around them, as well as Grindelwald, who looked gloomy under the blue flames on the stage, hesitating whether their loyalty was enough. There were also a few people hiding in the corner of the crowd. Their faces changed several times at this time, struggling and hesitating whether to leave. But looking at Grindelwald on the stage, he always felt that his eyes were on them. If he left at this time, would he be killed directly? And Peter was very curious at the surrounding wall of fire at this time, the temperature of the heat destruction. Peter had no doubt that it could instantly burn and vaporize the steel. But he wondered how Grindelwald managed to use it to test loyalty and allow loyal people to pass through the wall of fire unscathed. Grindelwald noticed Peter's curiosity, smiled on his face, and said seductively, want to learn? Call me master, I can teach you. If I am satisfied with my attitude, I can teach you other advanced knowledge of black magic as well. In this world, in the field of dark arts research, there is no deeper understanding than me. Now, please come to the stage through the wall of fire and officially return to the status of saints. Grindelwald said with open arms to the saints below in a welcoming gesture. Looking at the raging fire, several saints led by them glanced at each other, and then resolutely rushed into the flames and walked towards the stage. The attribute of burning everything is well known, but at this time, a phenomenon of subverting cognition appeared. A few leading saints were surrounded by raging fire, but they all seemed to have not felt the scorching temperature and burning, and easily passed through the wall of fire and came to the platform. Very good, welcome back. Joseph, Anna, Kristoff, and Stephen. Grindelwald happily gave them a hug, then extended his hand to Peter and said, "Now, come and officially meet your future leader, my heir Peter York." The four looked at this smiling and handsome young man and bowed respectfully to him. "Tribute to you, Master York. If you have any orders in the future, you can convey the order to us, and we will do our best to complete it for you." Seeing these four gray-haired old men saluting themselves, Peter hurriedly used magic to stop them from continuing to bend, and said with a smile, "You don't have to be so serious. I said that I only temporarily helped Mr. Grindelwald take charge of the saints, similar to the assistant, so I am a colleague with you, and there is no need to be too formal. I will generally stay in the UK in the future, and if you have any problems, you can go to Hogwarts to find me." Although they heard Peter say this, the four did not dare to take it seriously. After all, Grindelwald had publicly announced Peter as his heir, destined to be the leader of the saints in the future, and it was impossible for them not to be respectful to Peter. Moreover, Peter's own strength alone was enough to require them to be treated respectfully. Although there is no clear division of strength in the wizarding world, it is still roughly divided into underage wizards, ordinary wizards, elite-level wizards, professor-level wizards, and great magicians. Most of these wizards graduated from school with the strength of ordinary wizards and mastered basic spells. The official Aurors, who had entered the Auror division for 3 years of training, had the strength of an elite-level wizard and mastered some advanced spells. And senior Aurors like Moody have reached the level of professors. And wizards whose strength can reach the level of professors are already very rare in the wizarding world, and they are masters at least in some aspect of magic, such as Professor McGonagall of Transfiguration Master, Professor Flitwick, Master of Charms, etc. Although Snape is a master of potions, his strength has also reached the level of professors, and he is also not weak in the study of dark arts, and even created his own lethal divine blade Shadowless Curse, which is even stronger than Professor McGonagall. As for the great magician-level wizards, that is a rare existence. As we all know, the existence whose strength has reached the level of a great magician is Dumbledore, followed by Voldemort. Of course, Grindelwald is also one, and Nicola Flamel, who has been living in seclusion and has been rumored of death from time to time. Now, Peter also has the strength of the great magician level by relying on a unique magical ability. Although he, a great magician, although he had some moisture and did not have remarkable achievements in a certain magical research, his strength was already standing at the highest level of the magical world. For such a powerful wizard as Peter, the saints certainly did not dare to underestimate. Moreover, he is still so young and his future achievements are limitless, as long as it is not to replace the god in their hearts, Grindelwald. The saints are very welcome to join him. Therefore, the four saints at the head of Peter were very respectful, and Joseph even recommended to Peter, "Young Master York, we old fellows are inconvenient and cannot be by your side at any time. But I have a grandson, Alec Drassel, who just graduated from Durmstrang and is not very smart, but serious. I would like to recommend him to follow you and do whatever you want, he will obey." Hearing that Joseph recommended his grandson, several other saints could not sit still. They themselves believed in Grindelwald. Naturally they would not recognize Peter as Lord. But their juniors do not matter, and Peter is still the future destined leader of the saints, and it is naturally in their interest for the juniors to follow the young and powerful Peter York. So several people recommended their descendants to Peter. "Young Master York, my grandson is the heir to the German von Soren pure-blood family. He is now in the 6th year of Durmstrang. I can transfer him to Hogwarts, and I will ask you to teach him more when the time comes. If you disobey, you can teach him a hard lesson," Kristoff said with a smile. "Master York, although I have no descendants, my niece Suzanne Drogbel, an excellent student, graduated from Beauxbatons. She is now the first assistant to the French Minister of Magic. You can tell her anything, she will do it for you." Anna, the old witch, also recommended. Although Peter had long expected that they would not surrender to him, he couldn't help but be a little stunned when he saw their behavior of enthusiastically recommending their juniors to him. What is the situation here? Grindelwald had no problem with this, but happily suggested, "Peter, I think you can accept their recommendation. With these young members joining, your team can be built in the future, and when we old guys are all breathing, then you can really control the saints and become the leaders of the saints." Saying that, he pointed to a few saints who were the leaders, and said in a proud tone, "As for these old guys, they are all tenacious, and they have been following me for too long, so their brains can't turn around, and they can't really be used for you. In the future, you will still need to develop your own young members, and when there is a day when you have more believers than these old guys, it will be time for you to become a leader." The saints who were criticized were not ashamed of this, but stood there with a proud face. Obviously for them, it was a matter of pride to remain loyal to Grindelwald. However, at this time, Peter did not care about the expressions of these people, but looked confused and headache. He was a little confused about the situation, so wasn't he just a saint in custody? How did it develop to the point of forming its own forces? "Okay, you guys go back first, and work well to let everyone know that our saints have ushered in a very good heir." Grindelwald looked at the moonlit forest outside the window and said faintly, "We have been silent for 50 years, and now that we have made a comeback, we cannot be unknown." Hearing his words, several saints were very excited, but then they looked at Grindelwald without saying anything. Chief, then you. Are you really not leaving here? Now that many people know that you summoned us, they must have thought you were coming out. Maybe the ministries of magic of various countries will be dispatched, and they will definitely come here then. Then you won't be safe here anymore. Grindelwald shook his head and said with a disdainful expression, "Don't worry, the Ministry of Magic has always been a bully who is afraid of the soft, and these people will not do anything risky until they are absolutely sure. And don't forget that we built this prison. If I don't go out, even if they come tens of thousands, then I can't do it." Then he looked up somewhere upstairs and said with a sad sigh, "And I have sworn that I will not leave here. Naturally I will not break the oath. I started my career here, and the future is destined to end here. I built this prison to hold those who opposed me. But I didn't think that the first person to be detained was myself, which is probably a cocoon. Chief, with your strength, it is not too difficult to break an oath. Why are you here?" Joseph asked incomprehensibly. The other saints did not understand his thoughts. Obviously he had the strength to leave here, but he never thought of breaking the shackles. Anna, the old witch, even said excitedly, "Chief, since you are not willing to leave Numangard, then I also want to live here so that I can take care of you nearby." Grindelwald reprimanded, and then looked at several people majestically and said, "The only prisoner here is only me from beginning to end, and no one else will come in the future. The only thing you have to do is to obey my orders and assist Peter carefully so that the saints will not die because of my death." The saints looked at the powerful Grindelwald, and the sense of sadness surged again. Could it be that their leader could really only imprison himself in this prison in the future, and could never get out? Peter looked at this scene, rolled his eyes, and reminded in a mocking tone, "Although your leader is not going to leave Numangard, he did not say that you will not come and visit him. You are not afraid of those guards at the Ministry of Magic. You can visit Mr. Grindelwald at any time anyway. Or simply occupy Numangard and the vicinity and turn this place into a base for the saints. Won't you be able to protect Grindelwald at close range?" The saints listened to Peter's advice, their eyes brightened, especially when they heard the last sentence, and suddenly became excited. "Yes, since the mountain is not me, then I will go to the mountain." They had only thought of getting Grindelwald out and getting out of here. But Grindelwald is not willing to leave here. Since Grindelwald does not want to go, then they will simply occupy this place. On the one hand, it did not change Grindelwald's will, and on the other hand, it also fulfilled the desire of these saints to get closer to the leader. "Yes, young Master York's suggestion is very good," Anna said excitedly. "We can set up a camp outside the castle, drive out the annoying Aurors, and then build a base of saints here just like Numangard. In this way, even if the leader does not come out, we can guard him at any time. Yes, I donate the property of the Drassel family. First renovate Numangard Castle, and then buy the land in this vicinity and truly make this our territory," Joseph said with a red face with excitement. "And I." The other two saints also couldn't wait to say that they would do their part. At this time, Grindelwald looked at Peter with a dark face. He didn't expect Peter to make such an outrageous suggestion, and said angrily, "The mess you caused, think about how to clean it up. Also take Numangard? Are you asking the saints to declare war on the European Ministry of Magic?" Peter said with a smile, "Am I not solving the problem? You see that these subordinates of yours don't want to leave you, and you can't leave here, so the best thing to do is to let them live close to you. As for the occupation of Numangard, it did not have to be done by force. Just let these saints of yours launch a wealth offensive and turn this territory into a saint. Or simply go directly to the Muggle government, and with a little magic and money, you can buy this land and rightfully occupy it. It won't be a problem to build a castle or camp then. Do you think the Ministry of Magic is a fool? Will they not know that the saints did it?" Grindelwald snorted coldly. "What about knowing?" Peter said indifferently. "The saints did not break into Numangard and rescue you. I just bought all the land in the vicinity, including Numangard, and built a base nearby. Could it be that the Ministry of Magic can still do it?" Grindelwald heard Peter's reasoning, and just about to say something, a miserable cry interrupted his thoughts. Everyone looked at it, but saw a saint who tried to pass through the fierce wall of fire, and did not pass through the wall of fire unharmed like others, but screamed in great pain, and then was quickly burned to ashes by the fierce fire in panic and despair. This sudden change frightened the people in line behind, and some people who believed in their firm beliefs were also a little unconfident. Especially a few of them who were originally hesitant, looking at the raging fire at this time, their faces turned pale with fright, their bodies trembled, and they regretted very much why they wanted to try to challenge Grindelwald's means. Grindelwald looked at the saint burned to ashes with an expressionless face. His eyes were indifferent, as if watching an ant being burned to death, without any fluctuations. Peter raised his eyebrows. Dying a person didn't have much effect on him. He just smiled and asked Grindelwald, "What do you say he thinks?" Jean didn't leave when he left before. Didn't he even know what he was thinking? Or is self-possession capable of fooling you with magic? Just a nobody. Grindelwald shook his head and said nonchalantly. Then he said to Peter seriously, "If you want to have complete control over your power in the future, you better learn my magic. It can help you distinguish between those who are reliable and those who have bad intentions. I don't want to call you master." Peter looked at him warily. This bad old man is very bad and always wants to take advantage of him. Grindelwald said angrily, "I gave you the saint I worked hard to manage, so how about letting you call me master? A kid who doesn't know how to be grateful." Then sighed and said, Forget it, your current strength is similar to mine, the strong naturally have pride, and I won't force you. Immediately after, another scream sounded, a bald man wearing reading glasses. The top old wizard, as soon as he put his hand into the wall of fire, the fierce fire instantly swallowed his arm, and then the flames quickly climbed up his body along the arm. No matter how he used the spell, he couldn't extinguish the fierce fire on his body. Chief, help me, I was wrong? The bald old wizard shouted at Grindelwald in horror, wanting to pray that he could save himself. It's a pity that Grindelwald on the stage is still indifferent, watching with an expressionless face as he is quickly burned to ashes. The expressions of the 4 saints at the head were not good looking. They did not expect that these companions who had easily passed the test, after a few decades, their minds had changed, and they could not even pass the fierce test. Anna angrily looked at the burned place and said viciously, "These unfaithful people deserve to die. They have already betrayed from the heart. And those who left just now should be burned alive. It's so cheap to let them go." Joseph shook his head and said sadly, "Time is a very testing tool. They have been changed by time in recent decades, and their will is no longer firm, so they will be swallowed by fierce fire." 2 people in a row were consumed by the flames, which frightened some of them to be undetermined. Their faces were pale, sweating and looking at the deadly wall of fire, and finally couldn't bear the fear, trembled and rushed out, knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Grindelwald a few times, and then quietly raised their eyes to observe Grindelwald's attitude. "You want to leave?" Grindelwald didn't look angry and asked in a gentle tone. Several saints nodded tremblingly, and then carefully waited for his reply. "Okay then," Grindelwald said with a sigh. Several saints looked at Grindelwald's softened tone, and the stone in their hearts finally landed, thinking that he agreed, and kowtowed to Grindelwald with joy, and then got up and quickly ran towards the open door. Just as they approached the gate, the originally calm wall of fierce fire instantly soared, and several long fire whips quickly flew out, directly entangling several people who were about to step out of the gate. Then pumped hard, and several people didn't even let out a scream, and they were directly burned into ashes by the fire whip. "I've already given the chance, but you guys didn't seize it," Grindelwald said faintly, and then with a wave of his hand, summoned a wind to sweep the ashes on the ground out of the gate, flying like garbage. Only then did he turn around and say in a faint tone, "Go on." The saints present were deterred by this hand, holding their breath, not daring to have a different heart. Even if they had miscellaneous thoughts, they had to desperately hypnotize themselves. And those who originally wanted to come out and follow away, at this time, looked at the blue wall of fire, waiting for their fate. Peter also looked at Grindelwald in surprise at this time. Such a fierce and decisive method. No wonder he was once called the Dark Lord. One by one, the saints walked through the wall of fire, first saluted Grindelwald, then worshipped Peter, and finally gathered neatly and orderly to the other side, waiting for instructions. Some saints who were slightly less determined, although they did not easily pass through the wall of fire like others, endured the flames, and finally came to the stage unharmed, rejoicing and full of shame. But under Grindelwald's attitude of no mustard, they stood in their place with gratitude. Of course, those who are not strong-willed naturally did not escape the fate of being burned to death in the end, and when they came into contact with the fierce fire, it was like oil stained with fire, quickly ignited, and burned into ashes in pain. When the last saint successfully crossed the wall of fire, the fierce flame disappeared instantly. Grindelwald looked at these saints who passed the test, and said very happily, "Although I said the same thing back then, after more than 50 years, I want to solemnly say to you again, welcome to join the saints." There was a major earthquake in the European magical world, because Grindelwald was suspected of coming out. The European Magic Journal took the lead in reporting Grindelwald's signs of summoning believers in various European countries and confirming that a large number of wizards had gathered at Newmangard at the same time. According to this newspaper has repeatedly confirmed, it is certain that the Saint Mark that floated over the major cities before is indeed the means by which the Dark Lord Grindelwald summons believers. According to the data obtained by the reporter from the Magic Detection Department of the Ministry of Magic of various European countries, at least 1,000 wizards moved to Austria in a short period of time yesterday. According to an Austrian official, these people are basically sure to be the saints who wreaked havoc around the world with Grindelwald. It's not clear why Grindelwald is making a comeback after half a century. But we can only hope that he is not trying to start a war in the wizarding world again, otherwise the wizarding world will once again fall into a dangerous situation. According to the news released by the Austrian Minister of Magic Sebastian Rold in the morning, they have lost control of Newmangard. A large number of saints have gathered near Newmangard, and it is not known whether Grindelwald has left Newmangard, and further information is still waiting to be confirmed. Subsequently, European countries also reported the news of Grindelwald's suspected prison escape for the first time, and even the British Daily Prophet reprinted the report of the European Magic Daily under the instruction of the Ministry of Magic, and also intimately gave the British magic people who did not know Grindelwald to detail his deeds. When the people in the European wizarding community were immersed in the fear of the return of the Dark Lord Grindelwald, the German Magic Daily Prophet suddenly broke a shocking news, saying that Grindelwald summoned the saint this time, not intending to reappear, but he chose an heir and decided to hand the saint over to the new heir. And he himself continued to stay in Newmangard and did not intend to come out. When many people questioned the authenticity of this news, German Minister of Magic Florian confirmed the news to the public, assuring the public that there was no need to cup the shadow of the snake, and that Grindelwald's decision to hand over the power of the saints to the heir meant that he had no intention of starting up any more strife. Moreover, half a century has passed now, and those saints back then are already old people, and they are not too threatening. Out of trust in this powerful minister, the people of the German wizarding community were the first to calm down, and both wizards and muggles were accustomed to treating the elderly as a vulnerable group, so when they saw the newspapers full of elderly saints, they lowered their vigilance. Under the intentional or unintentional operation of the German Ministry of Magic, some commentators also jokingly called saints an elderly society, deliberately weakening the attack power of saints. But the attention of the people in the wizarding world at this time was not on the saint or Grindelwald, but on the heir, especially when they saw the picture of the saints gathering in the newspaper. The very handsome young man standing next to Grindelwald guessed his identity. Peter's identity is not well known to the European public, but Peter has not deliberately concealed it. So soon his identity was discovered by the vast number of reporters, and after careful investigation, the results of the investigation made the reporters very excited. The next day, newspapers published a copy of Peter York, the heir to the leader of the saints. According to the reporter's verification, the young man selected by Grindelwald as the heir, named Peter York, 18 years old, graduated from Hogwarts, England, is currently Hogwarts Defense Against the Dark Arts professor and St. Mungo's chief healer, winner of the Merlin Order of the 2nd class, with excellent results. In the Owl and Newt exams, he got 12 full O's respectively, and is the best student since the establishment of the school. At the same time, his strength is also very strong. He has fought off the dark wizard Voldemort head-on several times, and is regarded as the second wizard with great magical strength after Dumbledore. The most surprising thing is that Peter York is the second wizard to achieve immortality today, besides Nicolamit. Even his immortality can be claimed to be the most perfect method of immortality. He completed the transformation through the power of the phoenix, possessed an immortal body, and was able to be reborn like a phoenix. Theoretically, he could live forever. Peter York generously announced his path to immortality, but because it was so difficult, no one else had yet implemented it. The author does not know why such an excellent young wizard with unlimited potential would choose to become the heir of Grindelwald the Dark Lord. But now that he has officially become the new leader of the Saints, he only hopes that he can lead the Saints to the right and bright path, and not repeat Grindelwald's mistakes. Of course, we have reason to expect from this successor, Peter York. After all, his previous behavior in the UK shows that he is a decent person who can join forces with Dumbledore to fight the Dark Wizard Voldemort. This is your propaganda method, preaching my great name everywhere. Peter slammed the newspaper on the table and questioned Grindelwald, who was looking at him dissatisfiedly. Whoops. Ah, that's cool. Grindelwald will take a breath. The broth was drunk, and then he roared comfortably. After decades of nibbling black bread, I finally ate such a delicious thing today. It is really in vain. Then he slowly turned his head and said to the house elf who was quietly waiting on the side with a smile, "Flash, right. I'm done eating and can clean up." The house elf didn't move, but looked at Peter, waiting for his instructions. Peter nodded angrily, and then said viciously to Grindelwald, "I shouldn't be kind and let Shining cook for you. Next time you will continue to eat your black bread, saving you so much energy to pit me." Dressed in a brand new little suit and not as nervous as other house elves, Sparkle skillfully snapped her fingers, and the leftovers on the table disappeared, while the plates flew to the side kitchen and jumped into the sink herself. Grindelwald didn't care about Peter's tone, but looked at the flashing with some interest, and praised, "This house elf of yours has been trained well by you. I also had a house elf, but it was too noisy, so I accidentally cut off its head. It's a pity to think about it now." Suddenly there was the sound of shattering porcelain in the kitchen, and then there was a panicked movement. Peter gave him a blank look, picked up the newspaper on the table again, and asked, "Tell me what you mean by proclaiming my name to everyone in this way. I was originally going to be the person behind the scenes, but you completely sabotaged my plans? Then what do you mean by transforming my cell like this?" Grindelwald pointed to the changed room and asked rhetorically. At this time, the house no longer had the appearance of a cell. The room was enlarged countless times, and the thick dirt on the ground was cleaned to reveal smooth marble slabs and thick carpets. The walls are also painted with white paint and luxurious wallpaper in the Austrian style. In thousands of square meters of space, the bedroom, kitchen, toilet, and bathroom are readily available. Even the leaky windowsill has been transformed into a wide balcony, with loungers and parasols and greenery hanging around it. Sitting here, you can clearly see the scene below and see the snow-capped Alps in the distance. It can be said that the room at this time is already a very comfortable rest environment. And this transformation only took a short and a half a day. Peter himself was responsible, and then a few house elves contributed by the saints worked together to transform it. "I'm good to you," Peter said angrily. "Since you don't want to leave here, then I definitely can't watch you continue to lie in the iron bed and nibble on black bread. Otherwise, those subordinates of yours would definitely scold me behind my back." Saying that, he pointed to the saints who were busy building camps below the window. "Besides, they are here, and it must be uncomfortable for them to watch their leaders suffer here. Since they dare not tell you, then it is up to me to do it. Isn't it good for everyone?" Seeing the saint who was directing the house elf to work below, Grindelwald's face darkened, and then smirked. I am also good for you, since you are the future leader of my saints. Naturally you should no longer be unknown. Sooner or later, you have to let the public know your identity, and the sooner this is announced, isn't it better? Those guys in the province who don't have long eyes get into you, and it's also a bunch of trouble. I thank you, Peter complained in his heart. He looked at Grindelwald's face as if he saw through him, and said with a wicked smile in his eyes, you don't want these saints to stay in Numangard so much. Do you think it's a disgraceful thing to be locked up here because as we all know, you were locked up here after being defeated by Dumbledore. So don't you want the saints to see your downfall and feel that you have lost your Dark Lord Grindelwald's force? Then he comforted with a bad heart, there is no need to have such a big psychological pressure, Gellert. There is no shame in losing to Dumbledore, he is known as the greatest wizard. You will live here well in the future, and when the interest comes, you can go to the windowsill to say hello to the saints on the ground, presumably they will be very excited. As for the new young saints in the future, I can let them come under your castle to admire you first. And told them that their spiritual leader, Grindelwald, lived on the highest part of the castle and watched them from above. Peter looked at Grindelwald, whose face was getting darker and darker, with a mocking face, thinking that he would be angry, but after a while, he suddenly laughed, and then said to Peter playfully, since I handed over the saint to you, I am naturally prepared in my heart. It's just that have you ever thought that if you let the saints get so close to me, as long as I don't die for a day, my influence will be above you, and you can't really control them one day. They will always be loyal only to me. Gellert, don't provoke me with words, I know my ability, I am far inferior to you in persuasion and control. What's more, these saints have believed in you for almost a lifetime, and it is almost impossible for them to convert to recognize me as Lord. Peter said with a smile, and they are all old men of 70 and 80, determined and resourceful. I don't have the confidence to control them or be your agent. It's less annoying. You're still too modest, Peter. Grindelwald patted him on the shoulder and said, his heterochromatic pupils looked at him deeply, you are very clever, you know that my old subordinates are not easy to subdue, so you put forward the proposal to let the saints be stationed next to Numangard nearby, which satisfied the wishes of the saints and won their unanimous favor. Then he took the initiative to renovate my cell to make my living environment better, which won the saints' sense and recognition. Their attitude towards you should be different now, especially if they don't resist your instructions, which is a good step. Next, you just have to keep walking and gradually gain more favor and recognition from them, even if one day I die. They will also truly recognize you as their leader, and that's one of the means of mastering people. Peter just wanted to argue that he didn't have such a heart. Grindelwald raised his hand to block his words, looked at him with appreciation and said, I know that you don't have such thoughts, you just want this group of saints to be able to listen to your instructions. But you do instinctively, consciously, or unconsciously, to follow this path. It shows that you have the potential to be a leader, and that's good. Only in this way can I hand over the saints to you with more confidence. He motioned for Peter to follow, and the two came to the windowsill and looked down at the people below who were busy building the saints' camp. Especially the head of the Saint Yobefu, although he has one arm and white hair looks to be 80 or 90 years old, but at this time he is excitedly directing the house elves, using magic to quickly build a stone wall. And next to him, a very young man, about the same age as Peter, was also helping. He pointed to the young man and said, that young man is Joseph's grandson Alec Drassel, the heir to the Russell family, and their family is one of Durmstrang's school trustees, one of the most powerful families in the European wizarding world. Didn't Joseph recommend him to you before? I suggest you consider taking him as your right and left hand. Joseph, they are loyal to me, but they will also consider for their own family, so let the juniors follow you, the future leader. It is in their interests you can accept Joseph's kindness, the new generation of saints, mainly composed of the descendants of these saints. Accept them, it is very helpful for you to form your own power in the future. Why are you doing this? Peter looked at Grindelwald with puzzlement in his eyes. We have only met a few times, and there is no blood relationship. Why do you want to give me the saints you have built, and even help me form my own forces? Dumbledore? Doesn't it count, does it? Dumbledore and I can only be considered a partnership. When Grindelwald heard this, he laughed. He looked directly at Peter, and asked, you also know about my original affairs, so do you think I have established the saints with one hand and led them around to conquer? Do you think I am going to do? Or did I, as they say, want to enslave muggles and become king of the wizarding world? I've heard you give a speech at the Père Lachaise cemetery in Paris, and I think that's what you really think. Peter hesitantly said his true thoughts. You should be dissatisfied with the implementation of the International Secrecy Act. After all, with the rapid development of muggles, the living space of the masters will become smaller and smaller. Eventually, a war might break out between the two, and the most likely outcome would be a muggle victory. The best outcome is nothing more than a lose-lose situation. So you see results like this and want to change the status quo. I don't know if I'm right? Grindelwald looked at Peter in surprise and satisfaction, and then said with a sigh, that's right. I was desperate to change this fate at that time. But no matter how hard I struggled, I couldn't change reality. What even makes me feel powerless is that everything I do has contributed to the fulfillment of destiny. I'm like a chess piece that has already been set, and it's all wrong to move. Then he looked at Peter with inquiring and curious eyes. It wasn't until I saw you that I saw a miracle. You know, I foresaw Alba's fate 50 years ago, and he would die at the end of June this year. I saw him fall from the tower, even I foresaw my own death, at the hands of Lord Voldemort. But now, I'm seeing another ending, one I never expected. When I summed up all these differences, I found that all the nodes that change come from you. Grindelwald looked around Peter. I originally accepted my fate, because I was just a small fish struggling in the river of destiny. No matter how hard I tried, it was impossible to change the direction of the river. But your presence shattered that possibility. You are like a water monkey from the shore, building your dwelling in this river. Little by little, you build embankments, successfully blocking and even changing the course of the river. Such an existence that is not bound by fate is simply a miracle. Peter was uncomfortable being stared at by Grindelwald, and always felt seen through. At the same time, he was also very surprised. He did not expect that he could predict the death of Dumbledore and himself decades ago. Such a prophetic talent is really powerful. Grindelwald noticed the change in Peter's expression, and said with a clear smile, "It seems that you also know the end of Albus and me. So you deliberately changed Albus' ending, didn't you? What an incredible ability. You are like Clotho, the goddess of fate, alive, easily weaving the fate of all related people. Even a given fate will not work for you. So that's why you chose me? Because I can change my destiny?" Peter asked, looking at him suspiciously. "This is one of them. Most importantly, I want to see if the magical world, which has already ended up, can change the original ending and have a new direction with your participation," Grindelwald said expectantly. Peter shrugged, then spread his palm, and a small ball of crimson flame appeared in front of him with a smile, and said, "I heard that your assistant Vita Rozier has taken someone to Australia to capture another phoenix. Would you like to try this one in my hand? This way you have enough time to wait for the future corpse." Grindelwald looked at the Nirvana fire in Peter's hand and said to Peter with a smile, "Are you sure that it can really make me have an immortal body like you, and there will be no accidents?" Peter coughed dryly, his eyes fluttered for a moment, and then replied with an affirmative face, "Of course, as long as you want, I can help you truly have an immortal body. At that time, you will be able to be like a phoenix, constantly reborn in Nirvana and have a young body again. And no one else can ever kill you." Grindelwald listened to Peter's words, looked at the gorgeous flame in his palm, looked at him playfully and said, "You help me so generously. Aren't you afraid that after I have an immortal body, I will regret taking the saint back into my hands? You must know that the current saints are loyal to me. As long as I give an order, they will not hesitate to point their wands at you. In this way, you will be empty. Then I'm relaxed. Managing an organization like the saints, I'm afraid I'll be exhausted," Peter said with a relieved look. But in his heart, he sneered. If Grindelwald really dared to unload the grind and kill the donkey, he had a way to punish the other party. The reason why Peter took the initiative to use the Nirvana fire in his hand to help Grindelwald was to avoid that he would try to fuse the Nirvana fire of other phoenixes. Otherwise, he would probably be hunted down and killed by the furious saints. Because the path of immortality he announced is a pit, originally used to pit people. Peter wondered if he could replicate his experience to others. But according to the system, if you rashly use the fire of Nirvana and phoenix blood to help people achieve Nirvana, the greatest possibility is that that person will become a phoenix. Although he does have an immortal body, he can only maintain his phoenix body forever. Turning from wizards to magical creatures is not unusual in the wizarding world. Because for thousands of years, many wizards who have tried to transform magic into accidents will occur in this situation, such as five-legged monsters, human-headed scorpion-tailed beasts, hippogriffins with winged beasts, etc., which were originally accidentally transformed by wizards. Therefore, there is a consensus in the wizarding world that the animagus transformation is usually limited to non-magical creatures, and the transformation of magical creatures, such as dragons, phoenixes, etc., will bring unpredictable consequences. So if someone wants to obtain an immortal body using the method Peter announced, the end result is that that person is forever transformed into a phoenix. Contribute to the number of phoenixes in the world. Of course, it is not without solutions. That was Peter's willingness to share a little of his Nirvana fire. Because Peter's Nirvana fire has been optimized and upgraded with the help of the fusion of the system. That's why he can freely transform between the phoenix and the human body, into an upgraded version of animagus in some sense. If Peter is willing to share a little of his Nirvana fire, it doesn't take much, just a little bit of origin, and he can help another person also have the immortal body of the phoenix. The best part is that the person who used the fire of Peter's Nirvana has an immortal body and still retains a human body. But if Peter wanted to, the shared flame of Nirvana could be taken back by him at any time. And the little Nirvana fire that was shared can slowly grow on its own, and if it is withdrawn, it can quickly expand Peter's origin in a short time. Ever since he spoke to Thor the Phoenix, Peter knew that the Phoenix was not immortal with Nirvana, as wizards thought. Rather, it depends on the amount of the source in his body, which is the fire of Nirvana. The more phoenixes the origin, the longer they can live. On the surface, the death curse cannot kill the undead phoenix, but in fact, the death curse can reduce the origin in the phoenix's body, and once it is killed hundreds of times by the death curse, it is still possible that due to the exhaustion of the origin, it will no longer be able to be reborn in Nirvana, and eventually die completely. According to Phoenix Thor, the best way to restore the origin is to find an active volcano and stay in it for hundreds of years to restore the origin and grow it. Instead of this time-consuming and stupid method, the system provided Peter with a method that worked best for him, which was to share his Nirvana fire with others, especially magical wizards. Although this method will initially reduce his origin, just borrow it and then use the magic of others to warm your own origin. Wait until the right time to withdraw his origin, so that his origin will grow rapidly in a short period of time. Although this method is somewhat harmful to others and disadvantageous to himself, as long as the method is appropriate, he can rely on this method to greatly improve the origin, and even be able to truly raise the origin. Ascend to the realm of immortality. At that time, relying on the phoenix origin alone, he might be able to become a person comparable to a god who stepped into the divine realm. Before, he snatched half of Thor's origin from Voldemort, and after fusing, he felt the benefits of the origin supplementation. Not only his body size was doubled, his mana power was greatly improved, and even his vitality was increased several times. If he could only withstand 500 life spells before, now he can withstand 1500 life spells without dying? That's the obvious benefit. So this is also the reason why he actively wants to help Grindelwald Nirvana, and he looks at this Nirvana fire in his hand, which is only 1/10 of his origin. But Peter quietly calculated that if he lent Grindelwald, he could be generous, and when Grindelwald's Nirvana fire grew in the future, he could take only 2/3. The remaining third will continue to stay with Grindelwald, and then slowly warm up. Thinking like this, Peter couldn't help but smile on his face, and took the Nirvana flame towards Grindelwald's face with more enthusiasm, and said, "How, as long as you want, I can let you have an immortal body immediately, and there are no side effects, and you can also rejuvenate. When the time comes, you can do whatever you want, and no one can threaten you." Looking at this flame that had no burning power, Grindelwald instinctively stepped back to avoid it and Peter's hand, and then squinted at Peter, and said suspiciously, "You shouldn't be fighting some bad idea, right? Boy, although I am old, I am not something you can fool. How can it be? I just want to help you. After all, if you are such a powerful wizard, if you die early, it would be a pity, wouldn't it?" Peter retorted with a disgruntled look and raised his hand to show, "If you don't feel at ease, we can set an unbreakable curse. Guaranteed not to have any threatening thoughts for you." Then he coughed dryly, "Of course, I'm not without conditions. After all, this fire of Nirvana is closely related to my life, and any part of it is a weakening of my origin. So we can make a contract that can be returned directly to me after 10 years, 2/3 of your own origin, and settle it all at once. Or you can return it in batches, starting again after 10 years, and give me 1/10 of your origin every 10 years until it ends in 200 years. Pretty cost-effective, right?" Listening to Peter's words, Grindelwald's face became more and more strange. His eyes stared at Peter, who looked like a profiteer, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. "Good fellow, is this usury?" Peter saw Grindelwald's expression and thought he was frightened by his own interest. He quickly cried and explained, "Don't think that I am pitying you. You must know that this fire of Nirvana is determined by immortality. Except for me, I'm afraid no one will be willing to share the origin, so in order to ensure that my origin is not exhausted, I can only collect some returns to fill the gap of my origin, so that I will not suffer, right?" Seeing that Grindelwald was still indifferent, Peter was a little anxious, gritted his teeth and said, "The first choice does seem to be a loss, but you must know that this is a one-time settlement. I will only take 2/3 of your origin, and the other third belongs to you, and you only need to cultivate it for another 20 or 30 years, and the origin can be restored. If you really feel that you have lost money, you can also choose the second option. I can suffer a loss and reduce it by 50 years. When the time comes, you only need to return 1/10 of the origin to me in a total of 15 times in 150 years. How about it? I am very sincere with you. Don't hesitate, this is immortality, it can make you live longer than Nicolaim, and you don't have to be like a living dead like him." Peter persuaded, "Although your men have gone to Australia to help you catch the phoenix. But without my help, I am not responsible for accidents." Grindelwald, who became more and more outrageous the more he listened, turned directly and walked towards the living room, and if he stayed any longer, he felt that he would be reluctant to throw him off the windowsill. "Hey, Gellert, you haven't answered me yet. Which repayment option do you want? I'm good to write down the agreement." Peter hurriedly asked. "Let's wait until you can make Dumbledore willing to live forever," Grindelwald said angrily. "Oh, Dumbledore. I get it." Peter looked suddenly, squeezed his eyebrows and said to him, "What a touching friendship. I get it." Then he sighed and said, "Dumbledore, this is not a mistake. Oh, persuasive man. Especially since he is not interested in immortality. For people who see through life and death like this, they simply cannot use ordinary people's methods to deal with it. But if you can really let Dumbledore also fuse his Nirvana fire, you will get a very high-quality customer. With a powerful wizard like 16 Dumbledore, as long as he is given 1/10 of the origin, he can cultivate several times the origin in 10 years, and at that time, whether it is settled at once or settled every 10 years, he will have several times the income. And in addition to Dumbledore, the quality customers in Peter's heart, there is also the Nicolaim couple. This couple lived for more than 600 years, and their magic power is arguably the largest of all wizards. Peter believed that the couple, especially Nicolaim, would not reject Peter's Nirvana fire. Presumably they will be happy to enjoy having a young body, In addition to them, Voldemort is also a very good object, but unfortunately this is a madman, and he throws Avada's life curse at every turn. Of course, if there is a chance, he will be happy to give him a share for free, as long as he waits for the right time to directly take back all the origin at once, just as if he were a one-time ATM. Grindelwald ignored Peter's calculating smile, but directly carried the cage containing Phoenix Thor and said to Peter, "I'm going to the laboratory to study this Horcrux, don't bother me if you don't have to." With that, he turned and walked into a room that led down the stairs. Thor the Phoenix in the cage called out to Peter in a bit of a panic. It didn't want to talk to this wizard with a strong dark magic atmosphere. It felt that this was not a good person. But at this time, Peter was full of thoughts about how to strengthen the origin, so he waved his hand insincerely, barely comforting this uneasy Phoenix. In order to prevent Voldemort from controlling Phoenix Thor by manipulating the Horcruxes, Peter and Grindelwald decided not to let it come out until the soul piece in its body was solved. And Peter didn't really want to see Thor at this time, because this guy still remembered that Peter swallowed half of its origin, so whenever he had the opportunity, he kept shouting for Peter to return its origin. What was swallowed, Peter would naturally not be willing to hand over, not to mention that he had already fused. Therefore, he can only avoid the debt collector Thor as much as possible, hoping that one day he will forget or simply give up. Looking at the busy saint below, Peter muttered, "It's time to go back." Now the saints have set up camp near Newmongard, with Joseph, Anna, and others commanding, and Grindelwald living on a tower to watch them from a distance. The saints are old members and have an orderly division of labor, so there is no need for Peter to do anything more here. He hadn't been back to school in a while, and his defense against the dark arts classes were taught by Professor Snape. Dumbledore also left Newmongard for Hogwarts on the night of the saints' gathering. For this white saint, Peter is more normal, and he does not expect that these saints, who have been loyal to Grindelwald all their lives, will change their ways under his overbearing spirit. So he still did what he could, and left everything else to the saints themselves. And he now has another concern, that is, his subordinate Haemon Roger, and Grindelwald's most trusted assistant, Vida Roger, are relatives and nephews. And Roger's son was killed by Peter, and Roger was also controlled by Peter with a puppet potion and modified his memory with the Oblivion Curse to make the sea of hatred for Peter to the bone. Manroger became a man loyal to him. As a member of the Roger family, it is impossible that Vida Roger is unaware of puppet potions. She is now busy catching the Phoenix for Grindelwald, and she has not even arrived at Grindelwald's previous summons. But if you come back, you might find that something is wrong with Haemon Roger. As a high-ranking member of the Saints, Vida Roger has great prestige among the Saints. If she wanted to confront Peter, it would indeed cause Peter some trouble. However, Peter did not put too much pressure on this, nor did he let avoid Vida Roger. After leaving a message to Grindelwald, Peter directly pinched a portkey given by Dumbledore and disappeared directly in place. Meanwhile, the British wizarding community has been in crisis these days, as Voldemort and his Death Eaters no longer hidden, as if they had the confidence to do so. Although the Ministry of Magic had sent a large number of Aurors in pursuit, even the Strikers, the Death Eaters could always predict in advance, and when the Aurors rushed in, they only saw Muggle corpses and burned houses, as well as the dark mark that dangled in the sky. The discerning eye of the Ministry of Magic knew that there was most likely a Death Eater's eyeliner within the Ministry of Magic, but after a strict investigation by Minister of Magic Scrimgeour, it still had no effect. Instead, it made the people of the Ministry of Magic panic. And to the great dismay of Minister Scrimgeour, they detected that a large number of foreign wizards had come to England through irregular channels, most of them wizards from the United States. Under the watchful eye of the Aurors, the wizards swaggered into Wiltshire, England. And that was where Malfoy Manor was located, and it was now known to be home to the Death Eaters. Scrimgeour specifically asked the American Magical Congress about this, asking what was going on. Are American wizards going to join the Death Eaters and participate in magical wars? But the American Magical Congress apparently denied this, indicating that they had not heard of it and had no intention of participating in the war in the British magical community. Not to mention Scrimgeour's concerns about this matter. Just inside the Ministry of Magic, now internal and external troubles. Many high-ranking officials of the Ministry of Magic are members of pure-blood families, and the previous disputes over the Ministry of Magic were all on the sidelines, silently betting on the two forces. But recently, I don't know what news I have obtained, and they have taken the initiative to behave, and even disobeyed Scrimgeour's instructions. Scrimgeour had a headache about this, but he didn't have time to pay attention to it, only because the Death Eaters were very rampant these days, killing people everywhere and setting fires with impunity. And according to the Aurors who fought the Death Eaters, these Death Eaters had high magical strength, and with tacit understanding, they often deliberately stayed behind after killing to wait for the arrival of the Aurors, and then ambushed the arriving Aurors. This cost Aurors a lot, and everyday Aurors were admitted to St. Mungo's Hospital for resuscitation, and even Aurors died at the hands of Death Eaters. Scrimgeour was powerless against it, and the massive loss of the Aurors and the overwhelming number of letters of complaint made him overwhelmed. Even his strong proposal to allow the Aurors to use the Death Eater death spell was united against the Ministry of Magic. They consider the use of the unforgivable curse to violate the Ministry of Magic's consistent thrust and legal ordinances as a very inhumane act. It was therefore rejected. Scrimgeour was furious about this. So many Aurors were killed by Death Eaters with the death curse, and these Ministry of Magic high-ranking officials turned a blind eye. Instead, they thought it was inhumane for Aurors to use the Death Eater on the Death Eaters. Just as he contacted the Daily Prophet to decide through a popular vote not to use the Death Curse, he had no idea that someone within the Ministry of Magic was quietly preparing to do something to him. When Peter returned to Hogwarts, before he could make a hot chair, a Badger patroness rushed in from the outside, and Cedric's anxious voice was heard inside. "Peter, come to the Ministry of Magic to help. Scrimgeour has been murdered. Many Death Eaters have broken into the Ministry of Magic. Alan and I are fighting the Death Eaters. There are more and more of them. We can't hold on." Receiving Cedric's rescue news, Peter's eyebrows furrowed. He looked at the black and oppressive weather outside, only felt that the situation was getting more and more complicated. Scrimgeour died too early, and now I am afraid that it is chaos. He didn't have much time to think about it now. He didn't care if the Ministry of Magic fell or not, but his two companions, Cedric and Alan, were working at the Ministry of Magic, and he was definitely going to save it. So he directly summoned the patroness to leave a message for Dumbledore, and disappeared into the office in an instant. At the same time, outside the office door, a figure quietly hidden in the corner of the wall also quietly left there, only a conspicuous pale blonde hair accidentally revealed in the firelight. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Magic is in chaos and panic. Minister Scrimgeour is suddenly murdered, and the Death Eaters attack the Ministry in a big way. And many high-ranking officials of the Ministry of Magic seemed to have received the news in advance, and invariably took leave in advance to leave the Ministry of Magic, or simply hid directly. Only Amelia Burns, the head of the Ministry of Magic's Law Enforcement Division, hastily led a portion of the Aurors and Strikers who remained at the Ministry of Magic to resist. However, due to the disparity in numbers and unequal combat power, he retreated and stayed on the floor of the Law Enforcement Division to fight fiercely against the Death Eaters. As a Ministry of Magic official, Amelia Burns called on all the Ministry of Magic to fight the Death Eaters, but apparently it did not have much effect, and many Ministry of Magic staff were at an ordinary level of magic, and they were frightened and fled in panic, not even having the courage to resist the Death Eaters. Swarm into the teleportation fireplace or hide in the office shivering. However, Cedric and Alan responded positively to Amelia Burns' call and joined other young colleagues in the fight against the Death Eaters. And because the magic level of the two is good, even stronger than the Aurors, they have gradually become the main force of the resistance team, and they are on the front line of the battle and fierce battle with the enemy. But in the face of more and more Death Eaters, the two also felt more and more bad. Amelia Burns cut off the flu net in advance to delay the arrival of the Death Eaters, but the Death Eaters had already prepared, and groups of 10 appeared in the halls of the Ministry of Magic with their portkeys. In a short time, thousands of Death Eaters appeared in the Ministry of Magic, laughing maniacally and wantonly destroying everywhere. Damn, where did these Death Eaters get so many portkeys? And it's all still straight to the Ministry of Magic? After fighting off one Death Eater, Cedric cursed in annoyance as he watched more and more Death Eaters. After almost a year at the Ministry of Magic, Cedric seemed to have matured considerably, cooperating with Alan in attacking the Death Eaters and rescuing colleagues who were fighting with them from time to time. Humph, the Ministry of Magic has been infiltrated into a sieve? It's not a strange thing to get these portkeys. Alan said to Cedric as he fought, "Haven't you noticed that there are a lot of people on leave today, who obviously knew about the Death Eaters' attack on the Ministry of Magic for a long time, so they dodged early? Are they on the side of the Death Eaters?" Cedric asked in disbelief, shocked and angry. "Not really, but don't forget that the Death Eaters are almost all pure bloods, and it's not hard to know the news in advance. And although we are also pure bloods, because we chose Dumbledore's side, they have already drawn us out of the range." Alan snorted coldly. "These guys are all wall grass, they just need to stand on the sidelines and watch quietly. As long as they wait for which side has signs of victory, they will immediately jump into the opposing camp and earn the maximum benefit. And apparently, a victory on Voldemort's side would guarantee them the highest benefits, so they would love to see the Ministry of Magic occupied by the Death Eaters. Even willing to provide some help, those portkeys are obviously their handiwork. Without the grant of the Ministry of Magic's high level, it would not have been possible to make so many door keys that went straight to the Ministry of Magic. There are more and more Death Eaters, and if we don't come to the reinforcements, I'm afraid we won't even be able to hold this floor." Cedric dodged a deadly spell and said worriedly, "I just sent Peter a letter asking for help, but I wonder if he is in the UK now. He seems to have been abroad lately, and I don't know if my patroness can go to him. I don't know where these Death Eaters came from. Hasn't Peter already solved a lot of Death Eaters before? Where did that guy find so many new members? And the strength is not weak, it feels more powerful than those Aurors in the Aurors." The Department of Magical Transportation has previously discovered that a large number of wizards have entered illegally from abroad, and it seems that these are these people. Their accents are not local, but very similar to those on the American side. Alan directly unleashed a black spell to knock out the Death Eaters who were attacking Cedric while answering Peter's question. He frowned, looked at the steady stream of Death Eaters, and said to Cedric, "If there are no reinforcements yet, we'll break through together later and try to get out of here." The resistance team organized by Amelia Burns was not strong. Under the continuous attacks of the Death Eaters, the few Aurors and Strikers were quickly defeated by the Death Eaters. Only Burns and a few slightly stronger Aurors, as well as Cedric and Alan, were still fighting. Cedric and Alan's excellent performance could not only amaze their own side, but also attracted the attention of the Death Eaters. One of the Death Eaters, after taking a closer look at the two, his eyes lit up, and he said happily to the leader on the side, "I know them, they are Peter York's best friends." The host said that as long as you catch Peter York's relatives and friends, there will be a reward. Oh, that's really good news. The leading Death Eater looked at the two people who were fighting the Death Eaters, his eyes flashed a malicious cold light, and he said with a sly smile, "A few more people, arrest them for me. As long as it is alive, it doesn't matter if you lack arms or legs." Cedric and Alan fought and retreated, protecting Ms. Burns and the wounded Aurors as they retreated into the law enforcement division, but suddenly the two of them found themselves facing several times the number of enemies they faced, and the pressure suddenly increased. The Death Eaters abandoned their main attack on the others and instead targeted both of them. Although the strength of the two is good, in the face of the siege of so many people, they can only passively defend and retreat. Fortunately, the two cooperated with each other to avoid the siege under the attack of so many people. But the two felt the continuous reduction of magic in their bodies, and they were also very anxious. If no one comes to their aid, they will lose. In the end, the two were surrounded by a dozen Death Eaters, and the protection they exerted together was under the siege of more than a dozen people, crumbling and about to shatter at any moment. The two looked at the smiling Death Eaters around them and smiled wryly at each other. "Alan, it seems that we have not had much luck today. I'm afraid I'm going to leave my life here." Cedric sighed and said that he had been prepared for death. He even felt like he had died once. On the day he graduated and left school, he had a bizarre dream. In the dream, he did not meet Peter, and Alan was only a classmate who knew his name, and he and the twins were only ordinary friends. In that dream, without Peter, he had always been the first in his class and was regarded as the pride of Hufflepuff. Even in the 6th-tier Triwizard Tournament, the warrior of Hogwarts became him, and Harry Potter also inexplicably became the 4th warrior. But his life also ended in the final of the Triumph Finals, where he was teleported to a strange place by the trophy with Harry Potter, and then he was killed by a Humpty Dumpty man holding a monster baby with a life spell. He clearly felt the instant passage of life force in his dream, and his soul also left his body, quietly watching the pudgy man named Pettigrew and helping Voldemort recover his body. His last memory is that along with other souls killed by Voldemort's wand, he helped Harry Potter escape the graveyard. In that dream, his life ended at the age of 17 and died on the night of the final. After waking up, Cedric felt absurd and incredible about this strange and real dream. But he instinctively felt grateful to Peter, because in that dream without Peter, his life ended at the age of 17. But now he has graduated from school safely, entered the Ministry of Magic, and became a proud son in the eyes of his parents. Now facing the dilemma of death again, Cedric is unusually calm. He has no fear of death, but is full of reluctance. "It's probably not easy for us to die." Alan warily looked at the Death Eaters surrounding them and reminded, "They haven't attacked us with the death curse, and they have found so many people to besiege us. I'm afraid they want to capture us alive." When Cedric heard this, he took a closer look at the Death Eaters and found that they had indeed not killed them, but instead surrounded them to prevent them from fleeing. "What to do?" Cedric asked. "They want to capture us alive, most likely to use us to do something bad," Alan said firmly, "and in their hands, it is likely that life is better than death. It's better to fight, it's a big deal to die here." "Okay, listen to you," Cedric said without hesitation, and then waved his wand and stared at the Death Eaters outside. "If you want to die, you have to pull a few more Death Eaters on their backs, it must not be their wishes." Immediately the two took the initiative to break down their protective shields and desperately threw out deadly spells one after another, and in order to kill with one blow, the two did not hesitate to use the life spell, regardless of the little magic power left in their bodies, desperately squeezed their physical strength, and launched an attack on the surrounding Death Eaters. In the face of the sudden attack, the Death Eaters, who had planned to catch turtles in the urn, were a little caught off guard and dodged and retreated. Two of the Death Eaters were hit by the death curse of two and were directly killed. The Death Eaters intended to capture the two alive, so they did not use deadly spells, and now they were constantly being made back by the two. The leader of the Death Eaters overseeing the battle on the side, his face ugly, immediately raised his wand in his hand and aimed it at the two who were fiercely resisting, and while they were unprepared, a spell rushed straight behind Cedric. "Be careful." Alan spotted the danger, shouted quickly, and rushed directly to block Cedric, blocking the sneak attack led by the Death Eaters. But as soon as they resisted the spell, the other Death Eaters seized the moment and shot spells at the two in unison. After resisting several spells, Alan was hit by a spell, his right arm was instantly twisted into a twist, and the wand in his hand also flew out. His face turned pale instantly, and he covered his arm in pain and collapsed there. "Alan." Cedric also saw his companion's injuries and was shocked and wanted to protect him. But even if his strength was slightly stronger than Alan's, he couldn't withstand the siege of a dozen Death Eaters, and he was hit by a heart-drilling curse and couldn't help but make a painful sound. Seeing that the two men had no strength to fight back, the leading Death Eaters laughed evilly and ordered the surrounding Death Eaters, use black magic to cut off their hands and feet, so that they will become complete wastes in the future. Then take them back to meet the host. When the surrounding Death Eaters heard this, they all showed perverted smiles on their faces, staring at the two with malice, and one by one they couldn't wait to do it themselves. "If you have the ability, you will kill us now." Alan endured the pain and yelled at the Death Eaters who looked around. But the Death Eaters were not moved in the slightest, but wanted to appreciate the thrill of catching turtles, and they all raised their wands and surrounded the two. Surrounded by the Death Eaters, Cedric and Alan struggled to lean back together. Their wands had been disarmed, and the two who had no ability to cast spells were powerless to resist in the face of this dilemma. Especially after hearing that the Death Eaters were going to cut off their hands and feet. If they didn't have their wands in their hands, they would very much like to kill themselves at the last minute without suffering that humiliation. Looking at the smiling Death Eaters around them, the two of them thought of Peter in unison, thinking that if Peter was here, I am afraid that it would be easy to solve these people. It's a pity that they don't have the talent and strength of Peter, and they can't be able to fight one enemy and one enemy 100. But just as they accepted their fate, a figure shining with red light appeared in front of them, and the people in the red light seemed to glance at them, and then the red light was even more dazzling, like a blazing flame, which exploded instantly, directly blasted out all the dozen or so Death Eaters who surrounded them. The leader of the Death Eaters, not far away, briefly blinded by this dazzling red light, closed his eyes vigilantly and dodged behind the stone pillar to the side, feeling the shockwave pass, before squinting his slightly clearer eyes and looking at the sudden appearance of people in the field. Then a frightened look appeared in his eyes, and his voice trembled unconsciously. Peter York. Peter, who suddenly appeared, seemed to hear his whisper, and his cold eyes glanced at him, suddenly making him fall into the ice abyss. But Peter did not mean to do it immediately, but beckoned, and the stone statues around them came to life, holding sharp spears, walked up to the Death Eaters who had been knocked unconscious by Peter, thrust them into their abdomen, and then picked them up and strung them together with spears like strings. The Death Eaters, awakened by the severe pain, struggled with screams of pain on their spears. The desire to survive led them to call for help from their companions, but the Death Eaters, who saw such a cruel scene, were frightened by Peter's methods and kept retreating. The Death Eater leader quickly ordered, "Retreat, it's Peter York. He's coming? Come on. Go to the lobby?" Peter ignored them, instead turned to look at the two pale-faced companions on the ground, then at their injuries, and raised his wand to cast a healing spell on Alan's twisted arm. "Peter, you're here." The two smiled happily at Peter. Looking at the miserable appearance of the two, Peter used magic to repair Alan's twisted arm little by little, frowning and snorting coldly. "If I don't come today, are you ready to be heroic? And then let your parents look at your corpse in grief? Have you been in the Order of the Phoenix for too long and been infected by that group of Gryffindors? Can't you save your life? Well, you have to rush to the front line." The two felt that they hadn't seen each other for a while, and the momentum on Peter's body was much stronger, so that the two of them couldn't even get stuck in their throats to say what they originally wanted to refute, and could only say, "Aren't we defending the Ministry of Magic? If the Death Eaters occupy the Ministry of Magic, the wizarding world, I'm afraid it will change." Everyone was having a bad time, so we both answered Ms. Burns' call to come and defend against the Death Eaters. However, I didn't expect that these Death Eaters would become more and more, and they would quickly occupy all the floors of the Ministry of Magic, so they could only be trapped in the law enforcement department, waiting for rescue. Don't you understand the truth that you are not afraid of no firewood? If you were a little smarter, you would have fled early like those officials of the Ministry of Magic, or found a place to hide. And not to heroes here. Peter said angrily. "We're not going to do that. Peter, if even we were like those people, we all put ourselves at risk, regardless of others. I'm afraid the wizarding world will really fall into the hands of Voldemort and his minions." Cedric looked directly at Peter and said firmly, "Well, I'm too lazy to say you guys. Ever since you joined the Order of the Phoenix, I knew there would be a day." Peter sighed and said, "After curing Alan, he healed Cedric again. The heart-drilling curse is not so easy to bear. There is not much magic left in your body now. I'd better send you to a safe place first." Peter said, "Peter, you don't have to worry about us. You are strong, hurry up and help Ms. Burns. There are too many Death Eaters. I am afraid that Ms. Burns will not be able to withstand the siege of the Death Eaters." Cedric said, "That's right, Ms. Burns is very important. Since Minister Scrimgeour was killed, the other Ministry of Magic high-ranking officials have disappeared. I am afraid they are ready to join Voldemort. Only by ensuring the safety of Ms. Burns can the Ministry of Magic not be completely controlled by Voldemort." Alan said too. Seeing this, Peter did not hesitate and nodded. "Okay, you guys follow me, show me the way, let's go and rescue Ms. Burns, and then get out of here together. There are already thousands of Death Eaters here, and there is a Voldemort hiding in the shadows, and if he appears, it will be difficult for me to guarantee your safety. Ms. Burns should be in the main hall now. There is a small door at the end of the law enforcement department that leads directly to the main hall. She should be going there." Alan said, and then said in embarrassment, "But now that they have been destroyed by the Death Eaters, and the Death Eaters have controlled the magic array, there is no way to phantom transformation here, and if we want to go, we can only go down layer by layer. But in that case, I'm afraid you'll have to face a lot of Death Eaters." Peter felt it, and indeed felt that the space was disrupted, although he could teleport, but he couldn't take the two of them, so he could only break in. However, he didn't have much pressure. He directly divided into two doppelgangers, protected the two in a triangular shape, and then walked directly towards the elevator. "Let's go. You guys follow me later. Let's go directly to the main hall." As the elevator descended little by little, surprisingly, the original layers of Death Eaters disappeared, and no one came to stop them. Knowing that the elevator came to the 8th floor, an emotionless female voice sounded. "On the 8th floor, the main hall of the Ministry of Magic has arrived." The elevator doors slowly opened, revealing the scene outside. Cedric and Alan took a cold breath, instinctively stepped back a few times, and the wand in his hand was tightly clenched and aimed outside the elevator. And Peter also had a stern face, his body straightened and looked at the people outside. At this time, thousands of Death Eaters were standing in the main hall, while there were some trembling Ministry of Magic personnel on the side, who were shrinking their heads and did not dare to make a sound. As for some high-ranking officials of the Ministry of Magic, they also stood by the fountain pool with promises, like doglegs waiting to be called at any time. And at the front, standing was Voldemort, and behind him, Amelia Burns was crushed by 2 Death Eaters, ready to be sentenced. Peter, let's go. The Ministry of Magic has been overrun by the Death Eaters, you go back to Hogwarts and tell Dumbledore about it. Amelia saw Peter in the elevator and shouted. Hearing Ms. Burns' words, Peter's face did not fluctuate, and he protected Cedric and Alan behind him, his eyes fixed on Voldemort in the front. Peter York, it's a pleasure to meet again. Voldemort squinted his scarlet eyes and looked at Peter playfully for a long time. Voldemort, are you waiting for me? Peter said calmly. Then his eyes swept to the Shangan Death Eater behind him. With such a big battle prepared, you may be too worthy of me. Haha, Peter, you are too modest. Voldemort looked at Peter playfully and said calmly, you are the most difficult opponent I have ever met, and even Dumbledore is not as difficult as you. If you don't spend a little more energy, I'm afraid it won't be good to entertain you. Peter looked at him indifferently and sneered, do you think you can take me down with these people? Although the strength of these American mercenaries is much stronger than those of your previous men, it is not easy to defeat me. Then he looked at the Ministry of Magic officials standing aside, except for Amelia Burns, who resisted resolutely. These officials seemed to have changed camps for the first time and huddled behind the Death Eaters, like ponies, so he looked at these wall grasses contemptuously, and said mockingly, I said Voldemort, how did you occupy the Ministry of Magic so quickly? It turns out that these wall grasses are helping. Minister Scrimgeour was really unlucky enough to run the Ministry of Magic, and it was ironic that his subordinates were desperately trying to pull their backs, and even murdered in their own offices. Facing Peter's gaze, these Ministry of Magic officials who had surrendered their eyes fluttered, and they did not dare to look directly at him. When the Death Eaters attacked, they did not have the courage to resist and surrendered at the first opportunity. There were even people who, directly and immediately, betrayed the others and revealed the location of the Aurors and Strikers to the Death Eaters. Only then did the Death Eaters effortlessly and quickly occupy the Ministry of Magic. But Peter didn't bother to pay attention to these wall grasses. It would be strange if they were reliable. The most important thing he needed to think about now was how to save Lady Burns from Voldemort and the Death Eaters. If it was just him, he wouldn't care. But now with Cedric and Alan behind him, and Amelia Burns to save, he was a little restrained. But to Peter's distribution, Voldemort didn't seem to intend to do anything with him head-on, but instead waved his hand and ordered the Death Eaters, bring them up. When Peter was just confused, a group of struggling people were searched out from behind by the Death Eaters, and when he saw these people, Peter couldn't help but shrink his pupils, and the eyes that turned to look at Voldemort became even colder. Because the people brought by the Death Eaters were all people he knew, Arthur West, Vegetable Fred and George, and his butler Wales. Westgane's father and son were all disarmed with their wands and their mouths sealed and unable to speak, and when they saw Peter, they shook their heads frantically and whined for him to leave quickly. They were immediately punched several times by the Death Eaters who were guarding them. Young Master Wales showed an apologetic look at Peter and apologized for being caught by the Death Eaters. Peter looked at Wales' old and frail appearance, distress flashed in his eyes, and then looked at Voldemort with cold eyes. Obviously, Wilby must have suffered a twist. Haha, Peter York, I heard that this old muggle is your butler, and you regard him as a relative, right? Voldemort pointed at Wales and said to Peter, this old muggle butler of yours is really good, and he killed 2 of my men when I went down to capture him. Saying that, he took out a pistol and showed Peter this muggle weapon is really good, if you don't pay attention, many wizards will be injured or even killed by it. With a wave of his hand, the pistol automatically melted, leaving only a few bullets in the magazine. He pointed to the magic pattern carved on the bullet and said to Peter, there is also this magic pattern bullet, you should have carved it. You really surprised me that you could ignore magic and hurt wizards, and that such a strange thing was actually created by you. Now let me see, can these bullets you made hurt yourself? Voldemort opened his hand, and the bullet immediately shot at Peter as fast as he could. The magic bullet has the attribute of forbidden magic, and Peter naturally will not directly use magic to block it. Directly summoned the stone pier on the side, blocked it in front of him, and then threw 2 objects with flashing red light to the doppelgangers who were protecting Cedric and Alan. He immediately attacked Voldemort directly. In the elevator, after the 2 doppelgangers caught the object that glowed red, they slapped Cedric and Alan directly on without saying a word, and then whispered quickly, you go first, go to Hogwarts, I will come to join you after I save them. Peter, you the 2 were just about to say something. The thing that was slapped on them lit up. It turned out to be 2 phoenix feathers, and before they could speak, they were directly taken away by the feathers. The 2 doppelgangers looked at each other, quickly nodded their wands at themselves, and then disappeared. The other Death Eaters noticed the movement, but upon closer inspection, they saw that there was no one in the elevator anymore. The Death Eaters, who thought they were invisible, attacked the elevator intensively, but in the end they did not find a figure. I had to give up and make sure that the men had somehow escaped from here. At this time, Voldemort did not expect Peter to choose to attack directly, and in a hurry, he had to quickly retreat to avoid Peter's powerful attack. Peter continued to attack him without hesitation, without the slightest concern that the other party had his own people in his hands. Voldemort did not take the initiative to attack, but defensively threatened Peter in annoyance. Peter York, don't you forget that I still have your friends and family in my hands. Do you care about their lives and deaths? The Death Eaters who watched the Vislev father and son and the butler Wales put their wands to their heads and threatened Peter, who was fighting against Voldemort, to signal him to stop. Seeing this, Peter stopped attacking. He stared at Voldemort for a while with a puzzled and seemingly smiling expression, and said, Voldemort, when did your strength become weaker? The courageous man who faced me head-on did not. Voldemort's expression was gloomy, and instead of answering Peter's words, he ordered the surrounding Death Eaters, give it all and solve him with the sealing curse. With so many Death Eaters, Peter had no intention of waving water from the fountain pool and rushing towards the Death Eaters. Faced with the waves, the Death Eaters thought there would be some powerful attack, but they were only drenched in water and nothing happened. Then he looked strangely at Peter, who had done all this. Could it be that his attack was just spilling alcohol? Peter smiled as he looked at the confused Death Eaters and Voldemort and then at the water under their feet. Immediately a trace of electric light flashed in his eyes, and the electric light on his body wandered. Seeing this, Voldemort's expression changed and he shouted at the Death Eaters, get out of the water. Unfortunately, he reminded too late, and a huge current followed Peter's guidance and quickly submerged into the stagnant water on the ground, and in the blink of an eye, he was wet. The Death Eaters standing in the stagnant water were hit by this huge current and suddenly fell into a large area. The hundreds of Death Eaters closest were directly electrocuted and died thoroughly. And those who were far away, lucky enough to have their lives, but they couldn't help but let out painful screams, and for a while, the strength of the Death Eaters was reduced a lot. Seeing this situation, Peter felt a little pity. If it were not for the Ministry of Magic that was now underground, he could directly summon the thunderclouds in the sky and easily solve these Death Eaters. Seeing that he had lost so many of his men, Voldemort looked at Peter with a resentful expression, turned to the Death Eaters who were watching Wales and Weska's father and son, and ordered, kill them. Then he said to Peter with a sly smile, since you don't care about them so much, then they are useless. Peter stood in place, looking at Voldemort expressionlessly, as if killing Wesley and Wales had no effect on him. At this moment, several green lights lit up, accompanied by several screams, and the happy smile on Voldemort's face stopped abruptly. Voldemort looked incredulously at the two Peters who suddenly appeared, cleanly settled the Death Eaters who were guarding the Wes and Sons, the butler Welsh and Miss Burns, and quickly came behind Peter with them. Peter jumped out of his pocket with a few wands, handed them and said, it shouldn't fit well, but it basically works, let's get out of here first. Thank you, Peter. Arthur said gratefully to Peter, then clenched the wand that belonged to Peter, warily guarding the Death Eaters opposite. You saved me again. Amelia Burns said with a sigh, her eyes full of gratitude. She didn't say anything more, but clenched her wand and stood behind Peter, like Arthur, with Peter as the main team. Good brother, you are really our life-saving hero. The twins said excitedly, expressing gratitude, but they knew that the situation was urgent, so they didn't say anything more, but guarded behind Peter like everyone else. The housekeeper Wales took care of the York family all his life, and the emotions between them were no different from those of their loved ones, so the two did not say anything grateful. Wales was a muggle and didn't need a wand, so Peter pulled out a pistol with magic bullets from a treasure chest-like bag and handed it to him so that he could protect himself. The people to be saved have been saved, and Peter has no psychological burden and no longer has the mind to stay. But not far away, Voldemort's golem discovered his thoughts and sneered, Peter York, even if you save them, you can't leave here now. This place has been completely enclosed by us, the elevator has been damaged, and the wallflow network has been completely closed. I know you can get out of here in defiance of the anti-phantom transfiguration ban, but it's impossible for you to get out of here with them. You'd better stay here with us. Oh, it's really ruthless. In order to keep me, you can even think of such a way. Peter laughed, then looked straight at him and said, so, this unknown Mr. Wizard, you were assigned by Voldemort to hold me back. When Voldemort heard this, his eyes flickered, and then he snorted coldly, I am Voldemort, Peter York, what are you paying attention to? You can leave at any time if you want to get out of here. But these friends of yours, I'm afraid today is their death day? Yes. Peter looked at him with a smile and said, your strength is indeed good, but it is only good. You've been avoiding a head-on confrontation with me for fear I'll see you're not Voldemort. But unfortunately, I have been in contact with Voldemort many times, and I know his strength and habits very well. Although he is a devil, he thinks of himself very high, and he will not avoid confrontation with me, let alone threaten me with my friends in every possible way, because it is an insult to him. So, this friend disguised as Voldemort, what are you trying to do to keep me here? Peter asked sleepily. The magic on his body burst out, and a fire snake burst out of the tip of his wand, rising when it met the wind, turning into a giant python covered in blue flames, staring at the Death Eaters with flames. I recently learned a little magic trick that I haven't practiced yet, so today I just want to test it out and see how it works. Peter waved his wand, and the blue flames around him danced meekly to his command. Fierce fire. The Death Eaters at the front were frightened by the blazing flames, especially the huge fire python, which opened its teeth and spat flames into the ground. Several people on Peter's side were also taken aback by the fierce fire around here. This kind of devil flame that is stained with death, even powerful dark wizards dare not use it easily, because the fierce fire will not recognize people, no matter who it is, even if it is the person who summoned it, it will be swallowed up. So seeing the raging fire that spread rapidly, Arthur Wesley and Ms. Burns were taken aback, thinking that Peter was playing off. When they were about to die, they found that although the fierce fire surrounded them, they did not feel a little hot and destroyed, but it was like an illusion, without the slightest injury. Although the West twins were also taken aback, they were very curious to reach out to touch the flames after finding that there was no danger. George Fred, don't play with fire. Arthur looked at his two unconscious sons and stopped sternly. Although he didn't know how Peter did it, he was very sure that this was the devil flame that the Black Master was also very jealous of. The butler Welsh did not know the power of this flame, and out of trust in his young master, he did not make a fuss about it, holding a pistol and tracing the man on the opposite side who called himself Voldemort. The Death Eaters on the opposite side also saw this situation, and Voldemort stared at the blue flames in the sky, and Peter, who controlled the flames like a Vulcan, gritted his teeth and said, "Grindelwald's magic skills. It seems that you are well informed." Peter was surprised that his trick was indeed taught by Grindelwald, and he was very dazzled when he saw Grindelwald perform this trick to discern the loyalty of the saints. In the end, after Peter's stalking, Lindwald was handed over to him. According to Grindelwald, he combined the fierce fire curse and the unbreakable curse, so when the fierce fire was summoned, the person in the fierce fire was equivalent to establishing a contract with the spellcaster through the fierce fire, and if the person in the fierce fire had no ill will towards the spellcaster, because of the relationship of the contract, the fierce fire would not hurt him. But if it is malicious, then without the protection of the contract, the fierce fire will truly become the devil's flame and devour people. At this time, the few people behind him certainly did not have ill will towards Peter, so they could not feel the heat of the fierce fire. But the Death Eaters on the other side were different. The raging fire, before they got close, made them feel very hot. With a flick of Peter's hand, the giant python that turned into fire struck at the Death Eaters and continued to shoot at them. Ordinary magic attacks can only slightly repel the fierce attack, but the fierce fire is pouring in from all directions, like a monstrous wave. Voldemort used his wand to repel the oncoming python, listening to the screams of the surrounding Death Eaters who were burned to death, shouting, "Curse with 10,000 curses. All spells can extinguish the fire?" 10,000 spells are all high-level spells, and there are not many people who know them, but among the Death Eaters of the Upper Gan, many people still know this spell. It's a pity that Peter won't give them this opportunity, and he splits into more than a dozen doppelgangers while controlling the fierce fire. The doppelgangers shared the same mind, and without further Peter, they attacked the Death Eaters to prevent them from working together to cast all the curses. The officials of the Ministry of Magic, who were playing soy sauce, all hid in the corner at this time, watching this scene with wide eyes. Although many of them knew Peter's reputation and knew that he was called the second Dumbledore, they had never seen Peter look mighty with their own eyes, watching him alone withstand the Death Eaters of the Schengen and gain the upper hand. At the same time of horror, their eyes flashed, and some people had secretly regretted how they had forgotten that there was such a person. All curses are over. Voldemort was the first to cast a spell. Some Death Eaters also saw the opportunity to cast spells, and Peter's doppelgangers frequently interrupted the casting process, and they could only barely raise a barrier to resist the attacks of the python and flames. This gentleman disguised as Voldemort, "You can show your true face, do you really like his face so much?" Peter said with a smile, then squinted and asked, "Also, I guess you should be the leader of the mercenaries on the American side. I wonder what good price Voldemort gave you to make you willing to read his life so desperately?" Voldemort heard this, his eyes looked at Peter with hatred, as if he was looking at an enemy, and then the free left hand grabbed his face. His face was like a ball of clay, directly turned into another unfamiliar face. He gritted his teeth and said to Peter, "Do you remember the name Michael?" "Michael? Sorry, don't remember? Do I owe him money?" Peter shook his head and asked with a grin. "My name is Robert Michael, and I am the older brother of the camp leader you destroyed." The stout middle-aged man stared at Peter with hatred and said, "Do you remember it now? Camp? I haven't destroyed any camps." Peter said with an innocent face, but finally remembered that he had indeed destroyed a camp of mercenaries for the Thunderbird before, and seemed to have killed a madman named Michael. The person in front of him should be the brother of the person in charge of the base, as if he was one of the top leaders of the Purge mercenary organization. "Very well, I'll remind you of it." Robert Michael blushed and said with a crazy sneer, "Do you think we are the only ones to purify? We brought more than 3,000 people this time, and all but 1,000 here followed Voldemort to Hogwarts. At that time, we will go on a killing spree and kill those students in the school." Robert laughed maniacally and said, "Then, we will preach that this time it is only to take revenge on Peter York, those wizards who have lost their children, if you want to hate him, because he provoked a group that should not be provoked, so that the thick British prisoner suffered from raw death." Listening to his crazy words, Peter's eyes became more and more cold, and then he frowned and asked, "Voldemort agreed to this request of yours?" "Him? Why not say yes?" Robert laughed, "We promised to leave a few of his followers children, as for the others, why should he save? Madman." Peter looked at this crazy man coldly, and said with a murderous aura in his eyes, "Since you purifiers dare to come to Britain, you don't have to go back this time. The giant python that gathered fiercely, as if sensing Peter's anger, let out a hoarse roar, and then spewed flames towards the side of the Death Eaters, and its huge body hit the barrier heavily. Suddenly, a badger patroness rushed out. It was the voice of Cedric, who was sent away by Peter, and he said anxiously, "Peter, there are suddenly many Death Eaters from Hogwarts. Voldemort also appeared here. The professors have joined forces to cast a protective charm, but they can't resist it at all. They are about to rush into the school." Hearing Cedric's words, Peter frowned, turned to Amelia Burns and asked, "Ms. Burns, is there any passage or the like for the Ministry of Magic to leave?" Amelia Burns shook her head. "The Ministry of Magic has access to the outside entrance, only the fireplace and the elevator, but now the elevator has been destroyed, and the fireplace has been turned off from the flow network. If you want to recover, it will take at least half a day." She also heard Cedric's words, looked at Peter's frowning appearance, and persuaded, "Peter, if you can get out of here, go to Hogwarts quickly, leave us alone. The children there are the future of the wizarding world, and their safety is more important than ours, and we can't let these terrorists hurt them." "Yes, Peter, I know you want to take us out, but the most important thing right now is Hogwarts. It wouldn't be great if the Ministry of Magic fell, but if Hogwarts fell into the hands of Voldemort and these terrorists, it would be a disaster." Arthur also said with concern on his face, "Brother, I know that the ban of the Ministry of Magic will definitely not stop you. You better go to the rescue of Hogwarts first. The Ministry of Magic has a whole 10 floors, even if we can't beat them, isn't it easy to hide from them?" The twins also said with rare seriousness, "Voldemort and his minions are over. Dumbledore alone may be difficult to deal with him. You better go and help." Robert Michael on the opposite side also heard their words, looked at Peter proudly, and said rampantly, "Peter York, I know that you can ignore the prohibition here and leave here, but what will you choose? Is it the one who chose to abandon these people behind you and save Hogwarts? Or did you choose these people and give up to rescue Hogwarts? Allow those innocent little wizards to be brutally killed? You despicable villain, with Professor Dumbledore in the school, you will definitely be able to repel those people." Fred yelled angrily and shot a spell at Robert on the opposite side with his wand. Robert dodged the incoming spell and said mockingly with a sly smile, "Dumbledore? I'm afraid that when you pass, you will be able to see his corpse." Hearing Robert's determined tone, Arthur and the others suddenly felt uneasy, but then shook their heads, only feeling that it was impossible. In their hearts, Dumbledore was the image of that powerful and omnipotent. How could he be defeated by Voldemort? Peter's eyes flashed, calmly looked at the proud Robert on the opposite side, and then turned to look at the Ministry of Magic personnel who were huddled in the corner, and said sarcastically to them, "You also heard what he said just now. He said that he wanted to kill the students of Hogwarts. Many of you must have children studying there. Are you indifferent to it? Or have you already negotiated with them that you will let your children go?" Hearing Peter's words, the staff of the Ministry of Magic had different expressions, some indifferent, some struggling, some worried, and some panicked, and one of the witches came out of it, her body trembling and clenched her wand, pointed at the Death Eater, summoned up the courage to glare at the Death Eater, and said, "My child is attending Hogwarts. I will not allow you to hurt him. You devils, find death." Robert did not expect that among these soft eggs, among those who surrendered to them in the first place, someone would dare to resist them and shoot a curse at this woman. Just as the witch was waiting to die with wide eyes, the raging fire rushed over, directly devoured the spell, and then surrounded the witch, but did not burn her. At the same time, the fierce fire also burned the 3 nearby Death Eaters directly to ashes, and they didn't even have time to scream. The witch who was protected by the fierce fire was taken aback, but looking at the fierce fire that did not hurt herself, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and then glanced at Peter gratefully. She knew that Peter saved herself. The Ministry of Magic personnel, seeing this, quickly squeezed out of the crowd. They were all people with children attending Hogwarts, and they all approached Peter's side, but they saw the raging fire in front of them, and they did not dare to step over, fearing that they would be burned to ashes like those Death Eaters. "If you want to follow me to Hogwarts and save your own children, then come through the wall of fire. The flames will not burn you," Peter said gently. At the same time, with a wave of his hand, a fierce fire rushed to the ceiling, blocking the Death Eaters who were trying to stop the actions of the Ministry of Magic personnel. Hearing Peter's words, more and more people in the Ministry of Magic walked out. "Come," and then tentatively stretch out his hand to touch the fierce fire, and it turns out that this fierce fire is like. It was an illusion, let it pass through, but it did not hurt them. Seeing this, they all sent a sigh of relief, and then happily passed through the fierce fire, gathered on Peter's side, and looked at him in awe and gratitude. AHH. Suddenly a scream startled everyone, and I saw that next to the wall of fierce fire, a male wizard tentatively put his hand into the flames, and the fierce fire was directly burned as if it had encountered strong wine. Then it quickly spread to the whole body, and was burned to ashes by fierce fire in the scream. This scene frightened the Ministry of Magic personnel who were about to cross the wall of fire, and looked at Peter in horror, wanting to ask for answers. "Hey, the Death Eaters also want to pass through my fierce fire. Do you really think my fierce fire is so easy to deceive?" Peter snorted coldly, and then his eyes indifferently swept over the Ministry of Magic personnel who were trying to fish in troubled waters to Peter's side, reminding, "Those who have malicious intentions or plans to deal with me, don't try to cross the wall of fire to come to me, otherwise you will end up like the person just now." As soon as the words fell, some Ministry of Magic personnel were immediately frightened and quickly retreating back into the corner, not daring to come again. And those wizards who were very anxious about the safety of their children gritted their teeth and stepped into the fierce fire and came to Peter safely. The Ministry of Magic is occupied by Death Eaters, who can't get out of here and now have to rely on Peter. Robert looked at a large part of the Ministry of Magic personnel with a gloomy face, chose to stand beside Peter, and then sneered, "Peter York, is it possible that you plan to let this waste fight us, and then you go to rescue Hogwarts yourself? Isn't that underestimating us?" Then stretched out his hand, with a calm tone, and said with a wild smile, "Of course, you can leave here at any time now, but when you return, I can mercifully leave their bodies intact to you." Peter looked at the rampant Robert, looked at him like a fool, and then directly waved his wand, and the fierce fire python became even larger, directly blocking between the Death Eaters and Peter, and the fierce flames rushed directly to the ceiling, forming a huge curtain of flames. Then he turned to Amelia Burns and said, "Ms. Burns, please take them to the Magical Transportation Division on the 6th floor, and I'll pad you up." Amelia Burns didn't understand what Peter meant, but still nodded, led the people on their side, and retreated directly to the 6th floor. The Weasleys, Sons, and Welsh, the butler, followed Burns and headed upstairs. Peter stayed last, looked at the Death Eaters and those remaining Ministry of Magic personnel on the other side of the wall of flames, sneered, directly disconnected the fierce fire, let it rage, and quickly withdrew upstairs. Without Peter's control, the fire directly spread madly everywhere, turning into a monstrous flame, attacking and devouring everything it could touch. "Help! I don't want to die." Some Ministry of Magic personnel watched in horror as the fierce fire came towards them, wailing loudly. But no one would come to save them at this time, and the merciless fierce fire directly devoured them. Robert Michael, the leader of the Purifiers, ignored the Ministry of Magic officials who asked for help, but instead made a decision and ordered all mercenaries to use the 10,000 curses together. Without Peter's intervention, they finally extinguished the fierce fire in the hall with difficulty. "Chase? Can't let them escape." Robert noticed that Peter's group had run upstairs and said through gritted teeth, "The Ministry of Magic has been blocked by them, and even if it is them, they will not be able to leave here for the time being." He didn't understand Peter's intentions, but he knew that Peter was not easy to deal with, so he decided to keep Peter here as much as possible according to the original plan. When Peter and his party came to the hall on the 6th floor, everyone looked at Peter with a puzzled face, and Arthur Weasley asked directly, "Peter, you let us come here, is there any reason? Is there a secret passage to the outside?" Peter shook his head. He did not explain immediately, but directly applied a powerful explosive spell to the passage of the 6th and 7th floors. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the entrance and exit passage of the 6th floor directly collapsed, and countless boulders and dirt fell, blocking the entrance. Looking at Peter's actions, everyone was even more confused. The only entrance and exit were blocked, and the Death Eaters on the 7th floor could not enter, but they could not go out at this time. Could it really be, as Arthur Weasley suggests, that Peter has discovered a secret passage? "Peter, is there really another passage here?" Burns asked expectantly. Peter shook his head, but instead turned his head and asked, "Do any of you know where Alan White's office is?" "Alan White? I know, Mr. York." A witch raised her hand and said, "He's my colleague, and his office is in the innermost one of the Flu Authority." She pointed to the room at the very end of the 6th floor. Following the witch's guidance, the group followed Peter to Alan White's office in confusion. After entering the office, Peter scanned the cluttered room, then went directly to the desk labeled Alan White and tapped his wand on the surrounding walls. "Peter, what are you doing?" The twins looked at Peter's behavior with a confused look and couldn't help but ask, "Have you heard Alan complain to you about his work at the Ministry of Magic before?" Peter said with a smile. The end of the wand in his hand turned into a trumpet, and the subtle movement behind the wall was amplified by the wand. "He complained to me about the poor working environment in his office, and every day he could hear noise from behind the walls. He applied to his superiors several times to change offices, but was not approved." Peter recounted with a smile, his wand parked against the wall behind his desk, grinning, and said, "Because behind his office wall, a Muggle subway passes by, so he has to endure the noise of the subway every day." "What do you mean?" The twins' eyes lit up, guessing Peter's thoughts. "Since the Ministry of Magic has blocked all the passages, why don't we open one again?" Peter said with a smile, and then said to the people around him, "Back off." He unleashed his magic power and cast a spell against the wall, directly blowing up the entire wall. With a wave of his wand and rolling up the dust in the house, Peter walked towards the shattered and dimly lit opening, and a ball of light flew out of the wand, illuminating the tunnel behind the wall. "Here." The twins came to Peter's side and craned their necks to look curiously into the dark tunnel. "This is Muggle's metro tunnel." Peter smiled and said, "We still have a lot of thanks to Alan. If it weren't for his many complaints, I wouldn't be able to remember that there is such a passage now. Or Peter, your mind is spinning so fast that you can even think of such a way." The twins boasted happily, then took the lead in the tunnel behind the wall. "We can now get back to the ground through the Muggle tunnel, haha." Beckoning everyone into the tunnel, Peter turned around and waved his wand at Alan's office, and the damaged things inside were automatically restored. Watching the wall return to its original state, Peter turned to look at the people around him. "Guys, can you use the phantom transfiguration?" Peter reminded. It was only a wall, but by this time he had discovered that he could use phantom transfiguration. Really? Great. Finally you can use the phantom transfiguration. Someone tried it, found that it was indeed possible, and said excitedly. Then let's leave it at that. You go back to your respective homes first. It's better to hide them. I'm going to Hogwarts right now and see what's going on there. Peter said to the crowd. But everyone did not leave, but said to Peter with a pleading face, Mr. York, although I know that this is the difficulty of a strong man, can I beg you to take us to Hogwarts? Our children are there and we need to know their safety. Peter frowned and reminded, you heard the words of the man just now. Voldemort was there right now, and there were thousands of Death Eaters. If you go, no one can guarantee your safety? Peter, let them go together. Their children are all at Hogwarts, and it is impossible to let them go home now. Arthur said to Peter. Looking at these pleading parents around him, Peter was silent for a while, but nodded and said, since you insist on going, then I will take you directly to save you from having to make a few more trips. Now you grab each other's hands and don't let go. Peter said that when everyone heard this, they obediently grabbed each other's hands and waited for Peter's fingers. Cause. Peter looked at the teams that had been grasped on both sides, nodded, and then put his hands on the shoulders of George Fred, one left and one right, and reminded again, hold on, don't let go. Toot toot. At this time, there was a subway driving in the depths of the tunnel. The sound of the subway driver in the distance had already found the person on this side and hurriedly honked the horn. Just as the driver watched in horror as the subway was about to hit these people, he saw the very handsome young man standing in the middle and glanced at him calmly. And the two red-haired young men next to him made a strange smile at his hippie smile, and a group of people disappeared directly in place, as if it was an illusion. At the same time, Robert Michael and his men, who had opened up 6 or 7 floors, finally arrived at the 6th floor. But what made them dumbfounded was that Peter and the others, who should have been here, quietly disappeared here. They searched carefully, but found no trace of the secret passage. Peter didn't know if his actions had made the poor driver think he had hit a ghost. But at this time, he took more than a dozen people with his retinue and teleported directly to the lawn of Hogwarts. Feeling that nearly a third of the mana in his body was consumed, Peter could only secretly decide that in the future, except for necessary circumstances, he would never teleport with so many people again, which was too much magic. The people brought by Peter saw the familiar Hogwarts castle not far away, and their eyes were full of awe when they looked at Peter. From London to Hogwarts, the average wizard would have to use at least 4 or 5 apparition transformations to get there. And Peter was not only able to reach his destination in one step, but also took so many of them with him. This ability shocked everyone very much, and for the first time, they really realized the gap in strength between them and Peter. However, at this time, Peter was not in the mood to look at them, because he saw a team of thousands of Death Eaters not far away on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, constantly firing spells at Hogwarts, dense magic shooting towards the castle, crashing into a huge dome light curtain, and the explosion was deafening. The dome crumbled under the constant attack of thousands of spells, as if it was about to shatter at any moment. Under the castle, except for Snape, who was nowhere to be seen among the 4 headmasters, even Slughorn was constantly casting spells to maintain the dome that enveloped the castle. And Voldemort and Dumbledore, who were supposed to appear, did not appear. Oh my god, look there! Is that Dumbledore? What happened to him? In the crowd behind Peter, someone pointed to the castle tower and shouted in horror. When everyone looked there, a brilliant green light flashed from the tower, and under this dazzling light, Dumbledore's figure clearly fell in everyone's eyes. But to everyone's horror, Dumbledore was hit by that spell that flashed green. Everyone knew what the spell meant, and they watched in amazement as the tall, thin figure fell like a rag from the top of the tower, and then fell heavily on the ground. Haha, I finally killed Dumbledore. A hissing sound came from the castle, and above the tower, Voldemort shouted cheerfully. Immediately he picked up the elderberry wand, looked at it carefully, and then sent a huge magic towards the sky, and in the blink of an eye, the solid dome was instantly shattered, turning into fragments of leaves and falling down. Then he looked at Peter from afar from the tower and showed a cruel smug smile. That's all that's left, Peter. At Hogwarts at sunset, the war was raging, and the fragments of the dome turned into flying ash and slowly fell. But at this time, everyone's eyes were focused on Voldemort, who was laughing wildly at the top of the tower, and the afterglow of the setting sun shone him like a god and demon. In contrast, Dumbledore, who fell to the ground, wanted to lie quietly on the grass like a rag, silently. The teachers and students of Hogwarts all lost their voices, looking at this scene in disbelief. Dumbledore, whom they regarded as spiritual leaders and would never fail, was lying fragile on the ground like an ordinary person at this time. No, Albus. Professor McGonagall rushed over quickly, looked at Dumbledore, whose limbs were twisted and his pupils were dilated, knelt on the ground and picked him up, trembling and probing his nose with his hand, and then sinking hands with grief. The Death Eaters strangely stopped advancing. This made Flitwick and several other professors, who were standing at the forefront, temporarily relieved, and then retreated back to the place where Dumbledore fell. When he saw Dumbledore lying quietly in Professor McGonagall's arms, Slughorn took his hurried small steps, came to McGonagall, crouched down and put his wand against Dumbledore, and the wand emitted a dazzling white light and poured into Dumbledore's body. Horace, how is it? Flitwick with the fastest speed arrived, looking at Slughorn with grief and hope, hoping that he would say a hopeful answer. But Slughorn shook his head with a heavy face. I'm sorry, Albus was hit by the death curse. Even if I had the potion to bring the dead back to life, I couldn't save him. Then he sighed and said to McGonagall, who was holding Dumbledore and looking sad, Micheleva, you better put Albus down. We need to take care of his body. No, it won't. Albus wouldn't choose to leave us so easily. McGonagall's eyes were red and she shook her head excitedly and said, Micheleva, we can't fall yet. The Dark Lord and the Death Eaters are not gone yet. We still need to protect the students. Cheer up. Sprout, with moist eyes, gently walked over to McGonagall, picked her up, and said to her solemnly, Haha, Dumbledore's corpse is already in front of you, don't you still believe it? Voldemort suddenly flashed in front of everyone and said with a chuckle. Voldemort's sudden appearance startled everyone, and then they pointed their wands at him vigilantly. Even the shrewd and timid Slughorn held his wand in fear to guard against Voldemort's attack. Seeing Dumbledore's body being protected by everyone, Voldemort's blood-red eyes scanned the group of resolute-faced professors, and said with a smile, It seems that Dumbledore really has a set of hearts, and he can let you protect him so much when he dies. But do you think just a few of you can stop me? Voldemort squinted his eyes and said coldly, as he kept approaching Dumbledore. You want to touch Dumbledore's body, Voldemort. McGonagall's eyes were firm, and she said resolutely, Unless you step over my corpse. How faithful, Michael McGonagall. Voldemort sneered, glancing contemptuously at Dumbledore's corpse behind them, and said leisurely, You don't have to be so wary of me, Michael McGonagall. I, the Dark Lord, will not humiliate Dumbledore's corpse. After all, with his strength, it is enough to gain my respect. Now, who's going to tell me? Harry Potter tracks. Voldemort swept past everyone and said coldly, then beckoned behind him, and thousands of Death Eaters quickly rushed over and blocked the castle gates. As long as anyone tells me about Harry Potter, they can get out of here safely. I'll only give you half an hour, and in half an hour, the group behind me will storm the castle and kill everyone you see. Voldemort's voice echoed throughout the castle, and the Hogwarts teachers and students were shocked, especially the students who were hiding in the castle, and when they heard the news, they all showed despair. There were also some students, especially those in Slytherin, who were anxious to inquire Harry Potter news, but when everyone found Ron and Hermione, both claimed to have not seen Harry since the afternoon. You must know Potter's tracks, hand him over. Some of the students stopped in front of Ron and Hermione and said excitedly, You can't be so selfish, you have heard the Dark Lord. If you don't say Potter's news within half an hour, those people will rush in and kill us. I said I don't know. Hermione said loudly, and then she glared at the frightened students, Even if I knew I wouldn't hand Harry over. If you are afraid of death, go to him yourselves. You can't do this, Granger. A Ravenclaw student tried to grab Hermione's hand and was beaten back by Ron, but he still blocked the aisle with his body and said in horror and despair, Dumbledore has been killed by the Dark Lord, and there are thousands of Death Eaters outside the castle. There is no way we can beat them. If time passes, they rush in and kill us all. I don't want to die. You can't let us give you a funeral. Yes, as long as we hand over Harry Potter, we can all live. Others agreed. You cowardly and afraid of death, if you want to live, crawl out and kneel and lick Voldemort's toes. Ron stood in front of Hermione and yelled at them, If you want us to trade Harry's life for you, dream. Arrest them. Professor Snape's office should have a truth agent that can be used to force them to ask about Potter's whereabouts. A Slytherin student suggested. Hearing this, these students, who didn't want to die, their eyes became crazy, and they wanted to work together to grab the two. Even if you can't ask about Potter's whereabouts, according to Potter's usual good relationship with them, it can be used to force Potter to take the initiative to appear. Looking at these crazy students, Hermione raised her wand, and a huge wave burst out from the wand, sweeping away everyone who wanted to surround them. Then he glanced at these students coldly and said in disappointment, You really disgrace Hogwarts. Voldemort's words made you so confused. Look outside, professors and many seniors are fighting the Death Eaters, and you don't even have the courage to resist. It's easy for you to say, how to resist. A student struggled and said excitedly, Even a powerful person like Dumbledore was killed by Voldemort. What strength do we have to resist him? It's just looking for death. We still have Professor York. He will come and save us? An ethereal voice came from upstairs, and it was Luna Lovegood who came downstairs, still wearing 2-carat earrings, and said with an affirmative face. Hearing her words, everyone also calmed down slightly. But then someone said with a bitter smile, But until now, Professor York has not appeared, and I don't know where he has gone. Will they be able to come back and save us in time? Professor York is back. Luna said suddenly. Huh? Back? Where is it? Hearing her words, everyone lifted their spirits, and Hermione was the first to ask excitedly. It's going to thunder. Luna pointed to the sky and said, When there is thunder, the professor will come back. Looking at the sudden extra-cumulus clouds in the sky, Ron searched for a long time, but did not find Peter's figure, and said with a wry smile of loss, No kidding, Luna. Professor York is not Thor, and he will come back when there is thunder. Not true. Hermione said excitedly, pointing to the clouds in the sky, Something is wrong with that cloud. It's changing so fast. When everyone heard this, they all looked through the window, and saw that the originally rare clouds in the sky suddenly became more and more, and the clouds surged, accumulating more and more, and after a few minutes, thick clouds shrouded the sky of Hogwarts, and the Deo electric light flashed faintly in the clouds. and the sunset in the distance in the sky illuminated the grey clouds red, accompanied by the appearance of lightning, which looked very spectacular magic pills. The crowd outside also noticed the change in the sky, and Voldemort and the Death Eaters were puzzled. And the professors also looked curiously at the dark clouds of thunder. Throat. Suddenly 2 sharp eagle cries sounded in the forbidden forest. Sound, accompanied by sound, 2 huge figures flew from the forest into the sky. They were the 2 thunderbirds living in the forbidden forest, sensing danger at this time, flying high in the air with lightning and hovering above the castle. It's the thunderbirds, the 2 thunderbirds that Peter brought back, Flitwick said in surprise, and then swept around happily. These 2 thunderbirds only listened to Peter's words and now took the initiative to come out. Is Peter back? The thunderbird couple hovering in the sky flew under the thunderclouds, summoning more thunderbolts. Suddenly the thunderbird dived and rushed to the ground Death Eater team with millions of volts of lightning. The speed of the lightning was very fast, and before the Death Eaters could react, the huge lightning struck the ground directly blowing up the dense Death Eaters. The scattered lightning burned hundreds of Death Eaters directly to ashes, and there was no time to even let out a scream. One thunderbird finished attacking with lightning and rushed into the sky, and the other thunderbird carried a huge lightning bolt and struck the Death Eaters again. Thunderbirds are worthy of being magical creatures born to control thunder, especially with the blessing of thunderclouds. Millions of volts of lightning are like wine, constantly falling to the ground. Countless lightning bolts sent a wave of lightning directly to the ground where the Death Eaters were. The team of Death Eaters, who had been neatly trained just now, became chaotic under the attack of lightning, and the screams were incessant, and the team of several cotters fled in all directions. This scene made the eyes of the teachers and students inside and outside the castle widen. They did not expect these 2 thunderbirds to have such great ability. Damn beast! Voldemort gritted his teeth, his eyes fixed on the 2 thunderbirds, and fired a death curse directly into the sky. With the blessing of the Elder Wand, his attack strength has indeed increased a lot, and the dazzling death spell is like a pillar of light straight into the sky. With the blessing of thunder, the thunderbird's reaction and speed became much faster, and relying on its sensitivity to danger perception, when it saw Voldemort's spell attack, it immediately cooperated with each other to dodge. Then he struck back 2 lightning bolts from Voldemort, and although Voldemort blocked the attack of lightning with powerful magic, his men who approached him were miserable. The exploding lightning directly hit these people, accompanied by countless screams, and many Death Eaters were directly blown out. The lucky Death Eaters, who did not die after being hit by a huge amount of electricity, but no longer had the strength to fight, lay on the ground and pumped non-stop with electric light. Unfortunately, it was directly turned into coke, and there was no possibility of survival. Voldemort was mad, waved his wand, flew up like a bat and rushed towards the 2 thunderbirds, vowing to kill them. In the 2 thunderbirds dodging incessantly, the spells that soared into the sky one after another directly dispersed the clouds in the sky. Seeing that Voldemort's attack was getting stronger and stronger, the 2 thunderbirds saw that the situation was not good, and hid directly in the thick clouds, so that Voldemort could not find the target of the attack. Then he continued to control the lightning, unleashing thunderous attacks on Voldemort flying in the sky and the Death Eaters on the ground. The students hiding in the castle cheered excitedly when they saw the power of these 2 thunderbirds. They did not expect the thunderbirds to be so powerful. You know, they had been up close and personal with thunderbirds in Peter's class before. At that time, I only thought that the thunderbird was very handsome, but I didn't expect such a strong attack. Voldemort fell to the ground again, and after hearing the cheers in the castle, he suddenly felt like he had been slapped in the face, and his scarlet eyes were full of murderous aura when he looked at the castle and the people around him. McGonagall and the others keenly discovered his murderous aura, and they clenched their wands warily, ready to fight him to the death. But Voldemort didn't care about their expressions, but touched the old wand in his hand, and then burst out a huge magic pressure, aiming at the sky and unleashing his strongest blow. A huge pillar of light soared into the sky, setting off a shock wave that retreated everyone. The pillar of magic spell light hit the clouds directly dispersing the thick thunderclouds, exposing 2 helpless thunderbirds under the starry sky, and there was no trace of clouds and mist around to accumulate lightning. Now you guys should die. Voldemort looked at the 2 thunderbirds in the sky with a cruel smile on his face, and the green light of the Elder Wand in his hand flashed green, tracing them. The cheers in the castle stopped, and the students looked at the thunderclouds that had been scattered and the 2 thunderbirds that could not hide, their eyes full of worry. Especially seeing Voldemort's powerful momentum, the hope that had risen was once again knocked down. Luna, you just said that Professor York is here, why haven't you shown up yet? A student said to Luna anxiously. The students around also glared at her, originally thinking that this usually crazy girl could be reliable this time. As a result, there is no trace of Peter until now. Only 2 of Peter's Thunderbirds came to the rescue, and now they are also in danger. Luna didn't seem to care about these people's reactions, but looked at the deep black lake and said affirmatively, I saw a harassing fly belonging to Professor York. He must be nearby, maybe in the Black Lake. When the others heard this, they looked at her like a fool, then shook their heads and said, I'm stupid to believe the crazy girl's words. Suddenly someone took a clock and looked at it, then was shocked and said with a desperate face, half an hour has passed, and the Dark Lord and his Death Eaters are about to storm the castle and kill us. Hearing this, many students panicked, and some students sat directly on the ground, crying in despair, I don't want to die. I want to go home. If you don't want to die, then grab your wand and fight the Death Eaters together. Hermione said in a loud voice. She looked at everyone with a solemn expression. The Death Eaters will not leave their hands on us, and if we want to repel them, we can only survive if we work together. At the same time, outside the castle, Voldemort seemed to be teasing the Thunderbirds, constantly firing a death spell into the sky, not allowing them to have a chance to escape, and could only run for their lives. Then he looked at the professors who had been on guard, showed a cruel smile and said, "The time has come. So far, I haven't seen any trace of Harry Potter. It seems that you are planning to be excessive. In that case, then I will send you all to Dumbledore together. Then clean this castle and eliminate all those who are not worthy of studying at Hogwarts, and turn it into my Death Eaters' paradise." With a wave of his hand, the Death Eaters behind him gathered again, revealing bloodthirsty gazes and rushing towards the castle. Looking at the dense crowd of Death Eaters rushing over, the teachers and students who were standing at the castle gate quickly waved their wands, and Flitwick directly shot spells from his wands like bullets, attacking the Death Eaters on the opposite side. McGonagall used the Transfiguration charm to animate the megalithic and armored statues at the gate like an army, wielding their weapons neatly and attacking. Sprout drank many seeds into the distance, chanting complex incantations, only to see the seeds quickly grow into thick devil nets, which quickly covered the entire meadow, binding the rushing Death Eaters firmly and tightening them to no avail, even if a Death Eater used the fire curse or the light curse. And Slughorn, while casting a spell attack on the Death Eaters, took out small bottles and smashed them directly towards the ground in the distance. With the help of the spell, the poison in the bottles instantly evaporated into the air and blew towards the Death Eaters with the wind. The other upperclassmen joined Cedric and Alan in constantly attacking the enemy with the strongest spell they had learned. The counterattack of the professor and the students was very powerful, but the Death Eaters were too numerous, falling one wave after another, and rushing out another wave, so that Professor McGonagall and the others had to back down, especially since the professors not only had to face so many Death Eaters, but also take care of the students who were fighting with them. Micheleva, I can't hold on. Slughorn, who was in charge of defense, struggled to maintain the protective shield that was about to collapse, and said loudly to McGonagall, "If you can't hold it, you have to hold it. If they attack the castle, it will be a disaster." McGonagall said firmly, "Professor, let's help you." Suddenly the castle gate opened, and a group of people came out of it, quickly joining the battle, allowing McGonagall and them to relieve the pressure a little. "Arthur, Amelia, why are you here?" McGonagall asked in surprise. "How did you get into the castle?" "Thanks to us, Professor McGonagall." The twins grinned at McGonagall as they attacked into the distance. "We are the explorers of Hogwarts, and if we want to enter the castle, we can provide at least several secret passages." McGonagall was very surprised at this time. She looked at the group of wizards who were following Arthur and Amelia Burns, recognized them as all Ministry of Magic staff and asked, "How did you bring the Ministry of Magic people here? What about Peter? Didn't he go to the Ministry of Magic to the rescue?" "The Ministry of Magic has been taken over by the Death Eaters, and we were rescued by Peter," Amia said with a heavy expression. Then his expression relaxed and he said, "Peter separated from us after he brought us here and let George and Fred take us through the secret passage into the castle. But I think he must be hiding somewhere, preparing to deal with Voldemort." As soon as the words fell, the originally calm Black Lake suddenly became choppy. The lake water rushed directly out of the shore, rolled up a huge wave of more than 10 meters, swept the Death Eaters on the stone bridge into the lake, and then was swept into the lake by a group of mermaids who had already prepared stone spears, and the water in the crazy surrounding Black Lake seemed to ignore gravity, and directly rushed out of the lake into a huge torrent and rushed towards the Death Eaters. And at the forefront of the torrent, a huge octopus with open teeth and claws like a striker, waving its tentacles and rampage. But what caught everyone's attention was that on the back of the giant octopus, a figure stood straight there, directing the monstrous flood, like a water god, looking down on everyone on the ground. "Peter! It's Peter!" When everyone saw the figure standing on the octopus's head, they immediately shouted in surprise. Voldemort also stopped his attack on the two Thunderbirds in the sky, set his eyes on Peter who came out of the Black Lake, and sneered, "Peter, are you finally not hiding anymore?" At this time, Peter, standing on top of the huge waves, the big octopus under his feet waved its tentacles, fiercely attacking in the direction of the Death Eaters. Under the huge waves, there were countless mermaids, holding stone spears, like shrimp soldiers and crab generals, emitting a sharp and piercing cry, boosting the morale of the charge. Peter carried nearly 90% of the water in the Black Lake and turned into 1,000 horses galloping towards the gate of the castle. "That's cool." The twins looked at Peter, who looked like a water god above the huge waves, and unconsciously exclaimed, "Back off." Back inside the castle, McGonagall couldn't help but feel shocked as she watched the huge waves of more than 10 meters rushing towards this side, and then urged the others to quickly hide in the castle to save themselves from being swept away by the flood that Peter had got. And the Death Eaters, who had already been attacked by thunder, looked at this monstrous wave, and their faces were frightened and chaotic. Someone wanted to phantom transfiguration, but at this time it was already within the range of anti-phantom transfiguration, and they could only run back desperately in horror. And some Death Eaters who wanted to follow Hogwarts teachers and students into the castle, before they could chase them, were directly rolled up by the tentacle-like water column, smashed into the water and then swarmed by the mermaids who were ready to attack. The body was pierced with holes in the body with highly poisonous stone spears and arrows, and he drowned directly in the water. Peter, who was standing on top of the huge wave, raised his hand slightly, and the huge wave rose and turned into a rolling flood, directly pressing down on the side of the Death Eaters. Peter York. Gritting his teeth, Voldemort stood in front of the Death Eaters, raising his Elder Wand to form an invisible curtain that blocked the impact of the great waves and allowed the Death Eaters behind him to breathe. Professor McGonagall and the others, who were also waiting for them, were very surprised to see the flood water passing in front of them, because their position was in the lowlands, and it was reasonable to say that the flood would rush towards them. But now the flood seemed to have a spirituality, bypassing them and attacking the Death Eaters who were fleeing everywhere. Looking at the scene of the surrounding ocean except the castle, Professor Flitwick exclaimed, "Peter surprised us again. Almost all the water in the Black Lake was made out by him. How did he do this? You should know that although the Black Lake is not very large, it can let freshwater mermaids and giant octopuses live here, which shows that the Black Lake has a large water storage." But at this time, Peter was able to easily control the millions of cubic meters of lake water, almost holding the entire Black Lake moving everywhere without the slightest sign of effort, which made everyone have a deep understanding of his great strength. At this time, Peter, standing on the huge waves, felt differently. He did not use his wand to control the lake at this time, and of course he did not have the magic power to support such a big natural disaster. Instead, by instinct, the mind moves freely to control the lake and rush in the direction he wants to go. He was now like an elf in the water, manipulating the lake with ease, constantly attacking Voldemort and his Death Eaters. This mermaid's genes really surprised me, Peter muttered happily. The reason he hadn't shown up before wasn't hiding and preparing for a sneak attack, as Voldemort had said. Instead, he had just received a prompt from the system, saying that his system points had met the opportunity to exchange fusion genes, so he chose to go to the mermaid tribe at the bottom of the lake to prepare to exchange the mermaid genes. Saying that Peter was also coincidental, Peter was still thinking about what magical beast genes he planned to fuse, when a mermaid floated to the surface and explained to him that the mermaid tribe was willing to help Peter and them guard Hogwarts together. Peter had intended to politely reject their kindness, because he had the impression that these mermaids seemed to have little ability other than to sing pleasant songs in the water, and the weapons they used were very primitive tools such as stone spears and arrows. The mermaid leader showed him the ability to manipulate water, although the mermaid's ability to control water was limited, only about a few cubic meters of water. But if it's on the dry, if individual fish exert their strength at the same time, they have the ability to lift the water in the Black Lake and drag those Death Eaters on the shore into the water and drown. Seeing this ability, Peter instantly felt really fragrant, and the humanoid ugly face that looked at the mermaid leader also felt kind, and he directly took advantage of the time to hold the mermaid leader to fuse the mermaid genes into his body. The system is worthy of the system. After fusing and optimizing the mermaid's genes, Peter not only inherited the mermaid's good voice and the ability to breathe in the water, but also greatly improved the ability to control water, allowing him to control several levels of Black Lake water. After fusing the mermaid genes, the mermaids of the mermaid tribe looked at Peter with closer and kinder eyes. Especially when Peter demonstrated his terrifying ability to control water, the mermaids, including the leader of the personnel, instantly regarded him as the most noble person, indicating that they were willing to obey his leadership in the future. Led by the mermaids, Peter also persuaded another resident in the Black Lake, the Big Octopus. The gentle Big Octopus was also very dissatisfied with the crazy Death Eaters on the shore, and without saying a word, he agreed to the invitation to defend Hogwarts. After getting the mermaid's ability to control the water, Peter directly rolled up the water in the entire Black Lake, took many mermaids, rode a large octopus, and ran towards the Death Eaters on the shore. Peter swept the Death Eaters into the water, leaving them powerless to resist. The mermaids, on the other hand, were responsible for keeping the Death Eaters who fell into the water from getting out of the water for as long as they could live. After taking out all the lone Death Eaters, Peter stood on the huge wave, looked at Voldemort who had held up a magical barrier in the flood to protect the many Death Eaters behind him, and sneered, "Voldemort, aren't you going to clear Hogwarts? Why don't you have the strength now? Peter York, how long can you be proud? I've finished off Dumbledore. Without him joining forces with you, you would be alone." Voldemort looked at Peter with a gloomy look in his eyes and said with a wicked smile. He ostentatiously touched the elderberry wand in his hand and said to Peter, "I thank you for destroying my wand before. Without your credit, how could I go and find the most powerful wand, and thus find this oldest and most powerful wand? Now with the most powerful me, no one is my opponent." Then Voldemort looked at the surrounding flood more than 10 meters high, and then looked at Peter, who was controlling the flood, and squinted his eyes and said, "Although I don't know where you mastered these abilities to manipulate nature, but magic is the most essential power embodiment of wizards, do you think these means of yours can scare me?" Saying that, he waved his old wand, and a huge cold air gushed out of the wand, directly freezing all the surrounding lake, and the cold quickly spread to the surrounding waters, as if to freeze all here. Some mermaids hiding in the water and preparing for a sneak attack were instantly frozen inside before they could retreat. In the snow, a huge glacier stands around the castle, which has become a world of glaciers. Faced with the onset of cold, Peter had to roll the tide backwards. Looking at the many fish frozen in the glacier, Peter's face was a little solemn, and Voldemort, who had been blessed by the Elder Wand, was indeed more difficult to deal with. He directly summoned a fierce fire and burned towards the glacier. After the fierce fire attached to the ice, it did not extinguish, but as if it had encountered fuel, it burned fiercely and quickly vaporized the ice. Seeing Peter's actions, Voldemort was stunned for a moment, and then laughed mockingly. Peter York, what are you doing here? Are you going to burn the mermaids who help you too? Belch. Well, the smile on Voldemort's face paused, and he saw that those raging fires did quickly vaporize the glacier, directly omitting the melting process, but the mermaids who were frozen in them did nothing in the fierce fire, as if those fierce fires were just shadows, without the slightest burning feeling. This is fierce. Voldemort's smile tightened, his eyes fixed on Peter. Grindelwald's skills, you joined forces with him. Peter didn't speak, but manipulated the remaining water, rolled up the thawed mermaids and octopuses, and brought them back to the nearly dry black lake. Then he closed his eyes and felt the surroundings, then smiled mysteriously at Voldemort and said, the air is full of moisture now, it's time for another rain. As soon as the words fell, the sky that was originally struck by Voldemort was scattered, and there was no more dark clouds, and the wind and clouds changed in an instant, and the water vapor in the air was constantly vibrating and rubbing under Peter's control. Thick dark clouds also quickly gathered in the sky. The huge dark clouds continued to churn and shake, becoming more and more deposited, and in the blink of an eye, they landed more than 10 meters above the castle, making everyone on the ground feel dull in their hearts, as if the sky was about to fall. The more the water vapor in the air vibrates, the more current is generated, and even everyone on the ground can feel the air moisture rising, and their hair stands up, as if they will be struck by lightning in the next moment. Even the two thunderbirds in the sky, feeling the abundant electricity at this time, also became cheerful, constantly shuttling through the dark clouds, disturbing the clouds, and being covered with thunder and lightning, like two constantly moving spherical lightning in the sky. Voldemort looked at the sky with a solemn face, and then looked at Peter in shock. His eyes were full of jealousy and longing. He could sense the terrifying energy accumulated in the thundercloud, which was the lightning that made him very creepy, far more terrifying than those two lightning. The truth of starting first is strong, of course Voldemort understood. He first shot several spells at Peter in a row, and then gathered the greatest magic power, and unleashed the most powerful attack on the dark clouds in the sky, and the dazzling magic was like a giant pillar of light straight into the sky, breaking the thick dark clouds into a huge hole, allowing people to clearly see the starry sky above the clouds. The huge fluctuations scattered the dark clouds in the sky, as if they were about to dissipate at any time. But before Voldemort could smile, he saw Peter gently wave his hand towards the sky. The dark clouds gathered again, even the huge hole was filled again, the vibration frequency of water vapor was accelerated, and the humming sound in the air was incessant. It made everyone on the ground feel a burst of irritation. Sitsize. Lightning erupted from Peter's body, his eyes showed electric light, and his hands were clenched, wrapped in a small lightning ball. Boom. The dark clouds in the sky were no longer settled, and two very thick lightning bolts slashed down from the sky, one directly towards Voldemort. The other turned a corner and flew towards Peter. Tens of millions of volts of lightning, with dazzling brilliance, slashed straight at Voldemort. The speed of the lightning far exceeded the reaction speed of humans, and after Voldemort hastily cast a protective shield that could protect him, the lightning directly shattered the protective shield and continued to attack him. Faced with the inevitable lightning, Voldemort chose to move flowers and trees, directly transferring the huge lightning to the surroundings to avoid being hit by lightning. But the Death Eaters around him were miserable, originally hiding behind him just to seek refuge, but now they were struck by this huge lightning, and in the explosions and screams, many Death Eaters were instantly charred, and those who were lucky not to die were also mutilated or stunned. The thunder and lightning in the sky seemed to turn on the berserk mode, densely descending countless lightnings, half of which were used to wash the ground for the Death Eaters, and the other half all converged on Peter's hands. In a lightning ball. At this time, the Hogwarts teachers and students, who had already hidden in the castle, looked at the scene outside with shocked faces, and the lightning bolt seemed to have eyes, staring specifically at Voldemort and the Death Eaters. The outside world seems to have become a world of thunder and lightning. Merlin, Peter is no longer human. The twins stared at the scene outside the window in shock, and then said happily, if this goes on, will Peter be able to take down that guy from Voldemort? Arthur also stared at Peter, who was controlling the lightning outside with wide eyes and shock, and then shook his head and said, Voldemort is not easy to deal with. So far, the lightning has not hurt him a little. If you want to kill Voldemort with lightning, I'm afraid it will be difficult. It doesn't matter if you can't hurt Voldemort, as long as you can get rid of those Death Eaters. It's nice to get rid of his minions. Amelia Burns looked at the fleeing Death Eaters outside and said happily, haha, I knew that Peter this kid was not ordinary. Flitwick was short and could only reach the window on tiptoe, but he was still very excited. I knew he was talented when he first entered the school, and it was a pity that he entered Slytherin and cheapened the guy Snape. But now it seems that his strength has far exceeded all of us. He's only 19 years old? With such strength at the age of 19, I really don't know what kind of glory he will be in the future. But speaking of Slytherin, where did that Severus guy go? Why didn't you see him all afternoon, and now there's no trace? Flitwick said suspiciously, and then he looked at McGonagall. And Harry Potter, where did he go to? If Voldemort hadn't asked us to hand him over, I would have thought he had been captured by Voldemort. McGonagall shook her head and stared out the window with a serious expression. As the school's vice principal, she had an obligation to keep the school safe, so she said to everyone, although Peter is there to attract the main force now, we still have to guard against those Death Eaters breaking into the castle. So everyone had to guard every window to prevent those Death Eater dogs from jumping over the wall and entering the castle to create chaos. Then he looked at Cedric and Alan and ordered, you are responsible for transferring the lower school students with Fred George, and the Weasley brothers should know a lot of secret passages, through which you can transfer students to Hogsmeade. No problem, leave it to us, this is our specialty. The twins patted their chests and said proudly, we know a few secret passages that lead to Hogsmeade, and we made a lot of money from them, so we really miss those exciting days. Under McGonagall's instructions, all the teachers and students of the school moved, the professors all guarded the window, and the Ministry of Magic personnel who had come with Peter also participated, patrolling all over the floor to prevent the Death Eaters from breaking in. Professor McGonagall? A hurried voice came from upstairs. It was Harry, who had suddenly disappeared for a long time, waving at McGonagall with an anxious face, and holding a Marauder's map in his hand. Harry, where have you been? We're looking for you. Hurry up, it's not safe here, you have to follow the other students. McGonagall said in surprise, and then pulled him out of here. Professor, find someone to go to the 8th floor to stop the Death Eaters, they came in from there. Harry said breathlessly, his expression very panicked. It's a werewolf, and the leader is werewolf leader Fenrir Greyback. Fenrir Greyback. McGonagall exclaimed, then asked Potter incredulously, Harry, do you know where they came in? It was Malfoy who put it in, he hid a cupboard in the room of demand, and those werewolves came out of the cupboard. Harry said quickly, saying that he was breathing very quickly and his tone was full of anger, and Snape, he is Voldemort's lackey. He killed Dumbledore with Voldemort? McGonagall suddenly stopped, looked at Potter with a look of hatred and disbelief, stared at him and said, what? Are you saying that Severus betrayed Albus? Harry, you must know that this accusation is very serious, and if you don't have real evidence, your words are enough to get you expelled from school. I'm absolutely sure, I can testify, because I was standing there and seeing it with my own eyes. Harry's eyes were red and he said, Dumbledore drank the mead that Snape gave him, so he was too weak to resist and was easily killed by Voldemort. Oh, Merlin. McGonagall covered her mouth, her eyes full of sadness and shock. She grabbed Harry by the shoulder and looked directly at him. Are you saying that Dumbledore was poisoned before he died? Yes. I was practicing magic with Professor Dumbledore in the training room next to the headmaster's office. Then Snape arrived, bringing a potion that was said to relieve the condition of his right hand. But when Professor Dumbledore 593 drank the potion, it did not relieve the condition, but made him very weak. Harry recalled, his expression became more and more angry, and he gritted his teeth and said, when I found out that Dumbledore was poisoned and wanted to come out to save him, I was confined to the room by Dumbledore's magic. I saw with my own eyes that Snape took the weakened Dumbledore away and wanted to sacrifice him to Voldemort. It wasn't until just now that I finally got out of the headmaster's office, and then I saw Malfoy creep into the room of demand and release a group of werewolves. Before Harry could finish speaking, the roar of werewolves and the screams of students were heard from upstairs. McGonagall's face suddenly turned pale, and she said in horror and anger, oh my god, today is the full moon. Did they let a group of out-of-control werewolves come in to destroy Hogwarts? Harry looked outside at the top of the dark clouds and outside the Castle of Thunder, and asked very puzzled, Professor, doesn't it mean that werewolves only become werewolves when they see the full moon? Now that the moon is covered by clouds, how can it still become a werewolf? Fenrir is not an ordinary werewolf, he is an innate werewolf who can transform at any time without a full moon. This is also why he is called the most dangerous werewolf. McGonagall said as she quickly ran upstairs, and then she seemed to react and said to Harry, Harry, don't follow you, it's dangerous upstairs, you go down to the 3rd floor, where Fred George is in charge, they will take you from the secret passage to Hogsmeade. No, Professor, you heard it just now, Voldemort is looking for me. If I follow other people, it will affect other people. Harry shook his head and said, then he looked out the window at Peter, who was driving lightning to attack Voldemort and the Death Eaters. His eyes were full of yearning and reverence, and said, besides, I also believe Professor York, he is so powerful, he will definitely be able to defeat Voldemort. Harry, you go to the 1st floor, where Ron and Hermione are there, and they have also joined the battle to defend Hogwarts. They have been very worried about you, you go to their rendezvous. I need to stop those werewolves and not let them come down and scourge the students. McGonagall hesitated, but finally decided to let Harry stay. Hearing the wolf roar upstairs, Harry nodded anyway. Because of Lupin, he still knew a certain amount of werewolves. He knew that he couldn't deal with them, so he still didn't bother McGonagall. Okay, Professor McGonagall, be careful too, Harry said, running down the moving stairs. McGonagall continued to rush upstairs. Her figure was unusually agile, and with the help of magic, she crossed a floor in a few steps. Before these werewolves rushed to the 7th floor, they blocked in front of these crazy werewolves. Outside the castle, Peter also heard the wolf roar from the castle, and his face instantly became solemn, and he looked at Voldemort with disgust. I didn't expect you to dare to put a werewolf into the school, are you completely crazy? You know that this is the cradle of wizards in the wizarding world, and if those students die at the hands of werewolves or are bitten by werewolves, aren't you afraid of being cursed by everyone? Voldemort erected a barrier to protect himself and the Death Eaters from lightning, and he smiled nonchalantly and said, "There will always be a time of pain before all great things are completed. As long as I rule the entire wizarding world, those problems are no longer a problem. I now have eternal life, and in just a few decades, I have enough patience to wait for the next generation of wizards to appear." Maniac? I see that you sliced your soul and cut it so much that there was a problem with your brain. Peter looked at this nervous Voldemort and snorted coldly, then looked at the Death Eaters behind him, showed a sneer, and said, "You rule the wizarding world? Isn't it the Purifier mercenaries who rule the wizarding world? But it seems that you also found this problem, so you used my hand to reduce the number of mercenaries, right?" Some of the Death Eaters behind Voldemort had twinkling eyes, and most of the people who died before were almost all from the Purifier mercenaries. Now among the remaining Death Eaters, the number of mercenaries and real Death Eaters has almost equaled. The Voldemort golem did not mind in the slightest about Peter's words provoking internal contradictions among the Death Eaters, squinting at the lightning that constantly slammed into the magical barrier, and said to Peter in admiration, "You really surprised me more and more. Even this natural power can be mastered. If it weren't for the blessing of the Elder Wand now, I'm afraid that according to my previous strength, I would really be blown into ashes by your thunder this day." Saying that, he said in a consultative tone, "Peter York, now that we are both undead, time is already a cheap thing for the two of us, and neither of us can really kill the other. In that case, why don't we stop talking about peace? Why should we keep fighting each other for the previous contradictions? Peace talks? Humph, Voldemort, what trick do you want to use again?" Peter sneered, not eating him at all. "The main purpose of my coming today is to kill Dumbledore. Now that my task has been completed, naturally I will not stay longer." Voldemort said, "As long as you stop, I am willing to hand over Hogwarts to you in charge, and I will not bother you in the future. You teach your students in the school, I continue to do my business, and we will not interfere with each other in the future. How?" Immediately, as if sensing something, he turned his eyes to the window on the first floor of the castle, pointed to Harry standing there, and said strongly, "Of course, I must take him away." Peter sneered, and just about to say something, a phantom transfiguration sound came through. Immediately afterwards, people kept appariling and appearing on the grass not far away, and it was the members of the Order of the Phoenix who rushed over. Sirius, Lupin, Tonks, Moody, and the Longbottoms, as well as Shaker and others, all appeared. Even Snape, who had never been seen, quietly appeared among them. "Oh, Merlin, Voldemort." As soon as Mrs. Weasley appeared, she was startled to see Voldemort directly opposite. But when he saw that Voldemort and his Death Eaters were resisting the attack of the Sky Thunder at this time, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After all, not everyone can easily face Voldemort, the unspeakable. And the people of the Order of the Phoenix, worthy of being wizards with rich combat experience, immediately raised their wands at the first sight of Voldemort and the Death Eaters and attacked them. It's a pity that Voldemort's magic barrier, even Peter's tens of millions of volts of lightning can't be broken, not to mention their spell, not even a trace of ripples were lifted, and the spell dissipated without a trace. "Okay, you guys hurry up and help the other professors in the castle, just leave it to me here," Peter said loudly to these people while manipulating the lightning. Everyone looked at Peter surrounded by thunder and lightning with shocked eyes, as if they had seen the mythical god of thunder. Looking at the lightning ball he was holding in his hand, which made them creepy, they only felt that Peter at this time was majestic and invincible. At this time, Peter, after a long period of savings, the lightning ball in his hand had turned blue-purple, filled with a terrifying aura. This lightning ball condensed by hundreds of lightning bolts, the energy inside is so huge that Peter feels difficult to control. "Get out of here." Moody, who had the most combat experience, felt the lightning bolt in Peter's hand, showed a frightened look in his one eye, and hurriedly urged the people of the Order of the Phoenix to leave. In Voldemort's horrified eyes, Peter raised his hand and threw the lead ball, throwing the long-stored lightning bolt in his hand towards Voldemort. Then it was as if there was a huge terror behind him. One turned around, rolled up the huge waves in the lake, and rushed to the castle with the Phoenix Order members who did not have time to escape. At the moment when Peter led someone to break through the window and enter the castle, the lightning ball smashed heavily on Voldemort's magic barrier, and then instantly exploded, with a very dazzling light, gathering countless lightning balls of thunder, producing terrifying power, directly tearing the solid magic barrier to pieces. Seeing this horrific situation, Voldemort could no longer care about anything, and cast the strongest anti-protection spell with a hideous face, abandoning the Death Eaters and instead protecting himself from damage. Although he knew that he could not die, he did not want to lose his physical body. At the critical moment, the Death Eaters did not expect that Voldemort would give up on them. Without a protective cover, they were directly exposed to the terrifying lightning that even Voldemort did not dare to deal with, and the nearest Death Eater did not even have time to scream, and his body was quickly evaporated by the lightning in an instant. The Death Eaters who were far away, especially those mercenaries who had a relationship with Voldemort, had already prepared for being abandoned by Voldemort, so they had prepared magic long ago. When Voldemort chose to abandon them, he immediately cast a super protective spell. But in the face of such a natural disaster like terrifying lightning, their protective shield appeared very fragile and was directly destroyed by a blow. In order to survive, many mercenaries have used their strongest life-saving skills for the first time. Some directly used magic to escape directly into the ground, and some directly activated the life-saving props they carried, or activated the protective shield to protect themselves, or teleported short distance. After the terrifying lightning ball exploded, a huge energy quickly rushed around, destroying everything that stood in its way. Even the thick grass seemed to be half bulldozed in an instant. On the periphery of the forbidden forest, the trees were directly uprooted, and the overflowing lightning turned the trees into char. On the side of the castle, although it was a little far from the center of the explosion, in the face of this terrifying power, everyone in the castle took a breath and cast the strongest protective spell outside, trying their best to block this destructive force from the castle. And Peter, the initiator, was very calm about this. He stretched out his hand towards the black lake under the castle, and the water in the black lake ignored gravity and rushed up towards the heights, turning into a huge water curtain, quickly enveloping the entire castle. Wow! The students in the castle looked at this scene in shock. They looked out the window, the wall of water that was constantly flowing, and then looked at Peter, who opened his hands and easily controlled the lake, and the reverence in their hearts was about to overflow. Especially those professors and wizards of the Order of the Phoenix, watching Peter's operation, their hearts were shocked for a long time. If Peter was like the god of thunder before, he now controls the lake like a water god, ordering to see all waters. The energy of the lightning ball explosion rippled to the castle in the blink of an eye, and the shock wave carried a terrifying electric current and hit the castle as if to destroy the castle. Everyone in the castle barely saw the scene outside through the water wall, and when they saw the huge energy coming, they were terrified, as if the next moment was the end. Until the shock wave and current hit the water wall, the terrifying current that came first, touching the water wall, was blocked, and the contact between the current and the water made a piercing sound, making everyone directly cover their ears. The huge energy instantly evaporated more than half of the thick water wall, and the current dissipated along the water wall. The electric light continued to flicker, and the water wall became tumbling hot. In the end, Peter used the water of the entire Black Lake to protect the castle from being destroyed by his own lightning ball. Of course, Peter didn't think that Hogwarts castle could be destroyed so easily. After all, this castle that has stood for thousands of years has gathered the efforts of 4 giants and countless latecomers, and its strength is unpredictable. Blocking the impact, Peter lowered his hand and removed the protection of the wall of water. The scene outside once again fell into everyone's eyes, but everyone took a cold breath. I saw that the outside of the castle seemed to have experienced the end. The turquoise grass directly turned into scorched ground, and the center of the explosion directly became a huge sinkhole, and there was no grass within a radius of several miles. Oh, my poor house, not a single plank is gone. Hagrid, who was also in the castle, immediately found that his cabin had disappeared, and only the stone slabs on the ground were left on the original site of the house. He looked there with a sad face and said, "My favorite teddy bear and stone bow are gone. It's so unlucky." The Black Lake also changed at this time. The lake water was almost evaporated under Peter's tossing, and in the dry Black Lake, only the mermaid tribe at the bottom of the lake was left with less than 2 meters of water level, and even the mermaid's stone house was exposed to the air. The mermaids floated on the surface and looked at Peter with a grumbling face. Evaporating so much water, it may take at least a week for the Black Lake to refill. However, Peter didn't care about the mermaid's reaction at this time. He flew directly out of the castle, came to the edge of the sinkhole, and looked down. He looked at Voldemort in the sinkhole with an embarrassed face, and said with a smile, "You are really powerful. Such a big energy explosion actually failed to destroy you, really worthy of the Dark Lord." At this time, Voldemort was extremely embarrassed. Although Peter's lightning attack did not hurt him, but it made him ashen, he turned around and disappeared into the pit, and when he landed again, he gave Peter a fatal attack, gritting his teeth and saying, "Peter York, you have deprived me of a faithful servant?" In the face of the attacking death curse, Peter unceremoniously also shot back, and the collision of 2 powerful spells forced the 2 people fighting back several steps. However, in the face of Voldemort blessed by the Elder Wand, Peter clearly fell into the upper hand in the battle. But before Voldemort could be pleased, Peter's empty left hand waved towards the sky, and with a bang, a huge lightning bolt immediately struck Voldemort. Voldemort did not expect that Peter would also be able to summon lightning when fighting against him, and although he hastily applied a protective charm, he still only blocked it slightly for a moment, and was instantly struck by lightning. With a scream, Voldemort interrupted the spell in pain, and before Peter's next spell came, he instantly disappeared in place, turning into a black smoke and appearing on the high ground in the distance. At this time, his thunder and lightning split his skin and flesh, and his whole body was pitch black. Only 2 red eyes, full of hatred, said fiercely, "Peter York, you don't let me have a good time, I will make you feel bad today." Saying that, he raised his wand and burst out with great power, shooting a huge magic into the sky, blasting the dark clouds in the sky into a large hole, and the moonlight shone directly on the castle through the big hole. The teachers and students who were hiding in the castle were confused, not understanding Voldemort's intentions. But Harry's face changed directly, turned his head to look at Lupin behind him, and saw that his face was full of pain at this time. His body was constantly deforming, and he turned into a hideous and dangerous werewolf in the blink of an eye. The people around retreated in horror, and Flitwick and the others quickly gathered the students behind their backs and pointed their wands warily at Lupin. "Stop," Sirius quickly stood up to Lupin and said anxiously, Remus had already drunk wolf poison before he came, and he still has reason and won't attack people. When everyone heard this, and then saw that Lupin, the werewolf behind him, did not make unnecessary movements, did not show a cruel expression, his eyes were clear, but he stood there a little helpless. Flitwick and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief and withdrew the wand pointed at Lupin, but everyone still did not dare to get too close to him. After all, if he was bitten or scratched by a werewolf, he was likely to become a werewolf, and everyone dared not take this risk. At the same time, on the 8th floor of the castle, McGonagall and others stopped at the exit of the 8th floor and fought with the werewolf on the opposite side. Since only the werewolf leader Fenrir can turn into a werewolf at will, even if there are many werewolves, McGonagall and the others can easily deal with it, and even stun many werewolves. But when the moonlight shone through the window, McGonagall and the others suddenly felt bad, only to see that after seeing the moonlight, many werewolves instantly deformed their faces, their mouths lengthened, and quickly grew fangs, and even the stunned werewolves on the ground stood up, looking at everyone with tyrannical and bloodthirsty eyes. Nearly 100 werewolves stared at Professor McGonagall and the others in unison, as if they were looking at a snack, and saliva flowed out of the wolf's mouth. Fenrir is worthy of being the leader of werewolves, and the deformed wolf is nearly twice as large as other werewolves, and he also maintains a clear mind and does not lose his mind like other werewolves. He let out a wolf roar, and the werewolves around him approached him, led by him, bowed up, ready to attack McGonagall at any time under Fenrir's orders. Fenrir, take your werewolf and kill. Voldemort's voice came in from outside, revealing a cruel tone. I allow you to fill your stomachs tonight. Everyone in the castle is yours. You can eat, you can bite, you can turn them into your kind. Don't worry, tonight is the night of your werewolf carnival? Hearing Voldemort's words, the werewolf Fenrir showed a cruel smile, let out a wolf roar in response, and then together with the surrounding werewolves, fiercely attacked McGonagall and others. The fishy wolf's mouth was wide open, and the dangerous fangs bit into everyone. McGonagall and others hurriedly and orderly used magic spells to knock out the werewolves who rushed over one by one, but these transformed werewolves, their strength has increased greatly, their resistance to demons has become stronger, and the spells that can usually seriously injure enemies can only appear to be less lethal on werewolves at this time, and can only repel werewolves and cause a few scars. And werewolves have super healing power. In a few breaths, it can automatically heal the wound caused by the spell. Therefore, while the werewolves were constantly shot away by McGonagall and others, they quickly pounced on them again, and they could not repel them at all. Micheleva, what to do? Even if these werewolves use lethal spells, they can't hurt them. If it goes on like this, we won't be able to stop them when our magic runs out. Professor Sinister, a professor of astronomy, asked worriedly while attacking the werewolf. McGonagall activated a row of griffin statues on the wall and controlled them to fight the werewolves, hearing Sinister's words, frowning and being silent for a while, then gritting her teeth and saying, use the death curse can kill them. Death curse. Madam Hooch, the flying class professor on the side, showed a shocked expression, couldn't believe that McGonagall would say such a thing, and said hesitantly, the death-asking curse is an unforgivable curse strictly forbidden by the Ministry of Magic, and once used, it will be imprisoned in Azkaban. And that black magic is very evil, using too much will change people's habits, and it is easy for people to fall into darkness. If you don't solve these werewolves, they will rush downstairs and kill the students wantonly. As professors, we must not let children get hurt. Besides, now that the Ministry of Magic has fallen, they can't control others from using the death curse. McGonagall said firmly, and then her eyes brewed killing intent, and she unfamiliarly cast a desperate spell towards a werewolf. The green spell directly submerged into the werewolf's body, and the werewolf instantly fell to the ground, and there was no more sound. This scene made the werewolf offensive also pause, although the werewolf has no reason, but the sense of danger is very keen, they can sense that this spell can kill them. Fenrir, the leader of the werewolves with a clear mind, was even more taken aback and hid directly behind the wolf crowd to avoid being hit by the death curse. The professors who fought with McGonagall were also shocked by McGonagall's decisiveness, and Professor Sinister looked at the dead werewolf opposite, looked at McGonagall again with a tense expression and obviously uncalm eyes, and looked at her worriedly and said, Micheleva, you. Downstairs is the children, protecting the students is the responsibility of the teacher, we have no choice. McGonagall looked at the professors with firm eyes, and then unhesitatingly cast a desperate spell on the werewolf again. I'll come too. Ancient magic Professor Basilisk Barbling stood beside McGonagall, cleanly cast a life spell on the werewolf, and then said to McGonagall seriously, there are 80 or 90 werewolves here, if you kill with the life spell alone, I am afraid you will also be affected by black magic. I'll share some for you so you don't have to worry too much. Seeing this, other professors also changed their spells one after another, using unskilled life spells to deal with the attacking werewolves. With the screams of werewolves, more than a dozen werewolves were silent in a short time. Suddenly the battle situation was reversed, although the werewolves were irrational, but instinctively avoided danger or knew, so after seeing a dozen of the same kind killed by the wizards on the opposite side, they made a whimpering sound, did not dare to step forward again, and even ignored the order of the werewolf leader Fenrir, and the brick retreated. AHH. A terrified cry sounded from behind the werewolf, attracting the attention of everyone present. But it was Draco Malfoy, who was hiding behind the door of the responsive room, who was discovered by the werewolves who were forced back by the professors, and these irrational werewolves smelled the smell of the people behind the wooden door, instantly stimulated the bloodthirsty instinct, and frantically 25 hit the wooden door, tearing the door with their claws and fangs, trying to rush in. Malfoy was terrified against the gate, not daring to let these runaway werewolves in, or he would become a snack for these werewolves. At the same time, he was very afraid and regretful, and he only felt that he had done a stupid thing and actually put these werewolves who liked to eat people into the castle. It's little Malfoy's voice. McGonagall heard the screams and immediately guessed his identity. Just because she had dealt with the contradictions between Draco Malfoy and Harry countless times over the years, she was very familiar with his voice. She hurriedly attacked these crazy werewolves and said anxiously, "We must go and save little Malfoy, we can't let him be harmed by werewolves." The situation was urgent, and the professors couldn't think about why Draco Malfoy was here, and they no longer hesitated to use the death curse on the werewolves. The professors finally know why dark wizards like to use the death spell so much. In addition to consuming a lot of mana, the conditions for casting the spell are very simple. As long as the heart is full of murderous malice, the death spell can be easily used, and one blow will kill. Very addictive. As the professors used more and more of their killing spells, they became more powerful and easier to cast. The professors gradually became addicted to this kind of killing, and a single spell could easily take the life of a werewolf. The professors at Hogwarts are basically elite-level wizards in the wizarding world, and their strength is naturally not to be underestimated, and with the power of the death curse, these werewolves are no longer their opponents at all. Seeing this, the werewolf leader Fenrir showed a frightened expression on his face, and without saying a word, he turned around and fled desperately towards the rear, directly crashing through the glass window of the corridor and jumping from the high castle. Seeing this, the other werewolves also rushed to the window, constantly dodging the death curse behind them, and fled out. There are also werewolves, obviously remembering the route they came from before, desperately crashing and biting the door of the demand room, trying to avoid these murderous wizards, but they were directly hit by the life curse, accompanied by the screams of wolves, and lost their lives one by one. The professors' eyes were full of killing intent and pleasure, and after continuous killing, each of them used at least dozens of life spells, and in order to be able to protect the students, they even took the initiative to hypnotize themselves and fill their minds with negative and murderous intent. Looking at the werewolf corpses all over the ground, the professors stopped, and McGonagall noticed that something was wrong with her emotions and hurriedly cast a sobering spell on herself, but it obviously didn't have much effect. The evil thoughts in the brain are like a cloud of ink in clear water, although they try their best to collect it, but it is still easy to pollute the entire clear water. Oh, a whimpering sound like a dog came from the corner, attracting everyone's attention. It was a lone werewolf. Looking at this werewolf that seemed to be frightened, the professors surrounded it, and all the wands in their hands were pointed at it. What to do with it? Some red-eyed Professor Barbling asked McGonagall, wand in her hand. McGonagall resisted the urge to kill the werewolf and said, "You can bundle it up and put it in the demand room, and then deal with it," he said, and conjured a very thick iron chain and wrapped it around the werewolf. Roar. The werewolf suddenly revealed a fierce bloodthirsty gaze and bit towards McGonagall. As soon as he jumped into the air, the werewolf was hit by a green beam of light and fell directly. McGonagall, who withdrew her wand, looked at the dead werewolf. Her face was not happy, but frowned and looked at the professors, reminding, "Our current situation is not very good. We have used the killing curse so many times in a short time, and now there are negative emotions in my head, which is very dangerous. You can't use it anymore, otherwise it's easy to fall into darkness." "That's right, I'm full of very bad thoughts in my head now. It seems that a voice is tempting me, and when I killed the werewolf just now, I actually felt very happy. This is terrible," Professor Sinister said with a look of fear. Then he turned his head to look at the werewolf corpse lying on the ground. His face turned white, and the wand in his hand almost fell off. "Merlin, is this what we did? I killed so many people? Aurora, don't be ashamed, they are all Voldemort's minions." McGonagall patted Sinister's shoulder and said, "These werewolves are Fenrir's men, they love to eat people, and if we don't solve them, the children downstairs will become their rations. And even if you are lucky enough to be bitten or scratched, you are likely to turn into a werewolf. In that case, your life will be ruined." Suddenly, a phoenix that has been beautiful appeared in midair, hovering above them and making a pleasant song, with the power of purifying negative emotions and inspiring courage in their voices, making everyone feel that their hearts were full of light, and negative emotions dissipated into the air. "Is this Phoenix Fox?" Everyone who was purified looked at the phoenix hovering above their heads in surprise and asked gratefully, "It's Peter's phoenix." McGonagall shook her head and said with a sad expression, "Dumbledore's phoenix disappeared after his death and may have left." The phoenix's high-pitched, loud cry, pleasant as music chirped with a healing power, eased McGonagall's grief-stricken mood. "Thank you, Field, I'm better," McGonagall said gratefully to the phoenix, then swept the werewolf corpse on the ground aside with a wave of her wand, then came to the broken wooden door of the Room of Demand and shouted inside, "Mr. Malfoy, you can come out, there are no ruthless people here." Hearing the silence outside, and Professor McGonagall's familiar and serious voice, Draco, who cowered behind the door in horror, finally quietly turned to look out through the crack in the door. Then I saw Professor McGonagall and the other professors with serious faces. Outside the castle, withdrawing his gaze to the 8th floor, Peter sneered and looked at Voldemort and said, "It seems that your wolf cubs don't seem to have any effect. Is this your revenge, Voldemort?" Voldemort dodged a bolt of lightning, shot a desperate spell at Peter, and said fiercely, "Don't be proud, Peter York, you can't kill me, and I can't kill you. In the future, we have time to deal with it. If you want to play, I can play with you forever. Don't? Why do I sound so awkward to you?" Peter waved his hand in disgust and said, "I don't want to be remembered by someone like you, otherwise I'll have nightmares. But we can try to make a deal." Peter said with a grin, casually summoning a crimson flame, "You should be familiar with this Nirvana fire. As long as you don't come to the school to trouble me in the future, I can give it to you to help you have the Phoenix immortal body. How is it?" Voldemort squinted at Peter, then scoffed, "Would you be so kind? I'm afraid that I didn't do anything in it. I want to be tricked. Then you will have wronged me? I can guarantee absolutely no problem this time." Peter said confidently, shaking the crimson flame in his hand, "If you really don't believe it, we can sign a contract so that you can have this Nirvana fire. Although you can now rely on the Horcrux to immortalize your soul, your body will still be destroyed. Don't you want to have the same immortal body as me?" Voldemort was a little confused at this time. Obviously they were now mortal enemies, but Peter actually said that he would give him the fire of Nirvana, and he was willing to sign a magic contract? This kind of behavior of the enemy, even he can't understand. "What do you want?" Voldemort looked at Peter's smiling appearance, and he couldn't help but ask. He didn't believe Peter, a cunning little cub, could be so generous. Hearing this, Peter suddenly showed a smile on his face, and said with a profiteer, "You also know that the flame of Nirvana is the root of the immortal body, and it is also very disadvantageous for me to divide apart. So I can promise to give you a Nirvana fire to help you have an immortal body. But you must also promise me that after 10 years, you will give me half of the Nirvana fire in you, absolutely not less." "What do you mean?" Voldemort frowned and looked at Peter in bewilderment. "Let's put it this way, the Nirvana fire can grow, and they will slowly grow by relying on the magic power, and after 10 years, you need to give me half of the Nirvana fire as repayment. In this way, you have obtained an immortal body, and I also do not suffer. Everyone has their own place, win-win cooperation. What do you think of this deal?" Peter said with a smile. As it was, hearing Peter's words, and looking at him as a profiteer, Voldemort was relieved. Then he saw through his expression and said, "It seems that the Nirvana fire is very important to you, or it is good for you to strengthen the Nirvana fire, so you can be so positive. So tell me, what is the function of strengthening the fire of Nirvana? That's why you'd rather give up and continue to be hostile to me." Peter sneered, but there was an expression on his face that you saw through, and he shook his head warily and said, "Sorry, this personal secret. Do you want to trade or not? Of course, if you want to think slowly, I have time to wait, but your subordinates don't have that much time to wait." Peter pointed to the Death Eaters behind him, who had survived the lightning, still being chased by the falling thunder. "Since you want to trade with me, and now you are attacking my subordinates with lightning, are you playing on me?" Voldemort looked at the pitiful looks of his men and glared at Peter and questioned, "It's you, not them, who have a deal with me, Mr. Voldemort." Peter shrugged his shoulders with a smile and said, "Aren't you not being chased by lightning now? This is my sincerity. As for them," Peter looked at it with a sneer. "Those Death Eaters who were attacked by the thunder, since they dare to attack Hogwarts, it means that they are ready to lose their lives at any time. Then we have nothing to talk about. Without your Nirvana fire, I could go back and find another Phoenix." Voldemort looked at his fewer and fewer followers, his face was very ugly, and said in a threatening tone, "With other Nirvana fires, if there is an accident, don't ask me to be responsible." Peter reminded with an innocent look, "That method you published is fake." Voldemort's face became even more gloomy, and he gritted his teeth and questioned. "Yes," Peter shook his head with a smile, just omitting a small step. "Well, it looks like our business didn't work out, Mr. Voldemort." Peter said with a pitying look, and then his face turned pale, staring at Voldemort with ill will, and said, "In this case, we have returned to the relationship of enemies, which is really disappointing to me." With that, Peter waved to the sky and pointed towards Voldemort. As soon as Voldemort wanted to say something, his body suddenly felt numb, and he immediately disappeared from the place, and a huge lightning bolt smashed down, directly blowing up a big hole in place. Voldemort appeared in another place, staring at Peter with an ugly face, gritting his teeth and saying a few words, "Despicable. It's called soldier not tired of deception." Peter replied with a grin, and then summoned several thunderbolts to strike him. "You think you won?" Voldemort looked at Peter with a gloomy face and said, facing the thunder and lightning in the sky, he did not dodge any more, but picked up the wand in his hand upwards, directly picked away the lightning that struck, and then slowly walked towards Peter to the east. "I admit that I underestimated you before, thinking that without Dumbledore, you alone would no longer be my opponent." Voldemort picked out the lightning bolts as he walked, his scarlet eyes becoming calm, "But I didn't expect you to have so many unexpected means that it would be difficult for me to deal with for a while. But for now, I'll show you, Voldemort, real strength." While speaking, he picked out another thunderbolt, glanced at the thunderclouds rumbling in the sky in disgust, and hissed, "The annoying weather should disappear." Saying this, he turned into a black smoke, swept up the wind, quickly condensed into a hurricane, and hit Peter. The hurricane grew bigger and bigger, and finally formed several violent tornadoes, enveloping Peter like a pillar of heaven, and a huge wind swept up everything outside the castle, even hundreds of kilograms of stones into the sky. The teachers and students in the castle watched this natural disaster tornado and left the window one after another, afraid of being sucked out by the storm outside. The professors banded together to quickly arrange the magic to protect the castle, and Professor McGonagall strictly forbade the students to go near the window rooftop, and then looked at the scene outside with a solemn expression, worried about Peter, who was at the center of the storm. Professor McGonagall, will Peter be all right? Harry asked McGonagall worriedly. The huge tornado outside has swept the outside world into darkness, boulders have been lifted away, trees have been uprooted, and even the beating willows in the distance have directly shrunk themselves into a ball, and the branches have tried to drill into the ground to avoid being swept away by the storm. And the storm cloud that originally produced thunder and lightning has been directly shredded and swept into it by a tornado that penetrated into the sky, and the clouds in the sky were sucked out in an instant. Peter will be fine, his strength is very strong, Voldemort can't hurt him. McGonagall affirmed, our most important task now is to protect ourselves, and as long as we don't cause trouble for Peter, I believe we will eventually win. Professor McGonagall, what kind of strength have Voldemort and Peter reached? It was terrifying to be able to summon such a world-destroying power. Sirius looked at the tornado outside like a pillar of heaven and asked in shock. Others were also very curious that the strength that Peter and Voldemort had shown today had refreshed their cognition. This kind of ability that seems to be unique to gods and demons will actually be easily displayed by them, and looking at Peter's earth-destroying thunder and flood before, and now Voldemort's tornado, it is far beyond their understanding of magic. McGonagall looked at the storm outside with a solemn expression, shook her head and said, I don't know, I only know that their strength can be said to be the strongest in the wizarding world today. Peter's ability I can't judge, but Voldemort has long been a great magician realm, and only Dumbledore, who is also a great magician realm, can compete with it, so he failed to achieve the purpose of ruling the wizarding world. Great magician? I know this, but isn't it just a title? Hermione couldn't help but ask, looking at McGonagall in confusion. Miss Granger, the great magician is not just a title, it is also a division of the wizard's strength. Professor Flitwick stood on the windowsill, a small man, holding a wand about a third of his height, casting magic to protect the castle from a tornado, and turned to Hermione. Everyone's eyes turned to Professor Flitwick, who was short in stature but did not dare to underestimate him. After all, of all the people in the castle, he was the strongest one, and even Professor McGonagall did not dare to say that he could beat this master of spells. Professor Flitwick, do wizards still have a division of strength? Why have I never heard of it? Hermione asked Flitwick curiously. There is indeed no clear division of strength in the magic world, but it is generally divided into junior magicians, intermediate magicians, advanced magicians, and the most powerful great magicians. Flitwick kept an eye on the movement outside and said 013. He explained to the somewhat confused audience with a smile, the most obvious embodiment is the charms textbooks you use in school. If you look carefully, you can find that your textbooks are divided into 3 categories, elementary, intermediate, and advanced. Students in the 1st to 3rd grades learn elementary spells, and if they master these elementary spells, they can be said to be junior magicians. In the 3rd to 5th grades, you need to master the knowledge of intermediate magic spells, and after mastering most of the intermediate spells, you can also be regarded as having the strength of an intermediate magician. Your 5th grade OWL exam assesses your mastery of junior and intermediate magic knowledge. If you pass the assessment, it means that you have the strength of an ordinary wizard. In the 6th and 7th grade, you need to learn some advanced spells, and if you can pass the Newt assessment in the 7th grade, you have the ability of a high-level magician. Of course, this classification is only a theoretical division, and in practice it does not have much reference effect. It doesn't just take you to pass the 7th grade Newt exam to make you a senior magician. Many wizards of the Ministry of Magic are only at the level of intermediate magicians. Professors like us are basically the strength of high-level magicians. Now that they have reached the level of the Great Wizard, the only known people in the world are Nicholas Flamel, Dumbledore, Grindelwald, Voldemort, and of course, Peter, which is a small number of people. Therefore, every great wizard is a powerful wizard, and it is almost impossible for ordinary wizards to hurt them head-on. After speaking, he looked at the dim outside world with emotion, as well as the tornadoes like several heavenly pillars, as if they had reached the heavenly dome, and he wanted to suck the starry sky into it with the clouds. This ability to manipulate the power of nature fills him with yearning. At the same time, Peter, who was at the center of the storm, constantly attacked the surrounding storm with spells, but it did not have much effect. Voldemort stood on top of the storm, like a demon god in the wind, smiling and controlling the tornado with his elder wand, and the voice reached Peter's ears in the fierce wind. Peter, don't struggle, you can't use your moves here. Your lightning is powerful, but now the thunderclouds are all shredded by my tornado. What do you take to summon lightning? Haha, throw in the towel. Humph, whoever wins and who loses is still very early, Voldemort. Peter sneered, not caring if his words could reach Voldemort's ears. Saying that, his body quickly grew larger, and in Voldemort's astonished eyes, as if there was no limit, it grew bigger, and finally a giant appeared in the storm. He tore directly through the storm that enveloped him and stepped out of the center of the storm with 1 foot. 2 feet straddled on both sides of the wide black lake, with the night on their heads, and their huge bodies blocking the moonlight. At this time, Peter stood twice as tall as the highest point at Hogwarts. He felt the ability of the bird snake to give him a large and small size. This was the first time he used his full strength to perform the skill of becoming bigger, and the effect was very good. He stretched out his huge palm, pinched the wand that was thinner than a fine needle, and his heart moved, and the wand quickly became larger, and finally turned into a few diameters beyond reason. The huge trunk of the rice, easily held in Peter's hands. Humph, Peter snorted coldly, using his wand as a stick and swinging it at Voldemort watching the hurricane. Voldemort, who controlled the tornado, opened his eyes wide, looking at Peter, a giant who seemed to have a blue sky above his head and his feet on the earth. His heart was shocked. It was difficult for him to understand that there was such magic in this world, which was beyond his understanding. In the face of this giant's body, the tornado was meaningless, and the storm fell on Peter like a fresh breeze. Those dangerous flying stones and sands were just dust to Peter, and they couldn't hurt him by half a point. Voldemort dodged Peter's giant palm and stick, and his death curse attacks were all easily blocked by Peter with a huge stone slab he had pulled up. The death curse, which everyone in the wizarding world fears, and the physical defense of the giant stone slab, appear to have no power of black magic. Only a little corner scrap exploded, and it couldn't hurt Peter at all. Peter directly took up the giant stone slab and slapped it towards Voldemort, and used it from time to time to block Voldemort's death curse. Gradually, Peter became skilled at using the slate, wielding the giant slate, chasing Voldemort everywhere like a fly. The huge body shook the ground as if it had shook as it moved. Everyone in the castle below was already stunned at the giant Peter at this time, listening to Peter, who was panting like thunder, waving and driving gusts of wind, only felt as if he was dreaming. Merlin's beard? Is this still Professor York? Ron's mouth was wide open enough to stuff a ghost flying ball, and he only felt dreamlike when he looked at the huge body. Then he looked at Voldemort, who was dodging around like a mosquito in front of Peter, and gloated at Harry beside him. I do have some sympathy for Voldemort now, who is not good, provoked Professor York. It looks like he's going to be planted in Professor York's hands. Harry also nodded very shocked, looking at Peter's appearance of waving a boulder slab to pat Voldemort, clenched his hands emotionally, and prayed, I really hope that Professor York can shoot Voldemort to death and save him from causing terror and death everywhere. Oh my god, how did he do it? Hermione's eyes were full of shock, and she couldn't wait to look at Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick. Professor, do you know what kind of magic Professor York uses? This is so powerful, it can actually become so big. Maybe I'm lonely, Miss Granger, I've lived so long, but I haven't seen this kind of magic. Professor Flitwick looked at Peter's body outside the window in amazement, shook his head and said, Peter surprised us too much, I never thought of such magical magic. I haven't seen it either, maybe it's Peter's own original magic. McGonagall also shook her head and said, her eyes twinkle, Dumbledore told me about Peter's unique magic before, and his magic has never appeared in the wizarding world. He guessed that Peter had somehow learned these magical abilities from magical creatures. Now his magic that has become larger is similar to the ability of the fantastic beasts bird and snake. There is also the magic he used to summon thunder and lightning, which is also the same as the Thunderbird. Of course, it is also more powerful than these magical beasts. Yes, I remembered it too. Hermione said excitedly, I've heard that Professor York can petrify people with his eyes. Is that ability similar to the eyes of a basilisk? And Harry previously said that when Voldemort was resurrected, Peter attacked Voldemort and his Death Eaters with his voice, just like the cry of Mandrake. And also, Professor York is also able to conjure up many doppelgangers, and I know that there is a magical beast that also has this ability. It is a civet cat. When they are attacked, they split into many doppelgangers and attack enemies together. Oh my god, did Professor York learn this magic from these fantastic animals? How did he do it? Hearing Hermione's words, everyone was even more shocked, and their eyes couldn't help but turn to the huge figure again, and their hearts were full of curiosity. At this time, Peter did not know that his secret had been exposed. But even if he knew, he wouldn't panic. After all, even if it is guessed that these skills of his are related to those magical beasts, they will not think that there is still a system on him. In the night sky, the giant Peter, with the starry sky above his head, his huge palm like a 5-fingered mountain, grabbed the boulder and slapped towards Voldemort. Although Peter's body has become very large, his speed and agility have not decreased at all, and he seems to move slowly but very quickly, chasing after the small Voldemort. Enough. Voldemort was chased by Peter, his eyes were full of violence and madness, and he accumulated the strongest blow magic and threw it at Peter. The Elder Wand is worthy of being one of the Deathly Hallows, and with Voldemort's full blow, the power is very powerful, so that Peter also feels the mortal danger, and the boulder in his hand is thrown in the direction of where the magic shoots. The boulder slab collided with the attacking magic, the boulder was shattered by a blow, and the powerful magic was blocked for a moment, still coming towards Peter, dangerously grazing the top of Peter's head, and exploding the opposite mountain. Seeing Peter dodge his own attack, Voldemort was visibly disappointed, and the next moment he disappeared in place, dodging Peter's giant palm from the sky and appearing in another place. He looked up at Peter's huge playful eyes, his face very ugly. He didn't understand that he had killed Dumbledore and had the strongest wand in the world, which should be invincible, but Peter directly slapped him hard and used all kinds of unheard of powerful magic to make his plan to capture Hogwarts aborted. Voldemort looked at Peter and the castle behind him coldly. He saw the curious students on the castle window, sneered, and said to Peter, "Peter York, I admit that I don't know enough about you. But the main purpose of my coming here today is to kill Dumbledore and Harry Potter. The previous one has been completed, and now only the little Harry Potter cub remains. You'd better keep him locked up at Hogwarts, or one day your savior will turn into a corpse and turn that prophecy into a joke. Since you think that prophecy is a joke, why do you care so much about him?" Peter looked at Voldemort with a smile and said, directly debunking his lie. Voldemort's face became even more ugly, but he immediately suppressed his anger and said seriously, "I hope that the prophesied savior is you, not the little boy of Harry Potter. In this way, I will have a greater sense of accomplishment if I defeat you. Are you sure you want me to be the savior? Aren't you afraid of having an opponent who can't be eliminated and constantly making trouble for you like now?" Peter said with a smile. Voldemort's expression almost broke, and now this Peter had already brought him so many failures. If he really became a savior who was specifically against him, the savior with an immortal body, it would be a huge headache. Voldemort snorted coldly, his face blackened again, dodged Peter's attack, turned into a huge black smoke, rolled up some Death Eater henchmen who had survived hard, and then rushed into the dense forest and disappeared. Only a faint voice came from the Forbidden Forest, "I'll leave you to mourn Dumbledore tonight, and the next time we meet, I hope Peter York you can still be as confident as you are today. Master, don't abandon us. Master, and us. Voldemort, we are your partners, you can't abandon us." The life force of wizards is stronger than cockroaches, and at this time there are still many Death Eaters on the ground who are not dead, and they are seriously injured and lie on the ground desperately watching Voldemort leave, wanting to shout for help, but unfortunately Voldemort obviously did not put them in his eyes, and fled with a few henchmen without looking back. Peter turned to look at the Death Eaters who had been injured by lightning. A sneer appeared on his face, his huge eyes looked down at them, and he sneered with a cold tone in his playfulness, "It seems that you mercenaries are not taken to heart by Voldemort. I really feel sorry for you. I worked so hard for him, and in the end, he didn't even want to save you. But then again, since you mercenaries dare to come to Hogwarts, you must be ready to die." Looking at Peter's huge and incomparable body, and the sound like thunder, the mercenaries on the ground suddenly turned pale with fright, and pleaded in horror and despair, "Lord Peter York, please spare us. As long as you let us go, we are willing to serve you as the Lord, willing to obey your orders, and do anything. Forget it, I don't dare to use you mercenaries who only recognize money." Peter shook his head and sneered, then looked at these mercenaries who kept begging for mercy with indifferent eyes, and said in a cold voice, "You mercenaries are jumping up and down in the United States, I can't care. But since you dare to come to Hogwarts to find trouble, then you don't have to go back." Saying that, the two eyes in the sky turned into yellow-orange snake eyes, staring straight at these Death Eater mercenaries, and a strange and cold magic power emanated from the eyes and fell into the eyes of those Death Eater mercenaries who were caught off guard. "Don't look him in the eye." Seeing those two huge yellow eyes, some Death Eaters shouted in horror, but it was too late, only to see some of these Death Eaters and mercenaries watching in horror and despair as their bodies quickly petrified, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into stone statues of different shapes. And some of these Death Eaters, who did not look directly into Peter's eyes for the first time, were on guard and applied an eye protection curse, dodged the attack of petrified eyes, and desperately fled in all directions, trying to escape for their lives. It's a pity that Peter is not an unprepared person, only to see a raging fire gush out of the giant wand, turning into a monstrous flame, enveloping the entire meadow. Those Death Eaters just fled outside the Phantom Transfiguration prohibition, and when they were about to cast the Phantom Transfiguration to escape, they were directly burned to ashes by the fierce fire that rushed over. Outside the castle, everyone stared at the scene of screaming outside with wide eyes, and their mood was very uncalm. Especially looking at Peter's huge body, with a thick wand, directing the fierce fire to chase the Death Eaters to chase and burn, like a child playing with ants. It is very graphic. Professor York is amazing, he really knocked Voldemort back. Hermione looked at the huge figure outside the window with great excitement and adoration and said, "It's really incredible, he can play Voldemort around alone, it's amazing." Sirius sighed with admiration, and then asked Professor McGonagall, "Professor, do we need to go out now to help Peter and capture the escaped Death Eaters?" "No, Peter should be able to do this himself. Our task now is mainly to patrol the security inside and outside the castle, while also bringing back the students who have transferred to Hogsmeade." McGonagall said, "I was worried that the school would not be able to hold on and that the Death Eaters who broke in would hurt the students. But now it seems that as long as Peter is there, Hogwarts will be safe." The professors nodded. Now that Peter had repelled Voldemort, the Death Eaters were clearly stuck in Peter's hands, and they didn't have to share in Peter's victory. Only Hagrid, looking out the window with a sad face, wailed, "My poor house, and poor teeth, woohoo. None more?" Harry and Hermione hurried to comfort the half-giant who had lost his cabin and pet, while Ron pointed to the potholed, charred grass outside, pouted and said, "If you want me to say, the most pitiful thing should be the Quidditch meadow, first blistered by the lake, then struck by lightning, then burned by fire, and I don't know if it can be recovered. There's another Quidditch match next week. The professors were a little amused by Ron's words, so that the students of the brain circuit were also meeting for the first time. I had just experienced a very dangerous defensive battle, and one of the things Ron thought of was actually a Quidditch match. What a child, Professor Sprout said to Ron with a smile. Don't worry, Weasley-san, I have cultivated grass seeds there, and when those pits are filled, it only takes one night to restore the lawn, and it will not affect your next game. I see, Professor. Ron also reacted that he was stupid, and nodded with a red face. After solving all the Death Eaters, Peter withdrew the fierce fire, and at this time, except for the Death Eaters who turned to stone, the rest of the people on the ground were burned to ashes by the fierce fire, and there was not a single living Death Eater. Looking at the big pits on the ground that had been blown up by the thunder, Peter was in deep thought when he heard a burst of cheers behind him. Turning his head, he saw the students huddled in the attic on the windowsill, cheering excitedly at Peter, cheering him off Voldemort to defend the school. Peter smiled, crouched down and waved at them, and suddenly set off a gust of wind that almost blew the students off the windowsill. Peter was startled, and only then did he react that he had not become smaller. His heart moved at will, his body became smaller, and as he stepped towards the castle, his body continued to shrink, until when he came to the gate of the castle, his body returned to normal. And at the door, professors and students and others were already waiting for him. Welcome, welcome our hero back. Professor Flitwick was the first to run over excitedly. His short stature did not affect his speed, and he saw Peter clearly with a smile. Facing Professor Flitwick, who was like an old urchin, Peter quickly crouched down, smiled kindly, and gave him a hug with open hands. Flitwick was the closest to Peter among all the professors, and he didn't mind that Peter was in another academy and took good care of him. So Peter liked the little old man a lot. Welcome back, Peter, McGonagall said to Peter with a smile, her resolute face full of joy. Sorry, almost late. There should be no casualties inside the castle, right? Peter said apologetically, and then asked with concern. I've heard Amelia say that you saved them from the Ministry of Magic and you did a great job. McGonagall said gently, then shook her head. You came in time, so the Death Eaters didn't have time to storm the castle. The werewolf Fenrir took his men out of a disappearing cabinet in the requirement room on the 8th floor, but in the end we eliminated most of them, and the others jumped off the building and fled. Where is Headmaster Dumbledore's body? Can you show me there? Peter asked suddenly. As soon as the words fell, the cheerful atmosphere instantly solidified, and a sad atmosphere surged from everyone's hearts. Everyone had just been immersed in the good news of repelling Voldemort, but only then did they remember that Dumbledore, the only headmaster of the school who had lost his life. Everyone did not intentionally forget Dumbledore's existence, but they all instinctively rejected the fact that Dumbledore was dead, wanting to cover up their sadness with the news of victory. At this time, as soon as Peter poked it, everyone could no longer hide their sadness, and they fell silent. McGonagall's eyes were red, and holding back tears, she said softly to Peter, "Follow me, Peter," he said and turned and led Peter forward. Others followed and rushed in the direction of the auditorium. When they arrived at the entrance of the auditorium, everyone seemed to sleepwalk, walking through the whispered crowd to the front, and the students and professors in the auditorium made way for them. At the very front of the Great Hall, where the podium was located, a stretcher was placed on top of which lay Dumbledore. The sobs of the students and Hagrid's thunderous wail echoed throughout the auditorium. But everyone did not mind Hagrid's deafening wail at this time, and they were all immersed in sadness. Harry, who was closest to Dumbledore, squatted beside Hagrid, silently sorted out Dumbledore's robes, and carefully straightened the half-moon glasses on the bridge of his nose, and wiped the remaining blood at the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. Then he looked at Dumbledore with a sense of grief. Peter looked at this scene, his eyes flickered, and then quietly came to Dan. Beside the shelf, he looked at Dumbledore carefully. Dumbledore on the stretcher, his limbs were unusually twisted, and he closed his eyes as if he had fallen asleep. Suddenly, Harry, who had been silent, grabbed Peter's hand and said to Peter with a hopeful look on his face, "Peter, you can save Dumbledore, right? You have so many magical abilities and didn't die before being hit by Voldemort's death curse. Didn't you say that as long as we persuade Fawkes, we can help Dumbledore rebirth from Nirvana? We've pretty much convinced her. I'll bring Fawkes now, and you can bring Dumbledore back to life, right?" When Peter heard this, his eyes were a little surprised, but he didn't expect Harry to really convince Fawkes to share the flame of Nirvana, which is really worthy of the protagonist's treatment. However, he shook his head casually and said with an apologetic expression, "I'm sorry, Harry, even if there is a phoenix willing to share the Nirvana fire now, it is useless. Because Dumbledore is already dead, his soul is no longer in the body the moment he is hit by the death curse, and now what you have in front of you is just a shell, and there is no way to be reborn in Nirvana. This can't be. Peter, you're lying to me, aren't you?" Harry grabbed Peter's hand excitedly and said, then gestured to get up, "I'll go and bring Fawkes over now so she can resurrect Dumbledore with the fire of Nirvana." "Harry, calm down. Dumbledore is gone. You don't want this." Hermione grabbed Harry tearfully, trying to calm him down. Ron was also on the side to persuade him to dismiss the idea. "Sorry, Peter, Harry, he's a little irrational now," McGonagall said apologetically to Peter. "I understand that he is closest to Headmaster Dumbledore and must be very sad." Peter shook his head and said softly, not caring about Harry's behavior. Harry gradually gave up his illusions under the persuasion of everyone, and cried bitterly on Dumbledore's body in grief, and the grief made Hagrid on the side unable to continue to wail, and calmed Harry with his big hands. It's Snape, it's him who killed Dumbledore. Harry suddenly stopped crying and said loudly with red eyes. When the people around heard his words, there was a sudden noise, wondering why Harry said this. You talk nonsense? Dumbledore was obviously killed by the Dark Lord, and many people saw it with their own eyes. Draco stepped out of the Slytherin line and retorted loudly. The people around also nodded one after another, and the sight of Dumbledore falling from the tower was seen by many people. The expression that looked at Harry became complicated, thinking that he was carried away by sadness. I'm not lying. Harry stood up and said loudly, his red eyes full of hatred, I was there. I was studying magic with Dumbledore in the headmaster's office, and then Snape came, and I watched him poison Dumbledore and then take a weak Dumbledore to Voldemort. He is one of the murderers. Then he scanned everywhere and shouted angrily, what about Snape, where is he? Let him come out and confront me? Dumbledore believed him so much, why did he betray and why did he kill Dumbledore? Hearing his words, the auditorium became even more noisy, and everyone was talking. He scanned everywhere to find Snape's traces, but found no trace of him. Did you see Snape? Didn't he come with us just now? Tonks asked the people around him, but the people around shook their heads. After entering the castle, he separated from us, and I never saw him just now. Moody's eyes turned quickly, his expression full of doubt and anger, obviously believing Harry's words. Did he go back to the potions office? Professor Sprout said. He didn't go back to the potions office. McGonagall came from the side with a solemn and angry face. The portrait says he quietly left the castle when Voldemort retreated. Hearing her words, everyone had completely believed Harry's words and immediately became angry. Sirius jumped up directly and cursed loudly, this damn traitor, the devil cub who should go to hell. I knew he was not a good person. Thanks to Dumbledore believing in him so much, he actually betrayed and killed Dumbledore with Voldemort. I'm going to kill him? Listening to the sound of cursing and chaos in the auditorium, Peter lowered his eyes constantly flickering. All classes were temporarily suspended and all exams were postponed. In the following time, some students hurriedly followed their parents out of Hogwarts, and many flocked to Dumbledore, ready to pay tribute to Dumbledore. The Ministry of Magic had been completely overrun by the Death Eaters, and even the Daily Prophet had become their mouthpiece, and the Ministry quickly published the new Minister of Magic, Piers Singanis, in the newspaper, and trumpeted the accusation that the late Dumbledore was a terrorist intent on subverting the wizarding world. Even revealed the past of Dumbledore and Grindelwald, revealing that the shocking battle between the two was just a wand against the comparison. Dumbledore conjured a handkerchief, and Grindelwald threw in the towel. Attempts to portray Dumbledore as a conspirator who stepped on his lover and thus became famous. Even Peter did not escape the accusations of the Daily Prophet. They directly blamed Peter for the Death Eaters' capture of the Ministry of Magic, portrayed Amelia Burns, who Peter rescued, as a traitor to the Ministry of Magic, and suspected that the death of the previous minister Scrimgeour was related to Burns and Peter. Peter didn't care about the Ministry of Magic and the Death Eaters' methods of pouring dirt. But the members of the Order of the Phoenix, as well as Amelia Burns, were outraged by this slander. The members of the Ministry of Magic, led by Amelia, used the newspaper singing the Contrarian as a voice of 25 places to refute the Ministry of Magic's slander and publicly denied the legitimacy of this ministry, pointing out that the Ministry of Magic has been controlled by the Death Eaters and has become a tool in their hands to control the wizarding world. Many of the members of the Order of the Phoenix were Ministry of Magic staff, with the Aurors being the largest, so they quickly formed a temporary Ministry of Magic in Hogsmeade, headed by Amelia Burns, the director of the Department of Law Enforcement. Amelia Burns served as the interim Minister of Magic, Moody served as the Auror Director, Kingsley Shackle, Arthur Weasley, Percy Weasley, the Longbottoms, Sirius, and others joined them, and even the members of the Ministry of Magic that Peter had rescued joined the temporary Ministry of Magic. The emergence of two ministries of magic in the British wizarding world is an unprecedented kind of thing, and the two sides have engaged in fierce verbal battles in the newspapers of various parties. Amelia Burns tries to convince Peter to help them attack the Ministry of Magic, but Peter refuses. The current Ministry of Magic is occupied by Death Eaters, with Voldemort sitting behind it. Before, it was possible to catch Voldemort off guard by surprise. But now that he had enough time, he didn't believe Voldemort would be unprepared. And he is not Dumbledore. He carries the rise and fall of the wizarding world on his shoulders, and he does not want to die with Voldemort. After all, the problem of Horcruxes has not been solved, and no matter how much you toss, it will not help if you can't kill Voldemort. On the afternoon of Dumbledore's funeral, all parties gathered at Hogwarts, and even Madame Maxime, the headmaster of Beauxbatons, France, rushed to the school in a flying carriage the size of a house pulled by 12 runes. There are many wizards who come to mourn Dumbledore, and there are even wizards from other countries who come from abroad, and after the people who come to mourn look at Dumbledore's body with a sad expression, they come to Peter and greet him very warmly. Voldemort led thousands of Death Eaters to attack Hogwarts, but ended up losing a lot of money, and the story of his embarrassed escape spread throughout the wizarding world. Many people know that it was Peter who alone destroyed most of the Death Eaters and fought off Voldemort to save Hogwarts. There were even Hogwarts students who happened to use their cameras to capture Peter's control of one thunder and turn into a giant, and then published it in Singing the Contrarian, which once made the sales of the Singing Contrarian exceed the sales of the Daily Prophet. Peter has rightfully become the most famous figure in the wizarding world. Although the Ministry of Magic and the Daily Prophet, controlled by the Death Eaters, continue to pour dirty water on Peter, portraying him as a murderous devil. But no matter how slandered, in many people's perceptions, Peter has become another powerful person who can confront Voldemort after Dumbledore. Although Dumbledore's sudden death caught many wizards by surprise, with the presence of Peter, a person who could oppose Voldemort, many people couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in their hearts. Especially many sober-minded people understand that Burns was able to openly form another Ministry of Magic in Hogsmeade, but was not chased by the Ministry of Magic controlled by the Death Eaters, because they had Peter behind them, so they did not dare to run over and suppress it, only dared to fight in the newspaper. In the face of such a powerful wizard, apart from those loyal to Voldemort or having an enmity with Peter, almost no one would refuse to befriend him. And compared to Voldemort, more people are more optimistic about Peter, because he is only 19 years old, such a young age, but has the strongest strength in the wizarding world. Such a fact has fallen through the cognition of many wizards. And what's even more eye-catching and revered is that he also has an immortal body. Such a character will always be invincible, and the future is limitless. Peter was not the one officiating at the funeral today, and Professor McGonagall had tried to have Peter officiate, but he refused. But now the people who came to mourn, as if they had Peter trackers, grabbed Peter hidden in the professor at a glance, and then enthusiastically stepped forward to shake his hand and express his sadness for Dumbledore's death. For the enthusiasm of these people, Peter could only express the same grief, silently listening to their gushing reverence for Dumbledore's deeds. Try to suppress your weird emotions. Only when everyone buried Dumbledore in a white marble tomb on the edge of the Black Lake and conjured flowers to put on the tombstones did everyone leave. Before leaving, some wizards did not forget to express their condolences to Peter and expressed their gratitude to his branches. Upon Dumbledore's death, Professor McGonagall, as vice headmaster, succeeded as headmaster and officially announced to the public in the Great Hall that Peter York, the defense against the dark arts professor, was the vice headmaster of the school, and that Peter would be solely responsible for the affairs of the school when she was absent or had any accidents. Professor McGonagall, is there something wrong with this? Peter was caught off guard. I mean, other professors have a long teaching experience and are highly loved by their students. And I've only been a defense against the dark arts professor for less than a year, and I'm young, isn't it a little inappropriate? Haha, Peter, you are too modest. Professor 767 Levy, who was sitting next to Peter, said with a smile. He looked at Peter proudly and said, "You foiled Voldemort's plot and protected the great hero of Hogwarts. If you're not suitable, then no one can do it. Yes, as the saying goes, you don't have to be old, Peter, although you are young, your strength is far beyond us old guys, and there is no more suitable for the position of vice principal than you." Slughorn said enthusiastically with red wine, "We have heard that you have inherited Grindelwald's Legion of Saints, and since you can manage such a force, Hogwarts is a piece of cake for you." Slughorn drank and blushed, spitting out like a fat walrus, and in a quiet posture, pulled Peter and said in an exaggerated tone, "If it weren't for the propaganda of the Death Eaters, we wouldn't have thought you would have such an identity. Grindelwald's heir, the new leader of the Saints? Merlin, this is amazing. You are a big man now. You young people have not experienced the years of Grindelwald and do not know the horror of Grindelwald and the Saints at that time. Although Grindelwald has never been to England, many of us have heard of his great name, and there are followers of him all over the world. Those pure-blood families were almost crazy to worship him. I was still young at the time, and if it weren't for my parents' restraint, I'm afraid I would have run abroad to follow Grindelwald." "Peter, you whispered to me, why did Grindelwald hand over his army to you? Is he really planning to retire?" Slughorn's face came next to Peter, and the smell of alcohol sprayed on Peter's face, and asked in what he thought was a covert movement. Peter was very helpless about this drunken old man, although Slughorn loved vanity, liked to associate with celebrities, successful people, important people, and enjoyed the feeling of being able to influence these people. As a teacher, he turned a blind eye to mediocre students and couldn't even remember their names. But he is not a bad person at heart, and he always notices and finds students with outstanding talents to join his circle and give them special privileges. And in this defense battle, in the face of danger, he did not give up resistance, but actively joined the professors, and protected Hogwarts with McGonagall and Flitwick, so it was annoying. It's just that since Voldemort retreated, the Daily Prophet and the Ministry of Magic have hyped Peter as the heir to Grindelwald, the Dark Lord, playing up that he is the future Dark Lord, inheriting Grindelwald's ideas, and wanting to lead the Legion of Saints to rule the wizarding world. This did cause a sensation to some extent, although the British magical world is closed, but Grindelwald's name is still known by many people. In particular, he was defeated by Dumbledore himself, which made Dumbledore famous all over the world. Peter and Dumbledore are close, but he is Grindelwald's heir, and Grindelwald was defeated by Dumbledore, and then Grindelwald and Dumbledore have an unusual relationship, such a complex relationship, so that many people in the wizarding world, although they know that the Daily Prophet is slandering Peter, they are still very curious about the unknown secrets. The surrounding professors also pricked up their ears, wanting to hear Peter's explanation. "Horace, you're drunk. McGonagall, who was sitting in the headmaster's position, said helplessly. She turned her head to look at Peter. Her eyes were gentle. Peter, you don't have to be too burdened. This is decided by our professors after discussion, and the school trustees also agree very much. If it weren't for your young age, we would all like you to succeed as principal. That way, with you in the school, you won't have to worry about the safety of Hogwarts. You guys discussed? But why didn't you inform me that I'm also a professor at the school? Peter complained dissatisfiedly. Hehe, we're not worried that you'll refuse. Fry frowned at Petervay and said, we all know that you guy is lazy, and you don't care about anything except magic, so we can only cut it first. Seeing that Peter was still depressed, McGonagall smiled and comforted. Peter, don't worry, you will still be a defense against the dark arts professor in the future, responsible for teaching students outside of the course, and the rest of the time has not changed much. As vice principal, your only responsibility is to protect the school from intrusion, which is also the responsibility of other professors. So you just have the title of vice principal, and it won't add business to you. In the end, Peter took over the position of vice principal, becoming the highest-ranking professor under the headmaster, with a lot of power in the school. The students were surprised that Peter had become vice principal and gladly accepted. And the parents of the students also agreed with this matter, and with a powerful wizard like Peter in the presence, the safety of Hogwarts was guaranteed. Some parents who were preparing to transfer their children abroad eventually gave up their ideas and chose to believe in the safety of Hogwarts. As the saying goes, a new officer takes office with 3 fires, and although Peter avoids the affairs that the vice principal has to deal with, he still takes on the task of patrolling. Especially in the current tense situation, in order to prevent the infiltration of the school by outsiders and Death Eaters, many students' night tours, exploring secret passages and other activities have been strictly prohibited. Although Peter took responsibility, he himself remained huddled in the office, with only a dozen doppelgangers spread across the floors, dutifully patrolling, arresting students who were still restless late at night, deducting a lot of points, and being punished for labor or confinement. The students finally appreciated Peter's magical doppelganger's ability, and in the face of more than a dozen doppelgangers, even the most fleeing people could only be obediently caught by Peter. Students often greet one Peter on the front foot, meet another Peter on the back foot, and even see several Peter walking along at the same time. This bizarre phenomenon makes students relish it, often getting together to guess who is the true body and who is the doppelganger. In the face of this lazy method, the professors were also very curious. The old urchins foo. Professor Levy even found Peter with great interest, asked Peter to use a doppelganger to duel with him, and finally after a draw, he looked at Peter's score in amazement. Body, and said that with this magical doppelganger technique, even if thousands of troops came, I am afraid that they would not be Peter's opponent. Peter smiled wryly and waved his hand. He knew his own business. Although this doppelganger technique looks powerful, no matter how many doppelgangers are conjured, it uses the magic power of Peter alone. If there are too many doppelgangers and magic is used together, I am afraid that it will not be long before the magic power will be exhausted, and then it will be difficult for a skillful woman to cook without rice. Amelia Burns, who served as the head of Hogsmeade's Ministry of Magic, saw Peter's doppelganger, and also personally found him, grinded a doppelganger from Peter to sit in the Ministry of Magic, and gave him a position as an advisor to the Ministry of Magic. Without Snape sharing the defense against the dark arts course in the lower grades, Peter had to take on the teaching of all grades, but with a doppelganger, Peter was still relaxed, and soon the students ushered in the final exams. As for the 5th-year OWL and 7th-year Newt exams, the Gaseldar Machi class, who had already resigned from the Ministry of Magic's Wizarding Examination Authority, led her colleagues to Hogsmeade, joined the Ministry of Magic here, and continued to serve as the head of the Wizarding Examination Authority. After supervising the final exams, the students soon ushered in the time to leave school. In order to ensure that the Death Eaters did not go crazy to attack the students, the Ministry of Magic of Hogsmeade went all out and boarded the train with members of the Order of the Phoenix to safely escort the students out of school. Peter naturally did not sit idly by. He also arranged a doppelganger in each car, and then the body sat in the school, ready to rescue in time between the train, the school, and Hogsmeade. However, Voldemort and the Death Eaters did not seem to intend to retaliate, and the train finally reached the terminal safely. Hogwarts on vacation also quieted down. Professors with families left the school, and Hagrid relived in the new cabin Peter built for him, and brought flowers to Dumbledore's tomb every day. McGonagall, who became the headmaster, was busy and often couldn't see anyone. Trelawney, who lives in the attic of the castle, is still drunk and dreaming, and when she rises, she takes out tarot cards or crystal balls to predict the future. Peter, on the other hand, left a doppelganger working outside the office, and he took out a button door key, pinched it lightly, and instantly disappeared in place. Once again, it appeared in front of Newmongard Castle. Master York, here you are. At the gate stood 2 saints guarding the gate, and when they saw Peter, their eyes lit up, and they immediately bowed respectfully to him. Peter smiled and nodded at them, then stepped straight into the castle and headed straight upstairs. At this time, the castle of Newmongard was completely new, with thick blankets on the stairs and various portraits hanging on the walls, including portraits of the saints who had died, and when they saw Peter, they smiled and nodded and bowed to him in welcome. When Peter came to the highest level, pushed open the door directly, and walked in, he saw 2 people looking at the phoenix in the cage and studying it carefully. Grindelwald did not raise his head, and did not pay attention to Peter who came in. The old man in blue robes on the side stood up, his blue eyes full of peace, and said to Peter with a smile, "Here you are, Peter. Is everything okay in school? It's so good. Thanks to you, Professor McGonagall is now the headmaster, and I am the vice-chancellor. Dumbledore, you can't go back to school, there is no place for you there?" Peter said angrily. "That sounds like good news." Dumbledore said with a smile. He snapped his fingers, conjured a drink, handed it to Peter, and looked very relaxed. "I have always wanted to retire all these years, but I have always been troubled by various things, but now I am completely light." "Humph, you're relaxed, your admirers are sad to death." Peter looked at Dumbledore with a playful face. "We held a beautiful funeral for you, everyone was very sad, crying at your tombstone, and I had to pretend to be sad. What do you say they will look like if they find out you're not dead one day? It sounds very lively. You said that I want to go and see it for myself." Dumbledore said with a smile, then walked to the window, looked at the snow-capped mountains in the distance, and said with a sigh, "If I can, I hope they won't find out, just let them think that Dumbledore died that night." Hearing his words, Peter straightened up, looked at him in surprise and asked, "Do you really want to remain incognito from now on and not plan to return to Hogwarts in the future?" "I spent almost all of my life at Hogwarts, entered Hogwarts at the age of 11, traveled for a few years after graduation, returned to Hogwarts as a professor, and finally became headmaster. Almost all of my happiest memories are my time at Hogwarts, and it's a bit reluctant to leave," Dumbledore recalled. "But I wanted to spend the last few years of my life in Godric's Hollow back in Godric's Hollow, making a pot of black tea every day, holding a few joke books, and sitting in the courtyard to spend the day." Grindelwald, who was silently 473 doing the experiment, stopped, although his eyes were staring at the cage, his eyes were wandering, and it was obvious that his thoughts had drifted elsewhere. "I've been thinking about this idea for a long time, but unfortunately there are always a lot of troubles coming to my door, so I had to give up." Dumbledore complained with a smile, his eyes looked at Peter with a happy expression. "It wasn't until you appeared that I felt that I had hope for my retirement. Now as long as I solve Harry's problems, I will have no pressure at all and can live my retirement happily." Saying that, he looked at the phoenix in the cage, and said in a very happy tone, "Gellert performed a small operation on Thor yesterday, and he successfully cut a small part of Voldemort's soul in Thor's body without damaging Thor's soul. If this continues, it won't be long before all the soul pieces in Thor's body can be removed. At that time, as long as the soul piece in Harry's body is solved, Voldemort will not be a problem." "Really? That's great." Peter was surprised when he heard this, and immediately rejoiced. He gave Grindelwald a thumbs up and praised, "Mr. Grindelwald, you are really amazing. Even the soul can be solved, really worthy of the master of black magic." Grindelwald pouted, tried to suppress the hooked corners of his mouth, and said, "This is nothing. If it weren't for the small number of experimental studies, I could study deeper. And it's still too early to say success. The soul film is thoughtful, and it hasn't heard its origin yet, so it's been quiet. But when it senses danger, it will struggle fiercely, and it is unknown whether it will succeed at that time. Small number? That's fine, I'll bring you some experimental subjects when I get back." After hearing this, Peter waved his hand carelessly and said boldly, "I petrified a lot of Death Eaters at Hogwarts before, and I was worried about what to do with them, and now I will give them all to you. You can experiment however you want, it doesn't matter if you die." "Okay, then I'll have to solve the soul piece in that Harry Potter body for Albus, which just needs to be experimented with. After all, people's souls are different from phoenixes, and if they are not dealt with well, it will be difficult to explain that they will make people stupid and die." Grindelwald nodded with satisfaction after hearing this. "When you go, bring some saints over and let them bring the Death Eaters back." Dumbledore, who listened to the conversation between the two, only felt that his whole body was not good. Although he was not a holy father and had killed decisively in battle, listening to the two of them lightly decided the fate of these Death Eaters, as if they were not seen as humans, but as a group of guinea pigs on the experimental table. Grindelwald was once the Dark Lord, and Dumbledore was not surprised to be able to do so without psychological burden. But Peter, whom he regarded as an excellent student, also became like this, which made Dumbledore feel completely bad. He wondered if Peter had been influenced by Grindelwald to become like this. If Grindelwald could hear Dumbledore's thoughts at this time, I am afraid he would be wronged. What does it mean to be influenced by him? It is clear that Peter this kid is a bad boy, and there is no need for him to teach. By the way, Dumbledore, the current Voldemort is the grasshopper of the autumn. Why did you let Snape follow him? You must know that now the entire wizarding world knows that he betrayed you and gave you medicine to make you powerless to resist and killed by Voldemort." Peter suddenly asked, puzzled, especially Harry. Did he see the whole process with his own eyes, but now he sees Professor Snape as a life and death enemy, and he can't wait to seek revenge on him immediately. "Peter, I remember telling you that 7 is a magical and stable number," Dumbledore said. Peter nodded and looked at him confused, wondering why he was asking this. Making a Horcrux is a very dangerous thing, and it is very difficult for ordinary dark wizards to make a Horcrux. But Voldemort planned to make 7, and he was indeed very proficient in studying Horcruxes. Dumbledore sighed, but we discovered his secret and destroyed his other Horcruxes in a row, which made Voldemort panic, so he had to risk making the 8th Horcrux with the jumping pot. But a person's soul has a quantity, the more points it is, the more unstable it is. 7 Horcruxes is already the limit, but Voldemort only did the 8th, which caused his soul to be very unstable. Severus had told me that Voldemort was very unstable during that time, often killing Death Eaters for a small mistake. This made many Death Eaters very uneasy, hiding from Voldemort from a distance, fearing that they would be the next Voldemort's revenant. It wasn't until Severus gave him a soul stabilizer that eased his condition that he regained his former calm. But this method is not enough once and for all, and as potion resistance increases, ordinary soul stabilizers can no longer work against Voldemort. Voldemort also knew his situation, so he tried in every possible way to find a solution to the problem. And the golden apple is a very magical magic plant, and the soul potion refined with the golden apple can heal the wounds of the soul, so Voldemort will go to St. Mungo's to snatch the golden apple, but in the end it failed because of your reasons. Until he found another opportunity to make the 9th Horcrux with Phoenix Thor, which allowed him to successfully possess an indestructible Horcrux, but also made his soul more and more on the verge of collapse, and now he can only rely on Severus's soul stabilizer to maintain his sanity. So now Severus can't leave Voldemort's side, and in order to gain Voldemort's trust, he can only let him personally send me to Voldemort. Wait, since Voldemort's soul was on the verge of collapse, why help him maintain his sanity? Wouldn't it be better to let him go straight crazy? Isn't it easier to deal with a madman? Peter asked very incomprehensibly. Dumbledore shook his head and said, "You're wrong, Peter. A mad Voldemort is more dangerous and destructive than a calm Voldemort. Now Voldemort is very strong and cannot be killed, even if I face him head-on, it is not his opponent. Such a person, once he has no reason, will act recklessly, and without any scruples, he will drag the entire wizarding world to bury him. So we must keep him sane and give him hope until there is a guarantee that a blow will kill. So my early departure was to let his guard down and pressure so that he wouldn't do crazy things." Peter finally understood Dumbledore's concerns, and when he thought of Voldemort, who had no sense, looked crazy, Peter also felt that it was better to let him not go crazy. After all, Voldemort's current strength is very strong, and it is obvious in the battle at Hogwarts. Even under the terrifying thunder bombardment, Voldemort did not hurt a single bit. If it really drives him crazy, I am afraid that the entire wizarding world and Britain will become a pot of porridge, and Voldemort will not care whether the wizarding world will be exposed or not, which is likely to make the British wizarding world a target. For his own peaceful life in the future, Peter still thinks that it is better to let Voldemort die cleanly, so let Professor Snape endure the humiliation and continue to make soul stabilizers for Voldemort. However, looking at Dumbledore, who had a relaxed face, and Grindelwald, who was silent on the side, Peter calculated his heart, rolled his eyes, and came to Dumbledore with a smile, garlic cow, and king shape. "Dumbledore, don't you want to live incognito in retirement? But you have to know that you are a big celebrity, and there is no one in the British wizarding world who does not know you, unless you want to live in seclusion or drink that compound decoction that smells like smells of smelly socks for a long time," Peter said. "And I have a very simple way here, which can make you reborn and return to youth, and ensure that no one can associate you with the old Dumbledore before." Looking at the flame in Peter's hand, Dumbledore was surprised for a while, and then suddenly smiled, looked at Peter with a smile and said, "Shouldn't your solution be to use the fire of Nirvana to help my old man become like you? I heard Gellert say that you were selling him the flame of Nirvana, but I didn't expect it to be sold to me now." Immediately he shook his head and refused with a smile, "Old man, I have lived enough, and I don't want immortality, so thank you Peter, you can take back your Nirvana fire. Maybe you can recommend it to someone and I can give you Nick's latest address, he should be interested in this." "Hey, don't." Peter hurriedly stopped and said to Dumbledore with a grin, "Dumbledore, if you don't want immortality, I have another package here, you can still accept my Nirvana fire, and when you don't want to live, you can directly give me all the Nirvana fire in your body. This way I can get paid by me, and you don't have to worry about dying. And don't you want to experience a youthful body?" Hearing Peter's words, Dumbledore and Grindelwald's eyes were fixed on Peter, and Grindelwald suddenly realized and snorted coldly, "So you hit this idea." I said, "Why are you so positive? It turns out that you want to do a worthless transaction and let others help you raise the fire of Nirvana. You are so calculating, the goblins are not as greedy as you? What do you call me greedy? You are slander." Peter jumped to his feet directly and said dissatisfiedly, "I am a child, I endure the pain to split my Nirvana fire, help you to be reborn in Nirvana, have an immortal body, and charge a little interest. Of course, if Dumbledore does not want to give up immortality by then, he does not need to give me all the Nirvana fire, as long as he returns 1/10 of the Nirvana fire every 10 years, and after 200 years, the debt relationship will also be written off. There is only one good person like me who sends warmth and eternal life. If I didn't appreciate you, I wouldn't want to spend so much effort to help you regenerate Nirvana." Peter glared at Grindelwald with an angry look that you are not a good person. "Cut, boy, don't fool me, you clearly treat us as your firewood, give us a little Mars, just want us to light it into a fire, and then keep dividing the flames from us," Grindelwald said with an expression that saw through you. "Besides, I know that you also sold your Nirvana fire to Voldemort as well. You cunning brat, don't deny it." "How do you know?" Peter blurted out in surprise, then shut up and looked at Grindelwald dissatisfiedly. This old guy must have sent his men to monitor himself. "Don't look like that. I'm not interested in inquiring about you. Grindelwald snorted coldly. He pointed to a mirror on the cabinet next to him, and said angrily, please don't put such messy things as double-sided mirrors in me in the future. And don't cast a traceless stretching spell on yourself like a sniffer, and then stuff those things around. Seeing the double-sided mirror he gave to Grindelwald, Peter suddenly groped on his body, and finally groped for a double-sided mirror in the left pocket, and smiled awkwardly. Sorry, I'm used to hiding things with me. Peter was cheeky. He casually put the mirror into the dragonskin pocket, and then continued to sell to Dumbledore, Professor Dumbledore, even if you don't want to live forever, you can try to be reborn in Nirvana and have a young body again. Don't worry about me pitying you, as long as you accept, you can always decide whether to give up the flame of Nirvana later. In this way, you don't have to worry about being recognized as Dumbledore, and you can live without being disturbed. Then he turned to look at Grindelwald, winked at him, and said, Mr. Grindelwald, you can also choose to accept my Nirvana flame and decide at any time whether to give it up or not. You and Dumbledore are close friends, and you can persuade him that although you are more than 100 years old, according to your magic, you can live for at least 20 or 30 years. In the remaining decades, why don't you choose to live with a young and flexible body? Grindelwald listened to the expression a little fluctuated, a little moved, glanced at Dumbledore on the side, and then said to Peter with a smile, you are very tempting, but only if you can persuade Albus to agree, otherwise you don't have to work in vain with me. Dumbledore also shook his head, looked at Peter with a smile and said, sorry, Peter, I still refuse. I know that this is a very beneficial deal for me, but I am not sure whether I can give up the temptation of immortality after accepting such a gift. Peter cursed secretly. He just wanted to strengthen the origin. Why was it so difficult? A trivial interest, sending immortality and Nirvana rebirth for nothing, sending such good benefits, was actually rejected? Grindelwald on the side was obviously a little disappointed, but he had long known Dumbledore's thoughts, so he could only give Peter a helpless expression. I won't believe it today. Peter was directly depressed. He looked at Dumbledore who had no desire, and suddenly a bad smile appeared in his eyes, taking advantage of Dumbledore's inattention. His palm lightly tapped his shoulder, and a crimson flame directly submerged into Dumbledore's body. Peter, you. Dumbledore was shocked. Grindelwald on the side was also taken aback by Peter's sudden action and quickly rushed over, but was glared at by Peter's pair of orange-yellow snake eyes, and immediately felt his body stiffen and petrified. Peter said to the two with a grin, since the soft one can't be used, then I have to come to the hard one. I'm going to help you get reborn today. Ready for 10? Feeling the fire of Nirvana spreading rapidly in his body, Dumbledore was shocked and shouted to Peter, Peter, don't mess around. It's late, the fire of Nirvana has been injected into your body and cannot be taken out. Peter said with an innocent face, then turned to look at the phoenix Thor in the cage, and said in a consultative tone with a grin, Thor, otherwise, how about you contribute a little blood? I'll give you more Nirvana flames in the future. When Thor heard Peter's words, his golden eyes were suddenly filled with anger, and he spewed a mouthful of flames directly at Peter. This cunning and insatiable Peter has already coveted half of its origin, and now dares to covet its blood. What will come back later? If it believes his ghost words again, it might as well believe that sniffing is a guy who picks up gold. 11-0 Dodging Thor's flames, Peter retreated back and muttered, if you don't give it, don't give it. What to do with such an atmosphere? It's not as good as my field at all. The Nirvana fire does not have the cooperation of the blood of the phoenix and does not cause harm to the body, so Peter is not in a hurry at all. Looking at the semi-petrified Dumbledore and Grindelwald, he asked with a smile, Headmaster, where is your fox? Summon it out, I need its help. Dumbledore was obviously a little angry at the moment, frowned, looked at him seriously with his incomprehensible eyes, and said, okay, Peter, stop playing. Hurry up and unravel the magic on our bodies. Immortality has never been what I want, and it will embarrass me to do so. Peter did not listen to him. In the face of such a high-quality big customer, Peter would not let it go. In the Muggle world, it is very difficult for ordinary people to get a loan from a bank. But in the face of those high-quality big customers, banks have always chased after giving loans to others, and even sent warm services and greetings, afraid that such customers will run away. And now, Peter is sure that if he let Dumbledore go now, Dumbledore will immediately disappear without a trace, and then there will be no chance at all. The benefits of origin enhancement Peter has experienced, not only is it more difficult to die, but also the magic power has increased a lot, and the appreciation can faintly feel that the essence of life has improved. That's why he was able to confront Voldemort's chamber with the Elder Wand. Peter didn't have the patience to stay in the volcano for hundreds or thousands of years, slowly improving the phoenix origin. So the best way is to use magic, and Dumbledore, who stands at the top of the wizarding world, is the best customer in Peter's eyes. Seeing Dumbledore's refusal to cooperate, Peter turned his head to look at Grindelwald, and after glancing at him, he immediately showed a smile. Oh, I said, how did the phoenix disappear from the day you got out of suspended animation? It turned out to be hiding here. With that, he turned directly and walked to the depths of the corridor, and from a room that was obviously Dumbledore's style, he took out Fawkes, who had just woken up from a dream with a confused face. Fawkes, I will use your blood to help your master, be careful not to resist. Peter touched Fawkes's feathers, and without saying a word, he cut a wound directly from his wing, drawing blood. Perhaps because he had been persuaded by Harry before, although Fawkes instinctively resisted this weakness, he still did not fiercely resist and allowed Peter to draw its blood. It wasn't until Peter drew nearly half of his blood that Fawkes chirped weakly, and then Nirvana was reborn. Fawkes. Dumbledore looked distressed at the little chick that had re-emerged from the ashes, and looked at Peter and Grindelwald with accusatory eyes, especially a cold snort at Grindelwald who leaked secrets. Could it be that the leader of the Saints, the first Dark Lord, can't even use brain closure, and can still let Peter read his thoughts? Fool the devil? This kid's dementoring technique is really powerful. I was only in a slight trance, and he took out the information. It's really old. Grindelwald sighed innocently, and then watched Peter's operation with great interest. Peter controlled a cloud of blood floating in midair, split in half, and then came to Dumbledore and swiped his arm, revealing a wound, and half of the phoenix blood turned into blood and drilled towards the wound. When Dumbledore saw this situation, his expression was full of resistance, and he persuaded Peter bitterly, "Peter, stop. Not everyone dreams of immortality. You can't impose your will on others. I just want to live my retirement for the time to come, not to be reborn or rejuvenated." "Oh, Headmaster Dumbledore, since you've reached this point, enjoy it," Peter said with a hippie smile, as if he were a bad guy. "When you are reborn in Nirvana, you will know the benefits. If you really want to die one day, you can tell me. I will immediately take out all the Nirvana fire in your body, and then you can go with peace of mind." As soon as Dumbledore wanted to say something, he felt the phoenix blood drilled into his body flow down the blood vessels like magma, burning every inch of his body, and the severe pain made him snort for a while, and his face became red and hot. Seeing this, Peter snapped his fingers directly, and the Nirvana fire in Dumbledore's body seemed to have been released, quickly burning from the inside out, burning Dumbledore to ashes in the blink of an eye. Looking at this scene, Grindelwald's eyes shrank and looked at the ashes on the ground with concern. Peter, on the other hand, squatted down without the slightest accident, and his hands took out the thin young phoenix from the ashes, and the young phoenix looked very helpless, and stood up with difficulty in Peter's palm, making a childish phoenix sound. Grindelwald looked at the chick in Peter's hand with wide eyes, and asked hesitantly, "This is Albus?" Peter smiled and nodded, then put the chick on the sofa, then gently swiped his fingertips with his wand, squeezed out a drop of blood red with golden blood, and flew into the chick's mouth. Then in Grindelwald's surprised gaze, the chicks quickly swelled, sparse feathers retracted into the skin, and in the blink of an eye, a child only 2 or 3 years old appeared on the sofa. The reddish-brown hair, the chubby body, and the blue watery eyes reveal overwhelm and wisdom, which looks very cute. "Peter, what's going on?" The little boy made a very immature voice. His tone was a little helpless, looking at his naked appearance. His eyes were embarrassed and shyly pulled up the pillow on the side, blocked in front of him, and then angrily questioned Peter. "Well, this is a normal phenomenon. You have raised Fawkes for so many years, you should know that Phoenix Nirvana is from old age to childhood." Peter waved his hand as a matter of course, and then smiled. "Congratulations, Professor, you have now been reborn in Nirvana and have a new life. Look at you now, how cute. Even the people who know you best, I'm afraid they won't think that you are Dumbledore. You are now a poor rice product? Happy? You turned me into a small child. How do you make me happy?" Dumbledore was very angry. He looked at his fat little hands, and then at the hippie smiling Peter. His hands suddenly itched, his eyes swept everywhere, and he saw the wand next to the ashes on the ground. His hand moved, and the wand flew over with a whiz. Professor Dumbledore, calm down." Looking at Dumbledore's murderous look, Peter quickly persuaded, "If you really don't like this look, you can also use a compound decoction or an aging enhancer, so that you can change whatever you want. Isn't it good?" Saying that, he directly lifted the transformation skill, returned to the appearance of 4 or 5 years old, and said with a smile to Dumbledore, "Don't you see me like this? Since I was hit by the madman of Voldemort with the death curse, I can only use transfiguration to transform myself into an adult. Dumbledore, your transfiguration is so good, it shouldn't be a problem to make yourself bigger." Looking at Peter's appearance at this time, Dumbledore knew that he was doing this on purpose, but he still couldn't make a move. With a depressed expression on his immature face, he sighed and put down his wand. Looking at his chubby body, he sighed again. "Poof, Albus, I didn't think you were a little fat man when you were young." Grindelwald looked at Dumbledore's immature appearance and couldn't help but say. After receiving a pair of murderous eyes, he stopped his mouth and praised, "But it's still quite cute." Dumbledore gave him a blank look, and nodded his wand towards the pillow in front of him, which quickly turned into 25 robes and automatically put them on him. Then he jumped off the sofa, picked up Fawkes, who no one cared about, and comforted him with distress. But with a few Fawkes chirps, Dumbledore showed a surprised look on his face and said, "I actually understood Fawkes's words. Is this because of Nirvana's rebirth?" Now that Dumbledore had completed Nirvana, Peter's gaze turned to Grindelwald's readiness to continue with the unfinished business. Grindelwald saw Peter walking towards him and said helplessly, "Can you lift the petrification on my body first? Since Albus has Nirvana, I will not refuse." Peter didn't care about his words, and directly slapped a separated Nirvana fire into Grindelwald's body with lightning speed, and then drilled the remaining phoenix blood directly along the arm. Peter was wary of Dumbledore the whole time, afraid that he would suddenly interrupt. But apparently Dumbledore did not have such thoughts, but sat on the sofa, with a childish face, staring at Grindelwald's situation with an old-fashioned look, looking like waiting for the result. Peter secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then snapped his fingers directly, and Grindelwald responded and turned into a pile of ashes. Before Peter could crouch down, a thinly feathered chick crawled out of the ashes and made a childish chirping at Peter, urging Peter to help him transform. Peter smiled, flicked a drop of blood from his fingertips, and flew into the chick's mouth. Fang immediately turned into a 2- or 3-year-old blonde boy, with heterochromatic pupils that were particularly conspicuous. Grindelwald looked at his appearance, not as confused as Dumbledore, and did not care about his naked appearance, but felt the immature and full of vitality of the body, very satisfied and amazed, and said, "It's really amazing. The magic power in the body has not decreased, on the contrary, there is a lot more. And I can feel that this is the body of a 2- or 3-year-old child, full of life, unlike the old and decaying body before." With that, he grabbed his wand on the ground and waved it towards his laboratory, and a bottle of blue potion flew over and fell into his hand. Grindelwald opened the bottle, dripped 20 drops of potions into the teacup on the table, and explained to the two, "This is a powerful age extender that can last for a year, and 1 drop will increase the age by 1 year, which is just right for us." Then he directly took the teacup and drank it. Under the eyes of the two, Grindelwald's body grew rapidly, from a small bean to a big man of 1 meter 9, with heterochromatic pupils and an angular face, looking rebellious. "It's nice to be in your 20s, when your body is at its peak." Grindelwald stretched his body and said with a sigh, "I'm about to forget this feeling of youth." "Albus, how old do you want to be?" Grindelwald shook the potion bottle in his hand and said to Dumbledore with a smile. 116 years old, thank you." Dumbledore, who was sitting on the sofa, said angrily. Grindelwald stalked for a moment, and then said, "Haha, it seems that after the rebirth of Nirvana, Albus, your thinking age has also become much younger, and you can actually joke." Peter showed a triumphant smile at this time, and he said happily to the two, "The two of you should have sensed the Nirvana fire in your body by now. That is also called the origin fire. It is still very weak, so you need to use magic to nourish and strengthen it. It determines how long you can live, and the greater the flame of Nirvana, the longer you will live, and the magic will go further, which is a process of mutual reciprocity. For the sake of all of you, I give you a discount, and you can decide to give me 1/10 of the fire of Nirvana in return every 10 years in the future, until 200 years later, or simply in 20 years, directly divide 2/3 of my Nirvana flame and write it off." Then his eyes turned to Dumbledore. "Of course, if you feel tired of life in the future and want to end this eternal life, you can always come to me for help, and I will help him achieve what he needs." "Then what if I want you to take away the Nirvana fire in my body right now?" Dumbledore asked. "I'm sorry, once my Nirvana flame is sold, it will not be returned or exchanged for 10 years, and if you really die after 10 years, come to me again." Peter shrugged his shoulders and said with a smirk, "After all, I have also suffered a lot of sins from the flame of Nirvana, at least I must have a little profit, otherwise I will not be lost." Looking at Peter's appearance as a profiteer, the two looked at each other, and Dumbledore said with a toothache, "Peter, are you really okay with goblins? I'm afraid none of the goblins at Gringotts are as good at business as you. My parents are serious muggles, don't you know my identity best, Dumbledore?" Peter spread his hands and said. Grindelwald rolled his eyes and said to Peter with a smile, "Then what if I don't pay it back in the future? You also said that the fire of Nirvana is about immortality, and you will let us pay back 1/10 of your amount in less than 10 years, and 1 is 200 years. And another condition, we have worked hard for 20 years, and as a result, you actually have to walk 2/3 of the Nirvana fire, which is also too ruthless. If you dare not pay it back, then I will trouble you every day. I have a way to find you." Peter grinned at him, his eyes smiling back. Peter was never a selfless man, and he distributed the flame of his Nirvana to others in order to strengthen his own origin in the future, thereby enhancing the essence of life, so that he could one day truly become God. Just as Dumbledore was afraid that he would not be able to resist the temptation of immortality, Peter also knew that the human heart is fickle, so he was naturally prepared. If someone really gets his Nirvana flame and doesn't want to pay interest, he has a way to punish the defaulter. Just like Grindelwald and 343 Dumbledore at this time, although in a sense, they have truly possessed immortality and achieved immortality. But if it angers Peter, even if he doesn't take away the Nirvana fire in their bodies, once they want to Nirvana again after 100 years, they will only be the body of a phoenix after being reborn, and they will not become adults. So Peter is not afraid that they will not pay it back. Grindelwald looked at Peter's confident and determined look, and instinctively felt bad, but he didn't continue to ask. After all, he was just joking. It was better not to mess with this evil boy. After successfully completing the Nirvana Fire loan service with 2 quality customers, Peter happily left Numangard, and although Hogwarts and Hogsmeade had their own doppelgangers, it would be very unsafe if Voldemort suddenly attacked. So Peter hurried back to school to help McGonagall with the list of new students for the next semester. However, after seeing the list of new students for next semester, Peter raised his eyebrows, because in addition to first-year students, there were also transfer applications sent from various European countries, all of which were senior students transferred from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons. Meanwhile, inside Voldemort's estate, in a conference room, Voldemort sat in the first place, while in a row of seats on his left hand sat his cronies Death Eaters. On the right are the leaders of the mercenaries of the partner. As for the opposite side of the long table, there is a group of people in black dressed in classical clothes with elegant expressions. Their faces are pale with blue, as if they have albinism. Red eyes look similar to Voldemort at first glance, but upon closer debate, you can find that their eyes are grey, as if they have not been cleaned for a long time, precipitated a lot of history, old and bloody. Welcome, my guests, welcome. Voldemort said in the gloomy chamber. Voldemort sat first, Death Eaters and mercenaries sat to his left and right, and the group of white-painted men sitting across from him all gathered around a middle-aged man in a classical robed dress. They exuded an icy aura all over their bodies, as if their bodies had no temperature, making the nearest Death Eaters feel cold and whizzing. And faintly, you can also smell a smell of blood, which makes this group of elegant people full of dangerous aura, as if they are being targeted by top hunters. In the face of these people, Voldemort seemed to attach great importance to it, and welcomed with a smile, "Welcome to the United Kingdom, especially Sir Rusfan. I remember the last time I saw you, you were on a safari in Romania. I didn't expect that this time it would be you who came to cooperate with me on behalf of the Blood family." The man sitting opposite Voldemort had scarlet eyes that were as dark as black, looking like the color of blood clotting. He picked up the crystal cup on the table that was supported with blood, took a sip elegantly, and then said with satisfaction, "Very good, the blood of a very pure virgin." Only then did he look at Voldemort and said with a nonchalant smile, "The last time I saw you, you were a young wizard who had just graduated, and I thought you were talented. It's just that I didn't expect that in just a few decades, you have become the Dark Lord, which really surprised me." Then he glanced at the people on both sides of Voldemort, especially the several mercenary leaders with gloomy faces in the right row, and said jokingly, "I heard before that the Purifier mercenaries poured out and joined the ranks of the Death Eaters, but they suffered heavy losses in the capture of Hogwarts. But looking at your calm appearance, it seems to be fake news?" The mercenary leaders' faces became even more ugly, and they stared at Sir Rusfan viciously, and taunted, "I thought you vampires buried yourself in coffins and weren't ready to come out, but I didn't expect them to pop out again now. You vampires are worth a lot of money on the black market. We caught a lot of vampires in the United States in the first place, almost extinct, and the Magical Congress specially made you an endangered species for this reason and forbade us to hunt. Tisk. I didn't expect that there were so many vampires in Europe, and I was really dazzled. In the black market, a vampire's fangs are worth 50 galleons, and if you sell them in the United States, the price can be doubled several times, not to mention the vampire body, which is the favorite experimental subject of many dark wizards. A vampire corpse is worth 500 galleons, and if it is alive, it is worth 1,000 galleons, or even more." A mercenary leader said with a taunting look in his eyes. Roar. Several vampires behind Sir Rusfan, angrily showing his sharp fangs at them. He couldn't wait to wash away the blood of these gangsters. "Oh, I'm still angry, these vampires don't tease, ha ha ha." The mercenary leaders laughed and looked at the arriving vampires with great contempt. Sir Rusfan already had a smile on his face, but his eyes were indifferent, and looking at them in his eyes was like looking at a prey that was about to enter the entrance. "Well, mercenaries, be polite, after all, the blood friends are guests from afar, so you can't be so rude." Voldemort, who had been watching for a long time, finally spoke, and he was also very dissatisfied with these arrogant vampires, but now he first faced the mercenaries, then he would be a peacemaker. Hearing Voldemort's words, the mercenary leaders still shut up. They cleared Voldemort's strength, and in the Battle of Hogwarts, the strength of their mercenaries was almost cut by most of it, and although there are still thousands of people today, they are completely inferior in the face of Voldemort. Even after the war, he was forced by Voldemort to carve the Death Eater mark and became a member of the Death Eaters through and through. It is not that the mercenaries have not resisted, but the result of the resistance is that only 5 of the original 12 mercenary leaders are now left. So they could only pinch their noses and go from being partners to becoming members of the Death Eaters. Many mercenaries, after being branded as Death Eaters, hated those who advocated working with Voldemort in the first place, which is obviously not a sheep in the mouth. It's just that now that the wood is ready, they have no regret medicine to take, and they have to be called by Voldemort. After all, the punishment of the Dark Devil mark is very torturous, and before that, a mercenary cut off the right arm that was marked with the Dark Devil. But the result was that the arm was gone, but the dark mark appeared directly on the heart, and then was tortured by Voldemort remotely, no less than the pain of the heart-drilling curse. So in general, in the previous Battle of Hogwarts, the biggest loss was on the mercenary side. Although the Death Eaters had losses, since the remaining mercenaries were branded with the dark mark, the Death Eaters' power had grown again. Although he took the mercenaries into his sphere of influence, Voldemort did not break up the mercenary ranks, but continued to hand them over to the few mercenary leaders who surrendered to him, so that they could continue to lead. And on the real Death Eater side, the most trusted Bellatrix is dead, the Lestrange brothers, the Carlo brothers and sisters, Goyle, Crabbe, etc. have all been folded in Peter's hands. So among the Death Eaters sitting in the left row now, the closest to Voldemort is Snape, the next is the current Minister of Magic, Piers Singanis, and then Lucius Malfoy, who has left prison. And sitting at the very end, closest to the vampires is Pettigrew. The Death Eaters didn't know where the vampires were coming from, and Voldemort hadn't told them, so when they saw the vampires coming, they instinctively frowned, and the expressionless Snape's eyes quickly flashed a dark light, not knowing what he was thinking. And Lucius, who was once as proud as a peacock, has now become a little lost after some things, and carefully waits for Voldemort, fearing that Voldemort will kill him if he is not happy. As for the most timid little star, he looked at the vampires beside him with trembling, smelling the smell of blood and cold breath coming from them, and couldn't wait to turn into a mouse and flee immediately, afraid that he would be bitten by these bloodthirsty vampires on the neck. In the wizarding world, the status of vampires is not much different from that of werewolves, but vampires are rarely seen in the UK, but the werewolf Fenrir has caused a lot of killings and tragedies, so the people of the wizarding world avoid werewolves, even if an excellent student like Lupin who graduated from Hogwarts still can't find a job that can support himself. So as pure-blooded Death Eaters, although they were dissatisfied with why Voldemort had found a low-level vampire in their eyes, they were afraid of his methods and did not dare to say anything. And Voldemort didn't care what his men thought at this time. He looked at the vampire opposite with interest and asked, "Your blood clan took the initiative to find me to cooperate with me. I don't know how you want to cooperate with my father." Sir Rusfan smiled, two sharp teeth looming, and said, "We know that Mr. Voldemort wants to rule the wizarding world, but there are some difficulties at the moment. And our blood clan can help you, and more powerful than mercenaries." "Oh, help? So how are you going to help?" Voldemort became interested, playing with the Elder Wand in his hand and asked. "We can provide you with at least tens of thousands of blood slaves, although their strength is not comparable to the real blood family, but it is much stronger than the yin corpse made by your wizards," Sir Rusfan said. "Tens of thousands?" The Death Eaters present suddenly exclaimed, their eyes full of disbelief, and the mercenary side even asked, "Where did you get so many slaves? Could it be that you just slaughtered a city? Didn't it attract the attention of the hemp chicken? Blood races reproduce in a different way. They will suck the blood of selected humans, then feed their own blood, bury it in coffins and slowly wait for change. Blood slaves, on the other hand, are slaves made by the blood clan to serve themselves, and an army that fights for the blood clan. The number of blood family reproduction descendants is limited. After all, they are dead things, and the blood in the body will not increase, so use a little less. And blood slaves, as long as the blood family is willing, can be made non-stop. The manufacture of blood slaves is also very simple, as long as you bite at a human, and then twist 553 to break your neck and bury it in the soil, those blood slaves who have completed the transformation will come out of the ground and become irrational, bloodthirsty blood slaves. Muggles can't tell the difference between a blood clan and a blood slave, so in their legends, some vampires are the spokesmen of elegance and like to attract innocent girls with their handsome looks. And in some stories, vampires become violent and bloodthirsty ugly. Voldemort also straightened up at this time, staring at Sir Rusfan on the opposite side, trying to get a definite reassurance from him. After all, 10,000 blood slaves is not a small number, and it can change a lot of things. In the Middle World, the Blood Clan was not willing to hide in the shadows, so they created tens of thousands of blood slave armies and attacked humans without restraint, setting off a bloody storm in Europe. In the end, it was the wizards who intervened and carried out a 2-year encirclement and suppression before finally eliminating these blood slaves and eliminating the blood ghosts who created all this behind them, and finally stopped. Even the source of the idea of dark wizards to create gloomy corpses is also derived from vampire blood slaves, so Voldemort did not underestimate this 10,000 blood slaves. Even if these blood slaves cannot be compared with the strength of wizards, and are afraid of sunlight and flames, they have a very fast speed, almost unable to capture their figures with the naked eye, and sharp teeth can instantly penetrate the skin and suck the blood of the human body clean. So Voldemort was moved, and he asked directly, "What do you want?" Hearing Voldemort's words, Sir Rusfan smiled. His eyes looked directly at the Elder Wand in Voldemort's hand, pointed at it with a pale finger, and said, "I want Mr. Voldemort to help us make a batch of wands, and let us enter the Ministry of Magic and study things in the Department of Mysteries." "Impossible." As the Minister of Magic, Cygnus directly provoked, and he glared at the Blood Clan. "You actually dare to covet the wand? So bold, aren't you afraid of being genocide? And the Department of Mysteries is an important property of our wizards, and you even dare to put your hand in as a vampire? Yes, and when will your Blood Clan be able to use wands too? You don't have the ability to cast spells." The mercenary leader also sneered. All the Death Eaters glared at Sir Rusfan, who had made the request, and even the cautious Lucius Malfoy looked at the Bloods with unkind eyes. You must know that at the beginning, wizards relied on wands to stand out from a group of magical creatures, defeat magical creatures including elves, fire dragons, goblins, and so on, and thus become the master of the magical world. When the British goblins rebelled and even occupied Hogsmeade, the wizarding world did not take it seriously. But when the goblins proposed that they also have wands, it immediately touched the nerves of the wizards, and the Ministry of Magic directly suppressed it strongly, and the rebellious goblins were solved in a few days, so that they did not dare to show their desire for wands for hundreds of years. So when the Blood Clan offered to ask for a wand, not only did the Death Eaters show a bad face, Voldemort also squinted and stared coldly at Sir Rusfan. The wand is the lifeblood of a wizard, and even an inhuman dark wizard like Voldemort will not agree to give the staff to a foreign race. Moreover, the Department of Mysteries was another excessive request, and the Ministry of Magic chose to establish its headquarters there because of the Department of Mysteries. The Department of Mysteries is very mysterious, like the stone that leads to the world of death. The arch, or the invisible 13th door, and the locked room, which is said to be filled with the power of love, is terrifying and unmatchable. The Department of Mysteries is arguably the most important place in the entire Ministry of Magic, and ordinary wizards cannot come here, even the minister, and have no right to directly order the silent people of the Department of Mysteries. So the importance is self-evident. No wonder Sync reacted so violently. Seeing the unkind eyes of these wizards, Sir Rusfan also felt pressure. If he didn't make it clear today, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to leave here today. Still, he smiled and said to Voldemort, "Don't get me wrong, Mr. Voldemort. We don't covet the skill of wizard wands. After all, you also know that our blood family has no magic powers, and even if we get a wand, it is no different from a stick for us." "Oh, in that case, why do you want wands? Sir Rusfan, you may be able to explain it to me." Voldemort crossed his hands, and the Elder Wand dangled in his hands, faintly flashing green light to fly out. In the face of Voldemort's momentum pressing on him, Sir Rusfan had bitter words, and he regretted the contempt of his words just now. He didn't expect that he hadn't seen him in just a few decades, and the young man who was cautious about him at the beginning had now become a powerful wizard with great power, and his own leader in the blood family was probably a grasshopper that could be crushed to death at any time in his eyes. He hurriedly waved his hand behind him, and saw that among the blood family, a petite girl, only about 13 or 14 years old, stepped forward, and the girl looked indifferent, like an emotionless machine. Everyone looked at Sir Rusfan in confusion. What did it mean to bring a vampire up? But Voldemort was indeed the first to notice the unusual. His eyes shrank, and he looked at Rusfan with a proud look of hesitation and disbelief. "She has magic power. Elena, come here." Rusfan shouted softly. "Yes, father." The girl's voice replied without emotion, and then stood beside Rusfan. Rusfan touched the little girl's head, and then said to the little Pettigrew on the side, "This gentleman, can you borrow your wand and use it?" "This master? Pettigrew a blind? This vampire? How do you ask him to borrow a wand? And how could a half-body thing like a wand be lent to others?" So he looked at Voldemort pleadingly, hoping that Voldemort could help him. It's a pity that Voldemort didn't care about his pleading, looked at the little girl with curious eyes, and said to Pettigrew strongly, "Give him a wand, Wormtail. I don't want to say it a second time." Pettigrew could only tearfully pull out his wand and hand it to the vampire Rusfan very reluctantly. After Sir Rusfan got the wand, he immediately handed it to the little girl beside him, and then said softly, "Elena, show us your talent with your wand." The little girl nodded expressionlessly. Her blood-red eyes did not have the slightest emotion, and after getting the wand, she whispered directly to the side, "Avada is desperate." As soon as the words fell, a dazzling green light spell flew out of the wand, grazed the top of Pettigrew's head, and hit the wall directly. "Oh my god. Merlin, how is this possible?" The Death Eaters present were incredulous, their eyes fixed on the blood girl who had cast the spell, which was beyond their comprehension. When can vampires use magic too? The Death Eaters couldn't believe it. They had always pursued the idea that magic only bloomed in a few people, but now that a vampire could suddenly perform magic, it was too counterintuitive. How is this possible? Wizards become blood families, don't they lose their magic? How can she cast magic? The mercenary leaders were horrified that they had seen wizards who had turned into vampires, but without exception, they had lost the ability to cast magic. What happened to the accident now? Voldemort was also very curious. His eyes were full of interest, and the wand in his hand suddenly waved towards the little girl of the blood family, and an invisible force wanted to drag the little girl in front of him. But the little girl of the blood clan named Elena, apparently very perceptive, dressed in a blood-colored cloak, dodged Voldemort's curse as if teleporting, and suddenly appeared beside Voldemort and bit down on his neck. It's just that before he got close to Voldemort, he crashed into an invisible wall, and he couldn't advance for half a minute, and could only show his fangs and roar angrily at Voldemort. Earth Devil. Bold. Find death? Dare to attack the master? The Death Eaters present looked angry and pulled out their wands and aimed them at the Bloods and the little girl present, as soon as Voldemort gave him the order. But Voldemort was not angry, waved his hand casually at the Death Eaters, signaled them to stop, and then looked at the little girl carefully, as if he were looking at a rare treasure. "Elena, stop the attack." Sir Rusfan was also taken aback by this sudden scene, and then quickly ordered the little girl. When the little girl heard this, she immediately put away her attack posture, blinked, and instantly returned to Lucifan's side, looking well-behaved again. "Sorry, Mr. Voldemort, the little daughter Elena has never come out before, and suddenly seeing so many strangers, she reacted a little too much," Rusfan said apologetically. "No need to apologize, she's funny." Voldemort waved his hand and said, then stared straight at the little girl, his scarlet eyes full of inquiry, and then turned to Rusfan and asked, "You just said that this is your daughter. Did you hug her for the first time? How did her magical talent come about? Or was she a little wizard before her transformation?" "First hug? Oh, no. Rusfan shook his head, as if showing a perfect work, and said with a very proud smile, "Elena is not transformed, she is my biological daughter, a natural bloodline. Biological ones. Everyone present fell into even more shock. As we all know, the blood race cannot reproduce like other races, so they can only transform the selected humans as their descendants through the initial embrace. And now Sir Rusfan said that the little girl was his own, which really shattered the cognition of including Voldemort. Snape, who was sitting in the position of Voldemort's deputy, asked Rusfan very curiously, Sir Rusfan, as far as I know, the blood family is a species after death, there is no life, how can you break through the rules of nature and give birth to descendants? This is Mr. Snape, the youngest potions master? Long time to look up. Yusufan took the crystal cup and drank the blood inside, and then said proudly, this starts with a chance discovery. As we all know, ordinary humans have always been regarded by us as mobile blood banks, our source of food. But we rise? Hey, it's ridiculous to actually fall in love with your own food. Lucifin showed disdain and ridicule, and then his expression was exaggerated, as if he had made some major discovery, and continued to say to everyone, when we found him, we found something that was enough to shock the entire blood family, that is, that blood family and humans actually had offspring. The offspring of a blood family was actually born in the belly of a human being. What an amazing thing. When everyone in the conference room heard this story, their eyes widened, and they did not expect such an unreasonable result. This is really amazing, completely breaking the way our blood family has reproduced for thousands of years. So the elders treated the blood family born from the human belly to the clan, and after testing, it was found that he perfectly inherited the ability of the blood family, and also eliminated the drawbacks of the blood family, which can be said to be a very perfect new blood family. So, many of our kindred began to experiment with humans, abandoning the previous view that they were only used as reserve food. Instead, try to bond with them. Yusufan laughed with a show-off expression. As a result, it is not surprising that many blood families have given birth to offspring, perfectly inheriting the perfect blood family of the paternal bloodline. It wasn't until more than a decade ago that I met a wizard, and after traveling with him, I discovered the power of wizards and magic. Rusfan's tone became excited, and his eyes looked at the little girl beside him with satisfaction. I suddenly had an idea. Since human women can reproduce for us, can witches also do it, and can they give birth to a blood family with magical talents? As these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the conference room instantly froze, and all the Death Eaters stared at Rusfan with unkind eyes, daring to covet the wizard. This vampire was really bold enough. Waves crossed Snape's indifferent eyes, and he pointed to the little girl and said in an affirmative tone, so, this is the child born of your union with the witch. Half vampire, half wizard? Everyone's eyes followed Snape's pointing, and once again focused on the little girl, full of surprise, jealousy, disgust, curiosity, and other emotions. That's right, haha, Elena is my child with the witch, she perfectly inherited my bloodline, and at the same time has magic powers. When she was born, she floated everything in the whole room. Yusufan said very proudly, gently touching the little girl's head. What about that witch? You wouldn't think of them as fertility machines like Muggle women, would you? Snape asked faintly. The unkind eyes of the crowd were focused on him again, and they would not feel anything about how to treat Muggles. But once the vampires extended their hands to the wizards, they immediately aroused everyone's vigilance and unkindness, and they did not believe these greedy vampires. You don't have to be so guarded. The witches we choose are all born of ordinary people, which you call Muggle families, and they are all found in the Far East and Eastern Europe. Rusfan hastened to explain, I know that you are very unhappy with those Muggle-born wizards, and Mr. Voldemort has also proposed to get rid of those unworthy of magic, so I can assure you that the Blood Clan will never touch those pure-blood wizards. Hearing this, the angry wizards gradually dissipated their anger, although they did not believe these vampires. As long as they did not touch their interests, they pretended to attack the vampires. And when Snape saw everyone's reaction, a ghost flashed in his eyes, and he returned to an expressionless face, silent as a background table. Voldemort was very curious. He grabbed a hand. The little girl was directly fixed and flew in front of him, allowing the little girl to open her ape teeth and constantly struggle and roar, touched the little girl of the blood family with her pale hand, and said in amazement, what an incredible miracle, a brand new species, with the powerful and agile body of the blood family, and the talent of magic, and a permanent lifespan. It is really an enviable perfect race. Mr. Voldemort Rusfan did not expect Voldemort either. There would be such a sudden movement, looking worriedly at his struggling but useless daughter. This is the perfect product he made, and it would be a great loss if he destroyed it. Voldemort had no intention of harming the little girl, and after checking it, he let go of the restraints on the little girl, looked directly at Rusfan with sharp eyes, as if he was seeing through his thoughts, and said jokingly, so how do you blood clans plan to cooperate with me? Name a reason that convinces me. If the wizarding world of various countries knows that your blood clan covets the wand skills of wizards, and wants to use witches as your reproductive tools, the wizarding world will definitely destroy you with the greatest force. Magic has always been considered forbidden by wizards, and even Muggle wizards have been considered unworthy of magic by pure blood, let alone you vampires. I don't care about that, but you have to convince my men. With Voldemort's words, the Death Eaters looked at the Blood Clan with undisguised contempt and disgust, and said arrogantly, at the beginning, the five-legged monsters, dragons, and other races were destroyed by us. You vampires actually dare to covet the wizard's magic, and dare to create this kind of half-vampire and half-wizard monster. Do you want to exterminate the race? A group of corpses sleeping in coffins, lying in the coffins, and ran out to pierce their eyes. Fan's eyes were violent and bloodthirsty, but he still held back his anger and said to Voldemort with a smile, as a sincerity of cooperation, "We can provide 20,000 blood slaves to drive for you, and there are 500 blood elites to follow. With them, it will not be difficult for you to occupy the wizarding world. No one can face an army of 20,000 people alone?" Hearing this, the Death Eaters immediately took a cold breath. The number of people in the British wizarding world is probably not so large, and these vampires can actually provide so many blood slaves. I don't know where they got so many people to convert. Now is not a chaotic Middle Ages, and the disappearance of dozens or hundreds of people is a big event, let alone 20,000 missing. Voldemort was also stunned for a moment, and then his eyes flashed joy. Although the blood slaves are afraid of fire and the sun, their speed is no less than that of real vampires. They can't be captured with the naked eye when they move, and they are infinitely powerful. Not tired, it is simply an upgraded version of the zombies in the movie. If there were so many blood slaves in hand, as long as Peter was dragged back, no one in the wizarding world would be able to resist such a torrent of blood slaves. He immediately asked, "What conditions do you have?" Fan, who kept an eye on Voldemort's expression at any time, was secretly pleased. His dark red eyes showed a smile, and said to Voldemort, "The conditions are still the same. We need you to find a wand maker for us and make 500 wands for us. Secondly, it was agreed to let us enter the Department of Mysteries and participate in the research inside. You have taken control of the Ministry of Magic, and I don't think these two conditions are a problem for you. 500 wands? So, you already have 500 blood families that can use magic?" Voldemort's pupil shrank and he asked in surprise. Although vampires cannot use magic, their strength is very dangerous, super fast speed and super strength. Let them stand at the top of the food chain. There have been vampires hunting fire dragons or unicorns, you can know their strength. Not to mention the fact that magic can be used today, which is simply a combination of wizards and vampires, with an indestructible body and extraordinary magic, which is simply a natural war killer. Of course not, Mr. Voldemort, we have prepared so many wands just for later. Fan smiled and shook his head and said. Voldemort looked at him for a few seconds, not indicating whether he believed it or not, but after thinking directly for a few seconds, he nodded and agreed. "Then I wish us a happy cooperation, Sir Fan. The Ministry of Magic has a special wand research office, although it is not comparable to Ollivanders' skills, but it is very mature and stable. You can go there to customize wands. As for the Department of Mysteries, when you bring 20,000 blood slaves to England, you can go inside. In addition to not being able to bring out the contents, you can participate in the study of the contents like other silent people." "That's great. I will immediately inform the Presbyterian Church and transport blood slaves into England in batches." Fan said happily, "Good to work with, Voldemort." Master Sinkness wanted to stop talking, as Voldemort, the shameful minister who has worked for the Ministry of Magic for decades and is also a pure blood family, is naturally very resistant to the blood family's entry into the Ministry of Magic. You must know that the foundation of the Ministry of Magic is the Department of Mysteries, and the things behind the 12 doors inside are things that other ministries of magic covet. The other Death Eaters also showed reluctance. They were purebloods who had controlled the Ministry of Magic for a long time, and the contents were considered their own. Now to let the Blood Clan into it is completely to lure wolves into the house. After all, these vampires have lived for a long time, although they have no magic power, but they have seen a lot of things, and it is said that there are offspring who can use magic, and it is obvious that there is something in the Department of Mysteries that attracts them to cooperate so actively. It's a pity that Voldemort doesn't care about this. He just wants to stand above everyone and become the only god. Dumbledore is dead, and now the only person who can threaten him is Peter York, but Peter can't kill and has become the new leader of the Saints. Although he sneered at the Saints who had disappeared for decades, he still did not dare to underestimate Peter, not to mention that there was a Grindelwald behind him. Peter's presence made Voldemort like a fish in his throat, and he could feel that this was another Dumbledore rising, even more difficult to deal with than Dumbledore. With Peter's invisible support, Burns established a new Ministry of Magic outside and even had a large number of Ministry of Magic personnel join it to confront this division. Even the Order of the Phoenix, which Dumbledore formed, did not dissolve after Dumbledore's death but gradually moved closer to Peter. Not to mention that he also inherited Grindelwald's power. Under such pressure, Voldemort desperately needed foreign forces to join him and give his side the upper hand. Since he made the Phoenix into a Horcrux, he was no longer afraid, and such a Horcrux that could never be destroyed was enough for him to truly fly away from death. But he had been faintly uneasy lately, and after the Phoenix Horcrux was taken away by Peter, he could feel that the other Horcruxes had been destroyed. But after seeing the 10,000 thunderbolts summoned by Peter, he was full of unease about the safety of the last Horcrux that fell into Peter's hands. Although the Phoenix is not dead, what about meeting Peter? There will be no accidents. After reaching a cooperation, although the Death Eaters were extremely reluctant, due to Voldemort's horror, they could only squeeze out a smile to welcome these bloods. To celebrate this collaboration, Voldemort hosted a dinner. Even in order to entertain their guests, the Death Eaters went to Muggle villages and directly captured several teenage girls. Snape, sitting in the corner, looked at the smiling people at the banquet with an indifferent expression, and Voldemort sat high on the stage, looking down at everyone, holding a wine glass in his hand and not knowing what he was thinking. Below, the Death Eaters smirked and chatted with the same bloods with red liquid in their cups. Consciously or unconsciously, he swept over another corner, where a large iron cage was placed. Inside were 4 pale-faced, frightened-eyed girls curled up, but after a while, a wizard would come and tie the man to the cage with his wand and cut his arm, catching the blood left behind with a wine jug. The Muggle girls let out terrified and desperate screams and cries, but instead of mercy, the crowd in the living room laughed, as if the girls' screams had pleased them. Even Voldemort on the first seat showed a cruel smile. Snape didn't do anything, just watched the girls being drained of blood and withered like flowers, and then silently, "Severus, come here." Voldemort found his deputy sitting alone in the corner and shouted kindly, "Master." Snape came over and called out respectfully to Voldemort. Voldemort happily introduced Snape to Sir Rusfan and said, "This is the person I trust the most, Severus Snape, and he and you will be responsible for the handover of the blood slaves." Sir Rusfan looked at this Snape's expressionless face with some surprise, and said enthusiastically, "I have heard of Mr. Snape's great name for a long time, but I didn't expect that Mr. Voldemort's staff would be full of talents, and such a young and promising potions master. Happy cooperation in the future." Snape nodded at him, then looked directly at Voldemort and said in a sincere tone, "Thank you for the trust of the master, but has the master entrusted me too much? My main task now is to make potions for you and the organization. Perhaps such an important task could be entrusted to someone else, such as Lucius or Hinkness, who I believe are no less loyal to you than I am." Hearing his words, Voldemort's scarlet eyes looked directly at Snape, and after confirming that he was sincere, his eyes softened and said happily, "Severus, my most faithful servant, you are always so sweet. Now I am more assured to give this task to you, there is no need to refuse, and you will be responsible for the affairs of the blood slave. As for the Lucius and Sinkness you recommended, he 25 acts as your deputy, assisting you in your work. Remember," Voldemort said non-negotiably, "you must keep it a secret, not leak a word, and make sure that no outsiders know about it until we officially start a war. His eyes looked out, and he said with a somewhat urgent expression, "Especially not to leak a trace of news to Peter York's side, otherwise he will catch clues and sabotage our affairs." "I know, Master, I will let everyone, including me, set an unbreakable curse to ensure that no one can leak secrets," Snape said firmly, offering a way to keep it secret. Hearing his words, Voldemort was even more satisfied and said, "Very good, it seems that I have given you this task, which is a real choice. Thank you, Master." Snape was more respectful, looking at Voldemort with a fanatical look in his eyes, looking like he was always desperate for him. Voldemort was very satisfied with his performance, and said in a kind and gentle tone, "Well, enjoy the banquet tonight, you don't have to restrain yourself all the time." "Yes, Master." Snape nodded in agreement, his appearance was still wooden, as if he was not interested in the lively banquet, but went directly to Lucius Malfoy and Minister of Magic Syncanus at the banquet, and seriously announced Voldemort's instructions to them. Looking at Snape leaving, Sir Rusfan on the side smiled and asked, "You trust this subordinate of yours so much? How did I hear that he used to work at Hogwarts, and he was the person Dumbledore trusted the most?" Voldemort understood his words, a confident smile appeared on his face, and said, "I was able to kill Dumbledore smoothly before, and the most helpful of them was Severus. Do you think he would do it if he was loyal to Dumbledore?" "So it is." Rusfan nodded, did not continue to say anything, sipped the blood in the wine glass, did not know what he was thinking. And at the banquet, among the two who learned Voldemort's instructions, Sinkness looked at Snape with jealousy. He did not expect that such an important task, Voldemort, would be handed over to Snape, who had been silent. Lucius, on the other hand, was envious and worried, and after so many things, he had given up hope of being trusted by Voldemort again. Had it not been for the Malfoys' ability to provide financial support to the Death Eaters and contribute Malfoy Manor as a Death Eater stronghold, and for the massive decline in the Death Eater elite, I am afraid that Voldemort would not have remembered him being held in Azkaban. He has no ambition now, he just wants to save his family's life in this war. And as Malfoy, the wizarding world's best at steering the wind, he has his own opinion on the situation in the wizarding world. Although the Death Eaters seem to have returned to their former strong appearance, even now the Blood Clan has joined them and provided an army of 20,000 blood slaves, gaining the upper hand. But he had no expectations for victory for Voldemort and the Death Eaters. After the three of them discussed, Snape was in charge of the overall situation, and Sinkness was responsible for using the powers of the Ministry of Magic to bring blood slaves into England in batches. Lucius, on the other hand, was responsible for placing the blood slave. The trio worked together to ensure that the blood slaves and the blood family could enter Britain quietly. Speaking of placement, Lucius was a little distressed, and he asked Snape, "I have no problem finding a hidden place, but the problem is that these blood slaves need blood to feed. 20,000 blood slaves, in order not to make them crazy, need to be fed at least once a week. It is estimated that at least thousands of people will need blood to feed them, and if we catch so many Muggles, it will be difficult for us not to be noticed by the Muggle government and Hogwarts. How can this be solved?" Snape thought for a moment, his eyes glanced at the several girls in the cage who had dried blood, His expression fluctuated, and then said to Lucius, I remember that there are blood banks in Muggle hospitals, and blood slaves can be fed with the blood in the blood banks, as long as they are transferred to a few more hospitals, so that even if there is a wave, it is just a blood bank loss incident, and it will not attract the attention of the Muggle government and Frost Gerwards. You did me a big favor, Severus. Lucius said gratefully that a glint flashed in Snape's eyes, nodded slightly, and then said solemnly, the Master is afraid that this matter will be known by Hogwarts, especially Peter York, in advance, so every one of us who knows about this matter needs to set up an unbreakable curse to ensure that the news will not leak out. The two nodded one after another, indicating that he was thoughtful. Back at Hogwarts, Peter was talking to McGonagall in Professor McGonagall's office. Although McGonagall 290 became the headmaster, out of respect and nostalgia for Dumbledore, she did not move to the headmaster's office on the 8th floor, but still lived in the original office. Peter, do you have any thoughts on these transfer applications? With a confused look, McGonagall took out a few letters to Peter and said, I have contacted the headmasters of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, and according to them, these applicants are excellent students in their school, and they do not know why these students are transferring to Hogwarts. Peter picked up the letter and looked at the familiar surname on it. His expression was a little strange, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Now that the British wizarding world is in turmoil, Voldemort and the Death Eaters are raging, and the Ministry of Magic is split in two, it's strange that these foreign students are coming in. Professor McGonagall was worried, especially Durmstrang students, who have been only admitting purebloods and teaching dark magic. Of course, I'm not saying that black magic is bad, but black magic is very dangerous, and I always think that students should not be exposed to black magic too early. But now there are 5 students transferred from Durmstrang at once, and they are all seniors. Peter, do you say this has anything to do with the Death Eaters? Are they going to send students to try to disintegrate us from within? Peter listened to McGonagall's words. His expression became more and more strange, and finally he spoke. Well, Professor McGonagall, you don't have to worry that they are people from Voldemort's side. They should have come to me. Looking for you? What do you mean? McGonagall looked puzzled. They are all descendants of saints. Peter said with a shrug. Oh. McGonagall suddenly remembered that Peter had another one. The identity of Grindelwald's heir. She did not think well of Peter's becoming the leader of the Saints. And she also vaguely knew the complicated relationship between Dumbledore and Grindelwald, so she didn't have much antipathy to this matter. Just frowned uneasily and said, now the situation in the British wizarding world is very tense. The Saints transferred their children to Hogwarts. Do they want to intervene in this war? Peter shook his head and explained with a helpless bitter smile, the Saints have no intention of intervening in the war for the time being. They just sent their children over and planned to form a future team for me. I didn't expect you to have such influence among the Saints, so that they can give their children to you with such confidence. McGonagall said in surprise, then picked up the application and signed it cleanly. Since it's your person, then I don't have to worry. Their arrival can make the school lively. And the 2 schools are both one of the 3 major wizarding schools in Europe, which should bring a different atmosphere to Hogwarts. By the way, Peter, the matter of visiting the freshman Muggle family will be left to you. You did a good job last semester, and I will trouble you in the future. McGonagall suddenly handed Ichiro the acceptance letter to Peter. Professor, didn't you say before that I would only be in charge of Hogwarts? How did visiting the students' family fall on me again? Peter said with a grimace that the work of visiting new students and convincing their parents was very boring after that, except for being a little novel at first. Especially now that the situation in the wizarding world is unstable, protecting these Muggle families from Death Eaters requires them at all times, which is obviously a predictable amount of work. You also know that in the current environment, except for you, other professors can't do this well. Professor McGonagall said with a sigh, and then smiled, and I didn't let you visit the new students in person. Aren't you able to conjure up a lot of doppelgangers? Didn't you use this trick to be lazy when you used to be on night patrols? There are 21 Muggle freshmen this year, and you just need to conjure up 21 avatars, and with just 1 day's work, I think you can do the job, right? There is no one better suited for this task than you. It takes magic to change into a doppelganger, Peter wailed in his heart. But he still accepted the work. After all, he also knew that everyone in the wizarding world was now at risk, and everyone was eager to apply magic to their houses, 3 floors inside and 3 layers outside, and then hide inside and not come out until this chaos was over. Even George and Fred, in recent correspondence with him, complained that Diagon Alley had become much colder, making their business less profitable, and that many shops were closed and posted on their doorways for sublease or sale. Since he was responsible for bringing new students into the wizarding world, Peter had to prepare in advance, and he opened the content of the acceptance letter, which was basically the same as the acceptance letter he had had, except that the name of the headmaster was changed to Michael McGonagall, and the position of the vice headmaster's name became Peter York. Peter added a notice letter to the letter, and the uniform time was scheduled for a visit on August 1st, and then he took Diagon Alley to buy textbooks and things on the admission list. The wizarding world spent July peacefully, except for the 2 ministries of magic fighting non-stop verbal battles in the newspapers. There were only a few minor fights between the Death Eaters and the Order of the Phoenix, and there were no casualties on either side. Even the cold Diagon Alley has regained a lot of liveliness, and some ignorant and unconscious magical people at the bottom have begun to buy in Diagon Alley, as if the shadow of war has disappeared. But many high-ranking and intelligent people in the wizarding world know that this is only a temporary appearance. Now the strength of both sides is balanced, so they are in restraint, but once the strength of one side changes and the balance is tilted, war will come in an instant. Especially those centrists who are out of a wait-and-see state observe the movement at any time, and as soon as one side shows signs of defeat, they immediately turn to the victorious side. On the 1st of August, early in the morning, after Peter had finished breakfast, he shook his body slightly, and one by one the doppelgangers split from his body, until there were 21. Peter breathed a sigh of relief, put a wand and acceptance letter on the table, and let them choose. There is no difference between the doppelganger and Peter's body, so there is no need for him to say more. The doppelgangers picked up their wands and an acceptance letter one by one, and walked out of the school gate one after another, rushing over according to the address on the letter. Speaking of which, Peter also thanked Ollivander, and made dozens of wands suitable for Peter like wholesale, just to deal with the situation that the doppelganger also used wands. Thinking of this, Peter conjured up another doppelganger and asked him to rush to Ollivander's wand shop to welcome customers. He thought that maybe he could get Ollivander back. After all, now that Voldemort had his Elder Wand, he shouldn't have any interest in Ollivander. Otherwise, this Ollivander wand shop has not been open for a long time, which has already made many people in the wizarding world talk about it. And Professor McGonagall, who came back from outside the school, saw Peter who came out one by one greeted her. Her expression was also stunned, and more than 20 identical Peter appeared in front of her, full of shock. Catherine Hamill was an 11-year-old girl who was lying on the window and looking out. Originally, she and her parents had decided to attend a girls' school in middle school, but an incident on her birthday broke the peace at home. She remembers an owl flying into the house with a letter informing her that she had been accepted into a school of witchcraft and wizardry called Hogwarts, and that the professors would visit her early in the morning on August 1st. Her parents always thought it was just a prank and told her not to take it seriously, but Catherine believed it to be true, because something very amazing had happened around her. When she was chasing and frolicking with her classmates at school, she accidentally fell from the 3rd floor, and as a result, she slowly fell to the ground like a feather, and nothing happened. Although she repeatedly insisted on that miraculous phenomenon, everyone thought she was only. It is excessive frightening and hallucinations. As for why I didn't get a little injury, it was due to the fact that the ground was grassy and had cushioning power. Although Catherine wanted to prove the miraculous phenomenon, but she was just a child, no one believed her, and her parents were even more worried that she had been injured in the brain, and she was sent to the hospital for examination for a long time without any problems. Now that the letter of acceptance has arrived, she finally knows the source of the magical phenomenon in the first place, that is, she is a witch. This made her excited, and she couldn't wait to meet the visiting professor immediately, so that she could see the magic. The Hamills looked helplessly at their daughter, who had been looking out the window. They did not believe in magic, and they always thought that the letter of acceptance was just a prank. So they thought about how to comfort their lost daughter next, and then send her to a girls' school to study so that she would no longer believe in magic so naively. Coming? The professor is here. Suddenly Catherine behind the window was excited. Yell. Then he jumped off the couch and hurried towards the door. Catherine! Mr. Hamill shouted. But before he could finish speaking, the doorbell rang. The couple suddenly became puzzled. They don't seem to have guests today. Who will come to the door early in the morning? They got up and walked towards the door, and Catherine, who had already reached the door, opened the door directly. The Hamills saw a very young boy standing in the doorway, wearing a very classical dark green trench coat, blonde hair, shoulder length and handsome appearance. He looks like those stars on TV, even better than those stars. Who are you? Mr. Hamill asked hesitantly. The boy smiled kindly and stretched out his hand. Hello, I'm Peter York, a professor at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and I should have written to you before.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.